Zhang Fan, have you signed the inheritance agreement? Otherwise, it could adversely affect your credit. Zhang Fan gazed at the inheritance agreement before him. In his previous life, signing this very document led to his imprisonment and ultimately a tragic demise behind bars. Having been reborn, who still cared about credit? Years later, at a charity banquet, Zhang Fan raised his glass and addressed the reporters before him. The reason the public refers to me as an entrepreneur rather than a capitalist is that I possess a slight distinction from capitalists. Some enterprises have employees living in dire poverty, yet still engage in charitable donations, while I prefer to increase my employees' wages. Chapter 1. Sign it, or it will harm your credit. Breaking news. The only heir of Wanfeng Group, Zhang Fan, has committed multiple crimes, including coercion, kidnapping, organized crime, illegal detention, and fraudulent invoicing, resulting in a life sentence that he tragically died in prison after choking while drinking water. Zhang Fan, please sign. Otherwise, you won't be able to secure loans, pursue public service, or engage in politics for 3 generations. You must safeguard your credit. Zhang Fan, listen to your aunt. Once you sign, I will promptly arrange your wedding. Trust me, I will assist you in revitalizing the company. Zhang Fan suddenly lifted his head, fixing a piercing gaze on the middle-aged woman in the OL suit before him. His eyes locked onto her like a famished wolf stalking its prey. In his previous life, his parents had perished in a tragic accident, their remains lost to the abyss. The one person they trusted the most, Aunt Lu, had betrayed him, digging a deep pit for him. She had secretly transferred all company assets and colluded with other nefarious individuals to secure a massive loan under the company's name, leaving the once mighty conglomerate drowning in debt. Before him lay an inheritance agreement. If he signed it, he would bear the entire burden of the company. In his past life, he had trusted her and signed the document, only to be led to the venomous Lu Wanqing, a wicked mother-daughter duo that orchestrated a scheme to frame him, resulting in his imprisonment. God has opened my eyes, allowing me to be reborn at this moment. Zhang Fan, why do you smile? Once you sign, you can call me Mom. Rest assured, though your parents are gone, you still have me and Wanqing. Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Fan's wolf-like gaze. The group needs a leader, and you are its only heir. Once you sign, everything will belong to you. Lu Yan smiled subtly. This signature was essential, for her plans must proceed. Such a vast pit required someone to shoulder the burden. And with my parents gone, I have no grand ambitions. If you desire the company, take it. I will provide a statement of renunciation. Zhang Fan smiled slightly, causing Lu Yan's expression to darken. Zhang Fan, if you do not inherit, how will you provide a bright future for Wanqing? Can you truly honor the legacy your parents left behind? Their life's work? Lu Yan eagerly awaited her prey to fall into the trap. She had meticulously crafted her scheme. The inheritance was the final piece needed to continue her deceit. If you do not consider yourself, think of your future. A poor credit score will ruin it. Lu Yan implored with heartfelt persuasion. Zhang Fan scoffed inwardly. Was he truly concerned about credit when she was leading him to his doom? Aunt Lu, I have made my decision. Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Lu Yan was infuriated, struggling to maintain her composure. It seemed she would have to send her daughter into the fray. This young man was a bit difficult to manipulate. Aunt, let's avoid the traffic at the south gate and take the north gate instead. Zhang Fan offered a kind reminder as he observed Lu Yan's cold demeanor as she departed. Upon exiting, he entered a Qian and drove away. Refusing to sign? That was out of the question. How could he disregard his credit? Something felt amiss. The north route was indeed clear, but it wasn't long before something fell off. The car seemed to lose power, and they found themselves in a dark tunnel, where many appeared to dwell. Lu Yan stepped out of the car and kicked the front tire. Which idiot laid nails on the road? Damn it, the tire had indeed been punctured. Just as Lu Yan was about to call for help, she sensed a menacing gaze upon her. Around her were the greedy eyes of a group of ragged, starving beggars approaching. Help me push the car out, and I'll give each of you 100, Lu Yan arrogantly pointed at them. Just a bunch of beggars offering 100 was already generous. Yet their eyes appeared filled with insatiable greed, not merely fixated on the money. It seemed their gaze wandered to her chest and other areas. Lu Yan pulled out her phone, ready to call for help, but at that moment a filthy hand covered her mouth, and chaos ensued. Zhang Fan knew well who inhabited the northern side, but to him, these scoundrels were not to be overlooked. Having been reborn, he would not let vengeance go unpunished. This time, he would live life to the fullest after having met a tragic end in his previous existence. Fangood, a tall figure over 6 feet, rushed into the store, carrying a snakeskin bag. Zhang Fan glanced over and was astonished to see it was filled with cash. Wait, he rubbed his eyes. How could he see through the snakeskin bag to its contents? An illusion. Fangood, you need to pull yourself together. Lu Taiju effortlessly dropped 2 snakeskin bags on the floor. Taiju, what is this? Lu Tieju's parents worked as cleaners in Zhang Fan's family company. His parents were unwell, and they had always cared for him, making Lu Taiju a childhood friend. This is money to buy a house. Our home is urgently for sale, and it's not much, but you can use it for now. Am I clever? Lu Taiju beamed at Zhang Fan with pride. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, then approached Lu Taiju. Despite being over 6 feet tall, he felt slightly small in front of Lu Taiju. Taiju, from now on, keep your distance from your relatives. Don't get in touch with them. If you remember correctly, housing prices in Binhai were about to skyrocket. What could he say to him? Big fool. Grateful. All right, they'll listen to you, fangirl. Yummy, don't worry. Lu Taiju patted his chest. With you, I truly have no worries. Zhang Fan felt both amused and deeply moved. He had just seen cash in the snakeskin bag, and upon opening it, it was indeed filled with cash. Had his eyes gained the ability to see through? Chapter 2. The Special Guests. Just as Zhang Fan was about to verify whether his eyes possessed the gift of insight, a new group of individuals arrived outside. A collection of elderly gentlemen, some in wheelchairs, others leaning on canes, and a few being carried in, appeared. One might have mistaken their arrival for trouble. However, these individuals bore expressions of deep concern rather than hostility. Soon, the entire inner hall was filled with people, and Lu Taiju positioned himself in front of Zhang Fan, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for a significant confrontation. Zhang Fan gently pushed Lu Taiju aside, questioning whether these elderly gentlemen were capable of any confrontation. During their parents' lifetimes, the family's business thrived primarily in 3 sectors: real estate, warehousing, and the traditional medicine shop inherited from their ancestors, along with this antique store. These elderly men were longtime patrons of the medicine shop. The man being carried and spoke with a resonant voice, clearly articulating their stance. The Wanfu group was on the brink of collapse. While the conglomerate might fall, this particular shop must not close its doors. For what would become of the happiness of these elderly patrons? This shop specialized in a natural herbal essence known as the everlasting pill, which alleviated the ailments associated with aging and addressed the physical limitations of the elderly. Thus, any threat to the existence of this shop was met with fierce opposition. Gentlemen, fear not, for as long as I am here, it shall not perish, Zhang Fan assured them confidently. Upon hearing this, the elderly men exhaled in relief. The Zhang family had long been rooted in the medicinal trade, branching into other industries only after the reforms, eventually becoming a local hallmark. It was inconceivable that such misfortune could befall them. Many businesses crumble following the unexpected demise of their chairman, and these elderly patrons fear that the medicine shop would be left without an heir. Zhang Fan turned and retrieved a box from a drawer, revealing a collection of black pills along with a faint herbal aroma. This was the everlasting pill, a miraculous remedy specifically designed to address certain issues faced by the elderly. Composed of natural herbal essences, it boasted no side effects and could be utilized by anyone still drawing breath. Zhang Fan began distributing the pills among the gathered crowd. Xiao Fan, do you understand how to formulate these pills? Inquired a concerned elder leaning on his cane. With the tragic demise of the Zhang couple, would their only son possess the necessary skills to continue this legacy? Zhang Fan glanced at the pills, and to his astonishment, he could discern their very ingredients with clarity. Of course, I am my parents' sole heir, and our family has a storied history in the medicinal field. There is no cause for alarm. This shop operates under my name. Thus, it does not fall under the Group S purview. However, we will undoubtedly face numerous forces eager to encroach upon it, and I will need the support of these elderly gentlemen to withstand the pressure. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's reassurances, the crowd relaxed, their primary concern being the continuation of the Zhang family legacy, for without it, their own happiness would be jeopardized. With the items they desired in hand, the patrons exhibited renewed vigor as they departed, some walking, others being carried or pushed away. The once lively inner hall now returned to its hushed ambience. As Zhang Fan observed the elderly gentleman leaving, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Fan, what have you done? My mother went to consult you about handling the matter with the aunt, and now she is unreachable. Have you done something to her? The call came from Lu Wanqing. The woman my family has always hoped I would marry, a heartless individual who caused her previous life to end in imprisonment. Perhaps your mother, in her loneliness, sought solace with her man. Zhang Fan chuckled. If she is unreachable, then that is only to be expected. What did you say? Let me tell you. Sign the papers quickly, or your credit will be compromised, and that would not bode well for you. I certainly will not marry someone with poor credit. Lu Wanqing is well aware of her mother's plans. Now that success seems imminent, her mother has suddenly gone silent. Am I not already bankrupt? Why would I care about my credit? Zhang Fan abruptly hung up the phone. These people are truly self-serving, even concerning themselves with credit issues. They must be trying to plug the hole left by that ant. As long as I do not inherit the company, everything related to it becomes irrelevant to me. This Aunt Lou has created such a significant problem and now wishes to make me the scapegoat, using the excuse of my credit being bad if I refuse to sign. What a cunning duo this mother and daughter are. Taiju, let us go. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Indeed, he had been reborn, and not only that, but he had also been granted a divine reward, the gift of X-ray vision. With this newfound ability, why would he concern himself with poor credit? As he stepped outside, he was met with a large crowd, hundreds of individuals. They were dressed in two distinct styles. The older men were bare-chested and holding cash, while the younger ones donned security uniforms and brandished bank cards. One might mistakenly believe a gang had arrived. These were the older warehouse workers, locals who had toiled alongside their parents for decades. Zhang, who dares to bully you? We'll deal with them. If worst comes to worst, we'll resort to collecting protection fees. The younger generation, filled with fervor, were the children of these older workers. With limited education and skills, they could not find labor elsewhere, so they settled for security jobs. In a storage company with hundreds of security personnel, it was indeed a spectacle, especially since the security guards earned decent wages. These locals, lacking in resources but rich in strength, had their parents establish the storage and logistics company, which, though unprofitable, served to provide employment for them. Even if the company lost money each year, their parents continued to invest without complaint, ensuring that many of their fellow villagers' children found work there, securing a semblance of stability in their lives. Now, with the sudden passing of his parents, they might have caught wind of something, prompting them to gather during their break. Zhang Fan looked at these individuals, their skin darkened by the sun and wind, standing before him with the meager wages they had earned through hard work. Initially expecting to confront the harshness of life's tribulations, he instead felt a profound warmth. The Wanfu group could be discarded, and he would not take on the burden, but he could not simply stand by and watch these people lose their jobs. For the mere fact that they did not come to cause trouble, but instead took out their meager savings to support themselves, this kindness is something I shall remember deeply. In my past life, I had gathered a group of security guards to confront Liu Yan, only to be charged with disturbing the peace, resulting in the incarceration of many of my brothers. Engaging in such a lifestyle was certainly not an option. Later, when I was apprehended, these young brothers retaliated by burning down Liu Yan's home and injuring her servants, leading to unfortunate outcomes for all involved. Young Master Zhang, please do not disdain our humble contributions. We possess little ability and can only perform menial labor. We are grateful for the care you have shown us over the years. You must accept this. The group immediately knelt in supplication. Zhang Fan, however, did not wish to accept their hard-earned money. He intended to retain ownership of this shop, and it seemed necessary to find a way to keep this storage company afloat as well. Otherwise, these fellow villagers might struggle to find equally good employment. Moreover, he could not bear to see his loyal brothers fall into despair. Zhang Fan glanced at his phone. Lu Wanqing was calling again. Xiao Fan, I apologize for my earlier haste. I am currently at Shangri-La 8888, and I have prepared some black stockings. I await your arrival. Chapter 3, Greetings to my sister-in-law. Shangri-La? Black stockings? Zhang Fan chuckled coldly. First, he needed to locate his biological mother. The men at the North Gate had not encountered a woman of such allure in many years. Should they act impulsively, it could lead to disastrous consequences. After all, it would serve her right. With his mother already missing, did she intend to lay traps for him? Was she so eager to consume the inheritance left by his parents? You all come with me, Zhang Fan commanded, pointing to the group of brothers clad in security uniforms. Upon hearing his words, they were filled with excitement. Their leader was about to lead them into the world. This promised to be entertaining. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of leading them into chaos. With such significant upheaval at home, these individuals required supervision. Otherwise, they might instigate serious trouble. The youth were filled with fervor and would undoubtedly seek justice for their parents. If it came to a disturbance, it would only bring them harm. Now that he had been reborn, there were countless ways to address the challenges before him. Entering a classroom, he still bore the identity of a fourth-year student on the verge of graduation. He stood at the entrance, gazing inside. Li Qinglu stepped out. With a single utterance, the gaze of dozens within turned toward him. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, a hint of fear flickered in their eyes. After all, he was the young master, heir to a vast fortune, and it was rumored that his family had connections to the underworld. Quite fearsome indeed. Now, with so many people accompanying him, was he here to cause trouble? At the podium, a female teacher wearing golden glasses furrowed her brow. setting down her chalk as she approached. Zhang Fan, why are you not attending class properly? What is the purpose of bringing so many people here? This is a school, not your home. I must tell you, even if you come from wealth, you must take your studies seriously. Only then can you inherit your family's fortune. Otherwise, you will inevitably squander it. Lin Shu was furious. Zhang Fan was a notorious troublemaker in class, consistently refusing to learn, defying authority, and daring to request her company for drinks late at night. Truly audacious behavior. This is undoubtedly the finest university in Binhai. How could such individuals gain admission? Surely, it must have been purchased. I detest such spoiled rich kids. Lin Shu must be fuming. Do these young ladies only see wealth? In the classroom, a girl named Li Qinglu, dressed in a pale blue dress, stood up and gracefully stepped forward. She emanated an air of nobility, although her attire seemed quite ordinary. Her demeanor was strikingly different from that of her peers. Did you not mention that your family owns a law firm? Please introduce me. I require a professional to assist me in drafting a notice. Zhang Fan looked down at this understated campus beauty, who had briefly mentioned her family's law firm upon enrollment, a detail he remembered well. Now, he needed a formal notice regarding the relinquishment of an inheritance and sought professional help. My family's law firm charges a hefty fee, 10,000 for 10 minutes. Li Qinglu raised her gaze to Zhang Fan. Money is not an issue. I can afford it, but professionalism is essential. Please make the introduction. Money is not a concern. Li Qinglu retrieved her phone and made a call, speaking a few sentences. You should go to 888 Binhai Avenue. Someone will be waiting for you there. Payment is required up front before any services are rendered. Li Qinglu seemed to be privy to some insider information, repeatedly emphasizing the need for upfront payment. Who does not know that Zhang Fan is a wealthy heir with a fortune beyond measure? Is 10,000 for 10 minutes truly exorbitant? Zhang Fan regarded Li Qinglu with renewed interest. It appeared she was aware of certain details. Farewell, sister-in-law. After Zhang Fan turned to leave, over 100 of his brothers chorused loudly behind him, causing Lin Shu to nearly explode with anger and turning Li Qinglu's cheeks a shade of crimson. The other girls in the class looked on with envy. Zhang Fan led his entourage to 888 Binhai Avenue, the heart of the city's most bustling area. To have a law firm here indeed signifies considerable capability. Just as they arrived, a man in a suit approached them. Young Master Zhang, we have been expecting you. Zhang Fan nodded and followed him inside. The interior of the law firm was exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional rustle of paper and the sound of fingers tapping on keyboards, creating a stark contrast to the clamor outside. Guided by a man in a sharply tailored suit with a serious demeanor, they traversed corridors adorned with understated yet tasteful decor, finally arriving at a spacious and well-lit office. As he pushed open the door and stepped in, Zhang Fan's attention was immediately captivated by a woman seated before him. Though not young, her poise and elegance were impossible to overlook. Dressed in simple yet refined attire, she exuded an air of exceptional taste. Holding a cup of fragrant tea and observing Zhang Fan with a near-scrutinizing gaze. Sensing her attention, Zhang Fan offered a slight smile and walked confidently towards her. Taking a seat on a seemingly comfortable sofa, he casually crossed his legs, radiating an ineffable aura of self-assuredness and composure. Subsequently, Zhang Fan fixed his determined gaze upon the woman across from him. His voice clear and resolute. I require your assistance in drafting a notice that I wish to publish in national media. The content is quite straightforward. Zhang Fan, hereby formally declare my renunciation of any inheritance from the Wanfu Group, while simultaneously absolving myself of any debts associated with the organization. Should a liquidation process reveal that the assets exceed the liabilities, I shall generously donate the surplus to charitable institutions aimed at aiding those in need. At this juncture, Zhang Fan paused, seemingly in contemplation, yet soon continued. I hope this announcement can be disseminated promptly, so that all may be aware of my decision. Moreover, I desire that the wording of this proclamation be impeccably precise, articulating my intentions clearly while avoiding any potential for misunderstanding or controversy. The woman listened quietly to Zhang Fan's words, a faint smile gracing her lips. She turned to him with a confident demeanor and remarked, "Professional? What a farce. To outsiders, the Wanfu Group appears to be thriving, yet Liu Yin is orchestrating intrigues behind the scenes. The company is now burdened with debts, many of which remain undisclosed. Does inheriting the company not equate to inheriting its debts? Would I not be left with an overwhelming financial burden? And now this woman claims to be professional? How laughable. Their intelligence is woefully inaccurate. One must wonder if she is perhaps in collusion with Liu Yin." Chapter 4. The gift of insight, we can initially provide our services free of charge, managing your company at no cost while guaranteeing certain performance metrics. Please consider this. The woman glanced back at him. No, I am not one to be constrained. I simply wish to live a life of freedom. I shall forego the Wanfu Group, treating it as a charitable contribution. With my parents gone, I lack the capacity to manage the company. The Wanfu was created by the state, and it is only fitting that it be returned to the nation. Zhang Fan declined once more, harboring doubts that this law firm might be in league with Liu Yan, persistently urging him to accept the inheritance. Was their approach not strikingly similar to Liu Yan's? Your announcement cannot be issued. It falls outside our area of expertise. Faced with Zhang Fan's refusal to align with her perspective, the woman directly rejected his request. Very well, since you are unable to assist, I shall take my leave. Zhang Fan firmly believed that Liu Yan had indeed bribed several law firms to impede his access to competent legal counsel. We discussed 10 minutes, 100,000. A payment code was presented, yet the woman maintained her poised demeanor. This price is markedly different from what was initially stated. It appears you are attempting to complicate matters for me. 100,000? Is there any recording of our previous agreement? Zhang Fan inquired with a slight smile. The woman shook her head. This is a private office. There are no cameras. I dictate the terms. She then retrieved a price list from her drawer. Zhang Fan chuckled, surveying the surroundings, and indeed found no cameras. He approached the woman and delivered a sharp slap. How dare you act so brazenly when there are no cameras? He followed up with another slap. The woman was left utterly bewildered. Zhang Fan produced a wet tissue, wiping her face for after striking. One must ensure the evidence is removed. These individuals are professionals in the legal field. One must tread carefully. Having been reborn, one ought to be a tad audacious. Can a lawyer not be struck? It is precisely these individuals who deserve it. It appears that soliciting a local law firm for a public announcement is futile. However, in a nation as vast as ours, it is evident that no single firm holds monopoly over legal affairs. I shall ensure that you languish in prison for a lifetime. Your doom is sealed. The woman cast a fierce glance his way. Zhang Fan initially intended to depart, but turned back, retrieving his phone. Shortly thereafter, a commotion emanated from within, resembling the woman's startled exclamation. Zhang Fan stepped out anew. Prison? In his previous life, he had met his demise within those very walls. To employ such a tactic as a means of intimidation, is that not courting death? Exiting, he cast a disdainful glance at the law firm, a mere den of thieves. Although it exuded an air of prestige, its avarice was undeniably substantial. Given this, he resolved to enlist the services of a different firm elsewhere. Zhang Fan dialed a number, successfully contacting a law firm in the capital to issue the announcement, thereby publicly renouncing his claim to the inheritance. This way, the immense pit of Wanfu Group would not ensnare him. Liu Yan's schemes would no longer prevail. Soon, newspapers across the nation began to publish an announcement declaring his voluntary relinquishment of the Wanfu Group inheritance, with all assets to be donated to charity. He intended for the world to be aware of this news, thus severing all ties with Wanfu Group. Wealth would be donated. If none existed, bankruptcy would ensue. As long as he did not inherit, the notion of filial obligation to repay debts would not hold in law. That vast chasm, Liu Yan would have to fill it herself. Once the announcement was released, his phone was inundated with calls, none of which Zhang Fan answered. The announcement was genuine and legally binding. The manner in which he had been wronged in his past life would be avenged in this one. Departing with a large entourage of brothers, Zhang Fan planned to utilize his newfound ability to see through objects to amass wealth. With such a gift, earning money would be a matter of moments. He arrived at the Antique Street, colloquially known as the Counterfeit Avenue, where even experts often find themselves deceived. Hoping to find a bargain? That would be akin to scaling the heavens. Yet this time was different. He possessed the ability to see through. Approaching a stall of jade rough stones, the vendor was visibly startled upon his arrival. Sir, we have paid our management fee. We will promptly move the stones inside. Who would not be intimidated by a security detail of hundreds? The vendor assumed Zhang Fan was there to cause trouble. Zhang Fan, feeling quite exasperated, recognized that his brothers had little else to occupy them. Should he not accompany them, unrest might ensue. He had no desire for them to be apprehended again. How to proceed? Zhang Fan casually picked up a stone. Sir, if you fancy this, consider it a gift. The vendor, in his 50s, referred to Zhang Fan as brother, which felt rather peculiar. Did he truly resemble a member of the underworld? Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. How much is this? If payment is not forthcoming, what becomes of the valuable items that emerge from it? The vendor, now cowed, extended 5 fingers. Upon spotting 500 yuan on the ground, the vendor was drenched in cold sweat. If this young man were not affiliated with the underworld, how could he possibly have such a formidable entourage? Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, the vendor was utterly terrified. He casually purchased a stone, intent on validating his suspicions regarding his newfound ability to see through objects. He approached a nearby cutting stall, requesting the workers to assist in slicing the stone open for inspection. With a swift motion, the worker made a horizontal cut. For many who engage in stone gambling are often left with worthless scraps, leading one to wonder if anyone truly strikes it rich through such endeavors. These notions are mere figments of imagination. However, as the blade penetrated, revealing a pale green hue within, the worker trembled uncontrollably and turned to Zhang Fan. "Brother, I earn 8,000 a month. Do you think compensating you with 3 months' salary would suffice?" A good stone, ruined in such a manner, could have been fashioned into a bracelet, but now could only serve as a mere egg face, significantly diminishing its value. This was no worthless rock. The hint of green was ample proof of the stone's worth. The worker fell to his knees, pleading, "Brother, I have dependents above and below. Could we possibly arrange for installment payments? I truly did not intend for this." Observing the intimidating figures behind Zhang Fan, one could hardly blame him for his fear. Zhang Fan helped the worker to his feet, advising, in the future, it would be prudent to inquire how the customer wishes the stone to be cut. One never knows what treasures might lie within. With the stone in hand, Zhang Fan departed, having successfully confirmed his ability to see through objects. The fleeting glimpse of green had indeed manifested, validating his newfound power of perception. With intentions to continue his exploration in search of hidden gems, Zhang Fan received a phone call from Lin Shu. "Zhang Fan, where have you been? The school authorities have sent for you, claiming you were involved in an assault." Assault? Had that old woman reported him? This was becoming amusing. Had she claimed he struck her twice, or that he took advantage of her? Chapter 5. He is framing me. Zhang Fan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable bringing a large group along, reassured them, "Do not cause any disturbances. Remain composed. I have plans for all of you, so be ready at a moment's notice." He emphasized this to his close companion. Lu Taizhu nodded, prepared to follow Zhang Fan's lead. Zhang Fan proceeded alone toward the school. At the north gate, Lu Wanqing had arranged for an escort at a hotel, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the unsuspecting young man. Once he arrived, everything would unfold according to her meticulously crafted plan. Yet, the silence from that end was disconcerting. What could have happened? He had previously been like a sycophant, obediently following her every direction. She had even mentioned wearing black stockings at the hotel, so why hadn't he shown up? Stepping into the bridge tunnel, an eerie atmosphere enveloped her. She would not have dared to enter had she not been accompanied by so many. Within, the unmistakable sounds of men engaging in some activity echoed. She switched on her flashlight and continued forward until she spotted a Qian. Upon seeing the vehicle, Lu Wanqing froze. "Quickly, hurry." Something felt amiss. As she approached, she was met with a sight that left her aghast. A group of naked beggars. The beggars still gazed at him with that familiar look. Had it not been for the crowd surrounding him, one could have imagined that they would lunge at him. As he approached, he noticed a group of people gathered ahead. Lu Wanqing, clutching her bag, hurled it forward. "Get away. Move aside." The voice was all too familiar, requiring no guesswork to ascertain its intent. "Quick, get my mother to the hospital." Lu Wanqing shouted frantically to those behind her. Damn it, they all deserve to die. No wonder she had lost contact with her mother. It turned out that such an unfortunate incident had occurred on the way back. At Binhai University, Zhang Fan entered the classroom, this time devoid of the adoration he had previously experienced. Instead, he was met with disdainful glances. It wasn't merely the slapping of that old woman. It was the fact that he had renounced his inheritance, which meant he was no longer wealthy, no longer a tycoon. The female students who had once flirted with him now regarded him with contempt. Lin Shu stood at the podium, flanked by 2 officers. She was in the midst of explaining something. "Zhang Fan, come here and apologize. Write a letter of apology, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, you'll face incarceration." Lin Shu said sternly. "Officers, what seems to be the problem?" Zhang Fan approached the 2 officers. "We received a report from Miss Wu, stating that you slapped her twice." The officer explained. "Oh, do you have any evidence?" Zhang Fan shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Currently, there is no evidence, which is why we are here to mediate. The other party wants to have you arrested, but our protocol emphasizes evidence. If they were to arrest you, it would hinder your graduation. As your teacher suggested, if you are willing to write an apology letter, we can conclude this matter," the officer advised. Although there was no evidence, Zhang Fan had visited a law firm, and upon his exit, his face was noticeably swollen, at least providing a potential motive for the alleged incident. "I'm just a student who approached her for legal advice." You all know that the Wanfeng group belongs to my family. I renounced my inheritance to contribute positively to society. But she, seeing my handsome appearance, attempted to coerce me. When I refused and broke free, I merely slapped her. Now she dares to frame me? I haven't even mentioned her coercion. As Zhang Fan spoke, Lin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? Did that Ms. Wu really attempt to exploit her student? This is unacceptable, Lin Shu exclaimed, her agitation palpable. The officer appeared troubled. Do you have any evidence? He asked Zhang Fan. Of course. She has several pairs of black stockings hidden in her desk, claiming she wanted to wear them for me. That drawer is secured with a fingerprint lock, inaccessible to outsiders. If you investigate, you'll find those stockings. I certainly couldn't have secretly placed them there, Zhang Fan asserted confidently. Black stockings in the drawer? If that's the case, it indeed suggests that Ms. Wu has indecent intentions. Moreover, that drawer can only be opened with a fingerprint, which outsiders cannot access. All right, keep your phone accessible. We will conduct an investigation. The constable sensed that the situation was far from simple and would certainly not take Ms. Wu's words at face value. A thorough investigation would be conducted. Zhang Fan, do not fret. I am here for you. Lin Shu approached, tiptoeing to pat Zhang Fan's shoulder. By the way, have you considered pursuing a postgraduate degree? With your decision to forego the family inheritance, you are no longer a wealthy heir. Relying on yourself in the future makes further studies a viable path. Lin Shu continued to persuade him. Pursue a degree? I have hundreds of people to support, Zhang Fan replied, moving closer to Li Qinglu, causing her to spring to her feet in alarm. That law firm was one she had recommended, and now not only had the matter failed to resolve, but he was also being falsely accused of assault. I will refund you. How much did you spend? I do not understand why this is happening, Li Qinglu stammered, glancing up at Zhang Fan. What kind of sum are we talking about? I nearly fell into a trap, Zhang Fan retorted. What are you so pleased about, Zhang Fan? Do you really believe you are still the esteemed heir of the Zhang family? You have relinquished your inheritance and have hardly any money left. Aklasmata, Li Da stood up. He had harbored a secret affection for Li Qinglu for quite some time and now saw an opportunity. What was there to fear from an heir who had abandoned his wealth? Soon enough, creditors would come knocking, and at that point, he would be nothing more than a lapdog. What was so commendable about that? Did he still dare to threaten his goddess? Let us find a Japanese restaurant tonight and have a good chat, Lida suggested. Zhang Fan paid no heed to Lida. This boy had previously been too timid to speak in his presence, and now that he had given up his inheritance, he suddenly found his voice. Li Qinglu nodded in response. Upon witnessing this, Lida was taken aback. Was the goddess really going out with him tonight? What could they possibly do after dinner that was not all too obvious? Qinglu, this fellow is bankrupt. There is no need for you to fear him. I will protect you, Lida asserted, puffing out his chest. My affairs do not require your intervention. Li Qinglu shot back with a disdainful glance. Zhang Xiao, are you interested in gambling on jade? I heard there are some good pieces available today. Zhang Bin, who had been sitting in the corner, stood up after catching a glimpse of a message on his phone. I heard someone hit the jackpot with an imperial greenstone and then soared to the pinnacle of success. Our Zhang Xiao is dashing, surely. Gambling on jade is just a way to earn money effortlessly? Zhang Bin, eager for Zhang Fan to partake, showered him with flattery. Gambling on jade? That can indeed be entertaining, Zhang Fan mused. Chapter 6. Not playing anymore? Seeing that Zhang Fan had taken the bait, a look of delight crossed Zhang Bin's face. Let us go take a look. Since they wished to ensnare him, he was curious to see just how skilled they were. Now that he needed money and had abandoned his inheritance, he was in search of new avenues for wealth. With his newfound insight, playing cards or gambling on jade seemed as easy as making money. Zhang Bin nodded in agreement. Hey, Zhang Fan, didn't you say you were going to eat? Li Qinglu called out as she watched the two depart. Lin Shu also observed them leaving, puzzled by Zhang Fan's desire to gamble on jade for fortune. It was incomprehensible to her how he could so easily dismiss a vast fortune. It is advisable to focus on preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, as it will at least provide a stable job. Without the support from home, one must ponder how he will continue to live as a wealthy heir. In a secluded area of the antique street, Zhang Bin has already brought the individuals over. Now it is time to see their skills. His own task is complete, and he has received his compensation. Lu Taiju approached with a snakeskin bag filled with cash, standing before Zhang Fan and whispering, "Boss, my cousin is getting married and needs to buy a house. I realized it's not feasible. The property prices in Binhai are bound to decline, leading to significant losses. Therefore, I persuaded her not to purchase the house and suggested she give me the money instead. I will ensure she profits later." Zhang Fan, initially focused on the raw stones at the stall, trembled upon hearing this. He, too, feared potential repercussions from Lu Tai's U.S. family, as Lu was now following him. You are fortunate to have such relatives, Zhang Fan remarked, contemplating the snakeskin bag that Lu had brought, intended for gambling with the stones. Yet, he was dissuading others from buying homes. Meanwhile, others still needed to purchase wedding houses, which only added to his moral quandary. Time to make a fortune. Let us see the raw stones, categorized by grade. 10,000 here, 100,000 there, and 1,000,000 over here, the stall owner proclaimed, casting sidelong glances at Zhang Fan. Observing the lower-tier raw stones, Zhang Fan noted that these were not genuine raw stones, but rather modern crafts, deceptively crafted to fool buyers. It was evident that Zhang Bin had brought him here to be swindled. Bending down, Zhang Fan picked up a so-called raw stone and tossed a $10,000 stone towards the stall owner. Please take a look at this. The stall owner, a man in his 50s, glanced at his apprentice and instructed him to assist in examining the stone. Soon enough, a piece was revealed. Wow, congratulations, young man. This is a good quality icy jade, worth around 500,000 in the market, the stall owner exclaimed with envy. 500,000? Will you buy it? Zhang Fan asked directly, prompting an elderly man in a robe nearby to chime in. 500,000? I'll take it. This is a fine item. The old man declared, addressing Zhang Fan. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Cash, please, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Promptly, the old man instructed his companion to fetch 500,000, claiming the stone in the process. You're quite lucky, young man. Why not try this one for 100,000? The stall owner suggested, pointing out the possibility of finding imperial green jade, which could be worth tens of millions. Let us give it a go, Zhang Fan said, tossing 100,000 over. He casually picked up another stone. Please check this one for me. The stall owner nodded, and the apprentice began to perform the stone examination theatrically. Soon, the apprentice gasped, it's icy jade material. Icy jade? The crowd turned their attention towards them. What is its value? Zhang Fan inquired nonchalantly. Icy jade? That's not just a few 100,000. It's in the millions, came the reply. Zhang Fan pressed further, seeking clarity on the potential worth. Since this is a premium ice-gray material, I shall take it for 3 million. The elderly gentleman boldly declared. Let's settle the payment. Zhang Fan remarked directly. What? You don't want it anymore? The old man's expression shifted, but he nonetheless instructed someone to retrieve the money. When a bag of cash was tossed over, the stone was also taken by the old man. Young man, you are fortunate indeed. Try this stone priced at 1,000,000. It may contain imperial green worth several tens of millions. If you unearth just one piece, you'll be utterly wealthy, the vendor said with a smile. If it reveals imperial green, I shall offer 50 million. 50 million? Such a substantial sum. Zhang Fan feigned a phone call, pretending to be engaged in conversation. Did they wish to lure him into another trap? Yet, 300,000 profits were sufficient. How could he allow greed to consume him? How could he not discern the tricks at play? These stones were all counterfeit. They were merely bait to ensnare him, to make him fall for the ruse. They were willing to risk considerable losses. The performance was quite convincing. Not playing anymore. The vendor was taken aback, but his demeanor quickly darkened. You won't play if there's no profit? At this, Zhang Fan chuckled. What, do you intend to coerce me? What if I say yes? What can you do? With a wave of his hand, a group of lackeys stepped forward. They aimed to ensnare this young man. How could he simply walk away? Money was not easily acquired. Lu Taiju, who had initially been holding a burlap sack, perked up at the vendor's actions. Although he lacked skills and strategy, fighting was his forte. He rushed forward, delivering a punch that sent one lackey flying, followed by a swift kick that hurled the vendor over 10 meters away. His fists began to rain down indiscriminately. An opportunity to demonstrate his prowess had arrived. Zhang Fan crouched down, clutching the burlap sack. Over 300,000, ample to cover this month's wages. He ought to thank this vendor for his timely assistance. If deception failed, they resorted to robbery? This vendor had truly chosen the wrong target. Soon, the scene was filled with wails of despair. If the vendor had known he had several hundred brothers backing him, he would surely have been terrified. Today, he had merely brought Lu Taiju along. Ahem, enough. Don't kill anyone, Zhang Fan coughed, then turned to the old man nearby. Who sent you here? This old man was in cahoots with the vendor, conspiring to trick him. It was Lu Yong who sent me here. Please don't harm me, the old man pleaded, dropping to his knees in fear. Lu Yong, the financial minister of the Wanfu Group, was he allied with Lu Yin? Their objective was singular. To have him inherit the Wanfu Group? It made sense. A conglomerate of such magnitude could not rely solely on Lu Yin's efforts. Surely many were sharing the spoils within. Having dug such a deep hole for the group, they inevitably needed someone to fill it. He was that very person. Once he inherited the group, the hole would be filled, and they would successfully reach the shore. He couldn't help but wonder how Aunt Lu was faring. She must be quite satisfied with the performance of those individuals. Chapter 7. 1,000 Plans. Inside the hospital, the lighting was dim and muted, with the air thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Lu Wanqing stood silently beside the hospital bed, her gaze filled with concern as it fell upon her mother's haggard face. Her mother lay quietly on the bed, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, as if even breathing had become a feeble and laborious task. Her eyes were tightly shut, with traces of unshed tears clinging to the corners. Clearly having endured immense suffering and helplessness, Lu Wanqing's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, the pain unbearable. Anger blazed fiercely in her eyes. At that moment, Uncle Lu stood nearby, his expression grave. He was a key figure in the financial management of the Wanfufu Group, expected to play a pivotal role in this meticulously orchestrated family dispute. However, the unpredictability of life had rendered their plans futile, thrusting them into a passive predicament. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, shattering the tranquility of the ward. A middle-aged woman in a tailored suit rushed in. It was Ms. Wu, the one who had falsely accused Zhang Fan. Her face was ashen, as though she had just emerged from a nightmare. More strikingly, her cheeks bore visible marks of slaps, the swollen skin contrasting sharply with her natural complexion, creating an unsettling sight. Those marks seemed to narrate her past humiliation and fury. Ms. Wu's eyes were filled with resentment and defiance, her fists clenched tightly, as if she were ready to unleash all the rage and hatred within her. Lu Wanqing moved to close the door, understanding that discussions must continue regarding the design to compel Zhang Fan to sign for the inheritance. Otherwise, their plans would falter. The Wanfufu Group had landed itself in a dire predicament, and they needed someone to shoulder the burden. How could that fool refuse to inherit the family fortune? That simply would not do. I had originally arranged for him to be the gambler, but he abandoned the game halfway, leading to the failure of my plans. Lu Yong hung his head. What should have been a straightforward matter had become complicated, as that fool seemed to have received wind of their intentions and stubbornly refused to sign. Without his signature, the group would struggle to operate normally. Though that was a trivial concern, the greater issue lay in how to fill the gaping holes left behind. Now that fool had publicly renounced his inheritance, making it even more impossible to address the company's substantial deficits. I had even arranged for him to meet at a hotel, yet he did not show. Lu Wanqing interjected promptly. We must proceed with the legalities. If he refuses to inherit, does he truly believe there will be no consequences? According to the law, any funds given to him by his parents are considered assets of the Wanfufu Group. If he has used them, he must return them. Otherwise, he risks being blacklisted. How much money does that fool possess? Ms. Wu inquired, directing her gaze towards Lu Yong. The chairman seldom grants him funds. Typically, he receives only 3,000 to 5,000 a month, with little more. Lu Yong was aware of this. 3,000 to 5,000? Such a meager amount? What about the pharmacy? Isn't that also part of the Wanfufu Group? Ms. Wu persisted. That is not the case. The pharmacy existed before the establishment of the Wanfufu Group, and there were no related transactions between the two. Lu Yong clarified. No related transactions? Then it seems we cannot take action. Let us carefully calculate the total sum this young man has obtained from the Wanfeng Group. Every penny accounted for. Any hint of suspicion must be included. This could amount to several million, perhaps even tens of millions. I shall observe how he intends to repay this considerable debt. When his credit is tarnished and he finds himself on the list of defaulters, becoming a person of dishonor, let us see how audacious he remains. I will promptly inform my contacts at the Dali Temple. If you can provide evidence, we shall take action. The higher-ups are quite displeased. If he does not come through, our funds will remain out of reach. Ms. Wu glanced at Lu Yong and Lu Wanqing. Many have shared in the benefits from the pit that is Wanfeng Group, and we are merely waiting for a scapegoat. Since this young man refuses to cooperate, let him experience a taste of despair. To refuse to inherit the family fortune? That cannot be allowed. The empire worth billions requires his stewardship. Once he inherits, he will discover that rather than a billion-dollar empire, he is burdened with $1 billion in debts. By the way, what is the situation with your mother? Ms. Wu turned her gaze towards Lu Yan. Lu Wanqing had also harbored suspicions about Zhang Fan, yet lacked evidence. Perhaps her own desires had clouded her judgment. Truly remarkable. Ms. Wu's remark incited anger within Lu Wanqing, yet she refrained from responding. With a disdainful glance at the mother and daughter, Ms. Wu understood that this was not the time for indulgence. The matter at hand must be resolved swiftly, for the longer it drags on, the more complicated it becomes. Such a large pit is not easy to manage. That young man has grown bold enough to strike himself. It is surprising he has not been incarcerated yet. However, he shall not find an escape this time. Whether he signs or not, he will be compelled to comply. I possess myriad methods to ensure his submission. He will soon realize this. At the apothecary, a crowd of several hundred gathered outside, each person waiting in line. Inside, Zhang Fan observed a mute girl before him. His parents, both disabled, worked in a storage company, performing cleaning tasks, albeit ineffectively, merely to provide them with employment. Their daughter, a finance worker at the storage company, had attended adult education and was subsequently recruited by her parents to manage finances. Zhang Fan watched as the mute girl gestured, nodding in acknowledgement. Enough. Today you are here to receive your wages, not to engage in idle chatter. It is time for payroll, and I have never delayed payment while my parents were present. When I take charge, you shall continue to receive your salaries punctually. Taiju, allow the people to enter in an orderly fashion, and they may sign after collecting their money. Zhang Fan commanded, having recently engaged in gambling with stones and secured several million. He was on the verge of disbursing this month's salaries. The employees of the storage company consist largely of individuals with disabilities. Losing this job would render them unable to sustain their livelihoods. Given their unwavering support, they deserve to continue working at the storage company. Zhang Fan reviewed the list. The employees' earnings were substantial. The mute girl's parents earned over $7,000 a month, in addition to 5 insurances and a housing fund. An income that would be a mere fraction at other companies. Their cleaning skills were subpar. Who else would employ them? Brother Zhang, let's refrain from distributing wages to us. Any payment would merely lead to singing and drinking. Save it for now, and we shall discuss it once the company has weathered the storm. Dajuan stepped out, and with the company facing financial difficulties, Brother Zhang had not inherited any family fortune, which meant the funds were undoubtedly insufficient. Zhang Fan glanced at Dajuan, recalling how he had once stirred up trouble for Liu Yin alongside him, only to end up in prison later, who had led a group to rescue him from jail. And the consequences were all too predictable. Zhang Fan felt a sense of gratitude towards these brothers. Spend less time seeking amusement, and the money will come. Your father won't lay a hand on you anymore. Enough of the chatter. The money is yours to spend as you see fit, Zhang Fan declared emphatically. Dajuan scratched his head in contemplation. Brother Zhang, if things don't work out, we have so many of us. Wouldn't it be better to delve into the underworld? Look at the other gangs. They're thriving. I may lack skills in other areas, but when it comes to fighting, rest assured, I am quite formidable. Dajuan had always felt that he contributed little while working. However, if he were to engage in the underworld, he would indeed make a contribution. Perhaps collecting protection fees would play to his strengths. Chapter 8. Master Ma, the debtor. Engaging in the underworld? After having been reborn, why tread the same path as before? Back when gangsters were in vogue, navigating that world might have led to wealth and redemption. But now, regulations were tightening. He was determined not to walk a narrow path, but to pursue the righteous road, a path illuminated by hope. Boss, we're running out of money. Running out? Over 3 million isn't enough? It made sense. With hundreds of people involved, it truly was insufficient. Zhang Fan pondered that Brother Ma still owed him 10 million. When Ma sought to open a business and was short on funds, he had approached Zhang's parents, who lent him $1 million with the understanding that he would repay it in 3 months. Now, with so much time passed, it was high time for him to settle his debt. They were unconcerned. Whether he paid or not seemed irrelevant to them. Boss, should I persuade distant relatives to sell their houses? Liu Taiju ventured to suggest. It would be best if you refrained from contacting your relatives for the time being. Take a breather, Zhang Fan replied, startled. Liu Taiju could be quite reckless. Zhang Fan genuinely feared that his relatives might come after him with ill intentions, especially as real estate prices in Binhai were poised to skyrocket. He had advised Taiju against contacting relatives, yet here he was, contemplating persuading them to sell their homes. Liu Taiju scratched his head, looking genuinely puzzled. Zhang Fan stepped out of the shop, feeling overwhelmed by recent events, knowing that those individuals were likely eager for him to inherit a family fortune. Such a trap certainly needed filling. Leaving the shop, he headed to a small tavern, owned by Master Ma, whose full name was Ma Gui. He considered Ma a good friend, someone with whom he shared a brotherly bond, which was why he had been willing to lend him so much money. However, after his parents' misfortune, Ma had offered no words of comfort, and when Zhang had called, he had declined to answer. This left Zhang feeling somewhat perplexed. As he approached, he noticed Ma Gui laughing loudly with a few friends while drinking. Ha! That fool Zhang Fan thinks he can still borrow money from me. He has given up on his family fortune and still thinks of me. It serves him right that his parents have gone to heaven. He struts around like he owns the place, Ma Gui boasted, his voice carrying even from a distance. Now that the Wanfu group is no more, he is nothing but a dead dog. I toss him a bone, and he still bows and scrapes, calling me Master Ma. Ma Gui does not shy away from his arrogance. Suddenly, a remark sends a shiver down Ma Gui's spine. When he sees Zhang Fan standing before him, his expression turns awkward, but he quickly regains his composure. Zhang Fan, you've arrived. He greets, though he does not invite Zhang Fan to take a seat. About the 10 million I lent you last time, it has been quite a while. It's time for repayment, as I am in need of funds. Zhang Fan chuckles, realizing that if it weren't for his rebirth, he would have truly struggled with this ingrate. What are you saying? Am I the sort of person who borrows money and doesn't he pay it back? Since we are brothers, let's not discuss money. Ma Gui lounges nonchalantly, crossing his legs. Not discussing money? Discussing feelings? Then, Master Ma, will you be giving me the money today? Zhang Fan sees through Ma Gui's petty thoughts. Repay? You must first prove that I borrowed your money. Ma Gui casts him a disdainful glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. Indeed, he had borrowed money, but there was no promissory note, nothing at all. Zhang Fan laughs. Is this how you wish to play? Very well, I shall indulge you. What will you do about it? Do you truly believe you still hold the status of the Zhang family's young master? I've heard you're now a deadbeat. Your credit tarnished. If you call me Master Ma, I may toss you a bone, haha. Ma Gui is elated, finally able to trample on this young man. Bankrupt, yet still pretending to be someone of importance in front of him. Zhang Fan chuckles as well. It was out of brotherhood that he had once offered help, yet now, it seems the bond means little. He had come here with hope, but now he realizes that the notion of brotherhood was merely superficial. Since he no longer considers Zhang Fan a brother and intends to default on his debts, that 10 million may as well be a gift to him. Naturally, soon enough, he will taste the bitterness of bankruptcy. Does he truly believe he can make a fortune by absconding with his 10 million without repayment? Zhang Fan smiles, turning to leave. Just as he exits, he spots a woman approaching. Her attire is simple yet elegant. A dark green blouse paired with a beige skirt that exudes a fresh aura. An Omega watch serves as a tasteful embellishment, adding a touch of refinement. Her long black hair cascades naturally, harmonizing beautifully with her overall style. The golden glasses she wears impart an air of intellectual beauty. Zhang Fan's interest in her is not solely due to her appearance, but because he recognizes that the designer labels she flaunts are all counterfeit. She walks straight to Ma Gui and takes a seat beside him. Qing'er, you've arrived. Please sit. Ma Gui greets her with enthusiasm. Zhang Fan overhears their conversation distinctly, realizing they're discussing marriage. Ma Gui mentions buying her luxury handbags and a house. And Zhang Fan is appalled that Ma Gui would attempt to deceive others with a collection of fakes, truly underestimating their intelligence. The two individuals did not converse for long. Ma Gui expressed his desire to book a hotel room, but was met with refusal, as it was stipulated that such an arrangement could only occur post-engagement. The prerequisite for engagement, however, entailed purchasing a house and acquiring essential furnishings. It seems that Ma Gui harbored intentions of exploiting the situation. Having already benefited from a fortune of 10 million, yet still yearning for the company of a stunning young lady. Truly, he is devoid of integrity. Zhang Fan lingered at a distance, remaining silent until the young beauty approached. Upon hearing a greeting, she turned her gaze toward him. Are you heading to a gathering with your friends? Zhang Fan recalled the content of Chun Qing'er's text messages, noting her intention to attend such an event after rejecting Ma Gui. What does it matter to you? She retorted. Zhang Fan chuckled, remarking, with all those counterfeit items, attending a gathering would be quite the embarrassment if recognized. Counterfeit? Chun Qing'er laughed. My boyfriend is a billionaire. Do you seriously believe his gifts are fake? Zhang Fan gestured ahead, prompting Chun Qing'er to glance in that direction, leading her to walk over. She was taken aback. That was a watch worth several $100,000. She had nearly been swayed to accompany Ma Gui to a hotel that day. I'll sell it to you for $1 million, she said, biting her red lip. Even 100 yuan is beyond our means, replied a disdainful service staff member at the front desk, incredulous at the audacity of flaunting fakes in such a place. Chapter 9. A Test of Skills. Chun Qing'er emerged, fuming, and spotted Zhang Fan outside. Are my designer labels fake too? She exclaimed. She had intended to showcase her worth at the gathering that evening, but now faced the prospect of becoming a laughingstock. Had Ma Gui truly deceived her? He had deliberately misled her with counterfeit goods, aiming to exploit her? With so many suitors vying for her attention, she had granted that one fellow an opportunity, only for him to attempt to dupe her with forgeries? Indeed, all junk. 3 pieces for 10 yuan, Zhang Fan asserted with certainty. Ma Gui. Chun Qing'er clenched her fists. Surrounded by affluent friends, where handbags cost thousands, cars tens of thousands, and homes several millions, she had often felt belittled. Now, having finally found a boyfriend, to discover he wished to take advantage of her was infuriating. She had nearly fallen for his ruse. The gathering that evening could not proceed, or she would risk further ridicule. Currently, Chun Xinger worked as a dance instructor, earning a modest salary that barely sufficed for her needs. Surrounded by wealth, she had yearned for a boyfriend to showcase her status, only to nearly be conned. "Come, let me lead you to prosperity," Zhang Fan smiled. Ma Gui truly had some nerve, deceiving such a beautiful girlfriend, not only failing to repay his debts, but also misleading his partner. Chun Xinger followed Zhang Fan, uncertain of where he intended to earn money, but with nowhere else to go. They arrived at a secluded location, and fear gripped her upon noticing unfamiliar men surrounding them. She hurried to stay close. Had she unwittingly boarded a pirate ship? This dark and desolate place hardly seemed conducive to making money. Did he mistakenly think she was involved in illicit activities? Zhang Fan entered and cast a glance at the two burly men at the entrance. This was an underground casino. He was still in need of funds to pay some wages. Initially, he had intended to have Ma Gui borrow money, but that fellow refused to repay him. With the hour growing late, he had no choice but to try his luck here. "I will give you whatever you need, and I promise to return tenfold," he thought. Although Zhang Fan had no capital to speak of, he was familiar with this establishment, owned by the debauched young Master Qin, a scion of privilege who squandered his family's wealth without a care for consequences. Rumor had it that he had also fallen into a bad situation, and those who dared to run a casino were often courting disaster. Chun Xinger opened her fake designer bag, revealing only 5,000 yuan, this month's wages. She felt uneasy about leaving, sensing that the people in here were not of good character. Zhang Fan regarded the 5,000 yuan before him. It was sufficient. He casually chose a table to sit at. This casino offered a variety of games, and there were quite a few patrons at this hour. 5,000 yuan was only enough for the outer tables, as the inner tables had chip limits. He exchanged the 5,000 for chips and pushed them all to the side of the big bet. Given the modest amount, it drew little attention. Meanwhile, Chun Xinger began to feel a pang of regret. After all, this was her entire month's salary. If she lost, she'd be left with nothing but porridge next month. Why had she trusted this unreliable man? He had brought her to a casino, of all places. Without a doubt, Zhang Fan won with his 5,000 yuan. Winning once could be attributed to luck, but winning consecutively was no mere stroke of fortune. As he surveyed the chips before him, he had amassed 100,000 yuan and was ready to venture into the high-stakes area, where winning was notoriously slow. With his perceptive abilities, winning felt almost effortless. Not leaving? Continuing to play? Chun Xinger worried that her 5,000 yuan might vanish in an instant. Now that fortune favored them, why not leave? Zhang Fan chuckled. "Leave? This 100,000 isn't even enough to cover my payroll." Upon entering the high-stakes area, the minimum bet was 10,000. Zhang Fan immediately pushed his 100,000 to the big side. The patrons here were affluent, and thus his wager was hardly noteworthy. As the dealer revealed the cards, Chun Xinger sighed in relief upon seeing a large win. However, when she saw him wager 200,000 again, she tugged at Zhang Fan's collar, signaling him to rein in his reckless behavior. Luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. After a series of 3 consecutive large wins, his 100,000 had swelled to 800,000. Was this sorcery? The dealer finally took notice of Zhang Fan, a smirk playing on her lips. "You think you can come to the casino and win? How could that be possible? If patrons win, how does the casino profit?" she thought, letting him revel in his bravado for now. But soon he would be in tears. "Buy the bet and hold." The alluring dealer flashed a smile his way. Zhang Fan smiled back. Was she about to employ some underhanded tactics? Big 556. The dealer opened the bowl, revealing yet another victory. "Another win? Sir, you may place your bet for the next round. You truly are impressive, while others are faltering." The dealer beamed with delight. Gambler may win 99 times, but a single loss renders all victories meaningless. Zhang Fan gazed at the chips before him. He stood up, stretched lazily, and decided to gather his chips, opting to cease playing. The next round was to be tainted by deceit. Who could outplay a cheat? With his ability to see through the game, he could only discern the honest points. If a cheat were employed, it would be as if they could conjure any outcome at will. The female official was taken aback. She was not playing anymore. Was it truly so? This seemed rather unfortunate. Yet, there was little she could do. "Handsome, shall we not play another round? After work? How about we grab a drink?" she suggested, intentionally lowering her head to present a more captivating view to Zhang Fan. "No, I have matters to attend to," Zhang Fan replied, nearly exasperating the female official. Who would have imagined that a gambler could restrain their greedy hands? He had just earned over $1 million and chose to walk away? Unthinkable. Zhang Fan approached the front desk, successfully retrieving his over $1 million in cash. Young Master Qin exhibited some level of confidence. Otherwise, this place would not have gained its reputation as a renowned casino. Here, take this. Shall we go to your place for some tea? Zhang Fan tossed the bag to Qin Qinger. Given her status, he felt a peculiar inclination to impart knowledge to her, and she was undeniably striking. Qin Qinger carried the heavy bag, pondering if they were truly just going for tea at her home. Upon exiting, Zhang Fan spotted young Master Qin arriving with a group of dubious friends. The two hailed a cab and arrived at a residential complex, a modest single-person apartment. Qin Qinger led Zhang Fan inside, crouching to retrieve a pair of women's slippers. After a moment's thought, she reconsidered. There were no signs of any man's presence here, not even a trace of Ma Gui. Upon entering, Qin Qinger received a phone call from his sister inquiring why she had not attended their gathering. Upon mentioning this, Qin Qing's frustration surfaced. I'm sorry, dear sister, but I was unwell today. I just returned from the hospital after receiving it. Next time, it's on me. She ended the call and turned to Zhang Fan. Is all of this yours? Where's the tea? I'll brew some while you take a shower. All of this? It must be worth over 100,000, he mused, as Qin Qinger pointed to a small cabinet and then headed toward the bathroom. Over half an hour later, she emerged, adorned in a delicate spaghetti-strap dress. The base color of the dress was a soft beige, embroidered with intricate green floral patterns, reminiscent of blossoms in spring, adding a touch of vitality to her overall appearance. Seated on the sofa, she cast a sidelong glance. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her posture, exuding an air of serene grace. Her hair, dark as the night sky, cascaded down her shoulders like a silky waterfall, imparting a gentle and enchanting aura. Her visage was exquisite, and as she closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttered gently, as if savoring a moment of tranquility and serenity. At this moment, Qin Qinger was seated upon a pristine white sofa, exuding an air of freshness. A yellow pillow rested on the sofa, standing in stark contrast to the scenery outside, adding a vibrant splash of color to the entire room. As she noticed the man approaching, who was sipping tea, a wave of anxiety washed over her. His gaze suggested that his intentions were not merely about enjoying tea. When he arrived behind her, Qin Qinger gradually lowered herself, her breath becoming uneven and her eyes tightly shut. Meanwhile, Ma Gui had already closed his bar. The establishment was not profitable, and he had no intention of repaying any debts. His so-called good brothers had all gone bankrupt. What could they possibly do to him? With both of his parents deceased and their inheritance relinquished, there was nothing to fear. Only a fool would repay such a sum. He had just placed a call to his girlfriend, but her voice had sounded peculiar, tinged with faint sobs and the sound of someone enduring hardship. It felt strange, unsettling even. Ma Gui resolved to check on her, hoping to visit and perhaps engage in some activity together. He had already spent a considerable amount of money without even holding her hand. This time, he intended to persuade her to buy a house and a car, aiming to win her over for good. If he were to secure her affections, he would not merely comply with her wishes. Those so-called luxury items were nothing but trinkets, intended for a free ride. Driving to the single apartment complex, Ma Gui arrived at the building and called his girlfriend once more, only to hear her claim she was out for a night run, despite the light in her room clearly being on. She seemed utterly exhausted, struggling to articulate her words. Could running be so tiring? Ma Gui found it hard to believe, and as he stood downstairs, he smoked one cigarette after another. It was then he noticed a familiar figure descending from the apartment building. "Maye, what brings you here?" Zhang Fan approached him with a friendly greeting. Ma Gui was taken aback. What was this fellow doing here? There was something familiar about his presence. "None of your business," Ma Gui retorted curtly. Zhang Fan chuckled and gave him a thumbs up, leaving Ma Gui perplexed and waiting foolishly, unaware that Zhang Fan had already outmaneuvered him. As he yawned, still waiting for his girlfriend, who was no longer answering his calls, he couldn't shake the feeling of something amiss, especially with Zhang Fan's presence at her apartment. It all felt suspicious, as if he had been robbed of something. In the shop, Zhang Fan instructed Lu Taizhu to distribute the remaining funds from yesterday's transactions. Feeling invigorated, he reveled in the benefits of spending money wisely. Unlike Ma Gui, who would probably never be able to win over that charming beauty. Last night, he had splurged $1 million, yet it had only yielded a slight return, having intended to diligently study the prescription and prepare the miraculous remedies for the upcoming month. I was interrupted by the arrival of guests. The impeccably dressed Qin Tian entered, accompanied by a group of followers. I had noticed him the previous night, but chose not to greet him. Zhang Xiao, are you aware that you have become a defaulter? He inquired. You have not inherited your family fortune, and the company has sued you for repayment of the funds they provided, several million, if I recall correctly. Approaching me, Qin Tian casually surveyed the surroundings before turning back. A lucrative opportunity lies before you. If you agree, I shall assist you in repaying that sum. I was taken aback. How had I become a defaulter without my knowledge? Do you doubt this? Try conducting a transaction with your account and witness whether it is entirely frozen. He suggested mysteriously. His family operates a bank, and they certainly possess connections. The enforcement agency had already gathered evidence, resulting in my unfortunate status as a defaulter. Testing his claim, I found that indeed, my account was frozen. Is this even possible? I exclaimed. Since you're already a defaulter, why not assist me in shouldering the debt? I have a plot of land that I could sell to you for a mere $1, and the ownership would be yours. You would assume all liabilities associated with it, as your credit is already tarnished. Furthermore, I would provide you with several million in cash, allowing you to live a carefree life. Qin Tian said with an air of self-satisfaction. This plot was considered a non-performing asset that needed to be offloaded, and he required someone to take on the debt, an ideal candidate, given my current predicament. The land in the Eastern District? I ventured to inquire. Qin Tian nodded affirmatively, confirming that it was indeed that parcel of land, which had been acquired but held no value, still a non-performing asset. With the family preparing for an IPO, it was imperative to dispose of it. I regarded him with a look of incredulity. This land was valued at 50 million, yet to this day, no one had shown interest even at 5 million. However, with imminent development in the Eastern District, its value was poised to skyrocket. Otherwise, I would not have considered this at all. Do you really think this through? Zhang Fan, I am only extending my assistance out of pity for you. Have you made your decision? Qin Tian persisted, radiating confidence in his plan. I am indifferent. It is you I fear may have regrets later. What could have been a lucrative opportunity was now being forsaken. When have I, Qin Xiao, ever regretted anything? You, on the other hand, are the fool for not inheriting your family's fortune. Your mind must be rusted. Since you have agreed, let us proceed with the contract signing. Qin Tian was fully prepared, convinced that I was in dire financial straits and would readily sign the debt agreement for a few million. This time, arrangements had been made for a witnessing lawyer and a notary, all conducted with utmost formality, ensuring that this parcel of land would be severed from the Qin family's liabilities. Eventually, the debts associated with the land would fall upon me. I, a bankrupt, would be indifferent, while the Qin family could alleviate their liabilities and move forward with their IPO, an all-encompassing victory. I settled down to commence the signing of this agreement. Qin Xiao remains remarkably professional, yet he worries that the Qin family might not honor their commitments. Now, he finds himself concerned that he may not uphold his end of the bargain. Zhang Fan joyfully signed the contract, gazing at the property certificate, the lawyer's witness document, the notarization, and the contract itself, along with the online registration. This parcel of land is now his. However, he must also bear the risks associated with the land, which are essentially liabilities. While these liabilities may seem substantial at present, they will transform into assets upon the development of the land. What about my commission? He pondered. With the contract signed, where were the promised millions? Qin Tian erupted into laughter. Do you take me for a fool? Why would I pay you? What is your status? What is mine? You are no longer the esteemed Zhang Xiao you once were. Qin Tian's verbal commitment held no real intention of fulfillment. Millions of dollars could be better spent on entertaining young starlets than on this insolvent individual. Zhang Fan, having lost everything and become a debtor, posed no threat to him. As he watched Qin Tian depart with his entourage, Zhang Fan felt a mix of indignation and resignation. How audacious of Qin Xiao to leave him burdened with debt while withholding the promised commission. It was no wonder that Qin Xiao had followed the same path to ruin. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan felt a tinge of gratitude for the unexpected gift from Qin Xiao, a significant boon indeed. Before long, Qin Xiao himself took the initiative to publish a report, presenting all evidence to confirm that the land had been transferred, instructing creditors to approach the new property owner, thereby disassociating the land from the Qin family. Zhang Fan chuckled as he read the news. While it seemed he had suffered a major loss, the true fool in this scenario was none other than Qin Tian. Just as he brewed a pot of tea, Lin Shu's call came through. It appeared that the news of his inclusion on the credit blacklist had surfaced. Lu Yan, along with others, had sued him, claiming that his parents had once used company funds to benefit him, demanding repayment of several million. He had not even received official notice before finding himself on the list of debtors. How audacious these individuals were. Did they truly believe he cared about the so-called credit score? A tarnished credit record could ruin 3 generations. How absurd. Boss, there's a suspicious character outside, and I've apprehended him. At first glance, he doesn't seem trustworthy. Hudajuan announced as he brought in a man dressed in a flamboyant fishtail suit, whose attire was indeed unconventional. I am Matsuda from the underground, seeking to meet your esteemed proprietor. The man introduced himself. Underground? Matsuda? The name suggests he is from Sakura. What business do you have with the proprietor? Zhang Fan thought disdainfully. The audacity of someone sneaking around his establishment was infuriating. I wish to purchase the miraculous medicine here. Offering 100 million. How does that sound? Matsuda proclaimed, extending a finger with a grandiose flourish. 100 million? That depends on the currency. If it's Sakura yen, that wouldn't amount to much. If it's in domestic currency, however, I might consider it. 100 million in Xia country currency? Zhang Fan inquired. Matsuda nodded affirmatively. Yes, 100 million. We seek to acquire the rights of exclusivity and obtain the complete formula. Are these Easterners coveting their own medicinal recipes? Recently, Sakura has displayed considerable interest in traditional Chinese medicine, willing to invest significantly. This formula is a treasured legacy passed down through generations. How can I ascertain your capability? If you were to provide a substantial deposit, we could indeed engage in discussions. Zhang Fan remains unaware of this young man's true potential. This establishment is mine. I'm the proprietor. Should you provide a deposit of 10 million, we can converse further. Zhang Fan observed the shifty-eyed fellow, contemplating selling a formula to him. To the Sakura people? Such a fantasy. They wish to gather traditional Chinese medicine, and surely I understand their intentions. Thus, you must present the formula first, and then we shall offer a deposit of 10 million. Matsuda Inaki yearned to acquire the formula for this enigmatic pill. There are countless treasures in Xia. Yet the people of Xia are oblivious. They seek to purchase at a low price, only to later promote it as their own in Sakura. How can I trust that once I provide the formula, you won't abscond? Here is an alternative. 5 million. You bring 5 million in cash, and I shall hand over the formula on the spot. Zhang Fan, having lowered his demands, noted Matsuda's eagerness to receive it immediately. After days of surveillance, he confirmed that Zhang Fan was indeed the owner of this apothecary. Securing the formula at a bargain would be a tremendous gain. These individuals remain unaware of the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine. Matsuda's heart raced with excitement, envisioning his monumental achievement. He promptly called for his associates to procure the cash. Strangely, he did not ponder why cash was necessary. After all, electronic transfers are far more convenient these days. Zhang Fan quietly sipped his tea, relishing the prospect of his forthcoming windfall. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to amass some funds, and now the opportunity was at hand. Half an hour later, several Sakura warriors entered, carrying bags and adorned in the garb of Ronin, their disdain palpable. They tossed the bags to the ground, positioning themselves beside Matsuda. Naturally, Matsuda remained vigilant against any trickery from Zhang Fan. The money had arrived, and now the formula must be relinquished. Zhang Fan set down his teacup and retrieved a piece of parchment from his drawer. Here is what you seek. Matsuda hurried forward, trembling hands grasping the formula. He turned towards the apothecary, eager to verify the formula's authenticity. Verification was simple. Prepare the medicine according to the formula, measure the components, and ultimately consume it to experience its potency. If effective, it would validate the formula's legitimacy. Seeking to prepare the medicine on-site? That requires additional payment. Zhang Fan deftly intercepted Matsuda's furtive actions with a feather duster. Sir, how much more must I pay? It is imperative to prepare the medicine on-site. Otherwise, should you depart, how can I confirm the formula's authenticity? Chapter 12. The Sow's Aphrodisiac. All my medicinal materials are natural. Such items are inherently costly and difficult to procure. Each ingredient commands a price of 10,000 yuan. Zhang Fan stated the cost. 10,000 for a single ingredient? Is this not highway robbery? These medicinal herbs are quite fundamental, and he primarily collects just a small portion. Matsuda Inaka, having intercepted the wandering samurai beside him, knew it was not yet the time for confrontation. Suppressing his resentment, he again retrieved some cash to gather enough for the medicine. Only then did Zhang Fan put away his feather duster. Selling goods to his compatriots is markedly different from selling to the Japanese. Matsuda, being quite familiar with Chinese characters, directly prepared a prescription and personally crushed the ingredients into pills. After inhaling the aroma, a triumphant smile appeared on his face as he swallowed them. After a moment, feeling warmth spread through his body, He realized this must be the authentic formula for the Elder's longevity pills, which he had acquired for 5 million. Truly worth it. As for the subsequent funds, that fool would no longer provide any. All right, let us depart. With a mere glance, Matsuda signaled to the samurai beside him. They intended to seize this 5 million. Clearly, this group was unwilling to part with a single cent. Just as the samurai was about to take the cash, a large number of individuals arrived outside. Hu Dajuan and Lu Taiju were already wielding machetes, while the other brothers had armed themselves as well. Damn it. I've long suspected your shifty eyes were up to something. Brothers, charge. Hu Dajuan lunged forward with his machete. In such a scenario, the value of brotherhood was about to be demonstrated. Upon witnessing this display of force, Matsuda fled in haste. Several samurai, who had initially believed Zhang Fan was easy to handle, lost their nerve at the sight of the machete. Soon, a few of them fled, bloodied and battered. Hu Dajuan entered shortly after, his face filled with embarrassment. Matsuda had run away faster than a dog, clutching the prescription tightly. Zhang Fan chuckled. When he mentioned this to Hu Dajuan, the latter was momentarily taken aback, fearing an important formula had been lost. It turned out the leader had already anticipated Matsuda's schemes. Inducing a sow to give birth? But boss, why does that fellow's complexion appear so flushed? Isn't he male? Hu Dajuan was puzzled. I secretly added a bit of boar pheromone. Do you think he will feel comfortable? Zhang Fan rose, looking relaxed. Did Matsuda think he could obtain the prescription for free with 5 million? Both were scheming, waiting to see who would outsmart whom. At present, it was certainly not him. This 5 million had alleviated quite a few of his troubles. However, being on the credit blacklist after accruing several million in debt seemed alarmingly easy. Zhang Fan instructed Hu Dajuan to secure the money and deposit it into their bank account later. Now that he was on the list of debtors, any funds deposited would surely be seized. Moreover, those individuals were likely concocting some nefarious plans. Once they discovered he had money in his account, they would certainly devise ways to take it. On the other side, the night was as dark as ink, with only distant flickering lights breaking the gloom, adding an eerie hue to this bloody night. Around him, several of the wandering samurai who had once followed him lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies mangled and bloodied by sharp blades, their life essence long extinguished in the stillness of the night. Despite the gruesome fate of his companions, Matsuda Inaka felt neither overwhelming sorrow nor fear. His eyes shimmered with an indescribable exhilaration and pride, for just moments ago, he had invested a mere 5 million to procure the legendary formula for the indestructible pill from the cellar. This formula was a coveted treasure long sought after by the Sakura organization, who would stop at nothing to obtain it. At this moment, it lay quietly in Matsuda's embrace, as if it were a grand offering destined for Sakura. However, as the effects of the potion began to manifest, Matsuda felt an unprecedented heat surging throughout his body. His skin felt as though it were being scorched by fierce flames, and an inexplicable force stirred within him, inducing a profound restlessness and unease. Even more perplexing was the unsettling realization that he had begun to harbor certain unnameable thoughts towards a sow. This notion coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, leaving him engulfed in shame and fear. He distinctly remembered his enduring interest and desire for women. How could he suddenly find himself drawn to such a filthy and clumsy creature? Could it be that this mysterious formula truly possessed such potency that it could alter one's sexual orientation? Yet, regardless of the turmoil and confusion swirling within him, Matsuda understood that he needed to regain his composure. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the agitation in his heart, and slowly made his way to the bathroom. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, drenching his body and seemingly washing away the fatigue and bloodshed that clung to him. He closed his eyes, allowing the hot water to cleanse both his body and spirit, seeking answers amidst this fleeting tranquility. Nevertheless, no matter how hard he tried, the inexplicable heat and his bizarre thoughts regarding the sow lingered, refusing to dissipate. As night fell, Matsuda ventured outside, stepping into the darkness, uncertain of what he was searching for. Over the years, Sakura had been vigorously acquiring ancient herbal prescriptions and rare medicinal materials, sparing no expense in their pursuits. They had long coveted the Zhang family's ancient formulas and had been devising ways to obtain them. Initially, they had contemplated theft, but had yet to uncover the location of the formulas. Now, they were left with no choice but to resort to monetary enticement. Acquiring the formula for 5 million was a substantial profit. Under the cloak of night, a sudden chorus of anguished cries from livestock echoed, leaving everyone bewildered as to what had transpired. Matsuda had intended to scheme against Zhang Fan, but the outcome of such machinations remained uncertain. At this moment, within the shadows of the night, Qin Xiao sat in the VIP section, observing the patrons before him. Operating a casino was hardly an act of charity. Today, he was poised to transfer some undesirable assets, and his mood was quite favorable. The young man before him had already won a considerable sum, and seemed intent on continuing his streak. It was time for him to witness Qin Xiao's prowess. Did he truly believe he could continue winning at the casino? Such aspirations were misguided. Seated across from Qin Xiao was Ma Gui, who had heard whispers that this casino was particularly favorable for winning. Fortune had smiled upon him today, and he had managed to secure a small victory, intending to win a little more before departing. Ma Gui bore dark circles under his eyes, troubled by the feeling that something was amiss with his girlfriend, as if he were sensing an intruder in his home. His visit to the casino was financed by a small tavern he had mortgaged, having borrowed several million for this venture. The prospect of wealth now hinges on this one decisive moment. Chapter 13. The Frantic Ma Gui. The casino possesses an uncanny ability. In the initial stages, it is nearly impossible to lose, luring one into a euphoric dream of riches, instilling a belief of being the chosen one, ultimately leading one down the path of despair. Ma Gui succumbed to this gradual descent, his gaze now ablaze with fervor. Should he emerge victorious this time, it would be more than enough to take several concubines. The female dealer cast a glance at Ma Gui, her heart tinged with mockery. Did he still harbor hopes of winning? Did he not notice that the boss had arrived? Big, 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 Ma Gui shouted frantically. Qin Tian chuckled. Was it not he who dictated the stakes? Could a mere gambler truly have a say? 1, 2, 3 small. The female dealer lifted the dice cup, and upon revealing the numbers within, Ma Gui was struck dumb. What was this? Just when he had managed to win a bit of money, it vanished in an instant. To lose everything in a single hand? Ma Gui appeared dazed, grappling with the reality. He had envisioned a life filled with young models and celebrities, only to have it all slip away in one fell swoop. Rising to his feet, he approached the front desk, where loans were offered. Borrowing in a casino came with exorbitant interest rates. Clutching the 5 million chips he had tremblingly accepted from the loan shark, his fingers turned pale from the excessive grip, as if these were not mere cold plastic tokens, but his sole beacon of hope for redemption. His eyes sparkled with a near-manic intensity, a conflation of frustration and fury ignited by repeated failures. Qin Tian stood nearby, a knowing smile gracing his lips, his perceptive gaze seemingly foreseeing Ma Gui's fate. To him, Ma Gui was merely a microcosm of the countless gamblers within the casino, drawn by dreams and greed, ultimately left with naught but shards of regret. Ma Gui nodded deeply, attempting to quell the tumult within, yet his unwavering gaze fixed upon the table betrayed his anxiety and anticipation. He began to scrutinize each round as patterns of wins and losses, cognizant that gambling lacked genuine predictability. Yet his yearning for victory compelled him to cling to any potential clue. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Each passing second bore down on him with unprecedented pressure. At last, as a new game commenced, Ma Gui appeared to have resolved to an unshakable determination. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice resounding with undeniable conviction. Big. Keep betting big. His declaration resonated amidst the cacophony of the casino, drawing varied glances from those around him, some sympathetic, others mocking, and many indifferent. The female dealer shot him a cold glance, her eyes not only filled with disdain, but also a barely perceptible scorn. With a slight shake of her dice cup, each tremor seemed to ridicule Ma Gui's naivety and stubbornness. As the cup settled and the outcome was revealed this time, Lady Luck did not favor Ma Gui. He widened his eyes in disbelief, watching his chips dwindle once more as the flame of hope within him gradually extinguished, replaced by a chilling despair. Ma Gui could hardly believe his misfortune. After losing just 2 rounds, his own funds had vanished, along with the 5 million he had borrowed at exorbitant interest. What was he to do now? Was he truly to be left with nothing after just 2 losses? Desperate to continue borrowing, he realized that collateral was essential for securing any loans, yet all the taverns had already been mortgaged. Where could he possibly find more money? Driven to madness, he pondered why others could win while he suffered defeat. He had begun with such promise, amassing considerable winnings, only to lose it all in the last 2 rounds. In a fit of rage, he shouted, drawing the attention of several enforcers who swiftly led him away. As anguished cries echoed throughout the tumultuous casino, amidst the chaos, 2 striking figures entered the establishment. One donned a classic suit, while the other, masked and clad in a sleek black blazer, approached with purpose. They made their way to Qin Tian, and without a hint of hesitation, the woman in the blazer delivered a sharp slap across his face. She showed no courtesy. Qin Tian had been preoccupied with reviewing the day's profits, oblivious to her presence. How many times must I tell you not to engage in such illegal enterprises? Do you take my words lightly? Another slap followed. The Qin family was in the process of grooming a successor, and while the eldest daughter could be prominent, her brother was nothing more than a reckless wastrel, engaging in ventures that were utterly unreliable. What business did he have opening a casino? Should he be apprehended? Would he be able to extricate himself? The authorities had intensified their crackdown. Countless so-called gang leaders had been imprisoned. Did he not recognize the government's unwavering stance against illegality? What good was mere profit if the family was not in need of money? Dear sister, I'm no longer a child. You need not resort to slapping me at every turn. Despite his bravado, Qin Tian was still rather intimidated by his sister, and he sought to demonstrate his worth to the family. Sister, I have secured a debtor for that parcel of land. It has already been negotiated, which will significantly enhance the family's assets. Qin Tian approached, playfully draping an arm over the stoic woman's shoulder. You won't believe it. Zhang Fan has relinquished his inheritance for that shabby piece of land. The eldest daughter of the Qin family was already aware. As it had been publicly announced, everyone knew that the land had been acquired by that young man. He fears me. He was once a big shot. But now that Wanfu Group has collapsed, I am the one in charge. If he is unwilling, a beating would be futile. Qin Tian had not considered the implications deeply. Futile? If that young man were truly so simple, he would not have forsaken his inheritance. The Wanfu Group is in dire financial straits. His decision not to inherit is indeed prudent. Otherwise, he would be unable to recover. The Qin family operated in finance and remained acutely aware of asset management. This casino must be shut down within 3 days. Can you accomplish that? The eldest daughter did not linger on the matter, deciding the land issue could be addressed later. She was more concerned with steering her brother onto a righteous path, fearing for his future. Shut it down? Do you have any idea how much revenue this place generates daily? Qin Tian hesitated to defy his sister's wishes, yet he was reluctant to forfeit the profits, which could reach millions, even tens of millions each day. Is there any business that rivals this profitability? Shutting it down would be a grave mistake. Very well, sister. Qin Tian found himself constrained to follow the pretense of compliance. Moreover, he was to host a gambling match, as that young scion of the Zhang family intended to challenge him. The wager was not monetary, but rather concerned their respective girlfriends. The loser would have to allow the victor to have their way with their beloved. Qin Tian had long harbored an admiration for the Jiang youth's girlfriend. Cease your frivolous grins. Should I discover that this matter is not handled properly, I will report it myself. The young lady Qin delivered another sharp slap. Why could her brother not heed the path of righteousness? Chapter 14. Lin Shu's Concern. Ma Gui stumbled out of the casino, still grappling with the bitter reality of having lost all his assets in just 2 rounds. The anguish within him was profound. He dialed his girlfriend's number once more. The call connected, yet her demeanor was icy as she announced her desire to break up. This infuriated Ma Gui, for she was a girlfriend he had invested much in. To consider ending their relationship before he even savored the fruits of their connection was utterly unacceptable. He swore to the heavens that he would purchase her a grand villa, which eventually calmed her emotions somewhat. Ma Gui entered a small tavern, which, while not particularly lucrative, still held some value. It had been acquired with Zhang Fan's 10 million a few years prior, and now several millions seemed like a profit. However, those funds no longer belonged to him, for he dared not default on his high-interest loans. Failing to repay such debts could result in severe repercussions. He pondered how to acquire money and thought that if he could persuade his good friend to lend him some, he might extricate himself from his predicament. With so much wealth at home, surely it would not be a burden for his friend to part with a little. As he perused the tavern for potential gifts, plotting an apology and a request for a loan to settle the debts, he planned to weave a tale of woe to secure the funds. Little did Zhang Fan know of Ma Gui's shamelessness. Meanwhile, he received a call to attend to some matters at work. Today, Lin Shu exuded an air of sophistication, her attire reflecting the vibrant spirit of a recent graduate. Each day brought a new ensemble, showcasing her youthful exuberance. With a cup of milk tea in hand, she approached, hesitating as if she had something to say. Ah, Zhang Fan, life is filled with unexpected turns. A poor credit history doesn't define one's character. You simply need to lift your spirits. A bright future awaits. Lin Shu carefully observed the changes in Zhang Fan's expression. She had received news that he had been listed among those in default due to his connection with the Wanfu group, with a staggering several million at stake. How could a student bear such a burden? She feared he might take drastic measures. Although she had submitted his name for consideration, he had been eliminated from the selection process on account of his status as a debtor, disqualified from further evaluation. Lin Shu had advocated on his behalf, but to no avail. She was increasingly anxious about his state of mind. Teacher Lin, if you donned black stockings today, it would enhance your beauty even more. Is there something on your mind? Lin Shu was taken aback, glancing down at her attire. Well, should you devote yourself to your studies? I wouldn't mind wearing them for you. But what do you wish to pursue after graduation? I would be happy to assist with job recommendations. Originally, it was intended for Zhang Fan to pursue further studies, but now he has failed the qualification review and must settle for graduation. With graduation comes the necessity of finding employment, and most establishments are reluctant to hire individuals on the blacklist. Securing a decent job often requires a clean credit history. Yet this young man's credit is tarnished, complicating his job search. I genuinely worry about his mental state. As graduation season arrives, many classmates are contemplating graduate studies, while those with connections have already secured promising positions. This once privileged young man should not have to bear such burdens. Yet drastic changes have befallen his family. With his parents gone and his name sullied, life has become increasingly challenging. I am acquainted with several high-profile companies. Prepare yourself, and I shall introduce you to them when the time comes, guiding you through the internal recommendation route. Noticing Zhang Fan's silence, Lin Shu spoke again. This teacher truly cares for him. However, she herself has no intentions of pursuing graduate studies or employment. Her current life is satisfactory, and she sees no need to toil for others. Regarding that scholarship, let me see if I can assist you in securing it. For now, I'll lend you 3,000 yuan. Realizing that Zhang Fan has likely become a defaulter and is devoid of funds, possibly struggling to support himself, Lin Shu retrieved 3,000 yuan from her bag. Do you have free time this evening? Shall we dine together? Zhang Fan unexpectedly proposed, his tone lighthearted. Zhang Fan, I am your teacher. What are you implying? I advise you to refrain from entertaining such unrealistic notions. Those thoughts should wait until after graduation. Lin Shu's cheeks flushed immediately. Dining together? Was that not akin to a date? Did he truly think she was oblivious to the intentions of young men, assuming that a meal would lead to more intimate encounters? She was his teacher, not his girlfriend. Haha, what are you thinking, teacher? I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance. It is just a simple meal. Zhang Fan observed Lin Shu's reddened face and discerned her thoughts. There were indeed many suitors vying for her attention, each seeking to approach her under various pretexts. Just think what you like. Take the money for now. You can repay me once you secure a job. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. Lin Shu's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and after speaking, she turned to leave. Zhang Fan's visit had clarified that the school was aware of his circumstances. Previously, Lin Shu had encouraged him to pursue graduate studies. Yet now it appeared he lacked even the qualifications to do so. Staring at the 3,000 yuan before him, Zhang Fan felt a mix of amusement and despair. To the outside world, he seemed to have transformed into a genuine pauper. Exiting the classroom with the 3,000 yuan in hand, he noticed his classmates regarding him with indifference, their expressions dripping with disdain. No longer the wealthy heir, but rather a person burdened with debt. He had become an object of scorn. Just as he stepped outside the school, a hurried young woman in a white dress approached him. Excuse me, could you please watch my suitcase? I need to use the restroom. One could immediately tell she hailed from affluence by her attire. However, the suitcase contained what appeared to be broken porcelain, an unusual request. Was she attempting to have him guard her belongings only to later claim he had damaged them and demand compensation? Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on it. Zhang Fan replied with a smile. The young beauty nodded, expressing her gratitude before departing. Yet as she turned, a smile danced upon her lips. This foolish lad, could he truly be so captivated by her beauty? Soon enough, he would realize his error. At that moment, failing to extort him would be a disservice to her meticulously crafted plans. Zhang Fan settled down, observing the box before him, which contained several plates, many of which were shattered, save for one that remained intact. Such trivial schemes, he, having traversed 2 lifetimes, could not possibly be oblivious to. He was merely bemused. The sole unscathed plate was no mere trinket, but a genuine treasure, a fine piece of blue and white porcelain. His discerning eye immediately recognized its authenticity and value. On the market, such exquisite imperial kiln blue and white porcelain would fetch a starting price in the millions, and if presented at an auction, the bidding would commence in the tens of millions. Logically, he bore no deep-seated grudge against this young beauty. Why then had she chosen to extort him? Zhang Fan was eager to uncover who orchestrated this scheme from behind scenes. Chapter 15, The Old Trick. Indeed, after a short while, the young beauty reappeared, accompanied by several individuals with yellow hair. "Thank you, handsome," she said, "but I must inspect my box for any damaged antiques." As she approached, she laid the box down, while her companions positioned themselves behind Zhang Fan, wary of his potential escape. Upon opening the box to reveal a collection of shattered plates, the young beauty's expression soured. "Handsome, how could you have broken my antiques?" Zhang Fan was well aware of this ruse. "My apologies, miss, but it's up to you to decide how we shall proceed." "What shall we do?" She rose, asserting, "Compensation is a must. These are priceless antiques intended for auction. I see you are a student, so I will not extort you too harshly. Let us settle on 10 million. 10 million? Do you truly believe I possess such wealth?" Zhang Fan's face reflected his distress. "You have no 10 million? No, that can't be." The young beauty hastily covered her mouth. "If not 10 million, surely you have at least 1 million. She continued, "If you refuse to pay, I shall report you to the authorities and you will find yourself imprisoned." With a fierce demeanor, she declared, 1 million? I lack that as well. My family has gone bankrupt. I have become a defaulter. Here, I have 3,000. Will that suffice?" Zhang Fan produced the 3,000 he had recently received from Lin Shu. The young beauty glanced at the money, internally cursing. Observing Zhang Fan, she realized he appeared to have no further funds. Thus, 3,000 it would be. Initially, she had thought that as a member of the Zhang family, he would be an easy mark for extortion, but now he seemed woefully impoverished. Wu Shi had learned of this young master's wealth through Lu Wanqing, and now, with his family's collapse, she sought to seize a financial opportunity. Yet, only 3,000 had materialized from her elaborate scheme, which had required hours of preparation. Previously, she had heard from Lu Wanqing that this young master would spend tens of thousands on a meal. How could he now be reduced to such a state of destitution? Her meticulously orchestrated plan had yielded a mere 3,000. Recognizing the situation, we shall depart. With 3,000 in hand, the box is of no concern. Zhang Fan observed the few individuals leaving and then retrieved the intact blue and white porcelain from the box. How did this come about? This Wu Shi truly seems oblivious to the value of blue and white porcelain. Discarding the box, he intended to liquidate the porcelain. Ahead lay several antique shops, where the patrons should possess knowledge of its worth. Having been extorted for 3,000, a little benefit ought to be forthcoming. It dawned on Zhang Fan who the enchanting lady was. She was not Lu Wanqing, but rather a close friend. He had encountered her once while picking up Lu Wanqing, hence the impression was not particularly vivid. Now, she dared to extort him? It appeared she was due for a lesson. Nevertheless, this transaction held significance. 3,000 for a genuine piece of blue and white porcelain. The loss was hers. Entering an antique shop, Zhang Fan placed the porcelain on the counter. "Shopkeeper, take a look and see if you can offer a reasonable price." He deliberately chose the most lavishly decorated shop, for such establishments possess the means to appreciate fine goods. A young shopkeeper, appearing to be in his 40s, scrutinized the vase on the table. "It's a fake. Try elsewhere." A fake? Merely casting a casual glance and declaring a counterfeit? Such a lack of discernment was astonishing, since he claimed it was not genuine. There was no need for Zhang Fan to offer any explanation. He decided to seek another shop, as Zhang Fan exited with the exquisite blue and white porcelain vase. The shopkeeper's keen eyes glinted with a sinister coldness once Zhang Fan's figure vanished. He coughed lightly, a sound seemingly inconspicuous yet akin to a signal. Almost immediately, several uniformed attendants emerged swiftly from various corners of the shop, their faces marked with confusion as they cast inquiring glances at the second-in-command. "Second-in-command, what is it?" One attendant cautiously inquired, a hint of unease in his tone. The second-in-command spoke slowly, his voice deep and commanding. "The young man who just left held a piece of blue and white porcelain worth over 10 million. You all find a suitable opportunity." He gestured with a decisive motion across his throat, clean and unambiguous. Upon hearing this, the attendants exchanged knowing glances, swiftly drawing sharp daggers from beneath the counter, concealing them within their garments before hastily pursuing Zhang Fan. A trace of disdain flickered in the second-in-command's eyes, his lips curling into a cold smirk. In his view, Zhang Fan appeared merely as a student, lacking any substantial background. How audacious to approach alone to sell antiques. It was akin to courting disaster. A mere child, likely unable to discern the authenticity of antiques. The second-in-command mused, his gaze returning to the blue and white porcelain vase taken by Zhang Fan, eyes glimmering with avarice. That was a treasure worth millions, It could not easily slip from his grasp. Today, I shall claim it for myself, allowing this ignorant youth to understand that the world is far more intricate than he imagines. The second-in-command contemplated how to surreptitiously claim the exquisite blue-and-white porcelain vase for himself, while simultaneously strategizing to eliminate any potential traces, ensuring that his scheme was utterly foolproof. After all, in the realm of antiques, greed and betrayal are all too commonplace. Should he purchase it, the transaction would be recorded, and the shadowy owner would inevitably become aware. However, if he pursued an alternative route, it would be entirely his. The antique trade is fraught with peril. Should it involve renowned dignitaries, this second-in-command would hardly dare to entertain lethal intentions. Yet, dealing with a mere student was an entirely different matter. That young man had no business inquiring about a genuine piece of blue-and-white porcelain. As Zhang Fan stepped out of the shop, an unsettling chill enveloped him. He paused momentarily, questioning the necessity of such extreme measures. Was it merely a porcelain vase? Did it warrant a murderous intent? Was this establishment a den of iniquity? Did they intend to seize his prized possession without spending a dime? Zhang Fan began to walk toward a more secluded area, and indeed, he sensed the presence of several clerks stealthily trailing him. His keen sight discerned the glint of sharp daggers concealed beneath their garments, indicating their sinister intentions. Were they truly contemplating murder for the sake of theft? Such behavior was reprehensible. Since they had chosen the path of cruelty, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. The clerks exchanged knowing smiles, amused by his decision to venture into such a desolate area. Was he not merely inviting an opportunity? It was indeed a fitting locale for a grim outcome. As they advanced, the path grew increasingly isolated, and the clerks finally deemed it the perfect moment to strike. They brandished their daggers and swiftly encircled Zhang Fan. "Ah, what a fine choice of location. This is a prime spot for your final resting place. Hand over your possessions." They taunted. Zhang Fan, bemused, considered the enormity of their establishment. Did they truly covet his blue-and-white porcelain? Surely, it was only worth millions. It would not be surprising if a small shop resorted to violence, but such a lavishly adorned establishment ought to conduct legitimate business. Could he possibly be mistaken in his judgment of them, engaging in murder and theft instead of running a proper enterprise? Zhang Fan chuckled at the absurdity. "Huh, you country bumpkins presume to intimidate us? Hand over your goods, and we'll grant you a swift end. Otherwise, we shall ensure you suffer beyond imagination." Despite their bravado, the clerks were wary of the porcelain in Zhang Fan's possession, knowing that shattering it would render it worthless. "Oh, I do delight in reciprocal treatment," Zhang Fan replied, clearing his throat. Suddenly, from the shadows, two formidable figures emerged. Lu Taizhu and Hu Dajuan had been lying in wait, and now it was their turn to strike. The clerks had not anticipated an ambush. Armed with knives, they faced opponents wielding cleavers, a decidedly uneven match. In mere moments, the clerks found themselves overturned and subdued. Individuals from a prominent antique store ought to possess considerable wealth. Zhang Fan mused as he cast a glance at Hu Dajuan, signaling him to extract every ounce of value from these would-be assailants. If they sought to commit murder and theft, they would first have to pay a price. Hu Dajuan swiftly approached and delivered a few swift kicks to the individuals before picking up their phones to download several applications. It appeared to be related to microloans, as he utilized facial recognition to verify their identities and subsequently filled in some personal information. In no time, they received a sum of microloan funds. He then instructed these individuals to borrow from a certain platform, which was notorious for charging exorbitant interest rates. With merely an identification card, one could secure a loan. Borrowing 10,000 yuan would require repayment of 20,000 within a week. In this day and age, the frenzy surrounding microloans has reached unprecedented heights. It is not just the smaller platforms. Even the larger ones are actively dispersing loans. Nowadays, as long as one possesses a mobile phone and an ID card, obtaining funds has become remarkably easy. After a series of operations, these individuals had amassed over 200,000 yuan, indicating they possessed some degree of capability. "Boss, everything is settled. We can no longer extract anything from them," Hu Dajuan remarked. Although he was restrained from mingling with society, he was still cognizant of its intricacies. "Are they of no further value?" Zhang Fan inquired, casting a glance at the group. "I find them of no worth," Hu Dajuan replied, brandishing a machete and contemplating the severance of their heads. "There is an organization at the North Gate that specializes in targeting foreigners without identities. They seem to be interested in their exploitation. Alternatively, we could paint these youngsters black and sell them off. Surely, someone would pay 50,000 for them." Lu Taiju seemed to have an epiphany. The North Gate was a small underworld, drawing numerous foreigners seeking opportunities due to the country's development. Upon their arrival, many would tear up their passports, transforming into stateless individuals. While the authorities were powerless to intervene, certain organizations thrived on such vulnerable individuals, as they were devoid of any support. Zhang Fan nodded at this insight. Lu Taiju took charge of the individuals, intending to sell them. Those who wish to harm the boss must be made to suffer greatly, he declared. You should accompany him, Zhang Fan suggested to Hu Dajuan. Boss, should I bring other brothers to protect you? Hu Dajuan inquired, concern etched across his face. That won't be necessary, Zhang Fan replied, as he had not yet made his move and was waiting for the right opportunity. Since his rebirth, his strength had been growing at an astonishing rate, something Chen Qinger had likely observed most acutely. Hu Dajuan, taking the clerk with him, followed suit. Lu Taiju would not be able to manage this alone. Let us deal with these little rascals first, Zhang Fan said as he stepped outside. He also owned an antique shop, but the current circumstances were different. He was in urgent need of funds, rather than saving items for future sale. He surveyed the shops once more. Those who recognized the value of his possessions were aware of their worth, and with that knowledge came a tendency toward selfishness. In these times, it was not just the million-yuan deals that could incite murderous intent. Even a sum of 100,000 could stir such dark thoughts. Thus, Zhang Fan entered a shop that exuded a profound sense of antiquity. He did not harbor high hopes, as individuals typically succumb to the temptation to misappropriate such valuable items. Upon entering, he observed an elderly shopkeeper, spectacles perched on his nose, diligently calculating on an abacus, seemingly engrossed in his accounts. Do you buy items? Zhang Fan inquired. We only accept quality goods. We do not deal in the ordinary, the old shopkeeper replied without lifting his gaze. It was only upon hearing the clear sound of Zhang Fan's voice that he finally looked up, his attention drawn to the bottle before him. A glance revealed a glimmer of joy in his eyes. The item appeared to be genuine. How did it come into his possession? What price did he intend to sell it for? The old shopkeeper scrutinized Zhang Fan, recognizing that such an item was not something an ordinary person could possess. Let us see how much it can fetch, Zhang Fan spoke. The provenance of this item is impeccable. It should command at least 10 million. However, if it is illicit, then one must incur expenses to cleanse its reputation, the old shopkeeper elaborated. Huh, do you think the item I brought could possibly be legitimate? I demand 10 million cash, Zhang Fan stated bluntly. The old shopkeeper regarded Zhang Fan, deep in contemplation. 10 million was certainly attainable, but how did he acquire such a treasure? This was clearly a high-end artifact, not something one would expect from a student. Is it newly unearthed, or has it existed for a while? The old shopkeeper inquired further. It has only recently been excavated, Zhang Fan replied with certainty, confident in his ability to discern the item's origins. Recently unearthed? That poses no significant issue. I shall offer you an additional 100,000. Let us proceed with the transfer. With such a large sum, we aren't prepared to handle cash. The old shopkeeper remarked, his interest piqued by the blue and white porcelain. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, over 10 million was substantial. Even if he were to withdraw it from the bank, it would take several days, especially with the current limit of 50,000. Even corporate withdrawals could not accommodate such a sum at once. It was not an easy task in the era of his rebirth. He provided an account for the funds to be transferred to Lu Taiju. Being a defaulter himself, he could not accept the money directly, as it would be automatically deducted. Once it arrives, please confirm, the old shopkeeper said, having completed the transaction. Zhang Fan nodded. This shop seems rather modest. Your greed appears quite restrained, he teased lightly. What do you think this is? The old shopkeeper gestured toward a bronze chariot nearby. What is this? It is not just anything. It is an artifact, and artifacts are not permitted for trade. Yet, this indirectly attests to the strength of this establishment. If one seeks fine items, they should come here. This is my calling card. The old shopkeeper continued to tally on his abacus. Zhang Fan pocketed the card, now curious if further gifts would be presented to him. He wondered how Wu Shi was faring, having taken his 3,000 for indulgence. Chapter 17. A grand performance. Wu Shi intended to extort a significant amount. But to his surprise, that fellow turned out to be a miser. After receiving 3,000, he promptly went to purchase clothes. Just after acquiring an outfit, he received a call, and the voice on the other end was furious. Where did you put that box from home? The box? I stuffed some of our household's broken items into it, and took it to extort, Wu Shi confessed, a hint of fear creeping in as he sensed the intensity of his father's gaze. Another bellow echoed through the line. That box was left beside the school. It contained nothing but shattered porcelain. What value could it possibly hold? What has gotten into your father? Wuxi felt tears welling up. He hastily stepped outside. Soon, his father drove to the school personally. Two individuals arrived at the location where Zhang Fan had previously set up, and the box remained there. Upon seeing it, Wuxi let out a sigh of relief. However, his father rushed over, searching for something. After a thorough search, he turned and slapped Wuxi across the face, exclaiming, "Where's the porcelain piece? It was just here." This precious item had been procured from tomb raiders and was intended as a gift for his superior. A transaction of considerable value, to the extent that he had mortgaged his house, relying on this gift to secure promotion and wealth. Yet now, the item had vanished. Wuxi, cradling his face, lamented that he had no idea where it had gone. He had only taken 3,000 yuan to purchase clothing, and no one had to stir the box. As for the contents within, Wuxi truly did not know. The sting of his father's slap left his face burning, and had it not been for the numerous onlookers, he might have wept. His father, furious, was counting on this single opportunity for advancement, and now the item was missing. Watching his father hurriedly depart, Wuxi covered his face, pondering if that scoundrel had taken it. It had to be him. Wuxi quickly dialed a number, seeking a group to teach him a lesson. He knew people in the underworld. Since he dared to take his father's prized possession, he was in for a reckoning. "Biao Gu's me. A little scoundrel has offended me. After you deal with him, let's grab a meal together." At No. 888, on this grand avenue, lies a law firm, unassuming on the outside, yet rich with hidden treasures within. Hylon Law Firm. This establishment not only boasts a prime location, but is also renowned for its professional legal services, exceptional case handling capabilities, and extensive industry resources, earning a stellar reputation in the field. The entrance to Hylon Law Firm is crafted from dark solid wood, adorned with a golden sign whose elegant script exudes an unmistakable air of nobility and authority. Upon pushing the door open, one is greeted by a spacious and luminous lobby, featuring high-end marble flooring and walls adorned with exquisite oil paintings by renowned artists. The air is infused with a subtle lavender fragrance, instantly providing a sense of relaxation and comfort. In one corner of the lobby, a set of exquisite European-style sofas is arranged beside a coffee table, upon which rest the latest legal journals and several delicate green plants, adding a touch of vitality and elegance to the space. Today, in a private meeting room of this upscale law firm, Ms. Wu sits across from Lu Wanqing, basking in the warm sunlight streaming through the window, accompanied by a pot of meticulously brewed Longjing tea on the table. Ms. Wu is dressed in a tailored deep blue professional suit that gracefully reaches her knees, showcasing her competence and professionalism while maintaining an air of feminine grace and charm. The delicate silver patterns on her suit shimmer subtly in the sunlight, harmonizing beautifully with the simple yet luxurious pearl necklace adorning her neck, exuding an air of noble elegance in her every gesture. Her hair is neatly styled in a low ponytail, with a few wisps gently framing her forehead, adding a touch of gentleness to her demeanor. In stark contrast, Lu Wanqing, seated opposite her, presents a completely different picture. Lu Wanqing possessed a delicate visage, her gaze as clear as a spring morning, reminiscent of freshly blossomed flowers, exuding an aura of untainted purity. Yet, when a gentle smile graced her lips, it subtly hinted at an insidious cunning, akin to hidden thorns beneath pristine petals, evoking a chill in the air. Clad in a simple white dress that danced lightly in the breeze, complemented by a pair of nude high heels, she embodied both innocence and professional poise. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands inadvertently brushing against her cheeks, adding an air of vulnerable charm to her demeanor. At that moment, the two engaged in hushed conversation, their eyes glimmering with a calculating light, as if they were plotting an intricately devised scheme. Through discreet investigation, Ms. Wood discerned that Zhang Fan possessed a valuable property, an asset predating the establishment of the Wanfeng Group, making its sale rather complicated. This property, according to our assessment, held a market value of at least 50 million. Upon hearing this, a more pronounced smile illuminated Lu Wanqing's eyes, as if she could already envision Zhang Fan, suffocated by debt. "How delightful, Ms. Wu. This way. He shall be indebted to us for a lifetime," she chuckled, her laughter bright, yet tinged with an imperceptible chill, akin to admiring a flower on the verge of wilting. The two exchanged a knowing smile, one that bore the weight of impending triumph, mingled with a touch of sympathy and disdain for Zhang Fan's fate. Ms. Wu rose gracefully, adjusting her tailored suit with poise. "Come, Wanqing, let us witness a splendid performance." The enforcement team is already in position. It is time for that young man to taste the bitterness of his actions. That slap from earlier shall require a lifetime of atonement. I am curious to see how he will escape this time. Does he think he can evade his inheritance? How naive, Ms. Wu mused, recalling the sting of that slap. This time, she intended for him to experience true despair, transforming the 50 million property into a mere 1 million. I wonder how he will react upon discovering this. Chapter 18, A New Scheme. Several cars arrived at the property, with Ms. Wu alighting first. Accompanied by the enforcement team and the appraisal department, they were set to follow a procedure to assess the property at 1 million, further burdening the young man with debt. Upon arrival, Ms. Wu noted the lively atmosphere within. This was Zhang Fan's last bastion, and should it fall, he would have nowhere left to turn. Non-essential personnel, step aside. The law enforcement team is conducting an operation. With a mere glance from Ms. Wu, the enforcement officers advanced to clear the premises. This declaration unsettled those inside, prompting a group of elderly gentlemen to emerge. Some were in wheelchairs, others leaned on canes, while a few lay confined to beds. Upon sighting Ms. Wu, their expressions turned disdainful. "Who are you?" one inquired. "Who am I?" "I am Ms. Wu from the Hylon law firm, here regarding the case of that young man." "Zhang Fan, for a law firm?" "These individuals are from the Enforcement Bureau, and these are from the Assessment Department. Today, they have come to sell this establishment and ascertain how much that young man still owes. If he fails to repay his debts, he will surely face incarceration." Ms. Wu cast a disdainful glance at the group of elderly men occupying the premises. "What use is that? When the time comes for eviction, they will be cleared out regardless." "How much does Zhang Fan owe?" "How much? What? Are you all planning to help him repay?" "He owes the Wanfu Group 7 million. Do you old men possess such wealth?" A look of contempt graced Ms. Wu's face. "Old Wang, doesn't this young lady look somewhat familiar? Is your mother's name not Sanxia?" An elderly man in a wheelchair suddenly interjected. "Sanxia? That was my mother's online alias." Ms. Wu nodded. That confirms it. I recall her being quite forward, swaying her old waist. I nearly couldn't handle it." This statement carried a hint of mirth, yet the gaze accompanying it was anything but playful. It was laced with sacrilege. How dare this old man speak so irreverently of his own mother? 7 million? That's trivial. Come on, it's merely a few million. Which of these elderly gentlemen lacks some prowess? The man known as Old Lu wore a smug expression. "Why are you still standing there? Go on and clear the place." Ms. Wu was infuriated. These shameless old men. However, the enforcement personnel and those from the assessment company retreated step by step, daunted by the presence of these influential figures. They could not afford to offend them. Doing so would result in their swift expulsion by nightfall. Old Lu approached Ms. Wu, delivering a sharp slap. "Remember this. Do not covet this establishment, or you will face dire consequences, understood?" Another slap followed. Ms. Wu was momentarily stunned, while the enforcement agents looked on. Yet none dared to intervene. What is the true nature of this establishment? Why is it untouchable? Remember this. Do you remember? Your voice is too soft. Another slap. Ms. Wu covered her face and turned to leave, but was intercepted. Thinking of departing? Lu Wanqing remained silent, fearful of receiving the same treatment. These men were terrifying. Initially, a plan had formed, yet it proved futile. This establishment is under the protection of formidable figures. Soon, a card was presented containing 7 million. "Take it." Old Lu chuckled. Ms. Wu quickly plastered on a smile. "No, I could never accept your money. I shall not disturb this establishment again," she asserted. Upon hearing Ms. Wu's capitulation, Old Lu nodded. She hastily exited, her eyes glinting with malice. It was not that she dared not accept the money, but rather that she could not. Taking it would absolve that young man of his debts, rendering him untouchable. A group of individuals emerged, having neither taken the money nor seized the establishment. It was clear that this place had powerful patrons, making it a precarious situation. Otherwise, they would have incurred the ire of the influential elders of Binhai. It must be said, wield considerable power. However, the matters concerning the Wanfu Group required swift resolution, as various billing dates loomed, threatening to unleash chaos. The pit is so vast, who could possibly fill it? Ms. Wu pondered for a moment, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Hello, it's me. Are you free at the moment?" Ms. Wu dialed a number. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Ms. Wu arrived at a courtyard, her car gliding to a stop. A plaque above the entrance bore the bold characters Qinglong Gang. This era had just emerged from the days of street gangs. Although law enforcement had been stringent, such factions still persisted. Many issues that the righteous could not resolve were often handled by these so-called gangs. The Qinglong gang was one of them. As Ms. Wu entered, she was greeted by a robust, imposing figure. "Help me with a task, and I shall reward you with 5 million as a fee." 5 million, a staggering sum indeed. For a gang that thrived on such dealings, it was a fortune. The burly man perked up at the mention of the amount. "What do you need?" "I require you to abduct someone and coerce him into signing a document. Afterwards, the 5 million will be yours," Ms. Wu replied coldly. Kidnapping was a grave offense. Yet as long as she distanced herself from the act, she could absolve herself of any blame. Since the young man refused to sign over his inheritance, it was time to compel him to do so, thereby burdening him with insurmountable debt. Nushiamba, the man mused, intrigued by the prospect of 5 million. Who was the target? His curiosity was piqued. He needed to know who it was to avoid the risk of being overpowered and captured himself. Zhang Fan, the sole heir of the Wanfeng group. Ms. Wu disclosed. Zhang Fan? That lad has quite the reputation locally and commands a loyal following. He is not to be trifled with, Nushiamba cautioned. Everyone knows him, and during the tenure of the former chairman of the Wanfeng group, I had to show him respect. Even now, though the chairman is gone, he still wields considerable influence. This task may prove challenging, he added. Let us increase the fee to 6 million. Observing Nushiamba's hesitation, Ms. Wu promptly added another million. 6 million? That could buy a seaside villa. The temptation is undeniable. This is a 1 million deposit. The remaining balance will be provided upon successful completion. Ms. Wu offered no room for contemplation. To deal with Zhang Fan, she would need the assistance of those in the underworld, and she trusted that Nushiamba possessed sufficient audacity. All right, I will make the arrangements. Keep this matter discreet. Nushiamba finally relented, the deposit sealing the deal. He planned to seize the opportunity when Zhang Fan was alone. After all, the young man's strength had waned, and he felt confident in his ability to succeed. The substantial reward was simply too enticing to refuse. At this moment, Zhang Fan remained oblivious to Nushiamba's intentions. He was currently at a modest tavern owned by Ma Gui, contemplating why the man sought him out. Was it to collect a debt? Surely, that was not the case. What motivation could this individual possess to be so benevolent? I have just received a phone call and learned that Ms. Wu has brought people to the shop. How naive she is to think she can casually find an appraisal company and have a shop valued at 1 million. In this scenario, she will inevitably remain on the blacklist. In a quaint tavern, Chen Qinger, a woman clad in a dance costume, sits quietly, resembling an ethereal sprite that has inadvertently wandered into the mundane world, bestowing an ineffable freshness upon the cacophony around her. The dance attire, light and graceful, is primarily white, adorned with delicate lace along the edges, swaying gently with her unintentional movements, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the morning mist, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her long hair cascades smoothly over her shoulders, with a few stray strands brushing her cheeks, adding an unrefined touch of natural beauty. Her eyes are as clear as water, seemingly capable of reflecting all the gentleness and serenity of the world. Even amidst the slight clamor of her surroundings, she retains an air of transcendence and composure. With a glass of transparent lemonade in hand, she lightly caresses the rim with her fingertips, occasionally glancing out the window, her gaze revealing fleeting thoughts of distant places or bygone days. Everything around her seems irrelevant. Even the laughter and chatter within the tavern fail to disturb her rare tranquility. She embodies a serene painting, seamlessly blending into this little haven, yet inadvertently becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Ma Gui gazes at his girlfriend beside him, feeling a mischievous stir within. He touches his pocket, where something enticing awaits. He believes that once she sips it, he will win her over that very night. However, his attention shifts when he notices someone entering from outside. It dawns on him that he hasn't even held his girlfriend's hand yet. He feels an odd sensation, as if she has blushed for no apparent reason upon lifting her head. Zhang Fan approaches, inquiring, Ma Yi, what is the occasion today? Ma Gui hurriedly stands and ushers Zhang Fan to a seat, pouring 2 glasses of fine wine. My brother, I apologize for my previous demeanor. I had indulged too much. He self-penalizes with a drink. Zhang Fan glances at Chen Qinger, noting her slightly cooler attire that day. She must have just finished work as a dance instructor, still dressed in her dance costume. This outfit only serves to ignite a man's impulse, evoking a desire to rush forward and unveil the mysteries concealed beneath her garments. Self-penalizing? He seems to have ulterior motives hidden beneath the surface. I have a promising project in mind. I've even mortgaged the tavern to pursue it. Let us collaborate and prosper together. as brothers should. Ma Gui continues. Prosper together? Ma Gui exclaims with enthusiasm. Oh, is it even more delectable than Matai? Zhang Fan muses, curious about Ma Gui's intentions. Initially, he thought Ma Gui intended to repay a debt, yet it appears he is luring him into a deeper pit. Ma Gui certainly knows how to scheme effectively. Come, brother, I'll show you some fine base liquor. Ma Gui rises, gesturing toward the interior. Zhang Fan nods. Intenton uncovering monantagis hidentokats. Two individuals rose to their feet, and behind them, Chun Chinger gracefully approached, carrying a tray of lemon water, her subtle fragrance captivating. Ma Gui retrieved a key and unlocked the wine cabinet, revealing a treasure trove of fine spirits. Approaching one of the larger bottles, he extracted it and proceeded to uncork it. My good brother, you've indulged in your fair share of fine wines. Come, take a whiff, Ma Gui proclaimed with confidence. Zhang Fan leaned closer, genuinely curious about the source of Ma Gui's assurance. As he inhaled, he realized the aroma was not of anything particularly exquisite, merely aged Matai. Ma Gui had indeed invested heavily, hoping to leverage the enticing scent for his own gain. Zhang Fan cast a casual glance around until his eyes fell upon several ceramic containers in the cabinet, from which a delicate fragrance emanated. This, he discerned, was the true source of the earlier aroma. What do you think? A fine selection, indeed. I had an entire warehouse of such treasures. Ma Gui eagerly monitored Zhang Fan's reaction. Indeed, a fine collection. However, my family has recently gone bankrupt, and I find myself drowning in debt. I am quite financially constrained. Zhang Fan replied, a frown etched upon his face. The items within are quite valuable. My discerning eye tells me they contain millennia-old base liquor, well-preserved, liquid gold. Far more precious than gold itself. It seems my 10 million has found a purpose. He had initially been at a loss for solutions. Yet Ma Gui's initiative to meet had opened a door. No money, but you could inherit your family fortune. Your estate is worth tens, if not hundreds, of billions. Surely you could spare a little? Ma Gui chakodlaitri. I have given up on inheriting my family's wealth, and have even issued a statement to that effect. It is not so simple to reclaim it. Zhang Fan shook his head. I have even mortgaged my small tavern. Look at my predicament. The courage it took. You must find a way to procure some funds. Ma Gui was on the verge of exasperation. Without financial resources, everything would slip away, and he was already burdened with high-interest loans. Moreover, without money, he couldn't maintain his relationship. His girlfriend was threatening to end things. I'll think of something. Zhang Fan feigned difficulty. This fellow seemed to have stumbled into trouble, resorting to his own schemes once again. Yet, this visit had not been unfruitful. The ancient base liquor within was of considerable worth. He planned to have his brothers come by that evening to retrieve it, covering at least the interest on his 10 million. Ma Gui was growing increasingly anxious. He had been avoiding phone calls, indicating his debt crisis was severe. Time was of the essence. By tomorrow morning, he needed to gather 30 million, or he would have to seek others for collaboration. He was only considering Zhang Fan out of brotherly loyalty. Ma Gui's heart raced. If he did not repay his debt soon, the loan sharks would come knocking on his door. China, where are you going? Chen Chinger asked coldly. Ever since learning that Ma Gui's acquisitions were counterfeit, her impression of him had soured. She had been persistently asking to break up, but Ma Gui was unwilling. I have a gift prepared for you tonight, Ma Gui hastily asserted. Yet, Chen Qing merely smiled slightly. A gift? A forgery, I presume? I cannot afford such humiliation. Chapter 20. The Little Delinquent. Ma Gui, engrossed in thoughts of wealth, paid little heed to his surroundings as he departed, oblivious to the approaching figures. The fine liquor within was of considerable worth, and though he was burdened by debt, he remained unaware of the priceless nature of the millennia-old spirit, still lost in dreams of Zhang Fan rescuing him from his predicament. On the roadside, Chun Chinger approached, glancing up at Zhang Fan, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson beneath the night sky. I have a gathering with some friends tonight. Do you have time to join us? If it gets late, we could head to your place. The implications of her words were unmistakable, and it must be said, her rejuvenated form had awakened intense desires within her. Their previous evening's conversation had been profoundly engaging, and given Chun Chinger's background, Zhang Fan was eager to delve deeper into their discussions. Chun Chinger remained silent, neither acquiescing nor declining, as she hailed a taxi. The two of them ventured to a bar in the city center, where an evening out would undoubtedly be costly. Evidently, Chun Chinger was surrounded by affluent companions. Upon entering, they were greeted by several friends who appeared taken aback at Chun Chinger's introduction of an outsider. This is my friend, a chief appraiser in the jewelry field. Chen Qing'er announced, embracing her friends before introducing Zhang Fan. The mention of appraiser caused a discernible shift in the atmosphere. Taking a seat, Zhang Fan noted that his companions possessed striking beauty, explaining their close friendship with Chen Qing'er. Handsome, an appraiser? How skilled are you? Can you tell me what this is? One of her friends, clad in a delicate lavender evening gown, approached, removing a necklace from her alabaster neck. The necklace, crafted from platinum and adorned with a sapphire, was exquisite. Zhang Fan, possessing an extraordinary ability to discern gems, examined it closely. This is a natural sapphire from the Mary Mine in South Africa, rare and highly valued, far surpassing the worth of diamonds of the same carat, he declared, showcasing his expertise. The friend smiled slightly. It seems you truly know your craft. Well done. You have quite the discerning eye. Qing, what do you mean by bringing an outsider here? Do you suspect any of us might be peddling fakes? Another friend inquired, casting a wary glance at Chen Qing. That remains to be seen, Chen Qing replied, eyeing another friend dressed in a low-cut outfit, adorned with a sizable diamond. Such a gem surely cost a fortune. No need for speculation. That diamond is certainly lab-created, not natural, Zhang Fan asserted, his gaze unwavering. Lab-created? That diminishes its value significantly. He added, the revelation struck hard, especially since this friend had just boasted about her wealthy boyfriend gifting her such a grand diamond, only for it to be revealed as a mere imitation. The expression on her face soured instantly. How could that scoundrel deceive me? King, didn't your boyfriend present you with counterfeit goods? Thus, I ended our relationship. Chen Qing'er stated matter-of-factly. Ended it? Wasn't he quite affluent? And just like that? How decisively done. At that moment, another young individual with yellow hair entered, accompanied by a youthful girl. This girl exuded a rebellious aura, resembling a spirited streetwise youth. Apologies for my tardiness. A small rascal provoked me, and I dealt with him accordingly. She settled down, raising a glass and downing its contents in one go. Oh, have you found a companion for the night? Handsome, are you available? The young girl playfully draped herself around, even leaning against Zhang Fan. This is the appraiser Qing'er procured. A friend interjected. An appraiser? Could you assist me in determining whether my assets are genuine? Without hesitation, she took Zhang Fan's hand and placed it upon her chest. The young girl was indeed bold. Not for that purpose. He appraises jewelry and antiques. The friend in the evening gown covered her face, realizing her companion's audacity. Initially thinking Zhang Fan was simply a hired companion, an appraiser of antiques? What is his proficiency? The young girl pondered aloud. We have already conducted a trial, and his abilities are impressive. The friend in the evening gown chimed in. Impressive? Where are his fees? It was complimentary earlier. Since he's a friend of Qing, appraising on-site surely will be free of charge. Complimentary on-site appraisals? But charges will apply outside. Look at this. What is it? The young girl produced a jade ring from her bag, a Qing dynasty imperial piece, currently valued at over 3 million. Zhang Fan glanced at it and promptly provided an appraisal. The young girl beamed with delight. Handsome, you possess remarkable skills. Would you be interested in assisting me further? As for the fee, could that be waived? Waived? I didn't come here merely to assist without remuneration. A 10% commission is standard. Appraising requires expertise, and external consultations incur charges. Besides, free services often come with the highest cost, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. 10%? That seems rather steep. I certainly don't have that much money, but I could offer antiques as barter. Handsome, do you have time to accompany me? The young girl inquired eagerly. Accompany you? Would it be so pressing? I still have to visit Chen Qing'er tonight. Go ahead, Chen Qing'er interjected. It was evident she was indirectly declining Zhang Fan's visit later. She was still shaken from their previous encounter. Now her friend faced a predicament and sought Zhang Fan's assistance. Come, handsome, you won't be disappointed. Clearly, this appraisal matter held significant weight. Zhang Fan rose, intrigued to discover the importance behind the appraisal. Since he lacked funds, trading antiques for the appraisal fee seemed a viable option. Exiting the bar and reaching the street corner, Zhang Fan noticed an older model Audi A6 and its license plate. Realizing the young girl's background was likely quite remarkable, the identity of the owner of this car and license plate is unmistakable. Could it be that her family has accepted numerous bribes? Is there a need for her to ascertain the truth herself? This possibility cannot be dismissed. My father holds a deputy position, and recently, many have been presenting various gifts. Could you assist in determining the authenticity of these items? You are aware that we are in a crucial period. If genuine items were to inadvertently surface during the scrutiny, it would jeopardize his prospects. The young lady, with a swift acceleration, drove off assertively, demonstrating commendable driving skills. A deputy? Gifts? Chapter 21. The hesitant Neo Tianba. The vehicle arrived at an old residential building, once a company dormitory, indicating a certain status for its inhabitants. The young lady produced a key and unlocked the door, revealing an array of local specialties. With her father's impending promotion, it was expected that others would bring small tokens of appreciation. Accepting ordinary specialties posed no issue. However, if cash or bank cards were involved and subsequently discovered during a disciplinary review, severe consequences would ensue. Zhang Fan entered, taken aback by the multitude of specialties. He picked up a teapot, weighing it thoughtfully. It was also an imperial item, akin to the ring in his possession, both having belonged to Emperor Qianlong. As agreed, 10%. If there's no money, I'll simply take these items as compensation. Zhang Fan regarded the young lady, puzzled by her appearance. Though undeniably attractive among her peers, her style seemed incongruous. Yet, in these times, it was not uncommon for anyone to seek their place in society, regardless of appearance. Very well, it's settled. I'm curious to see just how valuable these specialties truly are. The young lady placed her hands on her hips. These items are far more than mere specialties. The gifts included precious items such as 1,000-year-old ginseng, 10,000-year-old snow lotus, and caviar, though caviar could indeed be categorized as a specialty. However, these jars and bottles were not mere trinkets. They were relics, some dating back to the Qing dynasty, filling the entire room. Zhang Fan glanced into the distance, noticing several vehicles from the disciplinary committee approaching, causing a blockage in the area. If I may offer a suggestion, take these items and store them in your vehicle. Naturally, Zhang Fan refrained from disclosing his ability to see through the situation. Should the disciplinary committee uncover that her father had accepted such a bounty, regardless of intent, his path to promotion would be irrevocably altered. The young lady regarded Zhang Fan with a look of understanding. She was inclined to heed his advice. I appreciate your assistance. I will ensure you receive a generous reward for your efforts. The two began to remove the jars and bottles, leaving behind the less valuable specialties. It would be unreasonable to take everything. Within 10 minutes, several vehicles arrived, and a group of individuals clad in disciplinary committee uniforms disembarked. Zhang Fan and the young lady positioned themselves in a corner, where she caught sight of her father, his expression betraying discontent. A large contingent ascended the building. However, it soon came to a halt, seemingly yielding no significant findings. The group discovered that the most extravagant item was caviar, a delicacy consumed by many. It hardly constituted evidence. What about those bottles and jars? The young girl let out a sigh of relief, lightly patting her chest, nearly causing a commotion. Indeed, those who brought gifts had ulterior motives, clearly wishing for her father to refrain from involvement. Fortune smiled upon her today, certainly aided by good counsel. Otherwise, these items could have served as incriminating evidence. The individuals presenting gifts were evidently up to no good. They acted with intention. For the time being, these items shall remain in your possession. Naturally, the benefits will be as previously discussed. What is your phone number? Zhang Fan observed the vehicles behind him, filled to the brim, representing a substantial value in minor objectives. In these times, several minor objectives equate to a considerable sum. Zhang Fan provided his contact information, reflecting on the misfortunes of his previous life, which had stemmed from a lack of connections within the system. In this new existence, he must seize the opportunity. If he could support the young girl's father, then those individuals would be unable to falsely accuse him at will. Are you not concerned that I might take these items? Zhang Fan inquired, gazing at the young girl. Your eyes betray no greed. Since you are a friend of Qinga, I place my trust in you. With that, the young girl tossed the car keys to Zhang Fan before departing. A few individuals began unloading the items from a vehicle. Elsewhere, the night enveloped the surroundings in darkness, with streetlights casting a dim, yellow glow that cloaked everything in a veil of mystery. Neo Tianba led a formidable procession this evening, akin to a clandestine current flowing silently through the night. Their destination was an unassuming shop in the city, concealing secrets within its walls, all stemming from Ms. Wu's generous deposit of 1 million and the promise of substantial rewards upon task completion. The convoy comprised over 10 vehicles of various makes, weaving through the night like a pack of predatory beasts, fiercely advancing toward their target. Neo Tianba occupied the passenger seat, firmly gripping a sharp machete, his gaze flickering with ferocity and resolve. Within him resided both excitement for the impending lucrative venture and a tinge of inexplicable unease. Upon arriving at the destination, hundreds of members of the Qinglong gang swiftly mobilized, parking their vehicles haphazardly at the shop's entrance, effectively sealing off any escape routes. armed with an assortment of weapons from clubs to machetes and even homemade firearms. Their every step exuded undeniable menace and strength. With a command from Niu Tianba, the group surged into the shop like a tide, filling the already cramped space to capacity. Yet, as Niu Tianba scanned the crowd, his gaze was drawn to an Audi 6 parked deep within the shop. The vehicle not only boasted an imposing exterior, but also bore a license plate that was strikingly distinct, suggesting an air of exceptional prestige. A sudden heaviness settled in Niu Tianba's heart. Such a license plate could not belong to an ordinary wealthy heir, hinting instead at a possible official background and influence. In that moment, he found himself engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions and inner turmoil. He initially believed this was merely a straightforward kidnapping operation, targeting a young man of modest means. Little did he anticipate that it would unexpectedly unravel into such a convoluted predicament. Niu Tianba began to doubt his judgment, even wavering regarding the knight's actions. In this line of work, who truly fears such vehicles? What is the true identity of this youth? Niu Tianba mused silently, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing that his subordinates appeared equally flummoxed by the unforeseen turn of events, casting questioning glances in his direction. The dilemma loomed in his mind: to abduct or not to abduct? This question spiraled through his thoughts like an unsolvable riddle. He understood that a misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Gazing at the Audi, his mind was a tempest of emotions, plunging him into an unprecedented state of confusion and doubt. Meanwhile, within the establishment, hundreds of members of the Qinglong gang stood quietly, awaiting their leader's final decision. The option to refrain from action was untenable. They had already collected a deposit exceeding 1 million. Inaction would render the money uncomfortable to hold. Niu Tianba waved his hand, acknowledging the arrival of others. Since the opposing party possessed some influence, he resolved to ensure the youth's disappearance that very night, thereby obscuring his own involvement. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Li Fu. Zhang Fan regarded the sudden influx of individuals, recognizing Niu Tianba. Previously, he had to bow and scrape before him. Yet now he dared to confront him with a group. It seemed someone had promised him some advantage. Otherwise, how could he, a mere member of the Qinglong gang, act so boldly? He commanded hundreds of brothers under his leadership. Niu Tianba's numbers appeared trifling in comparison. The sudden aggression suggested substantial financial backing from a powerful patron. Just as Niu Tianba was about to signal his men to act, two individuals entered the establishment, one male and one female. The woman sported bleached hair, while the man was clad in a white shirt, exuding an air of authority. Niu Tianba directed his gaze towards them, recognizing the significance of their attire. Such a style indicated a position of considerable rank within the system. Could it be that this youth had garnered protection from above? With the Audi, its special license plate, and the arrival of these seemingly formidable figures, the stakes had escalated. As they entered, the man in the shirt surveyed Niu Tianba's group and declared, "You have 3 seconds to leave." 3 seconds? What if I refuse to depart? Niu Tianba had a mission to complete, and, in the underworld, even those from higher echelons were expected to extend some measure of respect. Even a mere greeting required a nod towards Brother Niu. City Bureau? Dispatch the SWAT team here. There is a gang involved in illicit activities that must be eradicated. The principal offenders must be dealt with severely. The man in the shirt said as he retrieved a specialized phone and dialed the bureau directly. Niu Tianba was taken aback. This youth could summon the SWAT team? His identity became glaringly apparent. With a furtive glance, Niu Tianba decided to flee, disregarding the others. This was a confrontation he could not afford. He was merely a man trying to survive in the underworld. In an instant, the entire establishment erupted into chaos as everyone scrambled to escape. He certainly runs quite fast. The two individuals continued forward and entered the shop. "Hello, handsome. It's a pleasure to see you again," greeted the young woman as she linked arms with the middle-aged man. Zhang Fan instructed those around him to leave, assuring them there was no danger and that no other brothers were needed. "Please, take a seat," he said, nodding knowingly at the identity of the middle-aged man. As they settled in, the man scrutinized Zhang Fan, seemingly intrigued by how such a youthful figure could resolve troubles. Was it luck or genuine capability? Li Fu, holding a teacup, spoke up. "The department is now organizing its operations. If there remains no heir, we shall follow protocol. Any wealth can be donated to charitable organizations, while debts will lead to a declaration of bankruptcy. After all, he is the sole heir of the Wanfu Group. How could he not be aware of this? Yet, I cannot fathom why he would refuse to inherit such vast wealth. How can one simply dismiss it? "Hello, Uncle Li," Zhang Fan greeted with a smile. to which Li Fu nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he believed it was merely some local specialties, but he was surprised to find they were such valuable artifacts. Should they be discovered, several minor targets could be imprisoned for life. At present, it was difficult to refuse certain favors. What had begun as local products were now revealed to be priceless antiques. Moreover, they had almost attracted the attention of the disciplinary authorities. Had that occurred, he would certainly be incarcerated. Thus, he felt a sense of gratitude towards this young man. "Uncle Li, are you not considering taking action?" Zhang Fan asked with a smile while sipping his tea. Sometimes, a step back can lead to broader horizons. Li Fu indeed had no inclination to act. Standing in a position of power could often be perilous. "Oh, if you choose not to act, that might be for the best. However, concerning your daughter," Zhang Fan glanced at the young woman, causing a flicker of alarm in Li Fu's eyes. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "If you refrain from taking action, others may perceive your daughter as lacking value, and promises made to you may go unfulfilled. If you support him, he will remain indifferent to your predicament." Zhang Fan recalled from his past life that Li Fu had opted not to act. Subsequently witnessing a news report while imprisoned, Li Fu's daughter had caused a scene at a certain young master's wedding, publicly revealing some scandalous stories about him. It was later reported that Li Fu had faced legal troubles, likely related to that incident. Such are the consequences of inaction. Ultimately, the entire family could suffer. The political arena resembled a battlefield. Retreat was not an option. "Yeah, why don't you step outside for a moment?" Li Fu suggested, glancing at the young woman beside him. She nodded and exited promptly, leaving only the two men inside. "How do you know so much?" Li Fu's demeanor darkened, suspicion creeping in that this young man had been secretly investigating him. "The Wanfu group has been set up. It is drowning in debt. Should I inherit, I would be liable for those debts. Thus, there is no need to claim the inheritance. But you, if you forsake your assent for that good brother, will your daughter be deemed worthy by his family?" Zhang Fan continued to sip his tea. "Assent? It is not merely a matter of desire. There are myriad complexities involved, and without being entrenched in the political sphere, one cannot comprehend." Li Fu also took a sip of his tea. "I understand. Is it due to health issues? I can address that," Zhang Fan confidently declared, instantly recognizing that Li Fu's wavering resolve stemmed from his deteriorating health, which would prevent him from passing the forthcoming medical examination. "You can resolve it? You are merely a scion of wealth, and nowadays that hardly counts, especially burdened with debt. How can you assist?" Li Fu chuckled, perceiving Zhang Fan's ambitions as fanciful, finding him somewhat unreliable. How could he remedy health concerns? He was no physician, and even if he were, doctors are not omnipotent. "This is a special pill I have prepared for you. Take it, and rest assured for the health check. You shall be pleasantly surprised." Zhang Fan slid a small box across the table. Li Fu accepted it, opening it to reveal a black pill. Was this the so-called miracle cure? This lad was indeed dabbling in such matters, conjuring illusions. "Well, I must thank you. Here, that's the address for those items. Please assist me in returning them." Zhang Fan nodded, clearly sensing Li Fu's skepticism. It mattered not. In a few days, he would come to believe. Past experiences taught him that one must possess backing to achieve anything substantial. Assisting Li Fu was, in essence, aiding himself. Li Fu merely had minor health issues, and through Zhang Fan's pill, he could pass the examination, his lack of confidence being the only barrier. For the sake of his daughter, he too desired to ascend, lest his so-called good brother's demeanor shift unfavorably. Chapter 23. Ms. Wu's Collision. Observing Li Fu depart with his belongings, Zhang Fan noted the disdain etched upon his face. Shortly thereafter, Hu Dajuan and others entered. "Boss, that brat Niu Tianba has dared to bully us. Shall we rally the brothers to confront him?" Hu Dajuan could hardly contain his indignation, while Lu Taiju was eager to engage in a confrontation. There is no future in the underworld. Soon, every gang in Benhai would face strict crackdowns, including that Qin Xiao, who would also meet his downfall. Initiating trouble with Niu Tianba at this juncture could lead to dire consequences for oneself. We must tread the righteous path, avoiding detours. Do you understand? As for Niu Tianba, do you not recall how he sabotaged his brakes? Do you not consider orchestrating a minor mishap? Zhang Fan cast a skeptical glance at Hu Dajuan, who was momentarily taken aback. Is the boss truly this cunning? However, the notion did appear quite astute. It would serve vengeance, absolve suspicion, and provide satisfaction. Excellent. I shall get to work, Hu Dajuan exclaimed, dropping his machete and departing. Lu Taiju scratched his head. "And what of me, brother? What can I do?" Zhang Fan regarded Lu Taiju. The people surrounding him were eager to showcase their worth. Go to the storage company and move 50 tons of rice. Since Lu Taiju wished to engage in some activity, let him do so. What was now required, rather than brawls amongst gangs. Should things escalate, one might find themselves entrenched in a criminal organization, ultimately facing annihilation. Presently, there are hundreds of gangs in Binhai, and soon, none shall remain, all eradicated. Thus, life in the underworld offers no promising future. To walk the righteous path is essential. If one were to lead these few hundred brothers into the underworld, it would only bring them harm. In this day and age, the influence of gangsters is profound, and everyone harbors a dream of the underworld, aspiring to carve out their own niche. Lu Taiju departed with great enthusiasm. As long as there was work to be done, he found joy in it. Initially intending to confront Niu Tianba, he decided that since he had devised a plan, it would be better to engage in productive work instead. He resolved to wait a few days before retreating, anticipating that Li Fu would have other ideas by that time. Meanwhile, Niu Tianba was driving, on his way to find Ms. Wu, realizing that this task was beyond his capabilities. Despite the vast resources of the Qinglong gang and the multitude of brothers, they were no match for those in higher positions. That brat was acquainted with Li Fu. And who was Li Fu? A figure frequently seen on television. Niu Tianba was bold against the weak, but when it came to dealing with such individuals, even tenfold courage would not suffice. The prospect of acquiring that 1 million was now out of reach. As Niu Tianba drove along, humming a tune, he gradually approached Binhai Avenue, blissfully unaware of anything amiss. It was not until he attempted to park that he abruptly realized something was wrong with the brakes. "Ah, clear the way, he shouted. Suddenly, the vehicle spiraled out of control, crashing straight into number 888 Binhai Avenue. This was the Hailon law firm, where a multitude of lawyers were engaged in a meeting. The out-of-control van barreled in, wreaking havoc. Ms. Wu was the most unfortunate. She was contemplating how to arrange for Zhang Fan to inherit the family fortune when she was met with the oncoming vehicle. The impact sent her flying. The vehicle finally came to a halt after violently colliding with her. Niu Tianba emerged from the car, horror etched on his face as he surveyed the chaotic scene. He had come to refund money, only to find himself entangled in a mess. The others at the law firm rushed over, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks to Niu Tianba. After a strenuous effort, they managed to push the vehicle aside and hurriedly transported Ms. Wu to the hospital. Her survival remained uncertain, as the collision had been severe and the specifics of the situation were unclear to anyone. At the hospital, Lu Yan arrived today, having recovered. Aside from trembling with anger and feeling unwell, she bore no other ailments. The violation of her pristine body had been egregious, and the ordeal was unbearable. Just after emerging from surgery, she noticed that a man had also come, the mysterious benefactor who had been supporting everyone from the shadows. "Aunt Lu, why has this matter not been resolved yet? The municipal bureau intends to intervene and take over according to the announcement." Behind her stood a young man clad in designer attire. Lu Yin turned to the young man, questioning, "Why hasn't your father come in person?" "I was injured due to this situation, and now Ms. Wu has been struck down." "Where is your father?" "My father is currently preparing for the organization's scrutiny. If he ascends, it will facilitate our operations immensely. He cannot intervene at this moment," Schwerin explained on behalf of his father. "The organization is currently evaluating 2 candidates, Uncle Li and my father. Whoever ascends will signify future status. At this critical juncture, one cannot afford any mistakes." Schwerin refrained from indulging in any distractions, focusing instead on patiently awaiting his father's ascension. Uncle Li had privately expressed his reluctance to compete, which meant that in due time, it would indeed be his father who would take the helm. Lu Yin found herself at a loss for words. How was she to resolve the matter concerning Xiao Wu? Schwerin's demeanor hardened. The audacity of Niu Tianba to openly assault Aunt Wu was intolerable. He was doomed. This time, his reckless actions had resulted in multiple fatalities, a transgression severe enough to warrant the harshest penalties. Rest assured, he had already been apprehended on charges of terrorism. Schwerin dismissed Niu Tianba as a mere thug, unworthy of concern. There would certainly be accountability owed to Aunt Wu, while for Niu Tianba, death seemed a fitting end. This scoundrel, who accepted payment yet failed to deliver, had now attempted to harm Aunt Wu with his vehicle. "Lu Auntie, please expedite the matter," Schwerin urged before departing. Expedite the matter? That fool seemed to be under some misguided notion, utterly disinterested in succession. Lu Yin pondered, having exhausted all reasonable strategies. The most viable solution appeared to be through her daughter, orchestrating a trap for him, and then involving herself directly. Should he refuse to yield, imprisonment would be his fate. Lu Yin observed Ms. Wu, who was in a dire state herself, though her own troubles remained unknown to outsiders. Who could fathom that driving towards the North Gate would lead into a den of malevolence? Had her daughter not arrived in a timely manner, she might have met a grim fate. The recollection still sent shivers of rage through her. As for Ms. Wu, she had sustained grave injuries, with many of her organs failing. Surviving was a stroke of luck, yet her recovery held little promise. It appeared that the task of ensnaring that fool would fall to her. Wan Qing, it's me. In your bag is a vial of liquid. If consumed, it will drive men wild. Dress attractively. It is your turn to take the stage, Lu Yin instructed over the phone, recognizing this as her last resort. Chapter 24. Lu Wanqing's scheme. The moment Lu Wanqing received that call, she was ensconced in a luxurious suite of a five-star hotel, the urban nightscape outside shimmering with lights, intermingling with the soft glow within, creating an atmosphere both enchanting and intimate. Her voice, laced with a lingering magnetism, was momentarily interrupted by the urgent commands from the other end of the line, dousing her leisurely disposition like a splash of cold water. Having just emerged from the bathroom, she was draped in a gossamer thin white towel, its edge delicately resting on her shoulder, swaying gently with her movements to reveal swathes of skin as pure as snow, glistening softly in the light. Her hair still glistened with droplets, a few strands playfully framing her face, adding an unstudied charm to her allure. In this moment, Lu Wanqing's beauty was particularly striking, a testament to her worth. She knew that should she choose to, she could easily captivate that young man. Yet she was unwilling to compromise her body for such a conquest. Beauty embodies a purity intertwined with a subtle allure, reminiscent of the morning dew in early summer, refreshing and exquisite, yet inadvertently reflecting an enticing radiance. Beneath a bath towel lies a graceful silhouette, with curves that are both delicate and alluring. Even such a casual attire cannot conceal the captivating charm that emanates from her very essence. At this moment, seated on the sofa in the suite is her dear friend, Lin Yuran, a newcomer in the entertainment industry. Lin Yuran's beauty stands in stark contrast to that of Lu Wanqing, yet it is equally breathtaking. She possesses a perfectly sculpted oval face, with skin that is fair and luminous, seemingly glowing from within. Her large, expressive eyes sparkle with vitality. Each blink resembles the brightest star in the night sky, rendering her impossible to overlook. Her petite, straight nose complements her full, supple lips, which curl into a sweet smile, forming charming dimples that invite closeness. Lin Yuran exudes a delightful, yet sophisticated aura, effortlessly adapting to various styles with her innate grace. Dressed simply yet fashionably, she adorns a loose white blouse paired with denim shorts and white sneakers, an attire that is casual yet fails to obscure her remarkable presence. Even in such relaxed garments, her long, slender legs and perfect body proportions leave one in awe, prompting the thought that she is indeed a natural model. To be a close friend of Lu Wanqing signifies a role of considerable significance. Lu Wanqing's gaze lingered on Lin Yuran for a moment, a scheming thought bubbling in her mind. Despite Lin Yuran's recent entry into the industry, her striking appearance and relentless dedication have allowed her to shine in several low-budget films and television dramas, though she struggles with a lack of powerful connections and sufficient resources, hindering her rise to stardom. In this fiercely competitive realm, beauty and talent alone do not guarantee success. Opportunity and networking hold equal weight. Do you wish to achieve fame? Lu Wanqing pondered, reluctant to invest herself for such an endeavor, deeming it unwise, yet feeling compelled by her mother's insistence. Of course I do, Lin Yuran pouted, currently devoid of any resources and relegated to the role of a maid. If you help me accomplish something, I will invest a substantial sum in you, granting you the leading role. Lu Wanqing approached, whispering softly into her dear friend's ear. Lin Yuran's eyes widened in surprise. You mean I should tempt that wealthy heir? Are you serious? Or is this merely an act? She questioned quietly. What do you think? Ideally, it would be genuine. Otherwise, we must leave some traces, Lu Wanqing replied, glancing at her friend. Traces? Lin Yuran inquired, perplexed. Lu Wanqing whispered once more, causing Lin Yuran's cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Is that even permissible? You've already established connections. It's up to you to navigate this. Lu Wanqing affirmed confidently. Very well, it's settled then. I will assist you, and you shall invest in me. Lin Yuran negotiated, realizing she had no projects lined up, left with the choice of either companionship or being sidelined. Whether accompanying an elderly gentleman or a young heir, the essence remains the same. With Lu Wanqing as her trusted friend, she felt assured of her intentions. I will strategize. I will ensure he enters the game, she declared. Lu Wanqing stated with certainty. Her mother had summoned her, but she was reluctant. Her association with that young man was purely for personal gain. Now that he had lost his value, she certainly had no intention of surrendering herself to him. He had no right to make demands of her. Moreover, her mother had suffered greatly, and she was certain that he was behind it, despite the lack of evidence. It was her mother's gullibility that led her to heed his words and take the northern gate, resulting in unforeseen consequences. Zhang Fan glanced at the remnants of prescriptions left behind at home. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to see through objects, allowing him to analyze the components of the remaining pills. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to produce these items. The reason no one dared to touch the family shop was the existence of the indestructible pill, an essential item for the elder. Such remedies were unavailable elsewhere. External medicines were of no use to the elder. Only the ancient prescriptions from their lineage held value. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity, he managed to concoct more of the indestructible pill within the shop. His ability allowed him to precisely discern the ingredients. And with the alchemical furnace left behind by his family, he successfully researched their properties. Many were coveting the contents within. His family had been involved in medicine for generations, once serving as imperial physicians, and had even produced renowned Taoist masters, thus acquiring knowledge of these substances. Zhang Fan held a milky white pill in his hand, a beauty-enhancing elixir composed of entirely natural ingredients, though its effects remained uncertain until tested. In the present day, few believed in ancient prescriptions, deeming them fraudulent. Yet indeed, there were far too many charlatans for the gullible to contend with. Genuine ancient remedies still held efficacy. Contemplating the pill before him, Zhang Fan placed it into a jade box, intending to find a few lesser-known celebrities to test its effects. Due to limited funds, he could only approach those with modest fame. After reviewing his contacts, he thought of Lin Yuran, a newcomer in the industry whose fees should be reasonable. He decided to reach out to her to discuss potential compensation. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, Lin Yuran was currently collaborating with Lu Wanqing, plotting a nefarious scheme against him. He merely perceived Lin Yuran as innocent, having only crossed paths a few times, completely unaware of the trap he was stepping into. After a brief silence on the other end, she seemed astonished that he would call her and agreed to come over, showing signs of excitement. Zhang Fan was puzzled by her enthusiasm, wondering if she mistakenly believed he was still the wealthy heir with considerable funds. He had not yet inherited the family fortune. Where would he acquire money? Moreover, he had publicly announced his decision to forego his inheritance. She should have been aware of this. A high endorsement fee was out of the question. He simply could not afford it. Chapter 25. The Hesitant Lin Yuran. Inside the hotel, Lin Yuran was taken aback upon receiving the call. The two sat on a plush sofa, their eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and anxiety about their impending plan. Moments ago, they had been scheming on how to deal with the young master, and now he had called, as if the fish had willingly taken the bait. Lu Wanqing's lips curled into a sly smile, reminiscent of the most elusive and cunning blossom that blooms in spring, both beautiful and tinged with a hint of subtle malice. You must don the attire. It will surely captivate his attention, she remarked, deliberately pausing, her eyes sparkling with triumph. This is a signaling device. Once you successfully draw his gaze and find the opportune moment, simply press it, and my people will spring into action. As she spoke, she retrieved a petite signal transmitter from a nearby box and handed it to Lin Yuran. Lin Yuran accepted the cold device, her heart a tumult of trepidation and anticipation. Observing Lu Wanqing's expression, which brimmed with the thrill of a scheme unfolding, she too felt the electric tension in the air, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. Attire? Lin Yuran echoed softly, a glimmer of mischief and shyness passing through her eyes. Adorned in a uniform, her figure and grace would undoubtedly exude a distinct charm. Thus, she rose and gracefully approached the wardrobe, each step seemingly heralding the imminent transformation. The wardrobe door creaked open, revealing an array of garments. Yet at that moment, Lin Yuran's gaze was solely fixated on a meticulously chosen uniform. It was a sailor's suit, predominantly deep blue, adorned with a pristine white bow at the collar, and a knee-length skirt that showcased her long, slender legs. With utmost care, she donned the uniform, and before the mirror, she felt as though she had instantly metamorphosed into a vibrant university student, the essence of innocence and allure intertwining, momentarily leaving her breathless. Her long hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, framing her delicate visage and refined features, and with a touch of subtle makeup, she radiated youthful vivacity and charm. How do you look? Are you ready? Lu Wanqing's voice floated in from the doorway, laced with urgency and anticipation. Lin Yuran smiled faintly, her heart a blend of anxiety for the impending challenge and exhilaration for the self-imposed trial. "Let us go and give that Zhang Xiao a grand surprise." Lu Wanqing extended her hand, and they exchanged a knowing smile, the bond of trust and understanding shimmering in their eyes. As the door quietly closed behind them, Lin Yuran embarked on her journey, while Lu Wanqing concealed herself in the shadows, tightly gripping her phone, awaiting that pivotal moment. Her smile lingered, still tinged with the satisfaction of a plot well laid. Yet beneath that grin lay a deeper layer of amusement. "Is merely a fish. I shan't be the one to suffer." This time, she would observe how her friend performed. Zhang Fan gazed at Lin Yuran, who stood before him clad in a standard uniform. The deep blue sailor suit contrasted starkly with her fair skin, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with her movements, embodying a beauty that was both innocent and subtly alluring. Her hair was elegantly swept up, revealing her refined features, and her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, as if concealing countless unspoken secrets. Zhang Fan was momentarily entranced. He had never encountered Lin Yuran in such attire, and the purity and youthful essence she exuded compelled him to steal several glances. However, Zhang Fan discerned an additional layer of meaning. Lin Yuran's gaze seemed to conceal an array of emotions, intertwined with anticipation, hesitation, and even a hint of provocation. This look compelled Zhang Fan to ponder whether she desired to embrace him willingly. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion. While he possessed charm, it was insufficient to draw a girl of such extraordinary beauty and unique grace to him. Moreover, Lin Yuran was an emerging star, while he was merely a bankrupt scion. Zhang Fan observed Lin Yuran closely and, with his piercing insight, noticed a small device she carried, an elegantly crafted signal transmitter that emanated an unusual aura. Alarm surged within him as he recognized this as a meticulously orchestrated trap. Lin Yuran's presence, coupled with the signal device, hinted that the evening's events would be far from straightforward. "Zhang Xiao, it has been a while." Lin Yuran's voice interrupted his thoughts as she approached him with a smile that belied a subtle tension and eagerness. She felt a sense of pride in her appearance, having dressed meticulously to leave a striking impression. "I'm here to have you experience our company's new product, a pure, natural herbal essence beauty pill that promises to enhance one's attractiveness. I would like to invite you to try it first and hear your valuation." Zhang Fan had already surmised the situation. Lin Yuran was acquainted with Lu Wanqing, suggesting that she had been sent by her to entice him with some proposition, likely leading to a group of individuals bursting in shortly thereafter to fabricate a compromising scenario against him. Lin Yuran was momentarily taken aback. "A collaboration? My asking price is 100,000. Currently, Lin Yuran lacked significant fame, relying solely on her looks. "How about this? Over the course of a week, you will document your experiences in detail and take a photograph each day while consuming one pill daily. I shall provide you with 200,000. Zhang Fan recognized the need for product promotion and the importance of assessing its efficacy. Lin Yuran was again taken aback. "My resources undoubtedly exceed those of certain individuals, and payment is made up front, unlike others who only offer promises. If our collaboration proves fruitful, you could become a brand ambassador." Zhang Fan retrieved 200,000 in cash from his drawer and slid the jade box towards her. Lin Yuran glanced at the cash before looking at the product. "A straightforward trial task, 200,000 for a week? And no obligations?" Lin Yuran hesitated. The promises made by her friend felt insubstantial, whereas the offer before her was tangible. "Let us give it a try. Let us collaborate for now. There's no rush." Zhang Fan watched as Lin Yuran accepted the money. It made sense. There was no need to hurry. A week would suffice. And since she had approached him in this establishment, any claims of coercion would likely lack sufficient evidence. Chapter 26. The Unfortunate Second-in-Command. Lu Wanqing had already arranged for individuals to wait outside. Yet she received word from her friend that this young man showed no interest and had not succumbed to temptation. "No interest? It seems I've been struck and require recuperation." Lu Wanqing is so exasperated, initially filled with confidence, yet ultimately met with failure. "My mother has been incessantly urging me. And now, considering the individual's shortcomings in certain respects, what am I to do? Even if I were willing to step forward personally, he simply cannot manage." In a certain third-tier Class A hospital by the coast, the examination room was particularly bustling yet orderly today. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dappled glow upon the clean and tidy floor, infusing this somewhat solemn space with a touch of warmth. Among the crowd of examinees, Li Fu's figure was especially striking. Dressed in a somewhat worn yet tidy administrative jacket, with the collar slightly turned up, he inadvertently conveyed an air of steadiness and determination. Upon entering the hospital lobby, Li Fu took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the busy medical personnel and advanced medical equipment, his heart a tumult of emotions. In truth, he did not harbor the same anticipation or anxiety regarding this examination as others did. Years of navigating the political landscape and the trials of life had taught him to conceal his emotions. Yet, deep within, the contemplation for his daughter's future lingered persistently. If he did not take the initiative, his daughter's future position might be precarious. Trusting outsiders proved less reliable than relying on oneself. However, reality is often starkly different. Li Fu had privately gained a rough understanding of his health status, having accumulated some minor ailments and irregular habits over time. Thus, he held little hope for favorable examination results. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try, if only to provide an explanation for his daughter and to affirm his efforts. Naturally, he had taken the so-called regulating pills given by Zhang Fan. Now, it was nearly certain that if he passed the examination, he would ascend, as competition loomed, and his recent good friend was growing discontented. He had initially intended to let the opportunity pass to him, yet recent events compelled Li Fu to assert himself. Striving might not guarantee success, but relinquishing hope assuredly leads to none. Li Fu spotted Brother Shui outside. He appeared self-assured, as Li Fu had previously confided in him about his health issues. Now that the examination was underway, once the results emerged, he would be satisfied. He had navigated all necessary procedures. This was the final hurdle. Should he fail, it would be his friend who ascended in his place. Li Fu still felt discomfort at the sight of his friend's gaze. His daughter was indeed a bit unruly, but that was simply her nature. A ghost car arrived, swiftly departing the scene. Results were delayed that day, necessitating further waiting. Some were even more anxious than he, practically wishing for his failure. At this moment, Shui was filled with confidence. What could his friend's examination yield? How had he suddenly become a rival? Does he not understand that what belongs to him cannot be taken away? That wild daughter of his, would he even consider her worthy? She was not even fit to entertain him, let alone a son. Now, he awaited his ascent, eager to address the matters of the Wanf group, as there were interests therein that belonged to him. As for Yi, she could remain a little hoodlum. Did she truly aspire to join the Shui family? Such dreams were futile. Now, everything is within his grasp. In the antique shop, beneath the dim, yellow light, the second-in-command sits at a somewhat worn pear-wood table, his fingers deftly tapping on an abacus, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound that resonates in the stillness of the afternoon. His brow is furrowed, and his eyes betray a hint of anxiety and confusion. Strangely, none of the shop's clerks are present, as if they have vanished in a thin air. Just as he becomes lost in thought, a sudden, heavy footfall disrupts the tranquility of the shop. A group of unsavory individuals, clad in bizarre attire and sporting brutish visages, bursts in. Leading them is a man adorned with intricate tattoos on his arm, his gaze fierce enough to instill fear. They stride directly to the second-in-command, demanding repayment for usury. We've heard that one of your clerks owes us a significant sum. We are here to collect, he states, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, showing complete disregard for the sanctity of the place or the identity of the second-in-command. Upon hearing this, the second-in-command, as countenance darkens, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. You dare to come here for protection money? Do you not know who oversees this place? He suppresses his rising fury, striving to infuse his voice with calm authority, hoping to intimidate these unwelcome visitors with the might of his backing. However, they seem unfazed, their laughter growing more brazen. It matters not who you are. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. If you fail to provide an explanation today, do not blame us for our rudeness. Rudeness? How dare they? Operating a business here necessitates maintaining various connections. Seeing the second-in-command's refusal to yield, the leader, with his unkempt hair, hurls his shoe towards him. You borrowed money and refused to repay? Seeking death, are you? Do you not recognize who your elder brother is? In this vicinity, no one dares to borrow and default. The second-in-command, now on the receiving end of violence, cries out in distress, having previously been the one to intimidate others. Little does he realize that this has been orchestrated by Zhang Fan, who not only exploited the clerks' identities to secure loans, but also sold them off. The second-in-command, having coveted a piece of blue and white porcelain, finds himself empty-handed, while his shop is now under the scrutiny of these ruffians. Chapter 27. Ma Gui, trapped in despair. If the debt is not settled in 3 days, prepare to be sold off, the gang declares, departing with an air of triumph. leaving the second-in-command beaten and humiliated. He struggles to rise, dialing for help. Nearly beaten to death, his thoughts are no longer on revenge, but rather on reaching the hospital, lest he truly perish. Meanwhile, Ma Gui repeatedly attempts to make calls. But the lines are dead. They had promised results by the next day. What has now transpired? The lenders surrounding Qin Tian have all sought him out. Yet funds remain elusive. Perhaps I could offer my girlfriend to you? Ma Gui was infuriated. How could that scoundrel not bring forth the money? He retrieved his phone to display a picture of his girlfriend. At that moment, Chen Qinger happened to arrive and overheard the conversation. Today was supposed to be the day of their breakup, a definitive separation, and she was taken aback to hear such words, causing her to seethe with anger. Wishing to slap Ma Gui, without hesitation, she turned to leave. The group around Qin Xiao gazed hungrily at the image of Chen Qinger. Ma, while this may be an option, you know that although your girlfriend is indeed beautiful, she is worth at most 1,000 per encounter. You owe millions. Even if she were to entertain the brothers, it would merely cover the interest. It is still insufficient, one of them remarked. Ma Gui was acutely aware that he had yet to win over this girlfriend. However, following a gamble, he found himself with nothing. Initially intending to orchestrate scheme, he was thwarted by that fellow's refusal to play along. If there were a solution, who would willingly part with their pure and virtuous girlfriend? Let us agree on 3 days. If you fail to pay by then, your girlfriend will be gone, and so will you, the gang declared, rising as if to enforce their threat. Such occurrences were tragically common. They believed they could force her submission. With no funds left, Ma Gui had no choice but to flee. Having already pawned his shop, he sought to secure a secondary loan to escape. Failure to repay would result in dire consequences. To whom could he sell? Only to a former close associate. Ma Gui dialed a number, but it went unanswered, compelling him to send text. He was desperate to offload the shop at a bargain price. In truth, the establishment had long been mortgaged to a casino, leading to a potential dispute with that fool. As for himself, he certainly planned to take the money and leave. After half an hour, Ma Gui finally encountered his former ally. Brother, you've arrived. This shop is worth tens of millions in the market. How about I sell it to you for 5 million? Ma Gui enthusiastically beckoned Zhang Fan over. Everything that could be sold was being offered. 5 million? You must be dreaming. Furthermore, I currently possess only 5,000. Do you want it? Zhang Fan responded, eyeing Ma Gui, whose face turned pale. 5,000? For a shop valued at tens of millions? In light of our past brotherhood, I'll offer 50,000. If that suits you, we can proceed with the transfer and you'll receive the funds, he added, slightly increasing his offer as a gesture of camaraderie. Ma Gui, forcing a smile, insisted, 100,000, and I will handle the paperwork immediately. 100,000? Zhang Fan rose to leave. Did he truly believe he was oblivious to the unfolding situation? 50,000 it is, then. Ma Gui knew that no one dared to take over the shop. For who would risk offending Qin Xiao? 50,000 would suffice to sustain him for a few months. Outside, Lu Taiju approached, holding 50,000 in cash, which he would provide only upon the completion of the transfer. Ma Gui cast a glance at Lu Taiju, feeling that the sum of 50,000 yuan was somewhat challenging. He was indeed correct. When dealing with such individuals, Zhang Fan had no intention of parting with any money. The base liquor must be taken, and the shop must also be seized. To betray oneself? That is the inevitable consequence. As for Qin Tian, it depended on whether he possessed the requisite strength to seize this place. Ma Gui had already allowed him a few days of unrestrained enjoyment, which was generous enough. There remained a considerable quantity of fine liquor here, serving as the interest accrued over the years. In a certain official office building by the coast, personnel from the Superior Human Resources Assessment Department entered. Li Fu sat in his office, witnessing the arrival of these individuals who announced new appointments. On the other side, his good friend Shui, he had already donned a new administrative jacket, adhering to the high standards of attire. Comrade Li Fu, you have successfully passed the assessments from various human resources departments. The Superior Department now formally appoints you to your new position, and we hope you will continue to serve the people wholeheartedly, stated the Personnel Department representative, who proceeded to announce the news. Upon hearing this, Shui immediately stood up. Have you made a mistake? Comrade Li Fu is unwell. He has long suffered from various underlying health conditions. How could he possibly pass the medical examination? Shui was quite agitated, having prepared himself for a new role only to find that the announcement concerned his good friend. The Personnel Department representative produced a test report. This is the report from a tertiary first-class hospital, indicating no issues. We will also upload the results. Shui's face contorted in disbelief. Impossible. He must have bribed the doctor. There is no way this could be true. I will file a formal complaint. Shui was fervent in his outrage. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated this pair of close friends to clash so dramatically. A formal complaint? If the medical examination had indeed been failed, then there would be no qualifications for the appointment. However, this was an examination conducted by an authoritative department, and upon verification, there were no issues. The entire process was lawful and compliant. Since Comrade Shui harbors doubts and believes I cannot serve the people, let us conduct another medical examination on site. You may arrange for a doctor to come over, Li Fu suggested calmly, a smile gracing his lips. Internally, he was also taken aback. The pill he had taken was astonishingly effective, allowing him to pass. Moreover, he had discerned the true nature of his so-called friend, seeing through the facade of his false benevolence. Shui seized the phone, swiftly arranging for professional personnel to arrive, eager to expose Li Fu's deceit. Should any malpractice be uncovered during the examination, there would be consequences for him. Li Fu, however, remained unperturbed, as did the personnel from the department, who were also waiting. Since no objections had been raised, another medical examination would indeed be conducted, followed by immediate testing at the upper-level department. If no issues arose, the appointment would be formally announced, with results expected by the following day, so there was no need for haste. Given that Comrade Shui had filed a formal complaint, it warranted attention. Shui glared at Li Fu with a venomous look, while Li Fu remained as calm as still waters. Everything was proceeding according to procedure, with personnel from various departments overseeing the process. If Li Fu were to pass once more, Shui would find himself at a loss for words. Brother, it is better to be honest. This will benefit everyone, Shui remarked with a cold smile. Beneficial to everyone? Indeed, let us await the outcome. Chapter 29, Lin Dong's Plight. The underground gambling Denver. Here lies a chasm interwoven with desire and greed, a stage for the silent struggle of power and wealth. Qin Tian's gaze was as profound as the night, his lips perpetually curled into a knowing smirk, as if he could discern the deepest secrets and fears of the human heart. Tonight, however, Qin Xiao's mood was particularly distinct. Initially, he had intended to visit a shop pledged to him by Ma Gui, hoping to seize the opportunity to further solidify his sphere of influence. Unexpectedly, the cunning Ma Gui vanished overnight, along with the shop, as if he had evaporated from existence. This sudden turn of events left Qin Xiao slightly displeased. Yet that discontent was swiftly overshadowed by the anticipation of an unfolding spectacle. Inside the gambling den, the lighting was dim and enchanting, the air heavy with the mingled scents of tobacco and hormones. At an opulently adorned gambling table sat a young patron named Lin Dong, whose sculpted features and eyes, clear as crystal, seemed capable of perceiving the essence of the world. Lin Dong's attractiveness was an unadulterated natural beauty, enough to capture the attention of all, even amidst the chaotic throng. It was well known that Lin Dong was in a relationship with a captivating and popular girlfriend, the very woman Qin Xiao had long coveted. Tonight's objective was to drive Lin Dong to the brink of madness, ultimately leading him to lose everything. Qin Tian had long coveted the beauty and charm of Lin Dong's girlfriend, and now, it seemed fortune had bestowed upon him a perfect opportunity, a meticulously orchestrated gamble, one that could leave Lin Dong destitute and bereft of his beloved. Mr. Lin, it is truly an honor to encounter you here. Qin Xiao sauntered toward the gambling table, a significant smile playing upon his lips, concealing unspoken schemes and calculations. I've heard your luck has been favorable of late. How about a friendly match today? Lin Dong lifted his gaze, meeting Qin Xiao's with tranquil resolve, ready to engage. A gamble? It is indeed a passion of mine. I have heard this place is quite impressive, hence my visit. His eyes drifted to the female companion beside Qin Xiao, immediately captivated by her allure. Huh! Should you manage to best me, not only will the winnings be yours, but so will my girlfriend. Qin Xiao regarded Lin Dong, eagerly awaiting him to take the bait. Since a game had been arranged, every detail had surely been meticulously planned. Lin Dong smiled, a glimmer of wickedness flickering within him. Very well. Let us see whose skills prevail. Lin Dong's eyes now burned with fervor. Qin Xiao's smile deepened, revealing a blend of disdain for Lin Dong and anticipation for the forthcoming drama. He slowly approached the center of the gambling table, where an ancient color bowl lay, 3 dice resting within, awaiting the decree of fate. Very well, Mr. Lin, spoke Qin Xiao, his voice deep and resonant, as if each word contained an irresistible force. I shall shake the dice cup, and you will guess the outcome. 10 million for a round. If you win, the money is yours, and so is my girlfriend. He deliberately emphasized the words my girlfriend, as if to provoke and test Lin Dong's boundaries. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by an inexplicable thrill. He glanced at Qin Xiao's girlfriend, a woman of exquisite grace and striking beauty, whose presence quickened Lin Dong's heartbeat. At that moment, the wager proposed by Qin Xiao appeared to offer him an unparalleled opportunity. Agreed, it's settled, Lin Dong replied, his voice resolute and commanding. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult of excitement within. As Qin Xiao gently shook the cup, the three dice produced a crisp and tantalizing sound with each collision, reverberating against Lin Dong's heart, igniting both tension and exhilaration. Finally, the cup came to a halt, and Qin Xiao slowly lifted the lid, revealing the dice within. Lin Dong's gaze was fixed intently on them, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze, the entire world falling silent. Big! Lin Dong exclaimed almost involuntarily, his voice trembling with a mix of desire for victory and fear of the unknown. However, when Qin Xiao revealed the outcome, Lin Dong's expression drained of color. He had guessed incorrectly. 10 million evaporated in the blink of an eye. A wave of indescribable disappointment and resentment surged within Lin Dong, yet he did not relent. Instead, he was driven by a peculiar madness. In the subsequent rounds, he appeared ensnared by an invisible force, continuously placing bets and making guesses, each time filled with hope, only to meet failure. His gaze became glazed, and his breathing quickened, as if each shake of the cup was a silent duel with his very existence. Qin Xiao observed coolly from the sidelines, witnessing Lin Dong gradually ensnared in the trap he had laid, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. Lin Dong was utterly captivated by the gamble, consumed by his yearning for victory. Qin Xiao even began to envision the expression Lin Dong would wear upon losing everything, eagerly anticipating the enjoyment of his girlfriend thereafter. As the game progressed, Lin Dong lost not only money but also his reason and dignity. He became increasingly restless. Each failure deepened his anguish and intensified his longing for a chance to turn the tide. Yet, reality proved unforgiving. Each guess struck him like a heavy hammer, leaving him gasping for breath. Finally, as Lin Dong placed his last remaining chip on the table, poised for a final desperate attempt, he realized he had reached the precipice of despair. He looked at Qin Xiao, his eyes filled with fury, helplessness, and profound hopelessness. Lin Dong understood that he had lost, utterly lost, not just his money but himself. Who could have anticipated a sequence of 18 consecutive losses? A sum of 10 million, which amounts to 180 million. Lin Dong possesses wealth, yet it has not reached such staggering heights. Now, he finds himself compelled to write an IOU. Having incurred debts at the casino, he feels the weight of obligation. After all, what kind of place is a casino? Should he continue? If he wins, he need not repay this 180 million. Qin Xiao intends to plunge Lin Dong into absolute despair, ensuring he has no chance of redemption. 180 million may not suffice, for his girlfriend is a top-tier celebrity. If she so desires, she could assist in settling the debt. It is not merely money that Qin seeks, but rather a person. Now, his interest lies in Lin Dong's girlfriend. Lin Dong nods, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Should he lose again, the debt would swell to 360 million. Having witnessed 18 consecutive small outcomes, he resolves that this time he must bet on large. Lin Dong's eyes, bloodshot and alarming, resemble two fiery embers, fixed intently on Qin Xiao. His gaze a mixture of determination and a hint of indescribable madness. His voice, strained by tension and anticipation, emerges hoarse, each word laboriously extracted from the depths of his throat, imbued with undeniable resolve. His hands tremble involuntarily, sweat cascading down his forehead, dripping onto the table with a faint yet distinctly audible sound. His heart races as if yearning to burst free from the constraints of his chest, each beat resonating with a desire for victory and a fear of failure. He reassures himself that after a sequence of 18 improbable events, according to that elusive yet enticing theory of probability, this time it must surely be large. Qin Tian observes Lin Dong's transformation with an almost indifferent gaze, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Have you made your choice? Once bought, it cannot be returned. His words strike Lin Dong's already taut nerves like a hammer. Following this, Qin Tian gently shakes the betting cup. The crisp sound of metallic clinks echoing in Lin Dong's ears like the toll of a death knell, suffocating him with anxiety while simultaneously igniting a fervor within. The cup traces an elegant arc through the air before landing with a thud on the table, at which moment time seems to freeze. Lin Dong still has a chance to retract his decision. Should he wish, he could alter his mind. Yet the overwhelming desire for victory and the need to seize control of his fate render him hesitant, yet all the more resolute. I shall bet large. Lin Dong's tightly clenched fist nearly produces a cracking sound. His voice, sharp with excitement, conveys a sense of being propelled by an invisible force, teetering on the brink of madness. In this moment, Lin Dong finds himself wholly ensnared in the whirlpool of gambling, where rationality and insanity intertwine. Every cell within him quivering in anticipation of the impending outcome. Having made his choice, he resigns himself to fate. Qin Shao unveils the cup, and upon seeing the result, Lin Dong collapses onto the ground. Yet he is swiftly pulled back up, a promissory note for 360 million already drafted, and now he must sign it. Losing means losing. I still wish to play. Do you dare to join? Lin Dong has completely lost his sanity. It must be large. Qin Tian gazed at the foolish Lin Dong, contemplating that money is merely a figure when Lin Dong lacks substantial wealth. Even if he were to lose 100 billion, what difference would it make? His net worth was limited, and now he had achieved his objective. The money was secured, and his girlfriend would also benefit from it. An all-encompassing gain. Lin Dong emerged from the situation in disarray, having signed an IOU and acquiesced to an outrageous demand from Qin Tian. How was he to explain this to his girlfriend? Qin Tian, embracing his companion, stepped outside, only to be greeted by a group of individuals. Upon recognizing the leader among them, Qin Tian immediately adopted a submissive demeanor and approached. I instructed you to shut down this casino. Why did you not heed my advice? Are you aware that a nationwide crackdown is imminent? Can you not engage in legitimate endeavors? The eldest Qin sister struck him, having previously warned him, yet he had failed to comply. Qin Tian was reluctant to part with the casino, where daily earnings reached several million. A casual game could yield a fortune. In these times, what business could rival the profitability of casino? Sister, I have connections, he stammered, genuinely intimidated by her. What connections? Pray tell, what kind of connections do you possess? The eldest Qin sister was on the verge of fury. Her brother was hopelessly negligent, and the money he earned was tainted. He not only operated the casino, but also engaged in usury and had assembled a gang of thugs. With the national crackdown underway, he was brazenly defying the law. This cannot be disclosed. Rest assured, my connections are solid. In Binhai, no one dares to investigate, Qin Tian replied, withholding the identity of his powerful backers. It was inconceivable to run such a casino without some form of protection. Another slap from his sister ensued. Close the doors immediately. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian had no choice but to instruct his associates to close the establishment. Today's profits were forfeited. It seemed a new location would have to be sought, as shutting down a casino was not a matter of mere whim. There were those above who expected daily revenues. The reason no one dared to investigate was precisely due to the formidable connections at play. The eldest Qin sister looked at her brother with genuine concern. Their family was not in need of money, yet she feared for her brother's future. Operating a casino, engaging in usury, and organizing thuggish activities could lead him to ruin. Should he continue to disregard her warnings, his fate would be sealed. Why, at such a young age, was he involved in such dubious enterprises? Just moments ago, he was gambling on his girlfriend. It infuriated her. She felt he had yet to undertake a single responsible endeavor. However, there was little she could do now. As long as he did not engage in outright criminality, that was all that mattered. The eldest Qin sister had been keeping a watchful eye on Zhang Fan. Why was he not inheriting such a vast empire, but instead helping his brother shoulder debts? The situation seemed far from simple. The Wanfeng group was facing bankruptcy with no heir apparent. Logically, her brother lacked the means to threaten him. Meanwhile, Matsuda emerged from the depths, nursing his back. After sampling a miraculous drug previously, he had become somewhat reckless, inexplicably drawn to those substances. Now, the Sakura organization had clandestinely formed with the purpose of acquiring the mysterious pharmaceutical formulas from Xia country. The indomitable pill from the Zhang family is an object of utmost desire for the organization. If it cannot be acquired through monetary means, then it shall be seized. Matsuda Ikeshida entered a traditional Japanese building. The Sakura not only secretly acquired these enigmatic herbal formulas, but also deployed numerous espionage agencies within the borders of the Xia nation, enabling them to monitor every move of the Xia. For Sakura, the ambition to see the fall of Xia has never wavered. Given the opportunity, they would rise again. Upon entering, he noticed a superior seated on a tatami mat. Ikeshida-kun, how goes the task? In front of him sat a superior clad in a kimono, with a katana resting beside him. It is done. I have procured the formula. Matsuda Ikeshida was apprehensive. Failure to accomplish the task would result in seppuku. You obtained it? Let me see the formula. That document is a closely guarded secret of the Zhang family. It cannot be so easily acquired. Matsuda Ikeshida approached and personally produced the formula. Chapter 30. The aftereffects are potent. The superior's sharp gaze swept over the trembling hands of Matsuda Ikeshida as he handed over the formula, which was a yellowed sheet with slightly frayed edges, inscribed with ancient characters depicting some obscure medicinal ingredients. He slowly rose, his steps steady as he walked toward an ancient and dignified apothecary cabinet on one side of the room. The cabinet was meticulously adorned with various herbs, some emitting a faint fragrance, while others subtly exuded an undetectable odor. The superior's eyes betrayed an undeniable resolve. He understood the significance of this formula. Following the instructions meticulously, he selected each ingredient with utmost care, occasionally pinching them between his fingers to assess their dryness and texture, or bringing them close to his nose to inhale their distinctive scents. Soon, all the herbs were prepared, and the superior deftly placed them into a mortar, grinding them into a fine powder, and then blending them in precise proportions to ultimately create the legendary elixir. Without hesitation, he took the pill and swallowed it. Observing this, Matsuda Ikeshida slightly bowed and quietly cautioned, "Sir, the aftereffects of this medicine are quite profound. It may unleash a torrent of imaginative thoughts. Please approach with caution." The superior, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a confident smile, then closed his eyes, beginning to meditate. As the leader of the Special High Command, he possessed extraordinary willpower and self-control. Faced with the impending mental tempest, he knew he must remain lucid, harnessing his formidable inner strength to navigate the complex thoughts that would soon assail him. Matsuda Ikeshida departed first. Zhang Fan was unaware that Matsuda Ikeshida had not only consumed the pill himself, but had also administered it to the superior of the Special High Command. That substance was not intended for human consumption, but rather for sows. Of course, humans could ingest it, leading to peculiar behaviors. However, the Sakura were also beasts, and their ensuing actions could be understood in that light. Meanwhile, customers had begun to arrive at the shop. Li Fu had already donned a new administrative jacket. It seemed he had ascended. I had just checked the news, and it had been announced. Li Fu sipped his tea, observing the young man before him. Was Wanfu Group truly not to be inherited? If not, then the authorities would intervene, following due process. If there were wealth, it would be directed to charitable organizations. If funds were lacking, bankruptcy would ensue. A refusal to inherit would naturally absolve one of debt obligations, yet simultaneously disqualify them from claiming any family estate. Indeed, no inheritance. Zhang Fan asserted confidently. I have heard that you support hundreds of individuals in the underworld. Li Fu pondered. No, they are security personnel for the storage company. They are not involved in illicit activities. They hold legitimate jobs and contribute to social security. Zhang Fan replied with certainty. With just a few straightforward phrases, he grasped the impending developments. Firstly, in light of the repercussions brought by the gangsters, the government would intensify its crackdown on organized crime. Subsequently, intervention concerning Wanfu Group was inevitable, contributing to social security. Well, that eliminates the notion of being a criminal organization, and it also assists in addressing employment issues. If you do not inherit Wanfu Group, such a vast enterprise with numerous employees, Li Fu remarked with a smile. Now that he was in a position of authority, there were performance evaluations to consider, which involved attracting investments and resolving employment matters. The collapse of Wanfu Group would impact countless families. What is the annual tax contribution of Wanfu Group? Zhang Fan inquired while sipping his tea. Wanfu Group employs tens of thousands, and its annual tax contributions exceed 100 million, significantly aiding employment. If you choose to inherit, I can arrange for banks to provide credit support. Li Fu was keen to prevent Wanfu Group from failing. Grant me 5 years, and I too can achieve what Wanfu Group has today. My parents' lifelong efforts have been consumed by the parasites within. Wanfu Group is merely a FAAD, burdened with debt. Zhang Fan declared with confidence. I can take over the storage company, including its debts, and I am prepared to shoulder that responsibility. Zhang Fan was unwilling to abandon his fellow villagers, so he was willing to endure some losses. Yet, concerning Wanfu Group, he would not be filling any voids. Zhang Fan offered a kind reminder. Li Fu chuckled, recognizing that this young man could see through his thoughts. Since this lad aimed to acquire the storage company, arrangements could certainly be made. Li Fu appreciated the young man's capabilities, though he was not yet ready to fully trust him. In his position, it was challenging to fully confide in others. Much remained concealed within. Thank you for your assistance last time. Please return those antiques, as per Ye's promise, Li Fu instructed, rising to adjust his administrative jacket. His ascent to power was not motivated by desire for authority or wealth, but rather for his daughter. Now that matters had reached a resolution, the items must be returned. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. These items were primarily purchased from an antique shop, all authentic. Since Li Fu desired a return, it would indeed be returned. Observing Li Fu depart, Zhang Fan stood up, realizing that this influential figure had not regarded him with much significance. He had yet to attain that level of merit. However, Zhang Fan had never intended to rely on him for substantial benefits. Self-reliance was essential. Just as Li Fu exited, Lu Taiju entered. Brother, that fellow Qin Tian is demanding the return of Ma Gui's shop. Otherwise, he threatens to cause us trouble. Trouble? That brat has no idea how many good days he has left. He is the one heading for trouble. If you want to smash things, let him do it. Just don't retaliate, Zhang Fan instructed deliberately. Not retaliate? Lu Tieju's eyes widened. Doesn't that make it seem as though we fear him? Boss, is it possible to purchase those unfinished buildings? They're quite inexpensive, Lu Taiju suddenly interjected. Unfinished buildings? A normal person wouldn't even think to ask that, Zhang Fan mused. Yet a spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. But now that you mention it, depending on their location, if they're in the eastern part of the city, they could be worth buying. Not only should we buy them, but we must invest heavily. A fortune is on the horizon. This Taiju has finally done something right. Chapter 31. Unwilling to reclaim. You should first investigate where there are unfinished buildings, then tally the costs. I will provide you with the funds to proceed, Zhang Fan commanded. With the further reform and opening up in Xia country, various industries began to flourish, with real estate being the most representative. Coupled with the development of Binhai New City, purchasing unfinished buildings now could transform into villas later. This was indeed the moment to seize opportunity. Buy all the unfinished buildings and await our fortune. Lu Taiju nodded eagerly and departed. He had already encouraged his relatives to purchase these inexpensive properties. Now that the boss had approved the plan, they would continue. Watching Lu Taiju leave in high spirits, Zhang Fan retrieved the antiques from Li Fu, which had already been loaded into the car. As he drove, he suddenly remembered this particular shop. It was that notorious establishment where many had purchased gifts. He recalled attempting to sell a blue and white porcelain piece there, only to have the second-in-command try to double-cross him, sending someone to ambush him and steal his goods. In the end, he dealt with those clerks and had even secured a substantial loan from them, teaching the second-in-command a lesson. It was quite a coincidence to find himself here again. However, the second-in-command appeared distracted, a bandage wrapped around his head. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, he froze momentarily, a malevolent glint in his eye. His employees had gone missing. Could this brat be responsible? I see these antiques behind you, Zhang Fan remarked. While 80% of the value is profit, the second-in-command's underhanded dealings ensured the funds never reached the owner's account. So this loss is his to bear. How do I know these items haven't been swapped? No returns or exchanges are allowed. You know that the second-in-command retorted, unwilling to part with the money. Oh, if you're unsure whether they've been swapped, why not verify? Zhang Fan shrugged. I said, no returns or exchanges. The second-in-command was adamant about not returning anything. No returns? That's splendid, Zhang Fan thought as he called the young girl named Ye, explaining that he was returning them per her father's request. Now that the other party was unwilling, it was no longer his problem. Soon, an Audi approached, and a young girl stepped out. Shopkeeper, no refund? If there is no issue with the items, let us just take a loss and return them. The second-in-command glanced at the girl. What is your status? With someone like you, I wouldn't even entertain the thought. It's all a mess. Upon hearing this, the girl named Ye's expression soured. Isn't this the current mainstream style? Is it not appealing? Dad, the shopkeeper refuses to refund. Okay, I understand, Ye replied, turning to the shopkeeper and then to Zhang Fan. My father said that if you're unwilling, we'll find another place. We can collaborate with them, and he suggested selling at 60% of the original value, donating all proceeds to charity, as those who gifted the items wouldn't want them back. 60%? If not for my own financial constraints, I would have wanted to acquire them myself. In fact, I know a more reliable shop. Let us go, Zhang Fan said, indifferent to engaging further with the shopkeeper. The second-in-command, however, harbored a malicious glint in his eyes. This kid was as good as finished. This time, he would ensure his downfall for daring to challenge him. They drove to the old shop where they had previously sold blue and white porcelain. It was far less opulent than the second-in-command's establishment, exhibiting a more understated charm. An elderly man in traditional robes was diligently counting on an abacus, a familiar sight every time they visited. Upon noticing guests, he paused and looked up. I have a batch of antiques I purchased from another shop and wish to dispose of. Do you accept such items? Zhang Fan stated directly. There will certainly be losses. The antique business isn't one where you can casually return items. The old man stepped outside, approached the car, and examined the antiques for authenticity. How do you wish to sell them? At 60% of the original price, Zhang Fan replied. These aren't mine. I'm merely facilitating their sale. 60%? The buyer will be at a severe disadvantage. Let us add another 10%. These items are in high demand and will sell easily. After inspecting the items and confirming their authenticity, the old man promptly offered a price. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, larger antique shops possess the strength not to haggle excessively and avoid unnecessary complications. It appears there is potential for deeper collaboration in the future. They assisted in unloading the items and conducted a second inspection. Soon, Ye received a check. Her father would not keep the money, as it was already agreed to be donated to charity. Brother, do you think my outfit is unattractive? As they stepped outside, the young girl paused with the check in hand. Unattractive? This is a fashionable style. Those in the social scene dress like this. What is unattractive about it? Quite appealing. In fact, Zhang Fan couldn't admire it, but it was indeed the trend of the times. However, for someone who had been reborn, it lacked aesthetic appeal. I think it looks good. I'm off to make the donation now. Thank you once again. With that, she cheerfully walked away. This young delinquent possesses a father akin to Li Fu, engaging in the underworld purely for amusement. As Zhang Fan stepped out, his piercing gaze unexpectedly caught sight of several suspicious individuals entering the establishment of the second-in-command. Earlier, when he departed, the second-in-command had cast a malevolent glance, evidently concocting schemes against him. Now, curiosity piqued, he wondered if these were the individuals he sought. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to investigate their intentions, armed with his unique ability to observe their every move. Upon entering the shop, the second-in-command promptly closed the door, declaring a private audience for what he deemed important guests. The clandestine figures proceeded into a hidden chamber. We have conducted our reconnaissance. There are over 10 ancient tombs in Binhai ripe for excavation, and many ancestral graves of prominent families hold valuable relics, one of them remarked. Removing their hoods, they indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Tomb raiders? The second-in-command astonishingly harbored a gang of grave robbers. This antique shop was, in truth, a den of iniquity. Once we secure the goods, we can sell certain unmarketable items to Sakura. They have a penchant for such treasures, and the prices are quite favorable. The second-in-command chuckled, raising a bowl of liquor with a mischievous grin. Chapter 32. The Emergence of Lin Dong. This establishment was indeed a haven for illicit activities. All items were procured through grave robbery. It seemed that certain families in Binhai were destined for misfortune, as these individuals were willing to desecrate ancestral graves. Since he was not the target, Zhang Fan felt no inclination to warn these so-called esteemed families. The fate of their ancestral graves held no relevance for him. At present, he aimed to seize the opportunity, investing in some derelict properties to prepare for a financial windfall. However, he found himself in a dire predicament, burdened with debts amounting to millions, pondering how to amass capital. Inheriting the Wanfu Group was certainly not a viable solution. That gaping pit would not be filled. Zhang Fan contemplated the land he had acquired to assist Qin Shao in settling debts. Its value was soon to be revealed, indicating the need for careful maneuvering to extract some funds from it. Just as he was mulling over ways to raise money, a call came in. Qin Shao had arrived with a crew to stir trouble. He was indeed audacious, daring to act against the current. Zhang Fan drove to the shop, where chaos reigned. Over 100 thugs wielded various weapons, wreaking havoc. Silently, Zhang Fan retrieved his phone and began to document the scene. It was not that he could not fight. Engaging in such a lifestyle was not his ambition. He did not wish for his comrades to face dire consequences. Soon enough, Qin Shao, in all his madness, would find himself in an equally precarious situation. Zhang Fan, you're quite formidable, aren't you? Do you dare to transfer ownership of Ma Gui's tavern? Qin Shao approached, brandishing a large cleaver, who was unaware that he was the undisputed kingpin of Binhai. His notoriety had grown immensely, yet there were still those who dared to oppose him. Qin Shao, just trying to make a living, Zhang Fan chuckled, considering it akin to interest owed to Ma Gui. Qin Shao, wielding the cleaver, advanced, pointing a finger menacingly at Zhang Fan. Do you believe I want to eliminate you? Zhang Fan merely smiled. What if I become displeased and decide to inherit the Wanfu Group? That might not bode well for you. Qin Tian was oblivious to the myriad troubles plaguing the Wanfu group. Should Zhang Fan inherit it, he would truly become a significant figure, bolstered by hundreds of loyal brothers, rendering him unafraid of any adversary. Today's visits served as a lesson. He warned Zhang to address him as Brother Qin in the future and to refrain from opposing him, lest he face dire consequences. With an air of arrogance, Qin Tian swaggered away, brandishing a machete. Zhang Fan watched as the group departed, feeling a sense of frustration. Brother, I am utterly aggrieved. Who dodged you and fumed? What is there to fear? Let us confront them. That brat came here to vandalize our property. Zhang Fan gazed outside, noticing the arrival of the police. Just moments ago, Qin Tian stormed in with 100 men, wreaking havoc upon my establishment and causing significant losses. Please send your assessment team. This is a rare treasure from the Song Dynasty's Ru Kiln, valued at over 10 million. Zhang Fan greeted the police officers with enthusiasm, displaying no hint of sorrow over the destruction. The police were well aware of Qin Tian's reckless behavior, but felt powerless to act due to his influential connections. However, since they were present, they had to document the incident. As for apprehending anyone, that was out of the question. The police dared not offend Qin. Zhang Fan warmly detailed the items that were damaged, each a rare gem worth at least several hundred thousand. The total loss from this incident exceeded a minor target. To see Qin falter, he needed to be driven to madness. Qin would not enjoy many more days of ease. This report would be officially recorded, allowing Zhang to claim compensation for his losses. If they refused to pay, Qin could find himself imprisoned for life. The Qin family held some power, and covering a minor target was within their means. The more destruction Qin caused today, the more satisfaction Zhang would derive from the eventual compensation. All documentation was being conducted under the watchful eyes of the police, who, while adhering to procedure, were unaware of the true value of the items. Nevertheless, they were cautious of antagonizing Qin and could only offer a semblance of comfort to the victim through their records. Moments later, as Zhang Fan prepared to lock the store and attend to personal matters, an incongruous gust of dust-laden air interrupted the tranquility of the shop. A shadowy figure entered, enveloped in a tight black outfit, as if attempting to sever ties with the world. He wore a hat pulled low over his brow and a mask that concealed all but a pair of shifty eyes, which scanned the store like a covert operative on a clandestine mission. The man clutched a heavy, mysterious leather case, moving with a cautious demeanor, wary of disturbing anything. After surveying the surroundings, he lowered his voice and, almost in a whisper, inquired, "Is the shopkeeper present? I have some antiques here, and I wonder if you might be interested." Zhang Fan was taken aback. Such an outfit would make even a regular customer unrecognizable at first glance. However, with his keen insight, Zhang Fan promptly recognized the figure cloaked in black as Lin Dong, the boyfriend of a prominent star, who typically graced the limelight, yet now appeared in this clandestine manner. What had brought Lin Dong to this place? Was it a trap? Logically, as the partner of a celebrity, he ought to be enjoying a life of luxury. How could he suddenly materialize here in such a furtive manner? Moreover, the leather suitcase in his possession, filled with mysterious antiques, provoked a flurry of imaginative speculation. Zhang Fan approached slowly, donning a professional smile, his tone laced with curiosity and caution. "I am the proprietor. You mentioned you have antiques for sale? Allow me to examine the goods." He contemplated that if these were indeed rare treasures, he might acquire them and later profit handsomely. Yet Lin Dong's unusual demeanor prompted Zhang Fan to exercise greater vigilance. In this line of work, curiosity often accompanies peril. What perplexed Zhang Fan most was the reason behind Lin Dong's current predicament. Had he encountered an unspeakable dilemma, or was there a more intricate backstory? After all, in Lin Dong's world, wealth and fame had never seemed to be a concern. Lin Dong cast a brief glance at Zhang Fan, silently pondering. Is this young man truly the proprietor? Can this seemingly inconspicuous shop genuinely handle the merchandise I possess? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but was swiftly alleviated by Zhang Fan's subsequent actions. Zhang Fan appeared to keenly sense Lin Dong's apprehension, leisurely moving to an ancient wooden table behind the counter, gently pulling open a drawer, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash, glimmering with a radiant luster. This gesture silently proclaimed, "I possess the means." Upon witnessing this, Lin Dong's gaze flickered, and the scales of his judgment began to tip. Chapter 33, The Middleman. No longer hesitating, he delicately placed the suitcase on the table, his movements betraying a subtle tremor, as if the suitcase contained not merely goods, but the very threads of his destiny. With a soft click, the suitcase opened to reveal an array of jade artifacts and exquisite jewelry, alongside several pieces of antique porcelain, each emanating a warm glow, hinting at their extraordinary value. Zhang Fan's eyes roamed over these treasures, and he couldn't help but marvel internally. These were indeed remarkable items, each capable of stirring the hearts of connoisseurs, their worth immeasurable. Please provide an estimate. Lin Dong's voice was deep and resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. He understood that this venture was no trifling matter, but rather a crucial step towards alleviating his pressing financial crisis, burdened by over 300 million in debts owed to Qin Shao, weighing heavily on his conscience. Should his girlfriend, the illustrious star, learn the truth, it was likely she would abandon him. Zhang Fan gradually seated himself, gently cradling the jewelry before him, scrutinizing it closely, his fingertips brushing against the substantial texture. The items were indeed remarkable, but what of their origin? Such remarkable treasures, Zhang Fan murmured in awe, his gaze imbued with both admiration and contemplation. He began to mentally assess the worth of this batch, realizing its value far exceeded his expectations. If he could successfully take possession and subsequently resell it, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. However, he also recognized that the origins of these goods might be rather intricate. Acquiring them would entail certain risks. Zhang Fan's eyes shifted back to Lin Dong, now tinged with scrutiny and consideration. These items are indeed extraordinary, yet I suspect their backstory is equally compelling. Might you be willing to divulge a hint or two to provide me with a more comprehensive understanding? Upon hearing Zhang Fan's inquiry into the provenance, Lin Dong's expression instantly grew complex. He understood that he must never reveal that these treasures had been illicitly extracted from his girlfriend's safe. Such a disclosure would be tantamount to digging his own grave. Thus, he feigned calmness, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he attempted to assert dominance. Some inquiries are best left unasked. Rest assured, I possess a legitimate source for these goods. All I require is a fair appraisal. Lin Dong felt a surge of anxiety, acutely aware that he was treading on thin ice, where each step necessitated caution. He dared not venture into the antiquities shop, where the crowd was dense and the risk of being recognized by acquaintances could expose his secret. Even so, he could not afford to be complacent, for this place also concealed unknown dangers. Zhang Fan, observing the shift in Lin Dong, had already devised a plan. While maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, he discreetly transmitted photographs of the jewels to the seasoned proprietor of the shop. With his vast experience, the old master quickly provided an approximate valuation, 50 million. Zhang Fan spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. At the utterance of this figure, Lin Dong's complexion darkened significantly. He mentally calculated that these items had initially cost nearly 200 million, complete with receipts as proof, and now they were valued at a mere 50 million? This felt like blatant robbery. Are you dismissing me as a beggar? Lin Dong exclaimed, his voice sharp with fury. I spent 200 million on these jewels. How can you offer only 50 million? He glared at Zhang Fan, as if trying to see through him. Yet, Zhang Fan remained remarkably composed, a slight smile gracing his lips as if he had anticipated Lin Dong's reaction. Sir, you might consider visiting a few other establishments to see if they might offer a higher price. The phenomenon of price inflation in the jewelry market was indeed pronounced. The disparity between buying and selling prices often varied greatly. Furthermore, given Lin Dong's urgent need to sell, Zhang Fan was naturally disinclined to extend a generous offer. Lin Dong, though reluctant, acknowledged his precarious situation. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions. 50 million merely scratched the surface. It was woefully inadequate. This fellow is driving the price down too much. If you were to increase it, I could still sell him something of value. Reluctant to seek other buyers, Lin Dong considered that, despite the unexpected pricing, it fell within an acceptable range. I shall add 1 million, he declared. Zhang Fan responded with a pained expression. 1 million? Lin Dong felt as if he might choke on his frustration. Certainly, payment is exchange for goods. Lin Dong found himself with no alternative but to sell a portion of his items. He requested the account details and insisted on signing an agreement, affirming that the items were lawful and legitimate, and that any ensuing issues would be his responsibility. Zhang Fan had already prepared the goods. Although Lin Dong was reluctant to sign, he recognized that without such an agreement, the other party would be hesitant to accept such a large quantity. Thus, he had no choice but to formalize the transaction. Zhang Fan had instructed the old shopkeeper to transfer the funds. He was merely a middleman. The current acquisition was at 500 billion for 100 million, while the sale to the old shopkeeper was at 850 million, yielding a profit of over 30 million. A profit of over 30 million from a simple handoff was more lucrative than any business venture. Given Lin Dong's financial constraints, he was certain that more valuable items would appear. Although he had nothing of worth himself, his girlfriend did. As long as the items were legitimate, he was willing to acquire them. Soon, Lin Dong received the funds and observed Zhang Fan departing the scene. Indeed, such items held considerable value, and he resolved to pay closer attention in the future. He noted that his girlfriend possessed many valuable items, yet discreetly acquiring them posed a challenge. Having only managed to secure a small sum, he needed to devise further strategies. Since this individual suggested that jade was quite valuable, he planned to pursue some jade next time. Zhang Fan watched Lin Dong leave, pondering whether he thought he could disguise himself. He felt grateful for the warmth Lin Dong had brought him. In this era, tens of millions constituted a fortune, though it paled in comparison to the Wanfu Group's assets exceeding 10 billion. Earning tens of millions in mere minutes was impressive. With newfound wealth, he contemplated investing in unfinished buildings. The entire coastal real estate sector was on the brink of rapid development. Acquiring such properties would equate to securing ownership, and soon the land would be his. Thus, a profitable avenue was emerging. As for Qin Xiao, he could continue playing in the mud. His days of prosperity would soon dwindle. As Zhang Fan prepared to exit once more, his keen insight revealed numerous opportunities for profit. He aimed to explore the possibility of finding jade rough stones, hoping for a fortuitous discovery. People in Xia country held a particular fondness for jade, and the prices of quality jade had consistently risen, albeit the supply was scarce. Just as he stepped outside, another wave of individuals arrived. Chapter 34. The Arrival of Brother Hu. Today, the shop buzzed with activity, bustling with an influx of visitors. Uncharacteristically, a sizable crowd had gathered, forming small clusters, whispering to one another, their expressions revealing curiosity and unease. Several dilapidated vans abruptly parked by the roadside, their doors flung open, and a group of casually dressed, audacious young men spilled out, some smoking, others gesticulating wildly, exuding an air of fearless bravado. At the forefront stood a robust figure clad in an open black jacket, sporting sunglasses that obscured much of his face, save for a barely perceptible, cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. He was none other than the notorious Brother Hu, a name synonymous with infamy in this region, known far and wide. It is said that he possesses an astonishingly extensive network of resources and connections, capable of influencing local projects, particularly in recent years, with the city's expansion and a flurry of demolition projects. Brother Hu has leveraged this momentum to further extend his sphere of influence. However, his past is not without its shadows. He has been incarcerated for involvement in multiple violent incidents. Yet, upon his release, rather than being rehabilitated, he seems to have grown more audacious, rumored to be backed by formidable allies, which allows him to operate with impunity in the area. Whenever he appears in public, even the most mischievous children instinctively quiet down, some even bursting into tears out of fear. Brother Hu exudes an undeniable aura of authority that compels one to avert their gaze. Today, it is quite astonishing that Brother Hu has personally graced this inconspicuous establishment with his presence. Zhang Fan is taken aback by his arrival, as the two have had no prior interactions. This is the true essence of organized crime, entangled in so many cases that it is evident that good days are scarce. Little Zhang, I have a matter for you. Brother Hu's voice is deep and powerful. Though it appears to be a request, it carries an unmistakable undertone of command. He slowly removes his sunglasses, revealing piercing eyes that scan the establishment, seemingly appraising something. My elder brother requires assistance with a loan, and you, as the sole heir of the Wanfu Group, are qualified to secure it. The funds would be directed to my brother, who promises you a 1% benefit. By the way, my brother intends to secure a loan of 1 billion. This would ensure your financial security for a lifetime. Brother Hu extends his hand, seemingly intending to pat Zhang Fan on the back, only for Zhang Fan to evade the gesture. Is this utilizing my name to secure a loan? Then the money goes to Brother Hu's superior, leaving me with the debt? That is indeed a heavy burden. It is no wonder Brother Hu has brought so many people along. No problem, Zhang Fan replies with a smile. No problem? Brother Hu is taken aback. How could there be no problem? Is this lad a fool, or has he been intimidated? Well, I do appreciate obedient individuals. Prepare yourself. We will head to the bank for the signing. Seeing Zhang Fan's lack of hesitation, Brother Hu is also disinclined to engage in further small talk. On my way here, a group of demolition residents were unruly, demanding a substantial sum of money. I detest being threatened, so I sent them to meet their maker. Zhang Fan, I have faith in you. Brother Hu offers a pointed reminder. As Brother Hu and his entourage depart, Zhang Fan can't help but smirk. Why did he agree so readily? It was simply to secure the loan for himself, to purchase unfinished buildings. As for repayment, that could be arranged in due time. The loan will undoubtedly be deposited into his account, and only then can it be transferred. Now, it is merely a matter of speed. He too requires significant funds. Does he truly fear Brother Hu? In his 2 lifetimes, has he ever feared him? Tiger's still too naive. Once the money is in hand, he will surely be grateful for the grand gift brought by Tiger. The pressing issue now lies in dealing with the troublesome debtor. No, for the sake of the loan, Tiger will proactively assist in resolving this predicament. After all, how else could one secure a loan? Everyone seems to believe they are merely a fat sheep, ready for slaughter, unaware that even the plumpest of sheep can bite back. Securing a loan of 1 billion in one's own name? Much gratitude is owed to Tiger. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqing leaned against the corner of the room, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Lin Yuran, who was meticulously preparing herself at the vanity. Lin Yuran's long hair was elegantly fashioned into a high ponytail, with a few stray strands softly framing her forehead, adding an air of playful vivacity. Adorned in a classic uniform, her short skirt paired with white thigh-high stockings exuded a sense of purity laced with an indescribable allure. The more Lu Wanqing observed, the more it seemed as though her dear friend had been sculpted by time, increasingly radiating an irresistible charm. Yet beneath this admiration lurked an insidious scheme unbeknownst to all. Lu Wanqing's mother was growing anxious, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, incessantly urging her to take decisive action. To seize the assets of the Wanfeng group, they meticulously devised a plan, targeting Zhang Fan directly. According to the scheme, Lin Yuran was to initiate a meeting with Zhang Fan, utilizing her charm to entice him, and subsequently endeavor to frame him for a crime of coercion. While this plan appeared flawless in theory, its execution demanded exceptional skill and caution. To ensure the plan's success, Lu Wanqing had prepared a selection of colorless and tasteless drugs. Once ingested by Zhang Fan, he would lose his faculties, behaving uncontrollably towards Lin Yuran. In due course, they would appear at the opportune moment, laying all blame upon Zhang Fan, rendering him defenseless. With this thought, a cold smirk crept upon Lu Wanqing's lips. She gazed at Lin Yuran in the mirror. The youthful face illuminated by the light appeared exceptionally enchanting. Lin Yuran seemed utterly oblivious to the impending danger, blissfully preparing for her upcoming rendezvous. Yuran, you are truly becoming more captivating. Lu Wanqing approached, gently patting Lin Yuran's shoulder, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. Wanqing, do you think I will succeed this time? Lin Yuran turned around, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Little did she know, she was unwittingly stepping into a meticulously crafted trap. Lu Wanqing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a natural expression. Of course you will succeed, Yuran. You are the best. Zhang Fan will undoubtedly be utterly enchanted by you. This scheme merely called for her friend to entice. Yet Lu Wanqing felt it was inadequate. She yearned for something more tangible to transpire between them, ensuring his inevitable downfall. As for her dear friend, she would have to be sacrificed. Chapter 35. After a moment's hesitation. Well, your current appearance could surely captivate any man. Just look at this exquisite makeup, this resplendent attire, every inch radiating an irresistible charm. Lu Wanqing scrutinized Lin Yuran with satisfaction, her eyes glimmering with a calculating light. After glancing at the exquisite watch on her wrist, she confirmed that everything was meticulously arranged. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she thought, go ahead, everything is set. Once you complete this task, you shall reap the entirety of the Wanfu Group's resources. At that moment, you will blossom into a globally renowned star, basking in wealth and glory. Standing before the mirror, Lin Yuran assessed her appearance once more. Indeed, the reflection staring back at her was breathtaking, resembling a goddess who had stepped out from the pages of a comic. Recently, many had praised her increasing beauty, her skin appearing as delicate and radiant as if it could be easily broken. Even she found herself somewhat entranced by this beauty. Whenever someone inquired about her skincare regimen, she would merely smile and remain silent, secretly reveling in her own satisfaction. Yet, Lin Yuran understood that this transformation was not solely due to skincare products. It was the result of the beauty elixir provided by Zhang Fan. This tiny pill not only rendered her skin more refined and smooth, but also infused her with an indescribable youthful vitality. After taking it, she felt invigorated, as though her very mood had shifted to one of delight. Moreover, her appearance seemed to subtly evolve each day, becoming increasingly enchanting and youthful. Truly, This beauty elixir was remarkable. Lin Yuran pondered where Zhang Fan had acquired such a treasure. However, her thoughts were primarily filled with anticipation and hope for the future. Lin Yuran knew that by fulfilling the task assigned by Lu Wanqing, she could completely extricate herself from her current predicament, becoming the darling of the Wanfu group and even the focal point of the entire entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqing stood by the window, watching Lin Yuran's silhouette gradually fade away, a triumphant smile gracing her face. She was confident that this plan would succeed, for she had equipped Lin Yuran with not only a beautiful exterior and enticing opportunities, but also a potion irresistible to any man. Outside the shop, Zhang Fan was about to step out when he unexpectedly spotted Lin Yuran descending from a car. A flicker of surprise and confusion stirred within him. He understood that this was no mere coincidence. It was likely that Lu Wanqing and her associates, unable to contain their eagerness, had dispatched Lin Yuran to execute some scheme. With this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head gently, reflecting on the complexities and capriciousness of human nature. Ah, Lu Wanqing, how noble she is, unwilling to appear herself, and instead sending her dear friend. The shop was indeed bustling today. Zhang Fan turned and strode inside, with Lin Yuran following closely behind, her steps light and a barely perceptible smile adorning her face. Upon entering, Zhang Fan chose a seat and naturally directed his gaze toward Lin Yuran. Observing her closely, he noted the remarkable transformation since she had taken the beauty elixir he had given her. Her skin had become even more delicate and smooth, appearing as if it could yield water, and her eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an ineffable charm. It seemed that the efficacy of this beauty elixir was indeed, as he had anticipated, warranting vigorous promotion. However, Zhang Fan had already formed a few suspicions regarding Lin Yuran's purpose for this visit. He was not a fool. Lin Yuran's sudden appearance, coupled with her burdened demeanor, clearly indicated ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan chose not to expose her immediately, opting instead to observe her actions and discern what tricks she intended to play. The ambience within the shop appeared calm, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous currents swirled. "What are you selling?" Lin Yuran inquired, taking the initiative. If she were to frame this young man, she would need something of value. Should he be apprehended, her chances of obtaining the coveted beauty elixir would vanish. "How much is the beauty elixir?" she asked directly. Zhang Fan's lips curled into a playful smile, his gaze imbued with a hint of mockery as he regarded Lin Yuran. He was acutely aware that this girl was being used as a pawn by Lu Wanqing, yet remained blissfully ignorant of her role. Did she truly believe that Lu Wanqing would honor those ethereal promises? Such naivety was almost laughable. 1 million per pill. Would you care to purchase? Zhang Fan deliberately raised his voice, seemingly testing Lin Yuran's reaction. This figure was astronomical for the average person, let alone for Lin Yuran, a budding star who, despite her status, was not particularly affluent. Upon hearing the price, a fleeting expression of embarrassment and helplessness crossed her face. 1 million per pill? Not even half a pill was within her means. She understood well that, although she inhabited the entertainment industry, she had never secured significant roles or major endorsements, languishing in mediocrity. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her close friend Lu Wanqing to persuade her into framing this seemingly ordinary young man. Observing Lin Yuran's awkward demeanor, Zhang Fan felt a twinge of sympathy. He then gently suggested, "Have you considered becoming the spokesperson for the beauty elixir? The income would be substantial, allowing you a more comfortable life." Lin Yuran was taken aback. A spokesperson? She had never entertained the idea of such an opportunity. In the entertainment world, being a spokesperson was a significant indicator of a star's commercial value. Moreover, Zhang Fan's mention of decent income was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for her. "You know Lu Wanqing, don't you?" Zhang Fan suddenly shifted the conversation to Lu Wanqing. Lin Yuran nodded, her expression becoming somewhat complex. Of course, she knew Lu Wanqing, and their acquaintance had spanned quite some time. However, when Zhang Fan inquired about the benefits Lu Wanqing had provided her, she was momentarily taken aback. Benefits? Did dining together count? Lin Yuran silently questioned herself. Beyond that, Lu Wanqing had indeed offered her no tangible advantages. Those so-called promises and bright futures were akin to castles in the air, abstract, elusive, and unattainable. As Zhang Fan observed Lin Yuran lost in contemplation, he chuckled and remarked, "So, dining together counts as a benefit? She must be quite generous." He then pressed, "What do you think of my proposal? Becoming the spokesperson for the beauty elixir could provide you with tangible rewards." In that moment, it seemed as though Lin Yuran had been struck at her core. In an instant, Lin Yuran completely forgot the purpose of her journey. She gazed at Zhang Fan, her eyes shimmering with hesitation and anticipation. As if weighing the pros and cons, Chapter 36. A failure? In truth, she had felt a tinge of doubt during her previous encounter, sensing that her dear friend merely regarded her as a pawn to be used. After the task was accomplished, there was no guarantee that she would receive any benefits, and the Wanfu group might not even end up in her hands. However, apart from placing her trust in her friend, she found herself devoid of better options. Zhang Fan's words seemed to stir something within her. After all, the effects of the beauty pill were undeniably tangible. Was it truly worth $1 million each? Could she even afford that? In a state of indecision and conflict, Lin Yuran turned to Zhang Fan, pondering whether the boy's words were deceptive. What did Lu Wanqing send you here for? Zhang Fan's sudden inquiry caught Lin Yuran off guard. What was her purpose for coming here? Surely it was to tempt him, inciting a rash reaction that would lead to a group of people emerging to apprehend him, ultimately accusing him of coercing her. This plan had already been established. Previously, her hesitation had thwarted success, and now, it seemed the same pattern was emerging. She had promised herself that this time it would work. I cannot say, Lin Yuran replied. Cannot say? Are you here to frame me? If that were the case, your path to stardom would be over. What did she possibly offer you? Nothing at all. A chance to endorse the Wanfu group? I have already relinquished my claim to it. Soon it will be a charitable institution, Zhang Fan remarked with disdain. The logic was sound. How could this young starlet not comprehend it? She found herself at a loss, aware that survival necessitated reliance on Lu Wanqing. Without resources, she would find herself stranded here, unable to afford a rent. Who has Lu Wanqing been in contact with frequently lately? Zhang Fan inquired, producing a small jade box that contained the beauty pill. Lin Yuran paused, glancing at Zhang Fan. It seems she has been in closer contact with young Master Shui. Which young Master Shui? There are not many who can be referred to as such. A little investigation would reveal the truth, Zhang Fan stated, nudging the jade box towards her. Lin Yuran stared at the box, contemplating whether this meant betraying her friend. Not only had she failed in her mission, but she would also become an informant. I can offer you far more than she can, Zhang Fan insisted. Lin Yuran, holding the jade box, rose to her feet. She had hesitated upon arriving. This felt like a trap. Yet, after Zhang Fan's analysis, she began to realize that she could not proceed in this manner, and instead, she might need to assist Zhang Fan in some way. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqing paced anxiously in her hotel room, frequently glancing at her watch, her brow furrowed in concern. Why hasn't she signaled yet? Could something have gone awry? When she finally spotted her friend Lin Yuran standing at the door, Lu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to believe what she was seeing. Lin Yuran, noticing the look of confusion mixed with reproach in Lu Wanqing's eyes, felt a pang of guilt. Cautiously, she turned to Lu Wanqing and stammered. He seems to be lacking in certain abilities now. He no longer possesses that capability. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wanqing felt as though she might explode with rage. She had invested so much effort into this plan, meticulously orchestrating every detail, only to face yet another failure. She stomped her foot in frustration, her face etched with disappointment. Is this method also futile? What should I do now? How can I compel him to yield? Thinking of her mother's mounting anxiety and the urgent need to resolve the matters of the Wanfeng group, Lu Wanqing felt an overwhelming mix of anger and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself, then picked up the phone and swiftly dialed her mother's number. On the other end, her mother's voice was tinged with urgency and anticipation. Wanqing, how is the situation progressing? Clenching her teeth, Lu Wanqing suppressed her inner fury and disappointment, succinctly relaying the events to her mother. After a prolonged silence, her mother finally sighed. It seems we have underestimated him. Wanqing, think of another plan. We must resolve the Wanfeng group's issues promptly. We cannot afford any further delays. After hanging up, Lu Wanqing sat on the edge of her bed, her hands tightly gripping the phone, her eyes glinting with determination and fierce resolve. This young man will undoubtedly fall in my trap. Not inheriting the family fortune? That simply will not do. It appears I must have a serious discussion with young Master Shui. Young people have a plethora of ideas. He will surely conjure some brilliant strategies that will force him to comply. This fellow seems adamant about refusing to inherit the family wealth. No wonder he didn't show up when I told him I would be waiting for him in black stockings at the hotel. It seems he has his shortcomings in certain respects. Meanwhile, at a commercial bank in Binhai, brother who followed a young man in a white shirt into the president's office. The president personally welcomed the two. President Yu, there shouldn't be any issues with the loan this time, right? The young man beside brother Hu, puffing on a cigar and reclining with his legs crossed, glanced at President Yu. A substantial loan of 1 billion requires a bridge loan, which entails allowing qualified individuals to borrow money and subsequently transferring the funds elsewhere. President, you reviewed the documents. The borrower is still listed on the enforcement list. If this remains the case, the system will not approve it. Currently, the borrower's qualifications are satisfactory. He is the sole heir of the newfound group. A slight adjustment to the documentation could facilitate the loan of 1 billion. Brother Who personally handled this. Another 10,000 in living expenses has been enforced, although the previous amounts have been repaid. President Yu has access to the most detailed information. Brother Who's expression darkened. Was this yet another scheme by the newfound group? They have applied for another enforcement payment. I will take care of it, he replied, his demeanor grave. How dare they disrupt my brother's affairs? They are courting disaster. Little Who, handle this properly. Do not create further complications. The young man beside him was quite busy, having come to resolve matters, and was now incensed that progress had been thwarted. Should he become truly angry, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 37. Bullying by Brother Who. At a high-end rehabilitation center. Today, a group of individuals entered, led by a man with a scarred face. In one of the upscale wards, Lu Yin was engaged in her rehabilitation. The last time she was severely bullied at the Northgate Bridge. Although she survived, various traumas lingered. While she was performing leg stretches, the group barged in. It was you who placed Zhang Fan on the blacklist? Tiger Brother entered, and as a few of his underlings came in, they closed the door behind them, having already secured the area outside. Did Zhang Fan invite you? You tell him that if he does not inherit the newfound group, his credit will forever remain in the blacklist. He can forget about buying a car, taking civil service exams, or ever securing a loan. Lu Yin was unaware of Tiger Brother's true identity, as there had been no prior dealings between them. Despite his fierce demeanor and strong backing, it wasn't likely he would dare to challenge a 100 billion empire. His operations were confined to the slums. Tiger Brother sneered. It seems I have not found the wrong person. I just helped him repay several million, and now you apply for another 100,000 in enforcement funds. Do you think credit is something you can toy with? He demanded a phone call to cancel the request. With a fierce gait, he approached. What if I refuse to cancel? He challenged. If you want him to obediently inherit the newfound group, I will naturally cancel. Otherwise, dream on. Lu Yin attempted to rise and dial the internal phone to summon assistance. Tiger Brother advanced, seizing her and pinning her against the table. Enraged, she attempted to strike him, but was held firmly down. Soon, the table emitted strange sounds. Lu Yin was infuriated. Who dared to commit such an act against her? He was doomed. Yet, despair quickly washed over her, reminiscent of her previous experience, though this time it felt less frenzied and dark. She could still discern who was assaulting her. Were these individuals truly so brazen in broad daylight? Why did the rehabilitation center not send help? Little did she know that the area was entirely under Tiger Brother's control, and no one dared to intervene. Everyone else remained huddled nearby, listening to the chaos within, too afraid to offer assistance. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally exited the premises. Outside, several staff members from the rehabilitation center were peeking cautiously. All they could see was Lu Yin lying on the floor, her attire in tatters, and the ground marked with various signs of struggle. What transpired here was all too evident. Half an hour later, Lu Wanqing burst into the rehabilitation room, panting and fraught with anxiety. Upon catching sight of her mother curled up on the floor, shock and fury surged within her like a tidal wave. The room was in disarray, clearly having just endured a tumultuous ordeal. Lu Yan's complexion was pale, her hair disheveled over her shoulders, and traces of blood lingered at the corners of her mouth, indicative of the beating she had suffered. Her gaze was vacant, devoid of its usual vibrance, and her body lay limp on the ground, utterly drained of strength. Her clothing was torn and scattered, revealing shocking wounds, some even seeping with blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Wanqing felt as though her heart had been violently wrenched by an unseen force. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Her mother was here, in this sanctuary that was supposed to be safe and serene, suffering such cruel mistreatment. Mom, what happened? Who did this to you? Lu Wanqing called out anxiously, struggling to help her mother to her feet. She hurriedly retrieved a coat from a nearby chair, delicately draping it over her mother's battered form. Lu Yin opened her mouth slightly, intending to speak, yet her voice emerged frail and barely audible. Initially, Lu Wanqing suspected that Zhang Fan had sent someone to carry out this atrocity, given their long-standing, unresolved enmity. After all, Zhang Fan was known for his meticulousness, rarely leaving such conspicuous traces. Eventually, with the assistance of a caregiver, Lu Yin managed to relay the grim truth. It was Brother Who. Brother Who? Lu Wanqing paused, a sense of foreboding flooding her heart. Although she was not well-versed in the underworld's affairs, she was aware that the name Brother Who resonated powerfully within that circle. She swiftly took out her phone, searching the internet for information about him. To her dismay, her inquiry revealed that Brother Who was a notorious local thug, commanding a gang of ruffians known for their nefarious exploits and ruthless intimidation. How could this be? How dare he come here to torment my mother? Lu Wanqing seethed, grappling with the incomprehension of why someone from such a background would target a defenseless elder in a rehabilitation center. Did they possess no sense of conscience or moral boundaries? As thoughts of her mother's unwarranted humiliation and her own helplessness surged within her, Lu Wanqing felt a wave of righteous indignation. Mom, let Uncle Shui take action. You have aided them for too long. It is high time they stepped forward to address this matter. Today, we have irrefutable evidence of this bullying, so let Uncle Shui dispatch someone to apprehend them. Lu Wanqing was incensed. The benefits of taking down the Wanfu group were not solely for her mother. Many others had a stake in the distribution of profits. Yet now, it was her mother who bore the brunt of this injustice, which felt profoundly unfair. It seemed that anyone felt emboldened to trample upon her mother, who had endured such treatment before. Faced with Brother Who, they had little recourse but to seek Uncle Shui's intervention, as he possessed the means to confront this thug. They needed to act quickly to secure his support. Otherwise, their plight would only worsen. Lu Yin understood the gravity of the situation. She recognized that they could not afford to cross Brother Who had formidable backing. Currently, they could only endure the torment and heed Brother Who's whims, seemingly punished for Lu Wanqing's decision to blacklist Zhang Fan, disrupting their plans. They could not allow that scoundrel to continue evading responsibility, lest they face further victimization. As Lu Wanqing spoke on the phone with Uncle Shui, Lu Yin refrained from adding any further commentary. It was evident that no satisfactory resolution was forthcoming, and her daughter's expression grew increasingly troubled. If they refuse to assist us, then we shall withdraw from the Wanfu group matter, Lu Wanqing declared, her temper flaring. Now that mother is in this state, and Aunt Wu has become incapacitated, the people behind this are still unwilling to step forward, expecting mother to manage everything alone. It infuriates me. There is no way out, otherwise we would become scapegoats. Lu Yin forced a bitter smile. Chapter 38, Exquisite Antiques. At this moment, Shui found himself ensnared in a web of his own making, overwhelmed and utterly beleaguered, with scarcely a moment to catch his breath. In such a dire predicament, he possessed neither the inclination nor the energy to confront that so-called Brother Who, let alone intervene in Lu Yin's plight. To Shui, Lu Yin was merely an inconsequential wretch. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Just as he was brimming with anticipation and determination, that coveted position was snatched away by Li Fuhong. Who could have anticipated that his good friend would resort to such duplicitous tactics? He had promised not to compete against him, yet had dealt him a clandestine blow. Now, with Lu Yin embroiled in such troubles, utterly powerless against her tormentors, Shui regarded it as a trivial matter, inconsequential to his own affairs. Moreover, he harbored no fondness for Lu Yin. She was merely a tool to be wielded, a pawn to be discarded at will. Now that this pawn had lost its utility and might even bring him trouble, why would he extend assistance? Thus, when Shui learned of Lu Yan's misfortunes, he felt not a shred of sympathy or compassion, only indifference and callousness. Lu Wanqing understood her Uncle Shui's attitude all too well. He was unwilling to intervene, wishing to reap the benefits without effort. If the Wanfeng group had no heirs, the executives would surely face repercussions, and then Mother, Uncle Lu, and others would find themselves in dire straits, while Aunt Wu was already incapacitated. And what of those behind the scenes? They wielded no influence. The frustration was overwhelming. Observing her mother in such a state of distress, Lu Wanqing felt the weight of helplessness. Not a single ally was in sight. It was disheartening. Now, her family had become akin to ants on a hot pan. Lu Wanqing clutched her phone, uncertain of whom to call, as it seemed no one dared to provoke Brother Who. Today, it was her mother who suffered. What would happen next time? What if she found herself in a similar situation? The anger was unbearable. Was there truly no one capable of reigning in Brother Who? In the east of the city, these unfinished buildings were remarkably inexpensive. They were at least 10 times cheaper than the market price of commercial properties, truly valuable assets. Lu Taizhu believed these buildings held potential worth, as the boss had sent him to assess the situation. Recently, he had been in discussions with several owners of these abandoned projects about acquiring entire buildings. Though unfinished, they could still obtain property rights, ensuring profitability through bulk purchases. Lu Taizhu had thoroughly investigated this area of derelict buildings. It required substantial capital, totaling over 10 billion. Although inexpensive, the sheer volume was daunting. Yet, the boss insisted they should acquire them all. The boss had a keen eye. Once fully purchased, wealth would surely follow. In the dim light, the antique shop nestled deep within the old street exuded an air of mystery and antiquity. The wind chimes hanging above the entrance swayed gently with the breeze, producing a melodious sound that seemed to whisper tales of the past and secrets untold. Lin Dong once again appeared silently at this very place. It was here, during his last visit, that he had swiftly acquired a collection of precious antiques, netting a staggering 50 million in cash. Yet, this sum merely served as a drop in the ocean against the colossal gambling debts that consumed his life, barely creating a ripple in the overwhelming tide of financial despair. In his desperation, Lin Dong embarked on a perilous path. Under the cover of night, armed with tools he had meticulously prepared, he cautiously pried open the safe at his girlfriend's home. However, driven by his addiction, his conscience clouded, he selected several of the most valuable antiques and jewels, intending to convert them into cold, hard cash in a futile attempt to alleviate the seemingly insatiable abyss of debt. Within the shop, Zhang Fan sat behind an intricately carved pear wood table, delicately caressing a jade pendant as if savoring the weight of time. Upon lifting his gaze, he precisely caught sight of Lin Dong crossing the threshold, and a flicker of surprise ignited within him. This young man had returned, and it appeared he had brought a considerable haul. How had his girlfriend remained oblivious? Such audacity was indeed remarkable. Each antique Lin Dong presented concealed, untold stories and hidden costs. During their last transaction, Zhang Fan had sensed the underlying tensions surrounding Lin Dong. Yet the antiquities trade upheld a rule. The past was irrelevant. Only the value mattered. This time, from a mix of anxiety and anticipation in Lin Dong's eyes, Zhang Fan was increasingly convinced that the treasures he had brought were indeed of substantial worth, potentially surpassing the last collection. A palpable tension and anticipation filled the air, as if a silent contest was about to unfold. Lin Dong slowly unveiled the contents of his cloth bag, revealing one antique and jewel after another under the soft glow, each gleaming enticingly, yet illuminating the unspoken bitterness and struggle within him. Zhang Fan observed these items, recognizing their quality, yet questioning their origins. They surely did not belong to Lin Dong. According to the trade's customs, inquiries were unnecessary. The potential profit loomed large, yet so too did the risks. However, engaging in the antique business was among the quickest ways to accrue wealth. After all, he had made a tidy profit of 30 million previously. Just by acting as a middleman, he had earned that sum. Who could rival such a pace of profit? Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon a piece of soft-textured Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain, a rarity in such condition. A brief investigation would reveal its provenance. Acquired at an auction for over 30 million. There were no issues with the item. According to the current market, it could fetch around 10 million. He then turned his attention to the jade artifacts, each valued in the hundreds of thousands, and finally spotted a piece of quality jadeite, a bracelet, exquisite yet not the finest. A top-grade imperial green piece. It is quite rare to encounter such items on the market. Acquiring them would require connections and likely exceed 20 million. This batch is exceptional, each piece capable of being deemed a treasure. Zhang Fan could not help but marvel at the immense wealth of the affluent. He proceeded to draft a letter of commitment. Activating the recording, he pondered the necessity of these items. How could he explain to his girlfriend if she came seeking answers? Lin Dong nodded, well aware of the unspoken rules. He too was curious about the potential market value of these items, as the deadline for repaying his debts loomed ever closer. Impatience gnawing at him. Chapter 39. Brother Who's Threats. Zhang Fan had already sent the items to the old shopkeeper, harboring a desire to acquire them himself, yet lacking the requisite financial means. If the items were worth a few million, he might manage, but those exceeding tens of millions were beyond his grasp. Thus, he could only act as a middleman. This time, the asking price was 60 million. Zhang Fan made a bid. The imperial green bracelet and the blue and white porcelain were undeniably valuable and appreciated. However, he too needed a profit. The jade pieces here were of little worth, while everything else was in the multi-million range. 60 million? Boss, raise the bid, Lin Dong calculated. It still fell short. Had he not gambled previously, he might have resolved his debt issue by now, but alas, he had taken one more risk. I understand your position. Let us add 5 million. Zhang Fan feigned great distress. Lin Dong nodded, promptly retrieving his bank card, having already signed the letter of commitment and completed the necessary paperwork. Zhang Fan arranged for the funds to be transferred immediately. Ah, Lin Dong, how enviable it is to possess a wealthy girlfriend. Otherwise, how could he procure such valuable items? Upon receiving Lin Dong's possessions, Zhang Fan pondered how he would explain it to his girlfriend, knowing that a storm was bound to brew. Watching Lin Dong hastily depart, he thought, this fellow cannot be defiant. Yet, gratitude swelled within him for this benefactor, as otherwise he would not have gained a modest profit. Each time Lin Dong visited, he seemed to bring warmth. By merely acting as a middleman, Zhang Fan could secure a small gain. Surely, he must have plundered his girlfriend's savings. As Lin Dong exited, he received a call from Qin Xiao inquiring about the repayment. Now, not only did he need to repay the money, but he also required his girlfriend as assistance. Lin Dong's frustration mounted. Having gambled once, he lost everything. Soon, I will transfer 100 million to you. I will devise a plan for the remaining amount. As for other matters, I will arrange them, Lin Dong replied with a tone of submission. He dared not offend Qin Xiao, eager to resolve the situation. Now contemplating what else he could sell. Qin Xiao, however, was in no hurry. He wanted both the money and the person. Inside a meticulously decorated bank client center, soft lighting illuminated the polished marble floor, casting a subtle glow. At that moment, Brother Hu strode in, accompanied by several similarly stern-faced subordinates. Their steps were steady and forceful, as if each footfall resonated with the anxious hearts of those around them. The receptionist, though taken aback, maintained a professional smile and promptly informed the bank manager, who had already been made aware of the situation. In the office of the bank president, a substantial stack of loan documents lay prepared, while a subtle yet complex expression graced his face. This time, he found himself compelled to engage with Brother Hu, despite the internal turmoil of resignation and unease that engulfed him. Yet, in pursuit of the bank's obscure interests, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Brother Hu strode in, his subordinates instinctively dispersing and gently closing the door behind them, creating an atmosphere laden with unspoken pressure. He approached Zhang Fan directly, the carefully selected debtor, and placed a hand on Zhang's shoulder, signaling him to take a seat. With an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, he remarked, Xiao Zhang, if today's matter is resolved satisfactorily, your life will become considerably more bearable. On the surface, Zhang Fan feigned compliance, while inwardly he reveled in the notion that Brother Hu was indeed a benevolent figure. After all, how else could he have secured such a substantial sum of money, which certainly would not find its way into Brother Hu's hands? Under the guidance of the bank president, Zhang began to sign the documents one by one, each stroke feeling like a brick added to the foundation of his elaborate scheme. Within half an hour, the tedious formalities were completed. The bank president exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at Brother Hu with a barely perceptible hint of liberation in his voice. All right, Brother Hu, everything is in place. We are merely awaiting the disbursement. The funds will be credited within 3 days. Brother Hu nodded in satisfaction, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he suddenly produced a sharp dagger from his pocket, brandishing it before the assembled company with a menacing tone. Listen well, boy. Behave yourself and do not entertain any improper thoughts. Otherwise, this blade shows no mercy. Zhang feigned terror, nodding in response, his body quivering slightly. Yet within, he felt triumphant, as if he had already claimed victory. The money was on its way, and soon he would purchase unfinished buildings, with the prospect of fortune tantalizingly close. As for Brother Hu, did he truly believe that everyone feared him? His connections, however formidable, belonged to the underworld and could be dismantled. He had his own contingency plans. Nestled within the picturesque coastal city of Binhai lies an awe-inspiring villa, positioned beside a private beach, facing the boundless sea and backed by a lush, tropical garden, an exquisite amalgamation of nature and human ingenuity. The setting sun casts a golden glow upon the villa's glazed tiles, the shimmering light reflecting off the azure waves, creating a breathtaking tableau. The villa's exterior is adorned with warm-toned stone, embellished with intricate carvings that convey both solemnity and warmth. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows act as a canvas, inviting the splendid outdoor vistas into the interior, making one feel as though they have stepped into a paradise untouched by the world. At this moment, a sleek black luxury car glided to a halt in front of the villa. The door opened gently, and a celebrated star emerged with grace. Clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, the hem billowed softly in the sea breeze, reminiscent of ripples dancing upon the water surface. As she removed her sunglasses, her clear, Water-like eyes sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, as if capable of perceiving all the beauty the world has to offer. Her visage, exquisitely refined, boasted porcelain skin and delicate features, with her lips forming a subtle smile that exuded an ethereal charm. She ascended directly to the second floor, where a private sanctuary awaited her, a bathroom equipped with the most advanced bathing facilities, including a spacious bathtub designed for two. Beside the tub, exquisite bottles of fragrance and shower gel were meticulously arranged, filling the air with a delicate hint of lavender, which evoked a sense of tranquility. Gently unfastening the buttons of her dress, she hung it on a hanger before stepping into the tub, the warm water enveloping her body in an instant. She closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace and relaxation. The soft, warm lighting in the bathroom accentuated her silhouette, rendering it even more graceful and enchanting. After half an hour, she rose from the tub, droplets of water cascading down her flawless curves, reminiscent of blossoms nourished by morning dew, appearing more vibrant and alluring. Draping herself in a plush towel adorned with intricate golden patterns, she emerged from the bathroom, intending to brew herself a rich cup of coffee, a cherished ritual she had maintained over the years, no matter how busy life became. However, as her gaze inadvertently swept across a corner of the living room, it suddenly froze. The safe stood ajar, bearing signs of having been tampered with. An ominous premonition surged within her, and she hastened toward the safe, her hands trembling slightly as she entered the code. The door creaked open, revealing an empty interior. The precious jewels, important documents, and even the cherished mementos she had accumulated over the years had vanished without a trace. Her face paled instantly, disbelief flickering in her eyes, quickly replaced by profound shock. Chapter 40. The Discovery of Disappearance. Rarely did anyone visit her home. It was mostly just her, with occasional gatherings of close friends, leaving little opportunity for outsiders. However, since the safe was accessible only by code, it indicated that a thief was unlikely. It could very well be someone from her inner circle. Rising with a deep breath, she commanded, "Arrange for several professional bodyguards to accompany me." After changing into casual attire, she stepped out, determined to uncover the truth behind the loss of her cherished possessions, for whoever dared to steal from her would face dire consequences, as would anyone who dared to possess her stolen treasures. Soon, she alighted from her vehicle, where several Mercedes-Benz awaited her. She entered one, closing her eyes as she resolved, "Let us see who possesses the audacity to steal my belongings." Inside the shop, Zhang Fan sat behind a somewhat worn wooden table, already privy to the unfolding events. The precious jewels he had discreetly acquired in previous transactions belonged to the illustrious star, Wang Qingyan's private collection. Outside, several black Mercedes-Benz vehicles stood ready, their windows sealed, and their drivers wore solemn expressions, as if bracing for an impending storm. Zhang Fan waited patiently, eager to see this renowned celebrity. Just then, the shop's door creaked open, a gentle breeze wafting in, carrying with it a sense of freshness and unease. Wang Qingyan entered the shop, embodying an unprecedented presence. Despite her mask, an aura as captivating as a magnetic field instantly drew the attention of all around her. Her footsteps were both light and powerful, each stride exuding an air of calm and nobility that even the simplest attire could not conceal. A cadre of burly bodyguards trailed closely behind, stationed in the corners with keen eyes, scanning the surroundings like hawks to ensure Wang Qingyan's safety. The atmosphere was thick with a tense yet subtle energy, as if a tempest were on the verge of breaking. Wang Qingyan approached Zhang Fan, her bright eyes piercing through the gap above her mask, locking onto him with an expression imbued with an indescribable ire. Her gaze was profound and formidable, as though capable of penetrating the human soul, rendering one unable to meet her eyes. Though she endeavored to maintain her composure and restraint, the anger and disappointment emanating from her very core imparted an unprecedented sense of oppression upon Zhang Fan. "Did you collect the items?" Wang Qingyan's voice was deep and resonant, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth, laden with inquiry and dissatisfaction. Her tone conveyed not only anger over the stolen goods, but also disillusionment with human greed. "Who sold them to you?" She pressed on, her voice taking on a more severe tone, as if awaiting a response that might satisfy her, or perhaps offering Zhang Fan one final chance to confess. In response to Wang Qingyan's interrogation, Zhang Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a neatly organized stack of documents from the depths of the drawer. Those were the agreements and transaction records from the initial acquisition of the jewels. He laid the papers before her in a nearly defiant manner, silently proclaiming his innocence and compliance. Who sold them to me? Naturally, it was a seller with whom I entered into a formal contract. Zhang Fan's voice was calm and self-assured, each word betraying his steadfastness and defense of his actions. I procured them through legitimate channels. Every jewel has a clear provenance and transaction record. Wang Qingyin's gaze swept over the agreements, and a barely perceptible smirk flickered in her eyes. She had anticipated such a scene. On her way here, she had meticulously contemplated possible scenarios and had already formed a degree of certainty in her mind. Lin Dong, once her most trusted confidant, had now become the prime suspect. She looked down at Zhang Fan with an air of authority, her bright eyes radiating an undeniable resolve. Produce the items, and the matter will no longer concern you. I believe you are an astute individual and should know how to make the right choice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's laughter grew louder, and he shook his head lightly, as if dismissing Wang Qingyin's proposition. You expect me to simply hand over what I rightfully purchased? The rules of this world are not dictated in such a manner. A playful smile crept onto Wang Qingyin's lips, her eyes glinting with intelligence. You are well aware of the value of antiques, aren't you? What you claim to have acquired legitimately. Surely, you bought them at a bargain. You knowingly accepted items of dubious origin, thinking you could evade the law's retribution. If I report you to the police, will you end up in prison? Her words conveyed an undeniable threat, yet more so a mocking disdain for Zhang Fan's actions. She was aware that although Zhang Fan was cunning, the dual pressures of law and morality would ultimately compel him to make a wise decision. Go ahead and report me. I await your move, Zhang Fan retorted, shrugging nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. Even if the police intervened, it would merely result in a return of stolen goods. And Lin Dong would still face consequences, for he was a treasure among several minor targets. Zhang Fan was certain that Wang Qingyin would not wish for Lin Dong's incarceration. You must understand my status, revealing it would benefit us both, considering our acquaintance. If you proceed in this manner, you ought to be aware of my capabilities and the nature of the Wang family. Wang Qingyin scoffed. Lin Dong was secretly her boyfriend, and reporting him to the police would equate to sending him to prison, a course of action she would never entertain. Yet this insolent fellow showed her no respect, which was unacceptable. A lesson needed to be imparted. Have you not noticed the multitude of bodyguards accompanying me? Should you continue to resist, I find it hard to believe that my wrath would not inflict considerable harm upon you. Wang Qingyin glanced outside, where her bodyguards had entered. Courtesies had been extended. Ample respect had been shown. However, if he remained obstinate, force would become necessary. Those possessions were hard-won treasures from her years of effort. Zhang Fan interjected. I trust the old shopkeeper would be more than willing to sell. After all, everyone stands a profit, though this prominent star must surely pay. My belongings. And I must pay double? How audacious of you, Wang Qingyin retorted, stepping back as her bodyguards, eager for action, advanced towards Zhang Fan to teach him a lesson. Chapter 41. All purchases of abandoned buildings. Zhang Fan sat quietly, his gaze sharp and cold, akin to a sword poised to be unsheathed, emanating an aura that demanded respect. As he observed the approaching bodyguards, he too was curious about their capabilities. Several brawny bodyguards clad in black suits encircled Zhang Fan, their faces etched with hostility and anger, clearly harboring great animosity towards this seemingly frail young man. You think a few of you can teach me a lesson? Zhang Fan smirked disdainfully, his voice deep and brimming with confidence. Having returned from Rebirth, he had not engaged in combat for quite some time, yet a formidable power surged within him, yearning for release. The bodyguards, ignited by his words, were consumed by rage. One could not contain himself and charged forward, his fist cutting through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at Zhang Fan's face. This strike, if delivered to an ordinary person, would likely leave them dazed. Yet Zhang Fan merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the powerful blow. Too slow. Zhang Fan chuckled softly, his form shifting like a specter, weaving through the bodyguards with ease. Each strike he delivered was precise and lethal, yet he always managed to pull back at the crucial moment to prevent any real harm. The movements were fluid and graceful, resembling a dance that transformed the conflict into a performance of art. Initially, the bodyguards attempted to overpower Zhang Fan with their numerical advantage, but soon realized that no matter how they coordinated or adjusted their tactics, they seemed to be battling an intangible shadow, unable to touch Zhang Fan's corporeal form. Each of Zhang Fan's counterattacks struck precisely near their vital points, skillfully controlling the force to inflict pain without causing injury, leaving them both astonished and enraged, yet utterly helpless. How could this be possible? One bodyguard's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Fan, his heart brimming with fear and shock. The other bodyguards exchanged glances, their anger gradually giving way to astonishment. At that moment, Wang Qingyan, who had been standing in the corner of the courtyard with her ears covered, secretly peered through her fingers to observe the spectacle. She had anticipated witnessing Zhang Fan being harshly reprimanded by the bodyguards, yet the unfolding scene exceeded her expectations. Not only had Zhang Fan not been defeated, but he also toyed with the seemingly formidable bodyguards in a manner akin to jest. Soon, several professional bodyguards collapsed in the inner room, clutching their stomachs and rolling on the ground. Wang Qingyan stepped inside, still taken aback. These were professionals, all of whom had previously served in the military. How could a group of individuals overpower a young man, only to be vanquished instead? Was this his source of confidence? To speak frankly, having recently borrowed a substantial sum of 10 billion to purchase a batch of unfinished buildings, I had little to fear. After all, life was but a single thread. Zhang Fan turned his gaze toward Wang Qingyan, offering a faint smile. You truly have an eye for investment. 10 billion. What could be better than buying unfinished buildings? Has your mind been caught in a door? Wang Qingyan retorted without a hint of courtesy. Wanfeng Group belongs to my father. I have renounced my inheritance, Zhang Fan added. Wanfeng Group? Only then did Wang Qingyan comprehend Zhang Fan's identity. You must have a serious problem. No wonder you can acquire my belongings. If Lin Dong attempts to sell you anything again, you must refuse. This is your final warning. Otherwise, it matters not whose son you are. Wang Qingyan delivered a stern warning before departing. Zhang Fan merely chuckled. He had his own business to manage and cared little for such matters. If Lin Dong brought something again, he would undoubtedly accept it. To refuse would be foolish. Watching Wang Qingyan leave, Zhang Fan found himself in close proximity to the popular star, noting her beauty and charm, as well as an air of nobility. As night deepened, a nondescript restaurant in the eastern part of the city was ablaze with light and bustling with voices. Though plain on the outside, the interior boasted a unique charm. With rustic wooden tables and chairs, and walls adorned with ink paintings depicting pastoral scenes, adding an air of elegance to the dining affair. At that moment, Lu Taiju was seated at a large round table, surrounded by a group of distressed business owners grappling with the unfinished building project. The table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes, steaming and fragrant. The business owners expressed their heartfelt gratitude toward Lu Taiju, treating him as though he were a savior, their words filled with respect and flattery. As the revelry reached its zenith, with wine flowing and dishes savored, the door of the restaurant was gently pushed open, revealing the silhouette of Zhang Fan at the threshold. Clad in a simple yet elegant casual outfit, his demeanor was calm, and his gaze exuded an ineffable steadiness and confidence. His arrival instantly captivated everyone's attention, for, as Lu Taiju had described, this enigmatic leader was the true architect behind the unfolding transformations. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my esteemed leader. Lu Taiju rose, raising his glass, his voice imbued with pride and reverence. Zhang Fan entered the room with a smile, his eyes sweeping across each individual present, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. His presence intensified the already vibrant atmosphere, prompting the business owners to rise. Some raised their glasses in salute, while others approached to shake hands in gratitude. Let us dispense with formalities. Our gathering today is for our mutual benefit. Pricing is not an issue, Zhang Fan continued. But I must emphasize one vital point: the processing of property titles. This is our bottom line and the cornerstone of safeguarding both parties' rights. Therefore, I hope that in our forthcoming collaboration, everyone will actively cooperate to ensure that each project's property title is duly processed. Upon hearing this, the business owners nodded in agreement, cognizant that Zhang Fan was addressing one of their foremost concerns. The difficulties surrounding unfinished buildings were largely attributable to issues concerning property titles. If a title could not be processed, then transferring ownership was the alternative. Those that could be processed should be addressed accordingly. In this day and age, no one dared to take on unfinished projects, so the prospect of someone stepping in was exhilarating for these owners. Furthermore, regarding those real estate projects that are halfway completed, we can also consider acquisitions, provided the price is right, Zhang Fan added. Is that truly feasible? Any unfinished building, as long as the price is suitable? The owners buzzed with excitement. He truly is a savior. Zhang Fan smiled at the crowd, reflecting on the 10 billion in loans he secured from Tiger Brother, all allocated for unfinished buildings. He wondered how Tiger Brother would react upon learning this news. Did he really think he could secure a loan in his own name and make Zhang Fan a debtor? Did he truly believe everyone feared him? Chapter 42. The loan has arrived. In the VIP center of a coastal bank, soft lighting illuminated the spacious and bright lobby. With a faint aroma of coffee wafting through the air, President Yu sat behind his expansive desk, wearing a professional smile as he awaited the arrival of a distinguished client. Soon, the door was gently pushed open, and Tiger Brother strode in with purpose, a robust cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding an undeniable aura of authority amidst the swirling smoke. Dressed in a casual tank top, paired with loose shorts and gleaming leather shoes, he projected an air of nonchalance tinged with gravitas. President Yu, it has been a long time. Tiger Brother's voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. He walked directly to the desk and unceremoniously took a seat in the chair opposite President Yu, his sharp eyes fixed intently on his counterpart. President Yu was acutely aware that this formidable figure from the coastal region was not to be trifled with. Every interaction required utmost caution. Where's the money? Where's the loan? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Brother Hu inquired, his tone tinged with urgency, evidently anxious about the timing of these funds. Upon hearing this, President Yu immediately straightened his posture, opened his computer, and began to track the status of a loan. While navigating through the system, he reassured, "Rest assured, Brother Hu, the loan has been approved by the headquarters system, and I have been diligently following up. Although I cannot provide an exact arrival time, I can confidently say that it will certainly be credited within these few days, as all procedures are in order." After a thorough search, President Yu finally located the status information regarding the loan. He adjusted his glasses, meticulously verified the details, and then looked up at Brother Hu, saying, "The funds have already arrived in the borrower's account." Arrived? Brother Hu was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing in discontent. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of the funds, and to his dismay, the young man he had assigned, Zhang Fan, had not reacted at all. Why is there no response? Wasn't it agreed that the money would be transferred immediately upon arrival? That young man certainly has some nerve, not even realizing the funds have been credited. As he spoke, Brother Hu took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a thick plume of smoke, his expression darkening with evident displeasure towards Zhang Fan's behavior. It seemed imperative to teach Zhang Fan a lesson. Otherwise, Brother Hu's reputation in the coastal city would be somewhat diminished. Unbeknownst to Brother Hu, the funds had been completely transferred and had already been utilized to acquire a significant portion of the derelict buildings in the eastern part of the coastal city. Striding out of the bank's VIP center, Brother Hu was closely followed by several solemn-faced associates, their steps synchronized, their eyes reflecting unwavering loyalty and reverence. Scanning his surroundings to ensure he attracted no unnecessary attention, he made his way directly to a black luxury vehicle waiting at the entrance. The door was already opened by a bodyguard clad in a black suit, as if to welcome an esteemed guest. Inside the vehicle, a young and alluring woman languidly reclined on the plush seat, her graceful figure reminiscent of a blooming black rose, exuding an intoxicating allure. She donned a fitted black dress that elegantly reached her knees, revealing her long, slender legs, accentuated by a pair of black stilettos that added an air of sensual elegance. Her silky long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few wisps softly framing her face, enhancing her unintentional charm. The woman's fingers, delicate and elongated, held a slender cigarette, from which she took gentle puffs. Amidst the swirling smoke, her gaze appeared both profound and enigmatic. Upon seeing Brother Hu enter, her lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint, as if she could see straight through to his very soul. "The loan has been approved, hasn't it?" Her voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a subtle hint of seduction, as if she were inquiring about a trivial matter while simultaneously revealing an unwavering confidence in the outcome. Tiger nodded, a flicker of approval crossing his gaze. He has come down, yet the boy remains silent. "You take action and transfer the funds. I will confront him." She exhaled a delicate smoke ring, then picked up her phone, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen as she set about handling the loan transfer. However, her expression soon turned icy. "I lack the authority to operate the funds. Did we not sign a direct debit agreement last time?" "No authority?" Tiger was taken aback. "We had signed, which meant the funds were supposed to be accessible, thus granting her the ability to transfer the money." This woman was no ordinary figure. She was one of the boss's lovers, and undoubtedly skilled, particularly in financial matters, which is why the boss had entrusted her with this task. Tiger felt an unsettling notion that the boss's mistress was tempting him. The agreement could have lapsed, possibly due to bank regulations given the substantial amount. The woman glanced at her phone, then attempted again. If 10 billion could not be directly debited, what about 1 billion? Yet 1 billion also proved unfeasible. If 1 billion could not be debited, then what of a single dollar? Thus, she tried once more, but to no avail. This indicated that the direct debit agreement had completely lapsed. To access the loan now, they would need to locate the boy and have him operate it personally. Otherwise, the funds would remain inaccessible. Surely, the boy wouldn't abscond with the money? The woman paused momentarily. Tiger burst into laughter. Impossible. That boy wouldn't dare, even if emboldened by a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Run? How could he run? Tiger exuded confidence. Then let us go find him. If he truly has fled, we would only be sewing his wedding gown. The woman glared at him, irate. Tiger promptly dialed a number, intending to gather his brothers to confront the boy. 10 billion had been deposited, and he had not informed them. Now the direct debit agreement has lapsed. What was he attempting? Seeking death? Did he not understand Tiger's status and power? Soon, several vehicles departed, en route to create trouble for Zhang Fan. This group remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Fan had invested the money entirely in unfinished buildings. Had they known this information, they might have been driven to fury. 10 billion, all spent on unfinished buildings? Was this the act of a fool? Chapter 44. Indeed, all spent on unfinished buildings. In the eastern city, within the forsaken area of unfinished buildings, dust swirled around, and the desolation was palpable, as if this corner had been forgotten by time. Not far away, Zhang Fan was accompanied by several workers, armed with brooms and garbage bags, diligently cleaning up the ruins. Their figures elongated in the twilight glow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding decay. Upon witnessing this scene, Tiger and his companions were momentarily stunned. Why was this boy engaged in such menial labor? Did he somehow catch wind of something and plan to flee? As Brother Hu approached, he discovered Zhang Fan calmly directing the workers, showing no signs of wanting to flee. A sigh of relief washed over Hu's heart. The young man had not escaped. Striding purposefully toward Zhang Fan, a hint of disdain graced his features, as he intended to assert his dominance and teach this audacious youth a lesson. Just as he raised his hand to deliver a slap, Zhang Fan unexpectedly retaliated with a swift strike of his own. The resounding crack echoed through the air, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Hu's subordinates gaped in disbelief, having never witnessed anyone dare to treat Brother Hu in such a manner. Zhang Fan turned, a cold smirk playing on his lips, filled with contempt and provocation. Brother Hu? I thought a mere pup had wandered over, he mocked, his tone dripping with disdain, as if addressing an insignificant adversary. Hu, clutching his face in fury, was about to unleash his wrath when the boss's mistress approached. Dressed in a fitted dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, she wore a cool, alluring smile. Leaning close to Zhang Fan, she inquired softly, "Why has the deduction we arranged become ineffective? What about the loan?" Loan? At this, Zhang Fan gestured towards the dilapidated buildings surrounding them, a smug grin illuminating his face. A group of bosses came to me, claiming that investing in these abandoned structures would yield fortune, so I bought them all. As his words settled in the air, the crowd was left speechless, as if they had just heard the most absurd joke. Abandoned buildings? Fortune? They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with shock and confusion. It was unfathomable that this seemingly ordinary young man had utilized the substantial loan of 1 billion to purchase these forsaken properties. It was sheer madness. Brother Hu and his gang were utterly flabbergasted, staring at Zhang Fan as if he were a creature from another world. A loan of 1 billion, all spent on abandoned buildings? The statement struck Hu like a bolt from the blue, rendering him motionless, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most astonishing event imaginable. Fuming, Brother Hu advanced, one hand lunging towards Zhang Fan's collar, eager to lift this seemingly deranged youth for questioning. Yet at that moment, the mistress, Wang Li, approached. The sound of her high heels striking the ground resonated piercingly through the desolate ruins. Her gaze was cold and sharp, as if capable of penetrating all lies and facades. "I will check your bank statement," Wang Li stated calmly, clearly unconvinced that anyone would truly invest 1 billion in those worthless abandoned buildings. To her, it seemed merely a flimsy ruse concocted by Zhang Fan to swallow that vast sum. Unfazed, Zhang Fan produced a bank card, upon which a small sticky note with the password was affixed. A faint smile danced on his lips, as if challenging Wang Li. "Don't believe me? Go ahead and check." Taking the card, Wang Li swiftly logged into online banking. As the page unfolded before her, her expression shifted to one of growing astonishment, her fingers racing across the keyboard with increasing urgency. Upon finally confirming the trajectory of the colossal loan, an uncontrollable tremor coursed through her entire being. This staggering sum of 1 billion had indeed enabled that seemingly foolish young man to purchase dilapidated buildings. A torrent of inexplicable anger and shock surged within Wang Li. She could not fathom how such a madcap and foolish individual could exist in this world. Are you courting death? You squandered all our money on abandoned structures? Not a single cent remains. Wang Li's voice, sharp and piercing from her rage, rose as she raised her hand to strike Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan's reflexes were remarkably swift, and he deftly dodged her blow. Wang Li, propelled by her own momentum, stumbled forward and fell awkwardly to the ground. Hu Ge, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence. Could it be true? He had truly purchased only dilapidated buildings? At that moment, the roar of several car engines echoed from outside. A convoy of black Audis approached slowly, halting at the entrance of the derelict building area. The doors swung open, and several officials clad in suits emerged. They were here from the city to conduct an assessment. Recently, the coastal area had suffered immensely from the blight of abandoned structures. However, things were looking up. Assistance had arrived from the private sector to help resolve the issue of these dilapidated buildings. This endeavor stabilized the market and the financial landscape. They had come to witness firsthand who was responsible for this commendable act. What are you doing? Just as we arrive, we see a group of thugs creating a ruckus. What is the meaning of this? Are you looking for trouble? Hu Ge charged forward, delivering a resounding slap, and his associates quickly joined in, showing no regard for the identities of the individuals before them. Zhang Fan observed the unfolding drama with amusement, watching as the city's dignitaries were assaulted, including Li Fu, who had just approached in a white shirt, only to be pinned to the ground and beaten by a gang of hoodlums. The spectacle was riveting. Wang Li, finally recognizing the identities of those being attacked, sought to calm Hu Ge, but he had already lost his composure. She too was rendered speechless. How could Hu Ge dare to strike at the officials? With 1 billion squandered on dilapidated buildings, it was one thing to buy such properties, but Hu Ge was indiscriminately attacking people. Even if he were to kill someone, he ought to consider who it was. Clearly, Hu Ge had lost his value. If he did not enter the fray, no one would dare to do so. What shame about that 1 billion? Wang Li stepped aside to call her boss, informing him that the entire sum had been wasted on abandoned structures. Surely, he did not know who her boss was. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, he would not dare. The predicament for Li Fu and his associates was dire. They had come for an inspection, secretly and with few personnel, only to be ruthlessly assaulted by a gang of thugs. Li Fu, having managed to evade the worst of the beating by fleeing toward Zhang Fan, witnessed some of his comrades almost beaten to death by these gangsters. The situation was perilously grave. In the hospital, municipal personnel had suffered such brutal assaults in broad daylight. The scene so harrowing it was almost beyond comprehension. Li Fu, now covered in bruises and bandages adorning his head, appeared as though he had just returned from a fierce battle. He sat in the dimly lit and frigid corridor of the hospital, his eyes ignited with an indomitable fury, a profound outrage against acts of violence, and a silent protest against the trampling of justice. This was no mere conflict. It was an audacious display of gangsterism. Li Fu gripped his phone tightly, his fingers unconsciously exerting such pressure that he nearly crushed it. He had dialed several emergency numbers in succession, each one laden with indignation and a deep condemnation of the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Before long, the heads of critical departments, including Shui Yi, hurriedly arrived, their faces equally etched with shock and anger. Who could have imagined that Hu Ge would be so brazen, utterly disregarding the law? Shui Yi was inwardly astonished as well. The so-called Hu Ge clearly held no regard for law or morality. In his world, violence was the sole solution to problems. Accompanied by a cadre of equally irrational subordinates, he audaciously assaulted municipal personnel as if in their eyes. Laws and regulations were mere trifles. Of course, Hu Ge must have had some backing to act in such a manner. After a while, the silence of the hospital corridor was shattered by the clamor of approaching footsteps. As the sound drew nearer, 2 figures gradually came into view. Leading the way was Hu Ge, clad in an opulent mink coat, followed closely by a middle-aged man in a sharply tailored suit. His demeanor stern, a clear indication that he was Hu Ji's trusted aide or perhaps an advisor of sorts. To everyone's astonishment, Hu Ge was even holding a bouquet of flowers, a stark contrast to his usual menacing persona, which only added a layer of irony to the scene. He strode confidently to Li Fu, gently placing the flowers on a nearby chair, and then clasped his hands in a gesture that appeared respectful yet was laced with indifference. Brotherly, I was mistaken. I truly did not recognize your stature. I thought you were just an inconspicuous minor character. I sincerely apologize for my ignorance. Rest assured, I will cover all your medical expenses. Though his words bore an air of contrition, the expression on his face was flippant, a smirk dancing at the corners of his lips, as though this entire situation were merely a trivial game. The middle-aged man beside him, his suit impeccably tailored, adjusted his glasses at a most opportune moment, a knowing smile forming on his lips. Li Fu, look, Hugo has acknowledged his mistake. He's even come personally to apologize. Why don't we downplay this matter, turning a significant issue into a trivial one? The secretary's words exuded an undeniable authority, subtly suggesting to Li Fu that the power behind Hugo was not to be trifled with, and that it would be best to resolve this incident amicably. Li Fu, however, remained unmoved by this overture. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as he fixed Hugo with an unwavering stare, discerning a hint of concealed disdain and provocation in the latter's gaze. What about the police? Shouldn't you apprehend him first? Li Fu's voice, though not raised, resonated with a weighty conviction. Upon hearing these words, Brother Tiger burst into laughter, his guffaws laced with scorn and derision for Li Fu. Li Fu, do you truly believe yourself to be significant? You think you can apprehend me? Huh. You are evidently oblivious to the rules of our world. Allow me to enlighten you. You possess a precious daughter, do you not? I've heard she remains untouched, as pure as freshly fallen snow. Do you have any inkling of how many ravenous men reside within my gang? Ask your daughter if she harbors any fear. Brother Tiger's words dripped with blatant threats and intimidation, deliberately raised in volume so that the entire corridor could bear witness, as if he were proclaiming his dominance and lawlessness to all. His eyes gleamed with a cruel light, as though he had already ensnared Li Fu's family, ready to toy with them at his whim. In that moment, Brother Tiger's arrogance and ruthlessness were laid bare, rendering the atmosphere in the hospital palpably tense. Li Fu, filled with rage, stood up, his voice trembling with fervor. Why are you not apprehending him? His furious gaze swept across everyone present, particularly the officers tasked with upholding the law. The officers, caught in a moral quandary, exchanged glances between Li Fu and the prominent secretary, their expressions revealing confusion and helplessness. The secretary, a high-ranking official dispatched from the provincial capital, stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of composure, as though he had everything under control. He shook his head gently, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Li Fu, Brother Tiger is one of ours. You must show him some respect. In this circle, certain matters cannot be dictated by your whims. Respect? Li Fu could hardly believe his ears. Brother Tiger had not only assaulted a municipal official, but had also come to the hospital to threaten the victim and his family. This was an outright affront to the law. Yet the secretary sought to downplay the situation under the guise of respect. This was quintessential gangland behavior. Li Fu's voice escalated with indignation, the very air around him seeming to quiver with his emotions. Not apprehending him? Is there anything left that Brother Tiger fears in this city? Where is our law? Our justice? The officers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty and bewilderment as they looked to their superior for guidance. They understood that this predicament surpassed their capacity to manage, necessitating intervention from higher authorities. Meanwhile, Brother Tiger wore a self-satisfied grin, extracting a thick wad of cash from his bag and dispensing it to the nearby officers as casually as one would hand out candy. Gentlemen, do take care of things. Your rewards will not be scant. His tone brimmed with provocation and disdain, as if to proclaim, behold, this is my leverage. He cast a taunting glance at Li Fu, his gaze suffused with contempt for the weak. You still wish to arrest someone? Who dares to lay a hand on me? Do you even comprehend whom you are opposing? Brother Tiger's words were steeped in menace, seemingly utilizing his status and power to convey to Li Fu that in this city, he was the embodiment of the law and the arbiter of fate. Li Fu experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Acting impartially, Brother Tiger has assaulted someone. Did anyone witness it? Who saw it? The secretary glanced around, and one by one, everyone lowered their heads. Who dared to look? Suddenly, Li Fu thought of someone. That fellow, who had the audacity to purchase a derelict building for $1 billion, seemed unafraid of Brother Hu. Could it be that he would dare to witness this? If there were evidence, then arrests could be made. In Chapter 45, a strategy emerged. Zhang Fan had not anticipated that Brother Hu would resort to violence. Yet he remained unscathed, citing insufficient evidence. So many had witnessed the event, yet now there was a lack of proof. Such a powerful backing. Within the tea house, time appeared to flow with an unusual sluggishness, the external clamor and chaos separated by an invisible wall. Sunlight filtered through intricately carved wooden windows, casting mottled patterns upon the flagstone floor, creating a natural tapestry of light and shadow. Zhang Fan sat by the window, gently toying with a delicate teapot, reveling in this rare moment of tranquility and leisure. At that moment, the door of the tea house creaked open, a cold breeze slipping in and stirring the fine dust into a dance. Li Fu entered, looking exceptionally disheveled, his spirit waning, and his steps unsteady. A thick bandage was wrapped around his head. Although the blood had long dried, the ghastly marks still told the tale of a recent brutal clash. Ignoring the curious or sympathetic gazes from the surrounding patrons, Li Fu strode directly to the vacant seat opposite Zhang Fan and collapsed into it, as if all his strength had been utterly drained. He sighed heavily, the sound resonating in the stillness of the tea house like the last leaf falling in autumn. Laden with melancholy and helplessness, his gaze wandered aimlessly before finally settling, albeit with great effort, on Zhang Fan's face, his once bright eyes now clouded with self-doubt and despair. Zhang Fan's teacup came to a halt, surprise flickering in his eyes. Testify? This was an event that had unfolded before numerous witnesses. Why then was there need to seek further corroboration? Was it possible that even someone like Li Fu, who held a modicum of local renown, found himself powerless against brother whose tyranny and brutality reduced to relying on the meager support of others? How formidable indeed. No wonder he dared to secure a loan of $1 billion. Zhang Fan resolved to assist. Otherwise, brother whose next target would be himself. Sipping his tea, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Li Fu paused, taken aback. Are you really going to do it? Aren't you afraid of repercussions? He pondered the fact that he himself could not take down brother who had formidable connections. This brother who had ties to the Secretary General of the provincial city. After a moment of thought, Li Fu decided to offer a word of caution. The Secretary General? It is obvious enough without needing to speculate. I will handle brother who, and the Wanfu group, will undergo bankruptcy restructuring. Zhang Fan spoke with a significant undertone. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. It must be resolved immediately, or it could turn against us. Those people might flee. If brother who is imprisoned, the Wanfu group will be restructured at once. Li Fu affirmed with certainty. Very well. Inform Li Fu that I shall be hiding at the Guitai Hotel, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. In his previous life, it was around this time that a nationwide crackdown began, targeting prominent figures, and societal chaos was set to be quashed by the authorities. The Cafe Hotel serves as the residence for those dispatched to conduct covert investigations, and given Hu Ji's character, he would undoubtedly send someone here. Once he arrives, evidence will be at hand. No matter how formidable his backing may be, can a mere secretary truly contend with the might of the nation? It is evident that he dares to provoke Hu Ge because he is aware that the forces of darkness are currently facing crackdowns. As for the 10 billion, the foremost concern for the bank should be its own safety. If something were to happen to them, how would they recover that money? Li Fu remained in a daze for quite some time, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Hu Ge must be eliminated, for he poses a threat to his daughter. Thus, he must perish. Now that Zhang Fan has conceived a plan, it remains to be seen whether this young man possesses genuine capability. Should Hu Ge indeed be apprehended, the Wanfu group will commence its restructuring under Li Fu's direction. Li Fu rose and exited promptly to make arrangements. Zhang Fan observed Li Fu's departure, eager to witness Hu Ji's true prowess and discern whether he or the anti-crime office was superior. He believed that Hu Ge would not disappoint him. Zhang Fan then stepped into a private room, with further matters to attend to. As Zhang Fan immersed himself in the weighty thoughts brought forth by Li Fu, the wooden door of the private room was gently pushed open, allowing a breath of fresh air accompanied by the sweet fragrance unique to a young maiden to permeate the space, dispelling the room's oppressive atmosphere. Lin Yuran entered, clad in a uniform that was both tidy and appropriate. Her deep blue pleated skirt swayed gently, complemented by a pristine white blouse tied with a vivid red bow, exuding youthful exuberance while preserving the innocence and modesty of girlhood. Lin Yuran's steps were light, each movement seemingly leaving a delicate scent in the air, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity and warmth towards the world. Gently setting her pink handbag on a nearby chair, Lin Yuran raised her gaze to Zhang Fan. In that moment, her eyes conveyed both surprise and a subtle hint of shyness, perhaps noticing the bewilderment etched on Zhang Fan's face and his lingering contemplation. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed a soft pink, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in the morning light, vibrant and enchanting. Without excessive words, Lin Yuran seemed to gather all her courage and slowly approached Zhang Fan. Each step stirred ripples in her heart, her hands delicately clasped in front of her, fingers unconsciously entwined with her hair ends, a blend of nervousness and anticipation vividly expressed in her every gesture. At last, as Lin Yuran stood before Zhang Fan, she closed her eyes as if partaking in a sacred ritual. Then, with a demeanor that was both bashful and resolute, she gently nestled her head on Zhang Fan's shoulder. In that moment, the entire tea house seemed to freeze in time, the aroma of tea in the air growing exceptionally rich. Subsequently, Lin Yuran softly, almost cautiously, placed a tender kiss on Zhang Fan's cheek. That kiss, reminiscent of petals refreshed by morning dew, carried the essence of youthful shyness and purity, stirring gentle ripples in Zhang Fan's heart. Everything around seemed to vanish, leaving only the two of them in the tranquil and cozy tea house, sharing a tender yet precious emotion. This time, Lin Yuran was not merely a pawn. She had made a choice to join her close friend in their schemes. Knowing full well that such collaborations seldom ended well, Zhang Fan had already demonstrated his capabilities. The beauty-enhancing elixir alone attested to his worth, complemented by an array of other resources that far surpassed the empty promises of friendship. If this opportunity was not seized, it would be irrevocably lost. Lin Yuran understood her current value. In truth, it was through her that Zhang Fan had discovered the nefarious intentions of that deceitful woman, Lu Wanqing. Lin Yuran had effectively been turned. She was the mole strategically placed beside Lu Wanqing. However, for now, she would relish this newfound sweetness of agency. Chapter 46, Journey to the Guotai Hotel. Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, gradually releasing his grip from Lin Yuran's lips. At that moment, she appeared pitiable, perhaps sensing something unsettling. Her body instinctively sought to resist, evidently frightened that Zhang Fan might proceed with further advances. Since his rebirth, Zhang Fan had felt substantial shifts in various aspects, be it strength, capability, or mindset. Given that Lin Yuran had chosen to stand by him, it was only fitting that he would collect the dues owed. He had already exacted a considerable interest, muffling her voice only due to the tea house's ambient noise. Zhang Fan slowly rose, seated himself, and resumed sipping his tea. Lin Yuran quickly composed her disheveled attire and damp hair, appearing exceptionally alluring. Zhang Fan spoke softly. Since she had opted to collaborate with him, the rewards would undoubtedly follow. He was not as miserly as Lu Wanqing, who merely sought to exploit Lin Yuran without offering any benefits in return. With that, Lin Yuran hastily gathered her belongings and departed, fearing that Zhang Fan might make another advance. She felt overwhelmed, as if this man had transformed into someone utterly unrecognizable, wild and uncontrollable, something she could hardly withstand. Zhang Fan continued to sip his tea, preparing a trap to see how brother who would leap into it. Meanwhile, by the seaside, the night was as dark as ink, and hidden beneath the flickering neon lights was a bar named Nightmare City, a territory firmly under brother whose dominion. The bar's opulent yet disorienting decor, paired with dim lighting, showcased an array of liquor bottles lined up on the bar, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors that mingled with the pervasive scent of smoke and alcohol, creating a unique atmosphere. The deafening music blended with the raucous laughter of the crowd, as if it aimed to engulf all worries. Brother who sat on a spacious leather sofa, surrounded by a group of equally unsavory companions. Their laughter was coarse and unrestrained, frequently interspersed with derisive remarks about passers-by. Dressed in an open floral shirt that revealed his muscular chest adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, brother who wore a smug grin, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. His sinister hand, akin to a voracious beast, brazenly embraced a stunning yet terrified hostess, whose eyes mirrored desperation and helplessness. The girl attempted to break free, yet under the weight of Tiger Brother's might, she appeared utterly powerless, resigned to the unwelcome advances that roamed across her waist. Each touch elicited a faint tremor within her, and a glimmer of humiliating tears flickered in her gaze. The surrounding patrons either feigned ignorance or whispered in hushed tones, yet none dared to intervene in this disgraceful spectacle. At that moment, Tiger Brother's phone rang out sharply, a discordant sound amidst the cacophony. As he answered, the news conveyed from the receiver drew a more sinister smile upon his lips. Zhang Fan, the audacious soul who dared to seize 10 billion from him and threatened to expose his transgressions, was currently hiding in the Guotai Hotel, believing he had found refuge. Huh. Foolish boy, do you think you can elude my grasp? Tiger Brother muttered darkly, summoning his comrades with a wave of his hand. They responded instantly, like a pack of awakened wolves, their shouts resonating with excitement for the impending hunt. Rising from their seats, they carelessly discarded their bottles and glasses. The clinking sound heralding the onset of a violent retribution. Tiger Brother stood tall, his imposing figure radiating an air of undeniable arrogance. He strode out of the bar with great purpose, followed by a cadre of equally menacing subordinates, resembling a surging tide of darkness, resolute in their quest to make Zhang Fan pay dearly for his betrayal. A convoy of black sedans tore down the vacant streets like untamed stallions, their tires screeching against the asphalt, kicking up clouds of dust as they raced towards the Guotai Hotel. This spectacle was akin to an unstoppable current in the night. As Tiger Brother emerged from the lead car, he exuded confidence, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes betraying unmasked arrogance and disdain. A half-burnt cigarette dangled from his mouth, the swirling smoke adding to the ferocity of his visage. With a slight tilt of his head, it seemed as though the world trembled beneath him. Even the stars in the night sky dimmed in comparison. With a subtle gesture, one of his underlings understood the cue, presenting a gasoline canister as if it were a trophy. Tiger Brother's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the forthcoming game, as if he could penetrate the veil of night and reach into the hearts of his men. Today, I shall make it known what befalls those who betray me. At Tiger Brother's command, his minions erupted like unleashed beasts, retrieving gas canisters from their vehicles without a moment's hesitation, hurling them towards the doors and windows of the Guotai Hotel. The bottles arced through the air, igniting into fierce flames upon impact, rapidly engulfing everything in a torrent of fire that enveloped the hotel in a blazing inferno. The flames soared high, illuminating the night sky and casting a harsh light upon Tiger Brother's twisted visage, marred by his hubris. Ha ha ha, Zhang Fan, this is your fate. Tiger Brother laughed heartily, his mirth laced with a hint of madness and triumph, as if he could already envision Zhang Fan struggling in despair amidst the sea of flames. His minions echoed his laughter, their cheers intertwining to create a haunting dirge of death. A group of men stood at the entrance, wielding machetes, forming an impenetrable barrier to thwart anyone attempting to escape the inferno. Their eyes were filled with indifference and cruelty, as if, at that moment, they had transcended humanity, transforming into bloodthirsty beasts relishing the calamity they had wrought. Yet, unbeknownst to Tiger Brother, Zhang Fan was nowhere to be found. Instead, the premises housed a cadre of anti-crime personnel who were keenly observing his every move. The anti-crime team's room had ignited a fierce blaze, prompting everyone to flee outside, only to be met by a gang of thugs brandishing machetes, threatening to kill anyone who dared to escape. Had the skies over Binhai darkened so ominously? Even the anti-crime team dared to act? Had someone leaked vital information? A bald man clad in an administrative jacket furiously brandished his phone. Chapter 47. Arrogance reaches its limit. Li Fu was taken aback when he received a call from Hua Deguang, the director from the capital, a figure of higher rank than himself. What brought him to the Guotai Hotel? A cold sweat broke out on Li Fu's brow as he recalled the information he had provided to Tiger Brother, information that Zhang Fan had supplied. How did that brat know the anti-crime team would be at the Guotai Hotel? This meant he intended to leverage the anti-crime team against Tiger Brother. A ruthless ploy indeed. Tiger Brother had fallen into a trap. Without delay, Li Fu began dialing various departments, urging them to mobilize swiftly. Even if it meant incurring the wrath of Tiger Brother's associates, he had to regain control of the situation. Otherwise, both he and Binhai would be doomed. Confronting the anti-crime team, Tiger Brother was indeed a formidable adversary. Soon, the entire Binhai police precinct was in motion, with various departments responding urgently. Li Fu personally led a capable team, racing towards the Guotai Hotel. Upon arrival, even the seasoned Li Fu was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Tiger Brother had amassed a veritable army of hundreds surrounding the hotel as a fierce blaze mercilessly consumed the once thriving establishment. Flames soared high, thick smoke billowed, and the air was saturated with the acrid scent of charred debris, mingling with the panicked cries of guests and staff, creating a tableau of human tragedy. Even more audacious, Tiger Brother's henchmen not only set the building ablaze, but also occupied the hotel as entrances, wielding clubs and machetes like a pack of ravenous wolves, guarding against anyone attempting to flee the inferno, subjecting them to relentless threats of violence. Their eyes were filled with cruelty and indifference, as if proclaiming to the world that this was their territory, impervious to any challenge to their authority. This was sheer madness. A flicker of incredulous rage and coldness flashed in Li Fu's eyes. He had never witnessed such brazen and outrageous criminality. Gritting his teeth, his gaze steely, he bellowed to his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Act immediately. Apprehend them. I, Li Fu, shall bear all responsibility. With a commanding shout from Li Fu, the once hesitant constables, paralyzed by fear, finally summoned their courage and began to close in on Tiger Brother's men. However, Tiger Brother appeared utterly indifferent to their approach. He turned to face the advancing officers, disdainfully raised his middle finger, and a smirk of unparalleled arrogance curled at the corners of his mouth. Li Fu, should you dare to interfere in this matter today, it would be a slap in my face. Remember, my patience is finite. Tomorrow, I shall ensure my brothers pay your precious daughter a visit, so she may learn what true terror is. Tiger Brother's words struck Li Fu like a sharp dagger, piercing deep into his heart. Instantly, Li Fu's complexion turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury. Consumed by rage, he could no longer contain himself. Charging forward like an enraged lion, the scene spiraled into chaos, and Tiger Brother was not one to be easily subdued. His men, witnessing the upheaval, armed themselves and engaged in fierce combat with the constables. The clash of clubs and the glint of blades transformed the square before the Guitai Hotel into a tumultuous battlefield. However, as more constables arrived as reinforcements, the situation gradually came under control. Despite being firmly restrained and incapable of movement, Tiger Brother's arrogance and defiance remained undiminished. A cold smile played upon his lips, a smile that conveyed not only provocation, but also a profound disdain for all worldly rules. His eyes, even under severe suppression, sparkled with an audacious brilliance, as if they could penetrate all barriers and gaze deep into the souls of his adversaries. Li Fu, Tiger Brother's voice was low and menacing. If you do not obediently comply and spare your precious daughter from my brother's special attention, you would do well to kneel before me now and beg for mercy. Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, dripping with undeniable malice. Just as Li Fu's expression grew complex and his heart wrestled with turmoil, a towering figure emerged from the shadows, Huo Daguang. His countenance was dark as if it could drip water, and his steps were steady and powerful, each footfall trampling upon the flames of Tiger Brother's arrogance. Before any words could be exchanged, Huo Daguang delivered a resounding kick to Tiger Brother's face, the force of which made Tiger Brother's body shudder involuntarily, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Are you the self-proclaimed king, Tiger Brother? Huo Daguang's voice was deep and commanding, each word resonating with an authority that brooked no opposition. Tiger Brother wiped the blood from his lips, his cold laugh growing more pronounced, as if the kick were merely a trivial itch. Very well, I shall remember you. You and your entire family will pay the price for today's actions. You are indeed the first to dare tread upon my territory, but you shall also be the last. Tiger Brother's tone brimmed with unassailable confidence and arrogance, as if he believed the very rules of the world were crafted solely for him, impervious to any challenge. In the face of Tiger Brother's brazen audacity, Huo Daguang merely smiled faintly, a smile laced with mockery for Tiger Brother's ignorance. This fool dared to threaten without even knowing his own identity. Regrettably, Tiger Brother, your arrogance ends here. Criminal activities, regardless of the depth of your connections or the breadth of your influence, cannot escape the clutches of the law. You and your accomplices shall inevitably pay for your transgressions. Li Fu, witnessing the unfolding events, felt a tumult of emotions. Although he was taken aback by the arrival of Huo Daguang, his predominant sentiment was one of anticipation for the impending judicial reckoning. In a hushed tone, Li Fu conveyed to Huo Daguang, brother who is acquainted with the Secretary General of the provincial capital, I fear there may be higher authorities intervening to secure their release. Huo Daguang, with a confident smile gracing his lips, reassured him, rest easy, Li Fu. Justice may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Brother Hu and his gang, irrespective of their connections, cannot evade the stringent measures of the law. This time, they truly stand no chance. With a decisive gesture, Huo Daguang signaled his subordinates to escort Brother Hu and his men away. The operatives, well-trained and swift, promptly apprehended Brother Hu and his associates. Executing the task with remarkable efficiency, Li Fu felt a sense of relief. This time, Brother Hu was utterly finished, captured by the anti-crime unit. Even his ties to the provincial leader held no weight. Who would dare to interfere with the anti-crime unit? Furthermore, Brother Hu had brazenly set fire to the Guitai Hotel, an act that had not gone unnoticed by the authorities. His arrogance had led him to his downfall. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, the architect of this intricate scheme, appeared downstairs at Chun Qinger's residence. Chun Qinger, her head bowed and still clad in her dance attire, had narrowly escaped an attempted abduction by a group of thugs. only thanks to Zhang Fan's timely intervention. As they entered the elevator together and ascended to her room, upon crossing the threshold, Chunqing gently closed her eyes, leaning against the wall. Chapter 48. Wang Qingyin's Deception. Due to Ma Gui's debts, the repercussions had now ensnared Chunqing. Ma Gui had even resorted to selling his girlfriend to settle his obligations. Now that he had fled, Chunqing found herself trapped. Zhang Fan couldn't help but admire the grace that came with dance. Her flexibility and figure were truly exquisite. He felt himself teetering on the edge of losing control. And after his rebirth, he found himself yearning for moments of intimacy, reflecting later on his own roughness. Yet, who wouldn't he lose composure in such circumstances? The atmosphere within the room had gradually shifted, becoming increasingly chaotic, filled with various sounds and shifting silhouettes. Time passed before tranquility finally returned. Downstairs, in a tea house, Li Fu reappeared, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was astonishing that even the residents of the Guitai Hotel were known to him. Was this young man's intelligence more formidable than his own? With brother who hadn't been taken away by the anti-crime unit for cross-jurisdictional prosecution, what could he do now? Holding his cup of tea, Li Fu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing retaliation from brother who. If Li Fu himself feared retribution, one could only imagine the madness of the criminal underworld in these times. Brother who was utterly doomed, along with the Secretary General and those he knew in this place. One could arrange for their own people to step in. Zhang Fan had long anticipated brother whose impending demise. It wouldn't be long before he faced dire consequences. But what about brother whose numerous enterprises here? Li Fu inquired, lifting his gaze. I dare not immerse myself in the underbelly of society. For surely inquiries would arise regarding the affairs of the warehousing company involving hundreds of individuals. One must simply state the truth. I am a legitimate businessman, untainted by such dealings. By the way, what is the status of the Wanfeng Group's restructuring? Zhang Fan is poised for significant endeavors, yet such troubles must be resolved. It is unacceptable to allow those vermin to infiltrate the Wanfeng Group without a rightful heir. You must issue an announcement in collaboration with our municipal bureau, accompanied by rigorous legal and notarial verification. Subsequently, we shall dispatch a team to investigate whether you have clandestinely siphoned funds from the Wanfeng Street Group. Should this be the case, those funds must be returned. If you are indeed certain of your decision not to inherit, we shall pursue restructuring or bankruptcy liquidation. Li Fu pondered for a moment, still perplexed as to why one would forsake a group valued at over 100 billion. Why such unwavering resolve? Very well, I shall cooperate with the procedure, Zhang Fan affirmed. In that case, I shall convene a meeting tomorrow and prioritize its completion. By the way, regarding that 10 billion. Li Fu inquired once more. They wish for me to shoulder the debt. I will handle it myself. It is not the Wanfeng Group's money. It is a loan. Zhang Fan clarified. Moreover, should I meet my demise, that 10 billion would become a bad debt. And presently, there are those who worry more than I do. Zhang Fan chuckled. When debts reach a certain threshold, it is no longer one's own concern, but rather the bank's trepidation. I trust the bank will soon come knocking, not to collect debts, but out of concern for their own security. You have acquired 10 billion in unfinished properties, which has alleviated numerous issues for Binhai. Should the demands be reasonable, I am willing to assist. Unfinished properties? Soon, they shall no longer be regarded as liabilities, but as assets. Of course, Li Fu is unaware of the policy implications. Such decisions are made from above. Binhai will soon embark on various developments. Initially, they perceive themselves as fools, yet in time, they shall admire their own genius in investment. At present, everything lies within one's grasp. Shortly thereafter, Hu Dajuan and Lu Taiju entered. Boss, Hu Ge has been arrested and is making headlines. Shall we seize his territory? He has so many bars and venues. Hu Dajuan exclaimed with excitement. From now on, Binhai will belong to the big boss, for Hu Ge is behind bars. Zhang Fan regarded Hu Dajuan with a knowing glance. Have you considered why Hu Jun was apprehended? Boss, that brat Qin Tian is orchestrating land grabs. If he can do it, why can't we? Lu Taiju queried. Zhang Fan chuckled. He too shall be apprehended. He too? The two scratched their heads in confusion. Yet they would heed their boss's guidance. Without a command from the boss, they would certainly refrain from seizing territory. For now, they dutifully serve as security personnel at the warehousing company, merely observing the lively commotion outside. Meanwhile, in an elegantly adorned villa by the seaside, Wang Qingyan donned a soft silk loungewear set. The subtle hues complemented her gentle demeanor, while the gauzy sleeves gracefully cascaded down, accentuating her exquisite figure. With every gesture, she exuded an effortless charm that captivated the senses. Her long hair cascades casually over her shoulders, with wisps gently brushing against her cheeks, enhancing her unrefined natural beauty. Those bright eyes seem to harbor the cosmos within them, sparkling with a blend of wisdom and cunning, while a faint yet confident smile graces her lips, as if she holds the reins of everything in her grasp. The atmosphere of the home, enriched by her presence, exudes a warmth that is both inviting and elegant. Seated gracefully on the sofa, she resembles a captivating painting, drawing the attention of those around her. Even in a casual repose, there's an ineffable charm that compels one to steal a few more glances. At that moment, two impeccably dressed guests, exuding an air of distinction, occupy the space. They hail from the upper echelons, arriving specifically to address the increasingly severe underworld incidents plaguing the coastal region. As Wang Qingyan converses with them, her words are poised, and her gaze reveals a resolute confidence, as if she is entirely prepared for the storm that is about to unfold. The numerous antiques in the house have been secretly sold off by Lin Dong, who refuses to return them. Now, that brother who has been apprehended, Lin Dong's so-called brothers, numbering in the hundreds, will surely be restless, attempting to seize the territory left behind by brother who amidst the chaos. Wang Qingyan has crafted a trap for him. Engaging in society's underbelly, dealing in stolen goods, she intends for him to be ensnared. A knowing smile curls at the corners of her mouth. He is the first to dare take what belongs to her, the first to arrive at her door without returning the spoils. Now, it remains to be seen how long he can survive. With brother who incarcerated, he will undoubtedly become the second. Wang Qingyan offers a reminder, to which the two nearby nod in agreement. Just a mere thug. What abilities does he possess? If he were truly capable, would he still be entangled in such a life? Wang Qingyan escorts the two to the door, watching as they drive away, finally allowing herself to relax slightly. Yet another complication looms before her. She has not exposed Lin Dong's thievery, as both families desire to see the two of them united. If she were to accuse Lin Dong, who would believe her? That indeed presents a vexing dilemma. However, it matters not. She has orchestrated a surprise for Lin Dong. Soon, some individuals will find themselves in dire straits. Unbeknownst to Wang Qingyan, Zhang Fan has not sought to seize the territory. However, others have stirred. Chapter 49, The Finest Imperial Green. Upon learning of brother Hu's arrest, Qin Tian's eyes flicker with an uncontrollable ecstasy, akin to a long-dormant beast sensing the scent of blood, instantly transforming into a frenzy of excitement and ferocity. A cold smile creeps across his lips as he plots how to seize this rare opportunity to utterly dismantle the underground order of the coastal region, elevating himself to the highest throne. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tian swiftly assembles hundreds of desperate followers, who are usually obedient to him and now brimming with eagerness to act. Under the cloak of night, a formidable procession, led by Qin Tian, surges forth like an unstoppable black torrent towards brother Hu's former territory, leaving only fear and unease in its wake. Upon reaching their destination, Qin Tian arms himself and, at the helm of a fervent band of adherents, embarks on a reckless spree of destruction and chaos. They wielded clubs, knives, and even rudimentary firearms, wreaking havoc wherever they went. Shops lay in ruins, goods scattered across the ground, while innocent civilians fled in terror, their cries and pleas intertwining to form a poignant tableau of human tragedy. Yet, Qin Tian appeared detached from the chaos, a smug smile gracing his face as he reveled in the perverse ecstasy brought forth by power and violence. Under Qin Tian's command, his subordinates executed their tasks with precision. One faction engaged in wanton destruction, while another seized valuables, with the shrewdest among them beginning to assert control over these territories, establishing a new order. Qin Tian's audacity rivaled that of the notorious Hu Ge, and perhaps even surpassed it. He seemed intent on demonstrating through his actions who the true king of Binhai was. In the span of a single night, several key strongholds once belonging to Hu Ge changed hands, Qin Tian's banner now proudly flying over these sites. Standing atop a smoldering ruin illuminated by flames, he proclaimed to his followers with resounding authority, "From this day forth, I, Qin Tian, am the true leader of Binhai." His voice resonated with undeniable dominance and arrogance. However, Qin Tian and his followers remained blissfully unaware that their actions had attracted the scrutiny of unseen observers. Behind the scenes, an elite investigative team was diligently gathering evidence of their crimes. Each act of violence, each instance of looting was meticulously recorded, destined to become irrefutable proof for their eventual prosecution. Engaging in the underworld? It may have been feasible before, but now, the authorities had begun a stringent crackdown. One could only wonder if, when the time came for their capture, they would still exhibit such reckless abandon. Zhang Fan anticipated Qin Tian's ambitions to seize territory. When Hu Ge was still around, he could only be considered the second in command, but now, he aspired to be the top dog. To claim the position of the leader, one must possess strength, and seizing Hu Ji's domain would serve as testament to that strength. In this world, it was a matter of who was the most ruthless, for only the ruthless commanded respect. These days, mere wealth was insufficient. One also needed social backing. Zhang Fan sat contentedly within his shop, everything unfolding according to his design. Observing the masked individual before him, he recognized that this was not merely a pretty face. Lin Dong had proven to be more complex than he initially perceived. After all, how could Wang Qingyan associate with someone so seemingly trivial? Moreover, knowing he was a thief and yet allowing him to roam free, Lin Dong clearly had connections that were anything but ordinary. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable those connections, one must ultimately yield to the realities of the underworld. Lin Dong had diverted a minor target to Qin Xiao, yet it was insufficient. He needed to devise a means to procure some funds, and that could only involve liquidating some of his girlfriend's valuable possessions. This time, he was certain Lin Dong would bring something worthwhile. Seeking alternatives felt unreliable, making this individual the preferable choice. As Zhang Fan gazed at the jade, rough stone before him, a hint of a smile played on his lips. It was evident that Wang Qingyan had taken precautions, for this was a gift she had presented to him. Before him lay a jade, rough stone weighing approximately 10 kilograms, already drilled and illuminated from within, revealing the exquisite imperial green. This was something truly exhilarating. The most exquisite type of jadeite is the imperial green, particularly the glass-like imperial green. The assessment of its value hinges on the number of bracelet positions available. The stone size and shape are laid bare before one's eyes, and with a mere stroke of a pen, one can estimate the potential number of bracelets. Can you fathom that? Lin Dong wore a proud expression. Can you truly comprehend it? This object, when presented anywhere, will immediately secure a baseline value exceeding a small target for those in the know. Zhang Fan chuckled softly, for he was unlike others. He possessed the gift of discernment. How could he not recognize the nature of this stone? A glance revealed that apart from the drilling locations, the remaining areas were disordered patterns, fractures, and blank patches, merely a piece of meticulously opened waste material. The exposed sections lacked even the quality of a decent surface. Were there any other treasures concealed within? Zhang Fan smiled knowingly. 2 small targets, Lin Dong declared price. If the object were indeed sound, the market price could be offered. A little haggling, and 1 small target would suffice. Yet, Zhang Fan showed no interest whatsoever. Regardless of the price, purchasing it would spell disaster. Thus, he found himself questioning whether Lin Dong was pilfering or if Wang Qingyan had sent him to ensnare him. I did not engage in stone gambling. I desire tangible goods, Zhang Fan remarked while sipping his tea. Lin Dong was taken aback. A small target? He found it hard to believe that no one desired such a fine piece. Surely, if the price were right, it should sell easily. Observing Zhang Fan still shaking his head, Lin Dong grew irate. Do you even know how much this is worth? How much? I don't want it either. Furious, Lin Dong clutched the stone and stormed off, declaring that if it was unwanted here, it would surely find a home elsewhere. As Lin Dong departed, Zhang Fan felt no anger. Whoever purchased, it would be the unfortunate one. His own funds were limited, and having barely earned several million, he certainly did not wish to squander it all on a piece of refuse. Lin Dong, seething, muttered curses under his breath. He crossed to the other side of the antique street and entered the shop owned by the second-in-command. Anyone looking to sell would naturally gravitate towards this establishment, which exuded an air of prestige. Zhang Fan had previously been deceived by this fade, oblivious to its true nature as a dubious establishment. The second-in-command had recently fallen on hard times, having been wronged, and he was still pondering how to exact revenge. Upon seeing a hooded figure enter, clutching a stone, his interest was immediately piqued. Can you afford a bid? Lin Dong placed the stone down. The second-in-command swiftly closed the door and retrieved a flashlight to inspect it, his eyes gleaming with excitement upon recognizing its quality. A fine piece indeed, exquisite imperial green. Such a sizable stone could yield dozens of bracelets. Fortune was at hand. How do you wish to sell it? The second-in-command inquired, his mind racing with possibilities. 2 small targets. Lin Dong gestured with his pinky fingers. Chapter 50. The second-in-command's fury. 2 small targets? While the price was apparent at a glance, What profit would the second-in-command derive from such a deal? He smiled knowingly. This arrangement leaves no room for profit. Let me propose a price, and you can consider it. The second-in-command raised a single finger. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming sense of joy, a modest goal indeed, yet still attainable. Wealth is best shared, after all. The card contained a substantial 100 million, but large transfers can be cumbersome. The plan was for him to find someone to withdraw the funds. The second-in-command produced a card and accessed the bank's website, personally demonstrating the balance to Lin Dong. 100 million. If large payments had not been activated, the transfer would be impossible. If they had, it would still require several transactions unless conducted through a corporate account. Lin Dong now understood that he was expected to seek someone to facilitate the withdrawal. Although he possessed a card reader displaying a maximum transaction of 10 million, it would still necessitate 10 transactions to access the full amount, but this was not a concern. Seeing the second-in-command's willingness, Lin Dong eagerly agreed. As he stepped outside with the card, the two core members, AI Wei and AO Long, approached the second-in-command. You're giving him 100 million just like that? This is an invaluable asset. Even a modest goal can yield great profits. However, I have never been one to suffer losses. You too. Ensure this transaction is executed with precision. The second-in-command exchanged a knowing glance with the two, who nodded in agreement before seizing 2 daggers and departing. Planning to take the money and run? Such fortunate circumstances do not exist in this world. 100 million? No outsider can simply walk away with it. The stone must remain, and so must the money. The second-in-command was astute in business, discerning that Lin Dong was indeed in a desperate situation, and eliminating such individuals posed no risk. As for the stone, once carved, it could become a bracelet. Who could say for certain? Even if they knew the truth, it was purchased for 100 million. The two core members followed suit, and upon exiting, they encountered a Lin Dong lost in his own triumph. Oblivious to the fact that this was a den of iniquity, he was preoccupied with thoughts of repaying his debts. As he walked, he was suddenly ensnared in a sack and struck with 2 wooden clubs. They carried him to a dark underground market. The sack was briefly opened, revealing a rotund man who pinched Lin Dong and extended 5 fingers. Not bad, 50,000. If suitable, we will purchase him. The two core members nodded. 50,000 was a fair price. If Lin Dong were to perish, they would gain nothing. But with the money secured, these individuals would even assist in a murder, an opportunity for multiple gains. These people were not benevolent. They belonged to an underground organ trafficking organization, specializing in the illicit trade of human organs. They particularly favored those without identities, refugees, or beggars beneath bridges. Once they subdued a victim, they would knock them unconscious and transport them to the underground market, stripping them of their organs for sale on the black market. A single kidney could fetch tens of thousands, which was considered quite valuable, though if someone were to sell a kidney, the price would be no more than 3,000 to 5,000, and the cost of anesthesia would further diminish the profit. The two core members counted the money, their eyes gleaming with avarice. With the funds assured, they proceeded toward the shop. As for Lin Dong, he had already succumbed to the blows, and upon awakening, he would discover that his kidneys were gone. Wei gazed intently at A.O. Long before him, his eyes suddenly sharp with intent. Grasping a knife in one hand, he approached and, without hesitation, plunged it into the back of his good brother. A.O. Long, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the reason behind the betrayal. It was only as he closed his eyes, catching sight of Wei picking up the fallen bank card and the 2,000 yuan, that the truth dawned upon him. It turned out his good brother had set his sights on a minor target associated with that card. Sleep well, Wei mused, holding the card as he glanced towards the shop. With a new objective in mind, why should he still bow to the second-in-command? Where is there money that doesn't allow one to be a lord? Farewell. He would no longer play the fool. In the shop, every time the teller was sent out on an errand, unforeseen events seemed to arise. The second-in-command personally emerged, first securing the stone within the safe, ensuring it would not be stolen. He stepped out, traversing the path, seeking something, until, suddenly, a sound from his phone caught his attention, and he looked down to see a figure sprawled on the ground. Upon recognizing it was A.O. Long, he quickly crouched down, realizing the bank card was indeed missing. Since A.O. Long dared to flee, he would soon learn the consequences of his betrayal. Thankfully, the stone remained. Even if it was purchased for a minor target, it still held potential for profit. When he found Wei, he would ensure he understood the fate of those who betray him. The second-in-command cast a glance at A.O. Long, dismissing him. Let wild dogs carry him away. What a waste to be stabbed by one's own. As for the bracelet, cutting and carving are distinct processes. Once cut, sending it to a renowned master could double its value. With the grinding sound of the cutting machine, the stone slowly revealed its true nature. The second-in-command rubbed his eyes and adjusted his glasses, examining the removed piece of stone. Upon discovering it was merely a blank, he rubbed his eyes again. Was he hallucinating? He hadn't rested well lately, but the next moment, he staggered to his feet. This was no illusion. It was indeed a blank. The exterior boasted imperial green, yet inside lay nothing but a blank. He had spent 100 million. The second-in-command collapsed to the ground, muttering incoherently. If the boss learned of this, it would be the end for him. What to do? What to do? At that moment, Lu Wanqing was equally anxious. Rumors circulated that the Municipal Bureau was set to officially intervene in the Wanfu Group, which would expose the internal affairs of the organization. If these matters came to light, her mother would be doomed, and she would have to step in to take the blame. Yet that boy, a stubborn pig, refused to take on the family legacy. Lu Wanqing pondered numerous strategies, all to no avail. She even had her friend try to entice him, but it turned out he was lacking in certain areas. If he could not inherit the family fortune, the pit could not be filled. Lu Wanqing was distraught. Today, she was sitting with Shuiran, discussing how best to handle the situation, knowing that some interest within the Wanfu Group involved Shuiran's father. Everyone had benefited. With benefits come responsibilities. Do you know what seemingly trivial matters can actually constitute serious crimes? Shuiran smiled mysteriously. Lu Wanqing cast a glance. Come on, stop keeping us in suspense. Let's hatch a few parrots and place them in his home, then report him for trafficking. Those creatures may seem worthless, but they're enough to land him in prison for a lifetime. I refuse to believe he won't accept his inheritance. Shuiran replied fiercely. Chapter 51. The Unfortunate Qin Shao. Lu Wanqing looked at Shuiran as if he were a fool. A few parrots? They could imprison him for decades? Shuiran, aware of her skepticism, retorted, Don't underestimate these creatures. They are protected animals prohibited from trade by the state. You'll see soon enough. I've arranged everything. Just wait for him to be locked away. Shuiran spoke with utmost confidence, having meticulously planned the scheme. No one believed that a handful of parrots could ensnare that young man, but their ignorance played to his advantage. This was a sophisticated plot, one that most were oblivious to. Lu Wanqing was half convinced, yet with no alternatives, she resolved to see how this scheme would unfold. Shuiran stepped out, beginning to orchestrate the setup. The plan was straightforward. Fabricate evidence, place the parrots in the young man's residence, and then, alongside his cousin, apprehend him. His cousin was a forest patrol officer, precisely the right person for this task. Prepare for my signal. This plan will succeed. He called back to Lu Wanqing as he departed. Zhang Fan received news from Lin Yuran, who was positioned by Lu Wanqing. That wretched individual was in a frenzy, desperately seeking to reclaim his inheritance. Thus, he approached Shuiran, whose father had ties to the Wanfu Group. Someone was required to fill the void, and Shuiran devised a plan involving the parrots to achieve his goal. No one would suspect such seemingly insignificant creatures could wield such power. Zhang Fan conducted some research and discovered that indeed, certain parrots were protected species. Engaging in their trade could lead to imprisonment. Shuiran was more cunning than he appeared. Had he not received the intel beforehand, it would have been challenging to counteract. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Tian entered with several associates, exuding an air of arrogance. Claiming to be the king of Benhai. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings. Zhang Xiao, doing quite well, I see. You don't even greet me as brother? Do you recognize my current status? Qin Tian approached, brandishing a large knife. He had recently taken over all of Tiger Ji's territory. Who on the street didn't he know he was the true leader now? His visit surely had a purpose. Previously, he had burdened this young man with debt, and now he aimed to exploit his status further, ensuring he bore even more financial responsibilities. All the unsavory dealings would fall upon his shoulders. Should he comply, that would be ideal. Otherwise, he would soon grasp the might of a true leader. This young man had a penchant for acquiring unfinished buildings, and his family held several such properties belonging to dubious institutions that were devoid of value. The plan was to package these assets and sell them to him, thereby enhancing the family's financial appearance. It was rumored that he had previously invested heavily in such properties. Zhang Fan relished the prospect of dealing with such a fool. These are some unfinished buildings at my home, and I've heard you have a fondness for such structures. These properties have clear titles and are entirely mortgaged to my family. We are now prepared to sell them to you as a package. Just sign here. With a mere glance from young Master Qin, his legal advisor retrieved the contract from a bag. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Was this really a gift of unfinished buildings? Young Master Qin's intelligence network was evidently impressive. having discovered that he had indeed purchased these incomplete projects. Upon examining the contract, it became evident that the properties were primarily located in the eastern part of the city. Certain developers had resorted to leveraging real estate for financing, but had subsequently failed to repay, leading to the emergence of these unfinished buildings as distressed assets. Now, unable to recoup their investment, the Qin family sought to sell them to him. However, even if he were to acquire them, the price seemed exorbitant. Young Master Qin, even if you sell them to me, I lack the funds, Zhang Fan lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. You need not worry about that. My family's bank will provide you with a loan to cover this expense, young Master Qin replied with a smile, clearly having anticipated this. Zhang Fan was astonished. Was he not required to spend a single penny? This young Master Qin truly was a generous benefactor, evoking a desire to embrace him affectionately. Having previously offered land, he was now gifting him such a substantial asset at no cost. What was going through young Master Qin's mind? Did he genuinely lack any foresight regarding why Zhang Fan would want to purchase unfinished buildings? Nonetheless, the prospect of receiving such a gift was undeniably appealing. Young Master Qin, you know Xueren, right? He seems rather discontented and will be arriving shortly, threatening to unleash parrots upon you. You might want to make your escape. Zhang Fan chuckled as he finalized the contract and proceeded to notarize it online. Once everything was duly signed, young Master Qin's demeanor shifted to one of cold detachment. Grasping a large machete, he gazed outside. Xueren, the worthless son of Shui? Just then, the sound of approaching vehicles echoed from outside. Young Master Qin stepped out and spotted Xueren, who had approached stealthily but had not anticipated encountering young Master Qin. In his eyes, young Master Qin was merely a rich second-generation heir, so he did not feel the need to greet him. He had come with a purpose, to retrieve a parrot for his shop and summon his cousin from the forest patrol to take action. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, he swung open the car door and directly accessed the trunk, where the cage containing the parrot was secured. Several individuals accompanying young Master Qin brought over a gas canister, which they proceeded to open. Young Master Qin seized one of the parrots and began to pluck its feathers, roasting it over the gas flame right before Xueren's eyes. As the aroma wafted through the air, Xueren stood frozen, aghast at the sight of his parrot, an expensive acquisition meant to serve as evidence against Zhang Fan, now being roasted by young Master Qin. He felt compelled to kneel and beg for mercy, contemplating retreating from this debacle. With grease glistening on his lips and a content smile, young Master Qin remarked, "Not bad at all." Xueren clenched his fists in frustration. At that moment, several vehicles from the forest patrol arrived. He Wei, Xueren's cousin, stepped out with his men, immediately spotting young Master Qin indulging in his feast. Arrest him. He Wei was unaware of Qin Shao's true identity. The role of a forest patrol officer is rather obscure, akin to a clean governmental position. At last, he was about to collaborate with his cousin to solve the case. Xueren initially intended to provide an explanation, but upon witnessing Qin Shao's arrogance, he chose to disregard it. The evidence was indisputable, and it was prudent to apprehend him at once. What audacity from the son of a businessman! Initially skeptical of his ability to deal with Qin Shao, he decided to let him experience the repercussions of his own recklessness. Unfortunately, he had intended to target Zhang Fan, only for someone else to become the scapegoat. Qin Shao was not one to submit willingly. His associates brandished knives and took action. Chaos erupted in an instant. Nevertheless, Qin Shao was ultimately taken away. Soon, the vicinity of the shop fell into a tranquil silence. Zhang Fan emerged, observing the unfolding drama, pondering whether Qin Shao would indeed face consequences for his arrogance. He was certain that such a brazen individual would eventually face repercussions, though he remained uncertain of the specifics. Holding the contract in his hand, he marveled at the prospect of acquiring a dilapidated building without any loss. What a stroke of fortune! Just as he was about to enter, a sleek black business vehicle approached. Chapter 52. The proprietor of Yonghe Hall. Zhang Fan's gaze was drawn to the stately and elegant business car as it gracefully came to a halt by the roadside, its surface reflecting the soft afternoon sunlight. Exuding en extraordinaire aura. The door opened gently, reminiscent of the unveiling of a historical scroll. A bodyguard clad in a black suit alighted first, his movements swift and respectful. He promptly unfurled an exquisite sunshade adorned with a subtle landscape motif, bestowing an air of mystery and nobility upon the individual about to emerge. Following him, a woman in a vintage gown stepped into Zhang Fan's view. The ancient dress, woven from cloud brocade, billowed softly like a lotus blossoming in the morning mist, embodying both classical beauty and contemporary elegance. The gown was intricately embroidered with a dragon and phoenix design, each stitch reflecting the artisan's remarkable skill and reverence for traditional culture. Her long hair was elegantly secured with a simple yet splendid jade hairpin, a few wisps dancing in the breeze, adding an enchanting gracefulness to her demeanor. With an undeniable poise, she entered the shop alongside Zhang Fan, and, as the intricately carved wooden door closed gently behind them, the clamor of the outside world seemed to fade into oblivion. Under the soft glow of the shop's lighting, Wang Qingyan finally removed her sunglasses, her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, fixed intently on Zhang Fan. A subtle urgency tinged her voice as she inquired, "Where is Lin Dong?" Upon hearing this, a playful smile curled at the corners of Zhang Fan's mouth as he pondered internally. This prominent star, who previously attempted to deceive him with a precious imperial green jade, now returned seeking her boyfriend. Was she planning to employ the same ruse? Who knew where that fellow had taken his so-called priceless treasure? If he sought out the second-in-command, he might unwittingly stumble into a trap where both goods and individuals could be compromised. Wang Qingyan was not in the mood for idle chatter. "I do not mind the matters within or outside the bureau. However, I can indeed recommend that you inquire with someone, albeit discreetly, as it may yield some answers. You are well aware of Lin Dong's insatiable greed, and a greedy individual may very well encounter someone even more avaricious. Since Lin Dong has vanished, it is plausible that he has sought out the second-in-command, especially since he narrowly escaped a dire fate himself. Simply head straight out, turn right, and you will come across an opulent antique shop. Inquire there. It may lead to unexpected revelations. Of course, bring along a few companions, for your beauty may incite unwelcome intentions." Zhang Fan offered a kind warning. "Should anything befall Lin Dong, it would be prudent for you to take matters into your own hands rather than await my intervention." Wang Qingyan scoffed as she rose. The reasons behind her association with Lin Dong are not for outsiders to comprehend. To put it succinctly, although Lin Dong may be ineffectual, he possesses influential backing. His disappearance necessitates an urgent search. Wang Qingyan departed the shop with her entourage, intending to explore other antique stores. This young man lacks the means to acquire that jade piece. Lin Dong might indeed have little connection to this place. Wang Qingyan donned her sunglasses once more, and soon they arrived at the establishment of the second-in-command. Upon entering, they were enveloped by an aura of luxury. This was a place of true power. As Wang Qingyan approached, she noticed the second-in-command, who wore a troubled expression. "Shopkeeper, you have taken my belongings and now my people?" Upon her words, the second-in-command lifted his gaze, immediately igniting with a malevolent flame. Though aged, the sight of such a stunning beauty stirred his attention. With a mere glance, he signaled to the staff to close the doors. "Wretched woman, you have finally arrived. You sold me a worthless piece and defrauded me of fortune. Today, you shall learn the meaning of error. I will ensure you are delivered to a group of men." The second-in-command rolled up his sleeves, preparing for confrontation. Wang Qingyan realized that Lin Dong's disappearance seemed truly unrelated to Zhang Fan. Indeed, they had come to the right place. Fortunately, she had brought reinforcements, or today would have been disastrous. With a single glance, she commanded her allies to storm in. Chaos soon ensued, as Wang Qingyan's companions were formidable veterans, swiftly overpowering the second-in-command. "Where's the item? Where's Lin Dong?" Wang Qingyan approached, towering over the subdued second-in-command. "You deceitful scoundrel, you tricked me. That young man is named Lin Dong, correct?" "Ha! My men have eliminated him. You wretched creature." The second-in-command, unwilling to concede, retorted defiantly. "Killed? Someone dared to kill Lin Dong?" Wang Qingyan's expression shifted in shock. "Take him away. Since these individuals are responsible for Lin Dong's demise, they must be apprehended for thorough investigation, and the Lin family deserves an explanation." At that moment, two elderly men entered the shop. One donned a Zhongshan suit, while the other wore a gray robe. The man in the Zhongshan suit surveyed the room with a look of displeasure. The elder in the gray robe appeared to be a master, ever vigilant in protecting the man in the Zhongshan suit. "Shopkeeper, these people intend to engage in treachery." The second-in-command lamented upon seeing the newcomers, realizing he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. "Shopkeeper? The proprietor of a black market? Little Wang?" The shopkeeper cast a glance at Wang Qingyan, seemingly recognizing who she was. Addressing her as Little Wang indicated her significant background. Wang Qingyan, in turn, sensed the shopkeeper's formidable presence. "Ask your father. Just by mentioning the name of this antique shop, he will know who I am," the shopkeeper declared as he settled down, adjusting his Zhongshan suit while accepting a cup of tea from the elderly man in gray robes. "You killed Lin Dong. You know me, and you know Lin Dong, right? I intend to take him away, Wang Qingyan stated, caught off guard by the old man's identity. Lin Dong, is he the grandson of Lin Boizhong? The shopkeeper inquired tentatively. Wang Qingyan nodded. Did you kill him? The shopkeeper directed his gaze toward the second-in-command. Skeptical of the claim that the Eternal Harmony Hall had engaged in such acts over its long existence. Upon hearing the accusation, the second-in-command broke down in tears. Little Wang, look, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of indignation. Are you attempting to undermine the Eternal Harmony Hall? Or is it 100 million at stake? Lin Dong, being Lin Boizhong's grandson, does not grant him immunity. The authority of the Eternal Harmony Hall is not to be trifled with. Wang Qingyan found herself momentarily speechless. Unable to believe Lin Dong had the audacity to commit murder. There must be more to the story. It seemed the second-in-command was unable to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 53. Young Master Qin had entered. It was clear that Lin Dong's disappearance was indeed connected to this group. Only they would dare to act against Lin Dong, considering that this old shopkeeper was acquainted with Lin Boizhong, underscoring the significance of the Eternal Harmony Hall. If it was indeed the work of the Eternal Harmony Hall, then it would be prudent to disseminate the information and let the Lin family take note. Should anything happen to Lin Dong, the responsibility would lie with the Eternal Harmony Hall. Wang Qingyan emerged with her companions, refraining from mentioning the jade rough stone. That piece had been deliberately set up to ensnare Zhang Fan. However, the young man had not fallen for the trap, and, instead, the Eternal Harmony Hall had been the one duped out of 100 million. Wang Qingyan believed in that sum, as it was a price that could be fetched. Her intention was to ensnare Zhang Fan, yet it appeared she had overestimated his capabilities. The old shopkeeper watched as Wang Qingyan and her companions departed, then kicked the second-in-command in the abdomen, causing him to wail in agony. You worthless fool. 100 million is a substantial amount. Even considering the contributions you've made to the shop, it is inadequate. Now, you've allowed so many to be duped. What does that make you? The second-in-command wept uncontrollably, aware that his recent missteps stemmed from greed, leading to this predicament. It now seemed that the missing Lin Dong held some weight. Otherwise, this group would not have sought him out. Meanwhile, at the Forest Patrol Bureau, young Master Qin had been brought in. The evidence was irrefutable. He had been caught red-handed, quite literally grilling a parrot. Qin Tian surveyed the encirclement before him. You best release me at once, or my brothers will pay your female relatives a visit. Go ahead and inquire. Who is the top dog in Binhai now? He Wei had not anticipated that young Master Qin would remain so audacious, even while in custody. He Wei coughed, prompting his companion to rise and step outside for a smoke. How dare you strike me? I'll make you pay dearly, he shouted. Try hitting me again. Enough, enough. The police are here. Soon, the frantic pleas for mercy from Qin Shao echoed, but He Wei was unrelenting in the shadows of the surveillance cameras. Just a wealthy second-generation heir. Did this merchant truly believe he could contend with him? This young man was audacious, arriving here with such bravado. In light of this, it was time to show him the consequences of his actions. With recent crackdowns in Binhai, He Wei initially felt uncertain about Qin Shao, but now he felt emboldened. Knowing the anti-organized crime office was still operational, he prepared the necessary documentation to send over, eager to see what resources the Qin family could muster. Before long, his colleagues returned to continue taking statements. The objective was simple: to make Qin Shao confess to consuming a parrot, roasted for a meal. That would suffice. The matter of conviction would be left to the procuratorate. However, with Qin Shao now in custody, it was best he remained there. The thought of potential retaliation from Qin Shao lingered in He Wei's mind, especially given the latter's notorious reputation. He Wei composed himself, feeling a twinge of fear. This arrogant youth could pose a threat to his future if not dealt with decisively. Thus, it became imperative to withstand the pressure and ensure this young man remained incarcerated. Just as the statements were finalized, news arrived that a lawyer from the Qin family had arrived. A lawyer? What purpose does that serve? We'll address that once the procuratorate files charges. For the moment, he needed to apprehend Qin Tian's lackeys and transfer them to the anti-organized crime office. Meanwhile, within the brightly lit office of the anti-organized crime office, the atmosphere was charged with urgency and focus. Hoi Guang had successfully captured Hu Ge and his gang, who were now being held securely at a secret location for thorough investigation and interrogation. To guarantee the success of this operation, Hoi had not only mobilized the finest local police forces, but also requested assistance from experienced officers from outside the region, creating an impenetrable shield for the safety of the investigators. Binhai, a city where prosperity and undercurrents coexisted, was finally poised for a cleansing, heralding a return to clarity. Hua understood that to tackle the deeply entrenched issue of organized crime, they needed to address it at its roots. Currently, they had acquired 3 critical leads. First, the street forces led by Hu Gu, who wielded considerable influence in the underground world. Second, Qin Xiao, a seemingly illustrious young tycoon shrouded in intrigue, with a complex web of interests lurking behind him. And third, the sole heir of the Wanfu group, a seemingly carefree scion who covertly supported hundreds of individuals. In order to dismantle these criminal factions, Hu Daguang and his team were working tirelessly, gathering evidence from every available source and leaving no stone unturned. At that moment, an unexpected dossier from the forest police landed in Hua's hands. As he meticulously perused the document, a cold smile crept across his face. It turned out that Qin Tian, already on the apprehension list, had audaciously provoked the forest police and was even implicated in the illegal hunting and roasting of a protected species, the parrot. Qin Tian, you are digging your own grave, Hu Daguang mused inwardly, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. He had originally planned to bring Qin Tian to justice, but he never anticipated that the latter would so eagerly deliver himself. This time, not only would Qin Tian's case be addressed, but it would also serve as an opportunity to demonstrate to society the resolve and achievements in combating crime, restoring a clear sky over Binhai. The authorities had launched a nationwide campaign against organized crime. These villains must face the law. Publicly consuming a parrot? Young Master Qin certainly possesses audacity. Hu Daguang observed the incoming calls. Numerous local officials had begun inquiring about Qin Tian's case. It cannot be denied that the Qin family still holds influence in the area. Yet what does that influence amount to? Even the secretary behind brother who had been apprehended by him, and all involved parties dealt with. How much turmoil could a mere businessman create? Did the Qin family dare to assault this place? Even if granted tenfold courage, they would not. Now that the arrest has been made, it is time to handle the case diligently. At this moment, the Qin family was in complete disarray. The eldest daughter of the Qin family, clad in a fitted skirt, bit her crimson lip. She had long warned her brother against mingling in society, yet he refused to heed her counsel. And now, look where he has ended up. Arrested. Fortunately, it was merely the forest patrol that apprehended him. Had it been the anti-crime task force, the situation would have been dire. Every possible connection must be utilized to extricate him. The eldest daughter had already mobilized the entire family network, arranging for monetary contributions and seeking connections, determined to secure his release. However, unbeknownst to her, it would be exceedingly difficult to achieve that this time. Chapter 54. The Miserable Lin Dong. For the Qin family, money was certainly not an issue, nor was their network of connections. Owning banks, how could they lack influence? Only the eldest daughter recognized the gravity of the situation, even brother, who was incarcerated. And her brother faced significant troubles. He too was implicated in gambling and criminal activities. This time, he was not merely apprehended by the patrol bureau, but by the forest patrol, accused of consuming a parrot. Truth be told, it was the first time the eldest daughter had heard that consuming a parrot was a crime. Was someone attempting to frame her brother? After all, what was wrong with eating a parrot? Soon, the entire family began to mobilize. Activities must continue. Gifts must be given. The Qin family would not be stingy in this regard. The eldest daughter personally ventured out, not to forge connections, but to visit the sole establishment of the Wanfu group. This shop held significant clout, protected by the old-timers of Binhai, making it impervious to takeover attempts. The shop specialized in a miraculous remedy for the elderly, which enhanced certain capabilities. Thus, no one dared to provoke it. Her brother's act of having Zhang Fan bear his debts was reprehensible, and she came to offer her apologies. Upon entering the shop, the eldest daughter immediately spotted Zhang Fan leisurely sipping tea. He had forsaken even the Wanfu group. She wondered what thoughts occupied his mind. Why not embrace his privilege as a wealthy heir? Instead, he was burdening others with debts? Coming here to plead with her? Zhang Fan gazed at the familiar figure before him. Indeed, a well-acquainted individual, as the Wanfu group had dealings with her family. No company could operate without the collaboration of banks. Yet, what good was this partnership? Hadn't Qin Tian left him burdened with debt? To beg him? He had devolved into a fallen young master. What could he possibly offer? Zhang Fan set down his teacup and gradually approached, circling behind Miss Qin, wrapping one arm around her slender waist. Leaning in close, he whispered into her ear, "What do you wish to beseech me for?" "Oh, you are so confident that I would plead with you? If you have needs, I can find someone for you. Now, kindly release your repugnant hand." Miss Qin replied coldly, her face resembling ice. "Are you unaware that Lin Dong lost over 3 billion at your brother's gambling den, and now he has vanished, presumably pursued by debt collectors. He might even be dead. Your brother is now in custody, and you're not seeking my help? There are several individuals named Lin Dong. Wang Qingyan has even sent people to find me. We still do not know if your brother was responsible for Lin Dong's demise. Even if he wasn't, the fact remains that your brother's cheating caused Lin Dong's monumental loss. With your brother detained, do you truly believe he will be released? A hint of mockery colored Zhang Fan's words. Miss Qin forcefully pushed Zhang Fan away, her face twisted in disdain. You, a fallen young master, what can you possibly accomplish, other than taking advantage of others? Now do you comprehend my reasons for distancing myself from the Wanfu group? Zhang Fan took a seat, maintaining his grip on the teacup, and with an air of confidence declared, why distance yourself from the Wanfu group? It's simply that the Wanfu group has been short-sold. But what does that have to do with the Qin family? The Qin family lacks nothing at present. Your brother's release is uncertain. There are those who wish to see him perish. The Qin family is not necessarily in a superior position compared to me. It has become prime prey. Even if you were to give away a fortune, your brother would still remain imprisoned, and the Qin family would only hasten its own demise. Thus, I advise you to refrain from dispensing funds and to hold tightly to what you possess. This is ultimately in your best interest. Miss Qin paused, her mind racing. Tell me your plan. What do you desire in return? Desire? While I cannot ensure your brother's release, I can guarantee his survival. Should you find yourself at a loss later, come to me and prostrate yourself. Zhang Fan emphasized, the weight of his words unmistakable. Miss Qin quickly exited, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The moment brother who was imprisoned, it became evident that the authorities were cracking down harshly. This time, perhaps no network of connections would suffice. This brother of hers, despite her warnings against his reckless ambitions to be the top dog, had plunged into trouble. And now it seemed he might truly be unable to emerge from his predicament. He was the last hope of the Qin family, the one upon whom the family's legacy depended. If the Qin family were indeed targeted, they could easily become the next Wanfu group. A shiver coursed through Miss Qin, as if sensing a looming conspiracy. Upon her emergence, she immediately dialed a number, insisting that no further deliveries be made, intent on assessing the situation and determining whether her brother was genuinely trapped. If he could be kept alive, that would indeed be a considerable advantage. Having offended Wang Qingyan and the Lin family, the Qin family now faces grave danger. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyan, accompanied by her entourage, has arrived in an abandoned hospital, having received insider information suggesting that Lin Dong might be found here. Despite the disrespect shown by the members of Yonghe Hall, her determination to locate Lin Dong remains steadfast. Otherwise, the Lin family would undoubtedly take matters into their own hands, demanding to see him alive or dead. Upon entering, a foul stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses. Wang Qingyan donned a mask as her group pushed open the iron door. As they advanced, the metallic scent of blood intensified. One of the bodyguards kicked open a door, revealing a man bound to an operating table, while a figure in a white coat brandished a scalpel, preparing to strike. Upon noticing the intruders, the individual in the white coat hastily discarded the scalpel and fled. Approaching the operating table, Wang Qingyan was horrified to discover that the restrained man had 2 gaping holes in his lower back. Indeed, it was Lin Dong. He had been kidnapped and was on the verge of having his organs harvested. It seemed his kidneys were already removed, and the assailants were about to extract his heart when she and her team arrived. Had they been moments late, he would have lost his life. Seeing Lin Dong's condition, Wang Qingyan felt a sense of relief despite the gruesome scene. They needed to get him to a hospital immediately. The thought of organs being harvested in such a dreadful environment made her stomach churn. How many lives have been lost here? Lin Dong was supposed to be repaying debts by selling stones. How had he ended up in this predicament? Surely, he hadn't willingly come to sell his kidney. Fortunately, her timely intervention had saved him from a dire fate. Now, the Lin family's retribution would unfold. Her mission was accomplished, and she felt a tinge of gratitude towards her companions for disrupting the organ trade. With Lin Dong's kidneys gone, certain matters would certainly become more complicated. Chapter 55. Undercover investigation in the dimly lit corridor of the hospital. The hurried footsteps of the Lin family shattered the night's tranquility, their expressions a mix of disbelief and terror. Lin Dong had narrowly escaped becoming a victim of a ruthless organ trafficking syndicate. Although he had been rescued, his kidneys were already missing, leaving him pale and emaciated on the hospital bed, a pitiful sight that evoked deep sympathy. At that moment, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, shuffled into the room. His face bore the marks of time, yet his eyes remained sharp and penetrating, as if capable of discerning the truth within one's soul. He approached the entrance, his gaze locking onto Wang Qingyan with unwavering intensity, filled with suspicion and inquiry, as if he believed she had an intricate connection to the events that had transpired. Wang Qingyan felt the weight of his penetrating stare and met it with calm resolve. It was the people from Yonghe Hall who did this. They kidnapped Lin Dong and sold him to the organ traffickers. Had I not arrived in time, he would surely be dead by now. At the mention of Yonghe Hall, Lin Boizhong's demeanor shifted, a hint of authority and gravity manifesting in his expression. Taking a deep breath, as if striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, Lin Boizhong found the name familiar, even renowned in the upper echelons of society. Yonghe Hall, a formidable organization with a complex background, extended its tendrils into both the shadows and the light, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The mere thought of this organization ignited a fierce anger within him, tempered by a sense of caution and resignation, underscoring the immense power and intimidation wielded by Yonghe Hall. The atmosphere in the hospital was thick with tension and unease, mirroring the Lin family's emotional roller coaster. As they gazed upon Lin Dong, lying helplessly on the hospital bed, a torrent of anguish and rage surged within them. Arrange for Lin Dong to receive 2 viable kidneys. This matter shall be handled by the Lin family alone. So refrain from intervening, Lin Boizhong instructed, his expression reflecting deep concern for his grandson. The loss of a kidney rendered Lin Dong nearly incapacitated, a fate deemed unacceptable. Fortunately, modern technology offered a glimmer of hope. If he could obtain 2 robust kidneys, Lin Dong might regain some semblance of normalcy. Wang Qingyan nodded, her gaze serene, yet tinged with urgency, as uncertainty clouded her mind regarding the efficacy of the transplant. It seemed she had arrived a moment too soon. Had she delayed, Lin Dong's heart might have been lost. Lin Boizhong added another directive, his thoughts darkening as he recalled his grandson's entanglement with gambling debts. Were it not for those debts, Lin Dong would not have ventured down this perilous path. The Qin family deserves their reckoning. With that Qin scion apprehended, we must contemplate a division of the Qin family's assets, he mused. The Qin family operated a bank. A successful division could yield substantial wealth. Wang Qingyan emerged from the hospital, fatigue etched on her features as she approached a luxury vehicle. As she settled inside, her assistant produced a jade box. Miss, this beauty-enhancing pill has been circulating around Lin Yuran. She claims it is a royal secret, procured from a mysterious, ancient shop, priced at 1 million per pill. The assistant presented the item, and Wang Qingyan examined the milky white capsule, pondering whether this was indeed the famed beauty pill rumored to rejuvenate and enhance one's appearance. Send it to the most reputable testing facility for analysis. We must ascertain its components and explore the possibility of replication, she instructed, ever vigilant. Having recently secured the lead role in a drama for Lin Yuran, she had managed to acquire this elusive item, which remained unattainable for the average person. Rumored to possess remarkable effects, it was said that only Lin Yuran had access to it, yet she refused to sell. Recent events had left Wang Qingyan weary, and now that Lin Dong was no longer her concern, she could finally afford a moment's respite. Let the analysis agency conduct their reverse engineering. We shall see what emerges. It appears promising, and the Zhang family is indeed a venerable lineage in the field of medicine, surely possessing valuable resources. The fact that no one dares to disturb that shop speaks volumes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Yin was the most anxious among them, accompanied by Lu Yong, who wore a look of deep concern. The municipal bureau had begun organizing efforts to take over all operations of the Wanfu Group. Recently, that young man collaborated with the notary office and a law firm to issue a statement reaffirming his decision to renounce any claims to inheritance, thereby eschewing any debts incurred by the Wanfu Group. Once the municipal bureau intervenes, it will swiftly reveal any instances of asset transfers. At that point, both he and Lu Yong will become scapegoats, while the likes of Shui Yi will remain unscathed. Lu Yin has exhausted all means, even resorting to threatening that young man with credit investigations, yet he remains unyielding. Lu Yong, too, has employed various strategies, all to no avail. Now that Ms. Wu is incapacitated, only 2 individuals remain. Lu Yin suggested that her daughter entice him, but it appears that the young man has little interest in women. What should they do? If he is not fond of women, surely he must prefer men. Lu Yong instinctively clutched his chest, apprehensive at the suggestion that he might be the one to seduce him. At his age, he lacks the capability for such endeavors and harbors a fear of men. The mere thought of that young man engaging in anything distasteful towards him is daunting. They pondered their financial resources. Recently, a particular internet celebrity has gained considerable fame. They could invite him to create some content, then observe how the young man responds. Liu Yan did not intend for Liu Yong to confront the situation personally. Rather, finding someone who piqued that young man's interest would be a straightforward task, particularly with sufficient funds to facilitate it. Liu Yong nodded in agreement. He was willing to finance the venture, but the notion of himself as the seducer was unbearable, especially considering the possibility that the young man might be peculiar. With a plan in mind, the two began reaching out to the internet celebrity to entice the young man, believing everything to be falling into place. Now, they awaited the results. Meanwhile, at the anti-crime office, Hu Daguang emerged as a van departed from the premises. The vehicle arrived at a storage company, where Hu Daguang suspected that Li Fu was serving as a protective umbrella, prompting him to investigate whether Zhang Fan truly had connections to organized crime. Armed with intelligence indicating that Zhang Fan commanded a workforce of several hundred young individuals, he entered to witness a bustling scene. A group of older workers were engaged in manual labor, alongside a number of disabled individuals relying on their efforts, while a contingent of young security personnel maintained order. The lack of modern equipment at this storage company struck Hu Daguang as peculiar. Were these hundreds of security personnel truly necessary for a single company? They appeared rather unoccupied. As he conducted a thorough examination, it became evident that this group did not seem to be involved in nefarious activities. Rather, they appeared to be idle individuals supported by the company, merely passing their days as security guards. Despite the relaxed nature of their work, the absence of any substantial evidence cast doubt on the claim of organized crime, instead suggesting a resolution to employment issues in society. Chapter 56, The Repugnant. Hu Daguang departed, knowing that someone must have tipped him off about this visit. With brother Hu apprehended, capturing another would not prove difficult. However, to take action, they required evidence, no matter how minuscule, but regrettably, none was to be found. The storage company in question has maintained a commendable reputation, with individuals such as Li Fu offering their endorsements. It would seem inappropriate to fabricate any charges against them. This young man has evidently managed to evade a predicament. Given the limited manpower available, it is imperative to concentrate efforts on the cases involving brother Hu and Qin Tian, while dealing with lesser characters at a more gradual pace. The higher-ups have mandated the apprehension of exemplary figures, and both brother Hu and Qin Tian fit this criterion. Recently, the Lin family made contact, not to discuss much, but to provide some evidence linking Qin Tian to organized crime. Their intentions are unmistakable. They wish to leverage the anti-crime office to deal with this young master. Hu Daguang, acquainted with the Lin family, has seen many individuals advocating on Qin Tian's behalf. However, this time, no amount of pleading will prove effective. Exemplary figures must be dealt with sternly, and Qin Tian, much like brother Hu, is embroiled with various nefarious forces, warranting a resolute crackdown. Zhang Fan has completed a new batch of medicinal pills tailored for long-standing clients. With no surplus due to time constraints and limited energy for further refinement, coupled with modest pricing. As he exited, a furtive figure approached from outside, a flamboyant young man adorned in fashionable attire, holding a photograph. Upon spotting Zhang Fan, he approached with an air of flamboyance that repulsed Zhang Fan. Who is this individual? What is his purpose? Why does he possess a miniature camera? Zhang Fan, unable to discern the underlying motive, found the young man distasteful and stepped outside, with the young man trailing behind him. As they walked, Zhang Fan suddenly vanished from sight, while the young man remained oblivious until he encountered a group of menacing figures staring at him. Their gaze was unnerving, instilling a sense of fear within him. Soon, he found himself surrounded. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan sipped his tea, still feeling a sense of revulsion regarding the situation. Who invited that individual? Despite his disdain, it was clear that someone found him appealing, and they were likely engaged in some form of deeper interaction by now. Zhang Fan observed the entrance of a female manager clad in professional attire. Hadn't they recently amassed a significant debt to the galaxy? With brother Hu incarcerated, the obligations still loomed. Initially, the repayment of funds posed no issue, but now the capital was tied up in unfinished projects. The bank had no viable solutions. This particular loan was structured for a lump sum repayment of principal and interest, and until the term was reached, repayment could not be demanded. Should he succumb to despair and take his own life, it would result in a bad debt. The bank president was understandably anxious. He had several years until retirement, and if bad debts arose during his tenure, it would spell trouble. Yin Yao entered, casting a glance around the room. This loan placed considerable pressure on the bank, as it had been sanctioned under duress from higher authorities, coupled with brother Hu's influence. Now, with brother Hu incarcerated, the obligation to repay the loan remained. This young man actually refuses to inherit the Wanfu group. How will he repay? Not only does he shun the inheritance, but he also invests solely in unfinished buildings. What are unfinished buildings? Isn't that tantamount to throwing money away? A boy of such handsome appearance. Yet how could he be so foolish? Nevertheless, the bank has dispatched someone to check on him, to ensure he does not succumb to despair or feel undue pressure. They also bring small gifts to encourage him to persevere a little longer. Mr. Zhang, there is no need to rush regarding the loan. It's not yet due. I am here primarily to offer some benefits. You are a valued client of our bank, and here are a few membership cards for you to keep, Yin Yao said with a smile. Additionally, this is an interest-free loan of 100,000 yuan, which you can repay in a year. This sum should suffice for your living expenses, correct? 100,000? Interest-free? Is the bank concerned about my well-being? Is this a special benefit? Surely, they could at least arrange for a small car, Zhang Fan mused, leaning back in his chair. What if something were to happen to me? Who would I turn to for this money? Our bank has a BMW 5 Series available for your temporary use, along with a fuel card, Yin Yao replied. Pulling a fuel card from her bag, Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Now, this is the kind of service one expects from a bank. They provided living expenses, a car, and a fuel card. Quite commendable. Here, as my business card. Feel free to reach out if you require anything. I won't take up any more of your time. Mr. Zhang. As Zhang Fan watched Yin Yao depart, he noted her attractive appearance. However, given his current debts, he could not allow himself to become entangled with her. Should he manage to accumulate some savings, perhaps something delightful could unfold. Zhang Fan was already aware that Huida Guang had secretly visited the storage company. As the Wanfu Group was on the verge of restructuring, he was interested in acquiring that subsidiary, utilizing Hu Dajuan's identity for the purchase. This was primarily to consider the livelihoods of his fellow villagers, lest they find themselves unemployed. Through discreet investigations, he discovered that the company had consistently been operating at a loss, and the acquisition price should hover around 70 million yuan. 70 million was far beyond his means. However, given that the company was not particularly appealing to others, there might still be a chance to maneuver things favorably. Gazing at the computer screen, Zhang Fan scrutinized the commercial landscape of the Qin family. With Qin Tian now involved, it was evident that the entire Qin family was on the brink of being uprooted. Did they truly believe their current connections would shield them from turmoil? If the Qin family wished to retain any assets, they must prove their innocence concerning illicit activities. Otherwise, everything would be seized by the state. While the announcement of asset confiscation had yet to be made, meticulous planning was essential. Otherwise, the Qin family could end up with nothing, and many would face incarceration. Zhang Fan was fixated on his phone, eagerly awaiting news from a certain individual. Previously, this person had claimed to possess a means to ensure Qin Tian's survival and to mitigate the Qin family's losses. Should this individual feel inclined to discuss matters, he would beckon them to the hotel for a thorough dialogue. If they believed they had the capability to resolve the situation, then so be it. After a while, the phone rang. Zhang Fan glanced at the caller ID and a smile graced his lips. At the outset, Qin Tian had coerced himself into accumulating debt. This time, he intended for that individual to experience the weight of oppression. If one wishes to take action, it is imperative to provide some incentive. Being oppressed is merely a temporary advantage, while other benefits must be conferred after the task is accomplished. Sangrila 666,666. The phone merely mentioned a room, indicating that a plan had already been conceived. Zhang Fan rose, eager to meet that individual, feeling a hint of anticipation. Chapter 57. What options does he have? Sangrila Hotel. Présidentielle Suite 666, 1666. Allow me to introduce my close friend, the chief senior partner at a law firm, a top-tier lawyer with dual certification both domestically and internationally. Qin Yin observed as Zhang Fan entered and proceeded to introduce her bespectacled friend, clad in uniform. Zhang Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had been invited, albeit not entirely, as a lawyer had accompanied her. If the lawyer could resolve her issues, why seek his assistance? Zhang Fan approached, wrapping his arms around Qin Yan's slender waist. If she can alleviate your troubles, why would you turn to me? He whispered softly in her ear. Qin Yin remained silent, her body rigid. The Qin family had also recognized the predicament. A pack of predators was voraciously consuming all their assets, and they offered no assistance, seemingly leaving her brother trapped. Moreover, brother whose case had escalated directly to the supervisory court, poised to become a focal point for enforcement. Once her brother's trial concluded, it too would likely be submitted to the supervisory court, complicating matters further. Qin Yin had also received word that the authorities sought to make an example of typical cases, with her brother and brother who being prime examples. potentially facing execution. The Qin family found themselves in a precarious position. Not only was her brother in jeopardy, but many in the family had also been apprehended, and numerous assets were being devoured by the predators. Ironically, today, the Municipal Bureau officially announced its intervention in Wanfu Group to assist in restructuring or bankruptcy plans. Qin Yin, clad in loose-fitting white loungewear, felt tense. She was certain this man would dare to take advantage of her in front of her lawyer friend. As the chief lawyer, should you act recklessly? I assure you I can serve as a witness, guaranteeing a minimum sentence of 3 years, potentially culminating in the death penalty. Her close friend had naturally noticed Zhang Fan's subtle actions. You previously claimed to have a solution. Does it involve assisting the Qin family in overcoming this crisis, or helping my brother to be freed? Qin Yin remained silent, allowing Zhang Fan to take liberties. She was in a position of seeking help and understood that one must offer something in return. Bringing her friend along was intended as a warning to this young man, to ensure he did not overstep his bounds and to encourage him to recognize when to withdraw. Freed? You must be dreaming. Brother who is about to announce the death penalty. What crimes do you believe Qin Tian has committed? Zhang Fan chuckled lightly. Brother who facing execution? With so many connections backing him? You must be joking. Qin Yin was incredulous. Then, when brother who announces the death penalty, come find me. By the way, if your friend wishes to join, I would be amenable, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. What can you possibly do? Qin Yin straightened her posture, only daring to rise now that she was no longer at a disadvantage. I can assure you that Qin Tian will not perish. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything. Zhang Fan declared confidently. As the chief attorney, he firmly believed that Qin Tian was innocent. Beside him, his lawyer friend scoffed. Innocent? The crimes are egregious. The two watched as Zhang Fan departed. Qin Yin, however, was not particularly worried about her family's finances. Wealth could always be regained. But if her brother were to be imprisoned indefinitely, that would render their lineage extinct. The evening news captured her attention. The notorious underworld figure, known as Brother Hu, was publicly tried today at Dali Temple, receiving a death sentence for his criminal activities, while those who provided him protection are under investigation. As Qin Yin absorbed the news on television, her gaze faltered before shifting to her lawyer friend. Didn't Tiwi hear that brother who had powerful connections and would surely escape unscathed? How could the trial proceed so swiftly? A death sentence announced so soon? It seems the condemned will face execution shortly. Is my brother next? No wonder that man had been so certain in front of her friend, taking advantage of the situation with such audacity. Had he not exercised a modicum of restraint, he might have ensnared her on the spot. Yin Yin, you can't genuinely believe he possesses such influence. Her friend mused, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. Do you have a way to ensure Qin Tian's release? Qin Yin glanced at her esteemed attorney friend. She had certainly paid a handsome fee, yet they had yet to lay eyes on her brother. Her friend hesitated, clearly at a loss for effective strategies, as the case was being handled by higher authorities, leaving them with no opportunity to meet the client, and thus unable to execute their work. Qin Yin turned her gaze outward, hastily making her way outside. That young man had just departed. He could not have gone far. Feeling increasingly skeptical of others, she found herself leaning towards the belief that Zhang Fan might possess a solution after all. Rushing out, she spotted a car idling at the entrance with its doors ajar. After glancing around, she approached the vehicle. Inside sat only one individual, seemingly waiting solely for her. Brother who has been sentenced to death, she stated as the car began to glide away. Pausing momentarily, she added, how could this young man have foreseen brother whose condemnation? Yet, as a bankrupt scion, how could he possibly rescue my brother? We have no grievances against one another. The affairs of the Wanfu Group have not involved my Qin family. Why then? Are you targeting us? Why me? Qin Yin inquired, her gaze fixed on the man as the car gradually entered a secluded area where the tranquility was palpable, free from any disturbances. Oh, you are unaware that your brother has burdened me with debt? Has your family's bank not extended certain conveniences to specific individuals? Zhang Fan retorted with a hint of mockery. After all, Qin Tian had sought his assistance for debts on 2 occasions, for which he was grateful. Those matters would soon prove valuable. The Wanfu Group had become a financial pit, and the Qin family's bank had not offered any aid. Qin Yin regarded the man as he leaned closer, wanting to explain, but she found her words inadequate. I have long been aware that the Wanfu Group is a pitfall, with its related assets having been transferred, leaving the entire conglomerate heavily indebted. However, there are those who wish to manage the Wanfu Group. Will my family dare to refuse cooperation? Ultimately, our bank is not state-owned, and there are some who must be appeased. As for my brother seeking his debts to be repaid, I'm already aware of that. What method do you propose to extricate my brother from his predicament? Qin Yin observed as the chair slowly reclined, noting the unmistakable intent in the man's gaze. Her delicate complexion flushed with a hint of color. Do not speak, simply savor the moment. Zhang Fan caressed her flawless visage, watching the esteemed Miss Qin recline as if resigned to her fate, which evoked a peculiar sensation within him. Is she truly innocent? Without her family's assistance, would the newfound group have descended into such chaos? As for that Qin Tian, his transgressions warrant 1,000 deaths. You have come directly like this? Qin Yin was taken aback, hastily pushing Zhang Fan away. Yet, observing the mischievous grin on his face, it was apparent he was in no rush. It was she who felt the urgency. As the man drew closer, Qin Yin gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 58. The Fall of Qin Yin. After an indeterminate period, Qin Yin slowly opened her eyes, glistening with perspiration, her appearance eliciting an undeniable allure. It seemed she could feel the predatory gaze of the man before her, and with great fatigue, she extended her hand to shield herself from his lips. Now that we have concluded our business, perhaps we should discuss my brother's situation. Qin Yin's voice was almost devoid of strength, as if all vitality had been siphoned from her. Your brother is primarily involved in organized crime, with his main offense being operating illegal gambling establishments. He is also implicated in loan sharking. As for the parrot, it has already been consumed, and with no evidence remaining. The only proof lies with me. If I do not provide it, they cannot convict him based on the parrot. Zhang Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. What transpired was known only to the two of them, and there was no hint of courtesy this time. Everything that needed to be done had been done. The accumulation of these charges would suffice for a severe penalty, especially the loan sharking, for which ample evidence exists. Attempting to conceal or refute it would be futile. And as for the numerous instances of intentional harm, there are far too many to count. To avoid your brother's demise, he must possess leverage over others. Only that may he be spared. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin furrowed her brow. How can we obtain such leverage? You are capable of acquiring leverage over others? Qin Yin shot him a skeptical glance. No, if this continues, I shall perish here. Sensing the man's growing agitation, she reiterated her seriousness. Transfer a substantial sum to an account using your brother's name. Then your brother will be safe. Upon reincarnation, my abilities in all aspects have become formidable, a strength that even frightens Qin Yin. Oh, naturally, Qin Yin did not believe that it could be so simple to ensure her brother's survival. What if the authorities investigating organized crime receive a large sum of money with an unclear origin? If the Qin family desperately reports to the authorities, the situation could escalate significantly. Zhang Fan proposed a solution. How did you acquire his account? Qin Yin pondered, recognizing it as a potential strategy, yet questioning how this individual could possibly know someone else's credentials. Do not concern yourself with how I obtained it. Simply follow my instructions. When the time comes for your brother to transfer to the supervisory commission, send him a message, and he will know what to do. Zhang Fan, endowed with memories from his past life, understood that Hui Daguang's seemingly vigorous campaign against crime was merely a guise to eliminate adversaries. He had personal agendas at play and had previously orchestrated the downfall of his own past self. This time, he had covertly visited the storage company, indicating his relentless pursuit. The director, who appeared to act with integrity, was hardly what he seemed. Only ordinary people remained oblivious to this reality. Follow my guidance, and I assure your brother's safety. But do not expect him to roam freely. The storage company under the Wanfu Group is mortgaged to your family, correct? You possess full ownership. Zhang Fan contemplated the storage company, valued at tens of millions. Though unprofitable, it held significant meaning. Qin Yin nodded, acknowledging that the storage company had indeed lost value. And without the Wanfu Group's financial support, even the family would struggle to sell it. 50 million, and I will buy it from you. Qin Yin grasped the implication. I will privately provide you with 10 million. You could transfer it to me. I'll consider it as 500 million, and the money would end up in someone else's hands. By giving you 10 million, you can still make use of it. Zhang Fan smiled, estimating its worth at 70 million. However, given the Qin family's current predicament, 10 million was a generous offer. He was reluctant to abandon his fellow villagers. Otherwise, he wouldn't even consider purchasing it for 10,000. It lacked value, yielded no profit, and required continual financial support. Hence it was overlooked by many. All right, Fina. Qin Yin conceded, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. The family's assets were being devoured by outsiders, no matter how much money they had. It would never suffice for their share. If 10 million could be granted privately, that was acceptable albeit with conditions. Zhang Fan's words carried a mischievous undertone. Regardless, it won't happen today. Qin Yin felt a surge of apprehension. If today was not feasible, perhaps a restful pause would suffice. The vehicle gradually commenced its journey. Soon, they arrived at a hotel. Qin Yin stepped out slowly and spotted her dear friend waiting at the entrance. Did you manage it? Her friend approached, casting a glance at Qin Yin, who lowered her head and walked toward a nearby pharmacy. Was it not evident enough? Do you believe that boy would trust me? You must have faith in the law. I am the chief attorney, and I can handle this. Her friend, perplexed, replied, but that boy is bankrupt. What can he possibly do? Trust in the law? Qin Yin found this notion amusing. If the law truly prevailed, their family's assets would not be divided. Nor would family members be apprehended one by one. Sometimes, one must place faith in other avenues. Her friend remained naively optimistic. The reason she believed in that boy was that the Wanfu Group had unexpectedly restructured. This was the essence of true power. The Wanfu Group is merely a pitfall. The fact that this individual has refrained from falling into it suggests he possesses a modicum of strength. This was discernible during our recent conversation in the car. Are you not worried about his instability? My good friend, astonished, glanced at Qin Yin. Is this something one should contemplate alone? Moreover, the private life of a young master is not as chaotic as one might presume. Qin Yin shot her friend a pointed look. She should focus on her own case files while leaving other matters to herself. That young man's methods are indeed quite effective. I must strive to secure survival opportunities for my brother. In the office of the Black Suppression Office, Hu Deguang held a landline phone in one hand. I personally visited. That storage company is not affiliated with any gang, so approaching it from this angle is not advisable. Very well, let us designate the storage company for demolition and send someone to carry it out. Those individuals will certainly resist vehemently, thus allowing us to classify them as a gang. After concluding the call, Hu Deguang displayed a smirk. Initially, the target was Hu Guqin Tian and Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan surprisingly lacked evidence. In the absence of proof, one must fabricate it. Now that the storage area has been demarcated for demolition, we shall see how those hundreds of brash youngsters respond. Should they resist vigorously, it would indeed be classified as organized crime. Currently, I am managing the cases against Hu Gu and Qin Tian with somewhat limited energy, yet those above have devised a plan. That young man could scarcely anticipate that I would turn against him. Does he truly believe that the Wanfu Group will remain unscathed? A chill of indifference flickered in Hu Deguang's eyes as he hung up the phone and promptly began to arrange for action. We are merely lacking a shred of evidence. Once obtained, we shall act immediately. That young master will surely find himself behind bars. Chapter 59, Demolition Notice. Hu Deguang gently turned the door lock and slowly departed from his cluttered office brimming with documents and thoughts, clutching a finely crafted dark coat. He stole a glance back at the office before stepping outside. The night had quietly descended, and the city lights twinkled outside, adding a touch of mystery to this ordinary moment. Hu Deguang donned his coat, his steps imbued with a sense of urgency tempered by composure. Swiftly merging into the narrow alleyway, leading to a uniquely charming tea house nearby. Why target Zhang Fan? There must be a reason, though that young man remains oblivious. This tea house, named the Secret of Cherry Blossoms, is nestled in a corner of the bustling metropolis, as if it were a sanctuary created for those seeking solace for the soul. Before even crossing the threshold, a subtle fragrance of cherry blossoms wafted into Hu Deguang's nostrils. A unique blend of fresh tea leaves and delicate floral notes that instinctively slowed his pace, rendering his mood tranquil and expectant. The tea house's exterior was constructed in a traditional Japanese wooden style, with a roof adorned with green tiles. Beneath the eaves hung several wind chimes that swayed gently in the breeze, producing a crisp and melodious sound akin to the whispers of nature, guiding visitors into a world far removed from the clamor of everyday life. On either side of the grand entrance, two cherry blossom trees in full bloom stand like loyal sentinels, their delicate pink petals cascading with the breeze, adding a touch of romance and poetic charm to the tranquil night. As Hu Deguang pushed open the door, he was greeted by a meticulously curated cherry blossom theme space. The tea house's interior, adorned in subtle wooden hues, featured several ink paintings depicting the splendor of cherry blossoms. Each stroke revealed the artist's profound appreciation and reverence for the beauty of nature. Soft light filtered through the paper sliding doors, casting dappled shadows on the polished floor, creating an ambience that was both warm and dignified. Two attendants, elegantly dressed in traditional kimonos adorned with cherry blossom patterns, moved gracefully with smiles that seemed to have emerged from the paintings themselves. They welcomed Hui Daguang with the utmost courtesy, softly guiding him towards a secluded chamber deeper within. Inside, an elderly gentleman clad in splendid samurai attire sat poised upon a tatami mat. His garment, predominantly deep blue, was intricately embroidered with exquisite cherry blossoms and samurai swords, signifying his distinguished status and refined taste. The elder's countenance radiated kindness, and his eyes reflected wisdom and tranquility born from a life well lived. He looked up at Hui Daguang, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Hua, you have arrived. Please take a seat and let us savor this meticulously brewed cherry blossom tea together." Cherishing this rare moment of serenity, we can acquire the Zhang family's ancestral secret formula for 2 billion. We are also interested in the Han medicine from Xiagua. The price is negotiable. This elder was indeed the superior of Matsuda from the underground. The previous meeting had already yielded a sample. After consuming it, he felt invigorated despite his age. Although he harbored ulterior motives, it indirectly validated the efficacy of the Zhang family's traditional medicine. The Zhang family, as a long-standing lineage in traditional medicine, undoubtedly possessed other valuable formulas. In the past, when the Zhang couple was still alive, inquiries had been made about acquisition, but the family refused to sell at any price. Now, however, they would have no choice but to yield. Refusal would lead them to face dire consequences. Hui Daguang nodded, deeming it merely a single formula. Once he captured that young man with incriminating evidence, imprisonment would render any refusal moot. Some money was not worth the risk. Yet certain funds, particularly those from overseas, could be acquired without scrutiny. Hui Daguang was acutely aware that many had turned their attention towards him after he had offended powerful figures, brother who had formidable backing, and similarly. The Qin family exerted significant influence here. His visit for tea was shrouded in secrecy. He dared not touch brother Hu's funds, and he was equally cautious with any offerings from the Qin family. The only secure money was undoubtedly overseas. With growing animosity, he contemplated the necessity of venturing abroad, where overseas funds could be of great utility. After finishing a cup of tea, Hui Daguang stepped outside. He would celebrate once that young man was apprehended. A single formula valued at billions? Such things were indeed precious. The meager earnings of a month's toil amounted to only a few thousand, hardly enough for a single celebratory meal, while the merchants could easily consume an entire month's salary in one sitting. They were the truly despicable ones. Zhang Fan arrived at the storage company with his entourage. "I have just received news that this area has been included in the demolition plan. Yet the compensation scheme has yet to be established. This situation affects the livelihoods of thousands and raises concerns about the storage of various belongings. I have only just purchased my property, and now it is to be demolished? While demolition can be beneficial, this particular case seems peculiar. Where on earth does one commence work without a compensation plan, and without providing a timeline for relocation?" Hu Dajuan stands at the entrance wielding a machete, declaring that anyone who dares to initiate demolition will face dire consequences. He is akin to an enraged lion. This place is his second home. Currently, hundreds of young brothers from the company are armed and waiting for those scoundrels to arrive for the demolition. "Brother, do not impede me. This matter does not concern you," Hu Dajuan exclaims passionately. "Do not impede? Do you really believe I am unaware of what those individuals are plotting behind the scenes? They aim to gather evidence against me, linking me to illicit activities. When hundreds of brothers clash with the demolition crew, there will undoubtedly be casualties. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible, and I will certainly face repercussions. Recently, delivering takeout has proven lucrative. Perhaps you should consider leading the brothers to pivot towards that." Zhang Fan approached and seized the machete from Hu Dajuan. "Brother, are we to be so cowardly? We have been trampled upon." Hu Dajuan wiped his nose. "This is my home. They intend to demolish it without offering a single penny. Is this not blatant bullying? Indeed, they have mounted upon us, and it is infuriating. However, impulsiveness is a devil. It is prudent to exercise restraint and discern who is truly orchestrating this hostility against me. Brother, I have come across a valuable opportunity. If we procure it, we are bound to prosper," Lu Taiju whispered conspiratorially. "Valuable opportunity? A relative of mine was incarcerated for a time, but has now been released. Before his imprisonment, he acquired a trove of priceless goods and is now inquiring if we are interested in purchasing them," Lu Taiju added, cautious of being overheard. "Let us go and take a look," Zhang Fan suggested, casting a glance at Hu Dajuan, who, though still brimming with fury, complied obediently. "Rest assured, brother, my relative, who refused to divulge information while incarcerated, must possess something of worth," Lu Taiju asserted excitedly. "Valuable goods? I must admit, I am intrigued. Chapter 60. The Pitiful Second Uncle. However, I harbor some concern regarding Lu Tieju's penchant for odd ventures. I have reminded him to maintain a distance from his relative, as I cannot afford the cost of selling my house. The three of them boarded a van, with Wu Dajuan at the wheel. Though he was seething internally, he adhered to the leader's guidance. The demolition crew is insufferable. The leader prohibits us from engaging in the underworld. Yet how are we to generate income? Relying solely on the leader is insufficient. We cannot allow the leader's foundation to be entirely depleted. I wonder what the leader fears. This is an opportune moment to seize territory. With Brother Hu Qin now incarcerated, the entire Binhai region is in upheaval. We should be claiming our share. Just imagine the glory of being the unrivaled leader of Binhai. However, Hu Dajuan remained obedient, adhering to whatever Zhang Fan instructed. The vehicle arrived at a secluded area. Lu Taiju disembarked and surveyed the surroundings before whistling. Soon, an elderly gentleman emerged from a nearby thicket. "Uncle Air, my boss has arrived. Please speak with him." Lu Taiju greeted as he approached. "Uncle Air?" The old man appeared to be around 60 years of age, yet years spent in prison had left him looking somewhat aged. Lu Taiju mentioned that this Uncle Air had committed a significant crime in his youth, resulting in a life sentence, which meant he had been incarcerated for no less than a decade. "Rest assured, my boss is trustworthy," Lu Taiju assured, giving Uncle Air a couple of friendly pats on the shoulder. Uncle Air glanced at Zhang Fan and remarked, "With your appearance, do you have a means? Can you handle the goods I have? I must inform you that these wares were exchanged for my life sentence." Zhang Fan was genuinely taken aback. "Let us take a look first. We don't even know what it is yet." Uncle Air surveyed the area, ensuring no one was following before leading the three towards a hill. He wielded a shovel, seeming quite adept at it. Shortly, they arrived at a small mound, where Uncle Air spat on the ground and began to dig, as if the items were buried right there. Zhang Fan sat nearby, while Hu Dajuan and Lu Taiju assisted, the three of them sweating profusely from the effort. After half an hour, Uncle Air retrieved a carefully wrapped parcel from the earth, his eyes darting around before he eagerly began to unwrap it layer by layer. As the bag opened, Lu Taiju picked up an item and looked at Zhang Fan. "Boss, it's a machine, high-end stuff." Zhang Fan, holding a lit cigarette, turned his gaze towards Lu Taiju upon hearing this. He had sensed something was amiss even before their arrival. Standing up to behold a pile of thousands of machines left him dumbfounded. These items had undoubtedly been valuable 2 decades ago. However, they had since become obsolete as everyone now utilized smartphones. They were worthless, even as scrap metal. Truly remarkable items. Zhang Fan approached with a bittersweet smile. "Isn't it? Back then, I would have never divulged a thing. I thought that once I was released, these items would suffice for my retirement. How about I sell them to you at a reasonable price?" Uncle Air looked quite pleased. "Taiju, does your boss have the capacity to handle this?" Uncle Air turned his attention back to Lu Taiju. "Taiju, arrange for your Uncle Air to clean the shop. We'll pay him 3,000 a month." Zhang Fan, distracted by a cigarette, nearly burned himself. "Boss, are these items really worthless?" Lu Taiju finally grasped the situation. He then recalled Uncle Air's old house. "Uncle Air, you don't need these machines anymore. Everyone uses smartphones now," Lu Taiju explained to the recently released Uncle Air. Uncle Air examined the phone in his hand, incredulous. "Isn't this a Big Brother model? Only the wealthy had these when I went in. Have they advanced to such a slim form factor? The machines I once had are now worthless? No one wants them anymore?" Uncle Air abruptly fainted, his vision darkening. He had initially come to acquire valuable items, only to find worthless junk that even scrap collectors would shun. "Rest assured, boss, I will ensure Uncle Air sells his house and keeps a vigilant watch for you," Lu Taiju declared earnestly. Zhang Fan patted Tieju's shoulder, sharing his own fears of falling victim to violent retribution. If profits eluded them in the future, he too would face the wrath of Tieju's relatives. Presently, Tieju's family was selling their homes to invest in abandoned projects, living in rented accommodations instead. As Lu Taiju carried Uncle Air down the mountain, Zhang Fan lit another cigarette. If only Uncle Air had invested in gold back in the day, he would be reaping rewards now. Instead, he had foolishly acquired machinery, which held no value whatsoever. "Boss, should we consider venturing into the organ trade?" Hu Dajuan suddenly suggested upon descending the mountain. Organ trade? The influx of foreigners to their country had been notable lately. Upon arrival, many discarded their passports, becoming nameless entities, untraceable and unreturnable. They acted with impunity. Recently, a black market organization had emerged, specializing in capturing these nameless individuals and selling their organs. Their kidneys were particularly prized, with many eager to replace their own, claiming it would enhance their abilities tenfold. Why don't we gather our brothers to capture some foreigners and sell their organs? Each one could fetch at least 50,000 yuan. Hu Dajun exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. 50,000 for a foreigner? Is society really that reckless now? Zhang Fan responded incredulously. They not only collected protection fees, but could also sell organs? There had even been reports of kidneys being sold to purchase certain smartphones. Those foreigners who slept with local women were despicable. Perhaps they were merely enacting justice. Hu Dajuan stated earnestly. Enacting justice? Zhang Fan found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. Trafficking in humans was illegal. He had been reborn, vowing to abandon a life of crime. Zhang Fan had no intention of leading his brothers down a path of destruction. Hu Dajuan was audacious. Having once let a prison break in his previous life, there was little he deemed impossible. Scratching his head, Hu Dajuan could only nod in compliance. At that moment, in an underground medical center, Lin Dong was making preparations. His kidney had been removed, and now he was leveraging connections to secure suitable organs, 2 potent kidneys from foreigners. Lin Boizhong envisioned that after the transplant, his grandson would regain certain strengths and become even more formidable. This endeavor had cost a significant sum. Not only did he select the finest kidneys available, but he also enlisted a chief surgeon from a prestigious hospital to perform the operation. Kidney transplants required expertise, and the Lin family trusted only the best. At that juncture, a doctor clad in a white coat, sunglasses perched on his nose, entered the operating room, carrying a medical kit. Lu Renjia, having set down the small box, despite being a chief surgeon, earned little and discreetly took on private jobs. This time, the Lin family had offered him a surgical fee of 50,000 yuan. Lu Renjia opened the small box, revealing the prepared kidneys, now perfectly matched and ready for transplantation. However, upon opening it, Lu Renjia's expression shifted immediately. Inside were not the expected human kidneys, but rather pig kidneys. Chapter 61. The Disdainful Wu Yali. The items had undoubtedly been swapped, and with the surgery imminent, the situation was dire. What to do now that the kidneys had been replaced? His wife, feeling overwhelmed recently, had purchased 2 pig kidneys, and their son, being playful, had mistakenly placed them in the medical box instead of the intended ones. Lu Renjia felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly on the verge of vomiting. If the Lin family discovered that he had consumed the kidneys intended for the procedure, the repercussions would be grave. Gazing at the 2 pig kidneys, Lu Renjia steeled himself. He had no choice but to proceed with the surgery. While using pig kidneys was not ideal, it would suffice for the time being, though complications would inevitably arise. The patient would survive, but discomfort would ensue, and when problems surfaced, he would simply attribute them to substandard kidney quality, thus distancing himself from any blame. He could later arrange for the Lin family to source 2 replacement kidneys. Thus began the tense surgery to replace the kidneys. Lu Renjia operated entirely alone. Although such a procedure typically required several nurses, the secrecy of the operation necessitated that he manage everything himself. After several hours, Lu Renjia emerged from the operating room to find the Lin family awaiting news, particularly Lin Boizhong, whose stature was not to be underestimated. The surgery had been successful. It was now a matter of the patient's recovery. Lu Renjia confidently removed his mask and declared his success. Lin Boizhong promptly approached, presenting Lu with a red envelope. Dr. Lu, you have worked diligently. Should you aspire to become the hospital director, my Lin family will support you. Lin Boizhong personally handed him the envelope before leading a group inside to meet the precious grandson. Lin Dong was slowly regaining consciousness, feeling an odd urge to express himself vocally, yet he found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. He was parched and disoriented. The aftermath of having undergone a kidney transplant. Rest assured, little Dong, I have procured 2 robust kidneys for you. You'll be just fine. And still very much a man, Lin Boizhong reassured him tenderly. Finally, Lin Dong felt a sense of relief. The ordeal was over. As Lin Boizhong personally wheeled the gurney out, he glanced around but felt a twinge of irritation upon noticing that Wang Qingyan was absent. The so-called star had deemed his grandson unworthy of her attention, not even bothering to check in. At the Hailan law firm, Lu Yin and Shui were present, along with an unexpected third figure, a woman strikingly similar to Ms. Wu, yet exuding an even cooler demeanor. This was Wu Yali, Ms. Wu's sister and a senior partner at Hailan law firm. It was evident that relying solely on Lu Yong and Lu Yin would not suffice to tackle the Wanfu Group's staggering assets worth billions. Without top-tier support, they would not dare to be so audacious. Li Fu has already begun to infiltrate the Wanfu Group, and has started auditing the accounts. Although our accounting practices are quite clandestine, given enough time, the issues will inevitably surface. We must resolve this predicament. Shui is equally incensed. Why is it so difficult for that young man to inherit? He must have caught wind of something, Lu Yin asserted confidently. Indeed, he must have received some news. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Are there any alternative approaches? Shui glanced at Wu Yali. Wu Yali, casually slicing through a cigarette, replied, "There are certainly ways. We can simply forge his signature on the inheritance documents. Once we have that, no matter how many excuses he makes, he'll be at a loss for words. Forging his signature is quite straightforward. We just need him to sign on a blank document, and we can utilize his signature to complete the paperwork. Thus, the current challenge is to get him to sign in a blank space. I can impersonate the company's legal counsel and approach him to have him sign a waiver of inheritance agreement, seizing the opportunity to obtain his signature. He will undoubtedly be cautious, but he will never suspect that the blank spaces could be used against him. At that point, he will have no choice but to acknowledge it, as it will indeed be his signature." Wu Yali said with a mischievous grin. "Xiao Lu, you should handle this." Upon hearing this, Shui felt optimistic. However, Lu Yin was filled with trepidation. The last time she was there, a group of beggars had caused her great distress. Those beggars seemed as if they had never encountered a woman before, and she felt utterly violated. Lu Yin couldn't shake the feeling that that incident was somehow connected to Zhang Fan. Yali is a professional lawyer. Only she can persuade that young man. Lu Yin was genuinely frightened of men after her previous encounter at the rehabilitation center with Tiger and his crew, who, despite their ineptitude, were far more intimidating than the beggars. Wu Yali, however, was not overly concerned. She was also a partner and shared in the distribution of Wanfu Group's profits. It was imperative to resolve everything before the storm broke. Otherwise, none would escape unscathed. Her sister had been struck by Niu Tianba's car and was now disabled. What terrible luck. They needed to expedite the resolution of this matter. Otherwise, there would be no good outcomes for them. And those above would be furious if such trivial matters could not be managed. Jui regarded Wu Yali. He had connections above, but it was not convenient for him to intervene. Wu Yali organized the contracts and quickly prepared everything. "Rest assured, I will handle it," she said, grabbing her bag and donning her glasses before heading out. Upon exiting, she climbed into a BMW, her gaze radiating pride and disdain. Lu Yin, who accompanied her, hesitated to speak but ultimately said nothing. She felt that her misfortunes were not mere coincidences, especially with Ms. Wu. It was peculiar that she, too, had been struck by Niu Tianba. There was a nagging suspicion that the young man was fully aware of their plans, which might explain his reluctance to inherit. If they could not secure his signature for the inheritance, Lu Yin contemplated fleeing. Otherwise, she would surely face imprisonment. In such a case, the blame would fall squarely on her and Lu Yong, while those in higher positions would remain indifferent to her fate. Watching Wu Yali drive away, I felt a wave of concern wash over me. She seemed to regard that young man with disdain, having previously believed him to be easily manageable. Yet, as of today, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. It was as though he possessed an uncanny foresight. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the shop, which was Zhang Fan's sole remaining asset. Wu Yali alighted and glanced at the elder gentleman sweeping the floor. "Is Zhang Fan here?" she inquired. The elder cast a disapproving look at Wu Yali, clearly perturbed by her lack of courtesy. "He is playing cards in the red building to the north," he replied, gesturing towards the distant structure. "Playing cards? Does he still have the leisure for such pastimes?" Wu Yali scoffed inwardly, anticipating his inevitable downfall. Chapter 62. Off to find a man? Wu Yali exited her vehicle and drove towards the location indicated by the elder. Such a destination was best approached by car. She merely needed him to sign a document, and this time, he would surely remain oblivious to any discrepancies. With her own hands involved, there was no way he could evade the situation. Upon arriving at the red building, a strong scent of perfume wafted through the air, and she spotted several international visitors loitering in a corner, their whistles accompanied by lecherous gazes. This area, a remnant of the old city, was chaotic due to its affordable rent, inhabited by individuals lacking proper identification. Over time, it had morphed into a haven for foreigners, where the unwritten rules were upheld by their presence. Wu Yali held little regard for these foreigners. What status did they possess to whistle at her? Clutching a briefcase, she stepped inside, aware that this was no ordinary locale, but rather the domain of the local foreign kingpin, a veritable paradise for those who thrived on vice. The foreigners, often indulging in illicit substances, felt emboldened by their anonymity, and the cacophony of sounds resonated even before one entered. In this lawless zone, with the authorities reluctant to intervene. Wu Yali brandished her lawyer's badge, glancing back at the following foreigners. "Keep your distance, or I'll have you all apprehended," she commanded. She could not fathom why Zhang Fan would venture into such a place. Nevertheless, her purpose remained unchanged. She merely sought his signature. The foreigners, glancing at her credentials, exchanged bemused smiles and retreated, unaware of the significance of her identification, yet sensing her formidable presence. Wu Yali ascended the staircase, uncertain of Zhang Fan's whereabouts. Upon reaching the second floor, a door swung open, and a foul-smelling foreigner emerged, reeking of alcohol, who seized Wu Yali and began to drag her inside. She shouted, proclaiming her identity as a lawyer, but the foreigner appeared oblivious. As the door closed behind them, unsettling sounds soon echoed from within. This was not a place for the faint of heart. Unless one is engaged in business, who would dare to allow a woman to enter? The individuals inside are capable of anything, and once they act, there is little recourse. They possess no identity and cannot be dealt with. Wu Yali was evidently unfamiliar with this establishment. As the chief attorney, she typically encounters civilized individuals, not these drunken ruffians who would drag someone in for a debacle. At Hylon Law Firm, everyone eagerly awaited favorable news from Wu Yali, yet her absence was concerning. Lu Yin had just inquired over the phone, and it appeared that the young man was involved in acquiring abandoned properties. Had he lost his senses to possess funds for such ventures? Shui was also beginning to feel anxious, having finished an entire box of cigars. What on earth was Wu Yali doing? Even in failure, one would expect a word of communication. They were all left in suspense. Could it be that the young man, in a fit of anger, had resorted to kidnapping? Lu Yong pondered aloud, questioning the lack of updates. Kidnapping? He had yet to even meet Wu Yali. How could that be? He was still focused on purchasing abandoned buildings. What if Wu Yali had encountered unforeseen circumstances? Let us call her contact, Lu Yin suggested quietly, glancing at Shui. Wu Yali had a powerful ally behind her, a figure of considerable influence. However, merely reaching out to him would not suffice. They needed to ascertain her whereabouts. Shui was infuriated. Let us go investigate. He hesitated to contact that powerful figure. What if he became enraged? Such prominent individuals typically had multiple romantic entanglements, and they could hardly keep up. The ally's interest in Wu Yali stemmed not from her beauty, but from her status, which enabled her to facilitate numerous matters. A woman of such aloof demeanor would hardly attract his admiration, let alone affection. The group hastily rose to their feet. Lu Yin felt an unsettling premonition that Wu Yali might indeed be in trouble. Thankfully, she had refrained from going herself. Otherwise, she would have faced torment. If matters escalated, she might have to flee, lest she be apprehended. The substantial debt was a consequence of her and Lu Yong's actions. With the funds having been siphoned away by those higher up, they were mere scapegoats. If they failed to ensure that the young man inherited his family's fortune, her fate would be sealed. The group arrived at the shop in a vehicle. Shui approached and glanced inside. There was only an elderly janitor sweeping the floor. "Excuse me, has a rather proud woman passed through here recently?" The janitor nodded after a moment's consideration. "Yes, a lady came looking for my boss, but he wasn't home, so she went further ahead." Further ahead? Shui turned his gaze in that direction, aware as a member of the municipal bureau that it led to a lawless area, a gathering place for foreigners lacking identification. Was Wu Yali truly so desperate? Had her ally fallen from grace? Had she resorted to seeking out men at such a time? Shui's anger flared. She went off to find a man? He shared this revelation with those behind him. Finding a man? That seems amiss. Could there be some misunderstanding? She is not that kind of person. Lu Yin harbors a profound fear of the aforementioned place, where she was once utterly devastated by a group of individuals. The old man inside had asserted the veracity of the matter. How could one not perceive her insatiable longing? She often presents herself with utmost seriousness, yet it is this very demeanor that conceals her true nature. Let her savor her experience, he remarked, choosing to disengage from the sordid affair. For he had already received his payment. Should calamity arise, others would surely bear the consequences. Lu Yin gazed ahead, shivering involuntarily. Meanwhile, Lu Yong seethed with uncontainable rage. Having previously sought out Wu Yali, only to be dismissed with contempt by that loathsome woman. And now, she clandestinely pursued men. Did she deem him unworthy? He vowed to seize an opportunity to prove his worth once and for all. In the Red Building, on the second floor, Wu Yali found herself bereft of tears, having been dragged in by a drunken man, deprived of any chance to cry for help. Eventually, she found a moment to scream, yet more demons began to encroach upon her. The inhabitants of this place feared nothing. Even her mention of a lawyer only heightened the drunken man's fervor. Soon, Wu Yali was completely engulfed, trapped in a sea of malevolence, acutely aware of the horrors unfolding around her. Gradually, she sensed the grim possibility that she may not survive this ordeal. The evil continued to unfold. Chapter 63. What is this? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Fan remained oblivious to Wu Yali's latest troubles. The reasons for the second uncle's referral to that red building were unclear to him. With the sale of the second uncle's house, the funds had been handed over to Lu Taiju, leaving him with no place to go. His money intended for purchasing an unfinished building. If only the Wanfeng group were free of debt, it would be a different story. Everything was merely procedural. Boss, my second uncle has a small pension. Should we consider pooling it together to buy that unfinished building? Lu Taiju had just signed the agreement, acquiring several units, and was now on a shopping spree. Zhang Fan inquired, "How well do you know this second uncle?" "Decently," Lu Taiju replied. "Decently? That provides some reassurance. Otherwise, I fear that if the coastal property prices soar, your second uncle might turn on Lu Taiju. Investing in unfinished buildings could indeed be profitable, but only over time, as the development plans unfolded. However, the coastal property market was visibly rising, and with relatives being persuaded to sell their homes, the price surge could be staggering. Zhang Fan worried that this young man might face dire consequences from his relatives. Thus, he advised him to maintain some distance from them. "Decently? Leave a little for smoking money," Zhang Fan said, patting Lu Taiju on the shoulder. Recently, funds had been allocated to unfinished buildings and the acquisition of a storage company, leaving little cash on hand. He had contemplated raising the price of that miraculous medicine, but reconsidered the customer base and decided against it. Their family's prescription was exceedingly valuable, and they were willing to meet a modest target. However, for the Sakura group, no amount would suffice. "Boss, our relatives still possess some antiques. Would you consider selling them at a bargain?" Lu Taiju asked, glancing at Zhang Fan after jumping in his car and grasping the keys. Zhang Fan retrieved a cigarette and offered it to Lu Taiju. Perhaps it would be better to refrain from selling the antiques. It would be wise to keep them. Lu Taiju, puffing on the cigarette while navigating the vehicle, gradually approached the shop. The second in command sauntered over, a rolled cigarette dangling from his lips. "Boss, a couple of groups just arrived. An elderly woman is seeking you. I directed her to the front house to find someone." He gestured toward the distance. "The elderly woman? Luyan? That area is under foreign control. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. That realm belongs to the foreigners, primarily comprised of Africans. It could be considered a small kingdom, where no respectable individual dares to venture at night. Even during the day, not just anyone would dare to approach. Yet, Luyan appears rather audacious. It is evident she possesses significant need. With Li Fu's entry into the Wanfeng group, did she panic? Did those behind her panic? The pit of despair will soon be exposed. Thus they must act to secure their inheritance before it is revealed." Just as Zhang Fan was about to enter the shop, he heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Two men emerged from an Audi. "Mr. Zhang, greetings. I wish to discuss business with you." One of the newcomers briskly approached. "Business? You could discuss it outside. I would prefer to speak with Mr. Zhang privately." The middle-aged man in leather shoes was quite cordial. Yet Zhang Fan remained unaware of his true identity. Business? What kind of business could possibly be conducted here? The man appeared to carry a briefcase filled with cash and was clearly not there to sell antiques. Zhang Fan led the group inside, settling into a back room. "Your family's miraculous medicine seems to be underappreciated. Would you consider entrusting it to me? I do not require the secret formula. Merely grant me exclusive rights to sell it, and I will assure you a minimum of 50 million annually." Jiang Wei chuckled lightly. His primary purpose for visiting was to secure the exclusive rights to the Zhang family's ancestral medicine. The efficacy of this product was remarkable, entirely natural, and devoid of side effects. It was perplexing that this family, possessing such a valuable asset, had not yet engaged in advertising. Of course, Jiang Wei was not a benevolent figure. His true identity was that of an intelligence officer from the United States, tasked with suppressing certain national enterprises before they could gain momentum. His intention was to entice Zhang Fan with a sweet promise, knowing that once he indulged, he would become addicted, ultimately allowing for reverse engineering of the formula. 50 million? Exclusive rights? Zhang Fan initially believed he was being offered a legitimate business opportunity. It turned out that Jiang Wei had merely set his sights on the family's medicinal formula. It was not that they lacked business acumen. Rather, the clientele consisted of a select few, and raising prices would be unfavorable for them. Additionally, production was limited, and Zhang Fan truly lacked the energy to delve into such endeavors. I apologize, but my parents have passed, leaving me only a meager existence. Zhang Fan issued a dismissal. Your parents did not leave you the secret formula? Jiang Wei was incredulous. My parents met with an untimely demise, providing no opportunity to pass down the formula. However, if you wish to purchase a single dose, I can offer it to you at a friendly price of 100,000. Zhang Fan feigned sorrow as he spoke. 100,000? I will certainly buy it, Jiang Wei proclaimed, retrieving the sum from his briefcase. He gazed at the small box before him, noting its impressive quality. Since no secret recipe was left behind, we can only resort to reverse engineering. Well, Xiao Zhang, I shall take my leave. Initially, I greeted you with enthusiasm as General Zhang, but now that I have obtained the item, I address you as Xiao Zhang. Zhang Fan nodded. The item he purchased for 100,000 is no miraculous elixir. It is merely an ordinary bead, which he had chipped off while consuming shellfish. Its market value should be only a few dollars. As Jiang Wei departed, Hu Dajuan hurriedly rushed in. Brother, recently there are individuals who wish to target you. They are interested in stealing the beauty-enhancing pills from here. Hu Dajuan's intelligence is remarkably accurate. Now, the younger brothers have caught wind of the rumors in the martial world. There are also those willing to pay a high price for the beauty pills, claiming that whoever can acquire them will receive substantial rewards. Hu Dajuan spoke urgently. Beauty pills? Those are the natural capsules I developed myself. Their efficacy is undeniable. Otherwise, how would Lin Yuran assist me in gathering intelligence? Zhang Fan pondered. How much are they willing to pay? Whatever the amount, I shall procure it. Hu Dajuan responded, extending a finger. 10,000 or perhaps 1,000. 1 million. Hu Dajuan exclaimed excitedly. 1 million? Surely, you jest. Is that not ghost money? This item has just been launched and has not fully circulated. Would anyone truly be willing to pay such a price? It seems someone intends to acquire it for reverse engineering, much like Jiang Wei, who simply seeks to obtain the item for research. Contact them and inform them that we have 100 pieces. Let us see if they can handle that. Zhang Fan retrieved a large box from the drawer. Boss, are you truly going to sell? I have a nagging feeling that those individuals harbor ulterior motives. Hu Dajuan remarked in astonishment. The price is indeed steep, but if someone manages to decipher its formulation, it will lose its value. Zhang Fan opened the box, and Hu Dajuan pinched his nose as he approached. Is this cow dung? Why does it smell so foul? Hu Dajuan glanced at the round objects. Zhang Fan chuckled. Do those individuals not delight in reverse engineering? Let them research it. 1 million for a piece of cow dung should suffice to keep them occupied. Chapter 64. Capturing the goddess a few days later, within a meticulously crafted building imbued with Japanese charm, sunlight streamed through the delicate shoji screens, casting dappled patterns upon the smooth wooden floor, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. The interior was adorned with several minimalist yet stylish pieces of Japanese furniture, complemented by vibrant green potted plants, which infused this locale with vitality and harmony. The air was suffused with a subtle fragrance of cherry blossoms mingled with the scent of incense, prompting one to unconsciously slow their pace and immerse themselves in this serene escape from the hustle and bustle of life. Today, Matsuda in the underground, accompanied by his superior, appeared here clad in traditional kimono and wooden clogs. The excitement and exhilaration on their faces were palpable, for they had finally acquired the beauty pills at a high price, and in considerable quantity. Although the cost was somewhat elevated, it was undoubtedly a remarkable find. A fervent gleam flickered in Matsuda's eyes as he carefully extracted a bottle of mineral water from a box adorned with cherry blossom patterns, exuding a faint woody aroma. Matsuda, in the well, delicately cleansed his hands with the purest water, each movement revealing a profound respect and reverence for the impending ritual. He then gently picked up a pristine white cotton towel, slowly wiping his hands with a grace akin to that of sacred ceremony. Finally, with a heart full of awe, Matsuda carefully opened the elegantly crafted box. As the lid was lifted, a unique and captivating fragrance instantly enveloped the air, embodying the pure essence of nature, mingled with the fresh aroma of greenery and the sweet scent of blossoms, evoking a sense of tranquility, as if one were immersed in a sea of spring flowers. Both Matsuda and his superior inhaled deeply in unison, recognizing the exquisite treasure within. Was this the famed beauty elixir? Inside the box lay glossy, ebony orbs of the beauty elixir, seemingly unremarkable, yet brimming with astonishing power. Each orb emitted a faint glow, as if narrating tales of their extraordinary nature. Seated beside the box, Matsuda and his superior exchanged glances filled with curiosity and desire for the unknown. gently caressing these precious pills as if touching the future. Matsuda, your performance on this assignment has been nothing short of remarkable. The superior's voice trembled with excitement as he firmly patted Matsuda on the shoulder, his eyes alight with admiration and anticipation. A proud smile adorned Matsuda's face. These 100 beauty elixirs represented not only personal glory, but also a monumental leap in Sakura's beauty technology, heralding a transformative shift in the global beauty market. Without hesitation, Matsuda seized one of the elixirs, bringing it close to his nose for a deep inhale, the unique aroma intoxicating him. Yet, the scent felt vaguely familiar, elusive in its recognition. There was something peculiar about it. Perhaps it was the essence of nature. A hint of bitterness, an unpleasant odor, and a faint fishy note lingered. Matsuda felt an uncanny sense of DJVU. Ah, what a delightful flavor, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Ha! Our great Sakura Empire's beauty industry is poised for a renaissance. Let us send this to the Research Institute immediately. We shall unveil its secrets soon. His superior, equally exhilarated, took an elixir for himself, unable to resist consuming it right away, savoring each bite. He too found the flavor strange, almost familiar, yet could not place it. They both chewed on what seemed to be cow dung, oblivious to whether they would ever uncover its true nature. 1,000,000 per piece. 100 pieces, could it really be cow dung inside? They would never have imagined, which explained the odd taste. At the same time, at the Hylon law firm, Wu Yali sat elegantly at her desk, her exquisite appearance belied by the scars of trauma beneath. She had been dragged into a room by a drunken man and his companions, emerging days later. What transpired during those days was all too apparent. She had managed to escape because the foreigners recorded a video, demanding she bring someone to them before they would delete it. Should the video ever surface, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Anger flickered in Wu Yali's eyes. Originally, there was a singular focus on having Zhang Fan inherit the Wanfu group. But now the concern has shifted to how to drag someone down with them. Who should be ensnared? If no one is brought down, those foreign individuals will expose the video, and it will be utterly disastrous. While Wu Yali was deep in thought, a man slowly approached from behind, causing the table to emit faint sounds. Within 3 minutes, the man behind her halted, panting. He had not rested well lately, but he would surely perform better next time. Liu Yong adjusted his attire, having long desired this moment, yet this woman had been so indifferent towards him. Now, she must recognize his prowess. Wu Yali arranged her dress, regarding Liu Yong as nothing but a waste. How could he dare claim to be formidable? She had become numb to it all. Yet within her heart lay a flicker of opportunity, a plan that required Liu Yong's assistance. That brief encounter could be considered compensation, given her current predicament. Liu Yan had received a substantial sum, yet had failed to act. It was imperative that they convene a small meeting of 3. Wu Yali took a seat and spoke up. Liu Yong approached with a grin. Yali, was my performance impressive just now? I was at my best. They couldn't even stand. Wu Yali felt a wave of nausea at his words. This imbecile? She could hardly register his presence. Indeed, a meeting was necessary to resolve their troubles. Should I call her over? Liu Yong inquired, phone in hand. Wu Yali shook her head. Let me devise a thorough plan first, and then we shall confront that Zhang Fan, compelling him to sign. Initially, she intended to go over today, but her body felt unwell and required rest. Furthermore, she still needed to accompany that shadowy old man today. The signing could wait. Wu Yali had her informants within the city bureau, aware that although they had infiltrated the Wanfu group, they had yet to uncover the truth behind the matter. Granting her a sliver of time, currently, she felt a slight fever, discomforting her entire being, and she sensed an unpleasant odor clinging to her. Though she could not pinpoint its source despite several baths, Liu Yong remained oblivious to Wu Yali's plight, feeling quite pleased with himself for finally winning over his goddess. He too sensed an odd smell emanating from her, yet he could not articulate it. Now, as he touched his back, he felt something was amiss within himself as well. Chapter 65. Zhong Jiahao's Plan. Nighttime. In a luxurious hotel by the seaside, Wu Yali emerged from the bathroom clad in a maid's uniform. Not by her own choice, but rather to please her powerful benefactor, who relished the feeling of being revered. He adored the sense of conquest, despite his advancing age and waning abilities. Recently, even with the consumption of imported foreign medications, his prowess remained limited, and he required her to affirm his greatness. For Wu Yali to achieve the position of chief attorney at such a young age and to establish a law firm on Binhai Avenue, she must possess not only remarkable capabilities, but also certain exceptional qualities. In truth, the considerable gains from the Wanfu Group incident were largely attributed to this benefactor. As for my two sisters in that Lu Yen, they're merely working for a meager wage. Of course, this small sum is sufficient to last a lifetime, which is why everyone dares to deplete the Wanfu Group. Although Li Fu has entered the Wanfu Group with his entourage, as long as this patron remains, there is still hope for a turnaround. This is the foundation of Wu Yali's confidence. As long as she serves her benefactor well, what exists in dreams will manifest in reality. Seated quietly on the large bed is an elderly man. Despite having dyed his hair black, the wrinkles on his body betray his advanced age. One can only imagine how old he truly is. Confronted with this aged man, Wu Yali feels a wave of revulsion. Yet thankfully, he can only elicit her disgust a few times. Moreover, with age, even if he desires to act, his strength is no longer sufficient. However, this time, the old man seems unusual. He appears vibrant and spirited. He rises, walks to the side, holds a cup of water in one hand, and produces a pill which he swallows without hesitation. He beckons, and Wu Yali, with a sense of distaste, approaches. The scene of a maid, an opulent hotel, and an old man creates a striking visual impact, accompanied by a dissonant sound emerging from within. Downstairs in the hotel, Shuirun is enjoying tea with a wealthy young gentleman, their eyes surveying the passers-by. Upon spotting a beautiful woman, a wicked glint flickers in their gaze. The young man beside Shuirun is a scion from the provincial capital, well regarded in his circles, and he happens to be the grandson of the elderly Mr. Zhong upstairs. Outside, he is addressed as Brother Jiahao. Leveraging his family's connections, he has long been a scourge in the provincial city. According to the current standards of the anti-crime office, he ought to face consequences. His misdeeds rival those of Uge. His visit this time is spurred by rumors of beautiful women in Binhai, and he wishes to indulge in some leisure. Shui Yi, a subordinate of Mr. Zhong, naturally facilitates the camaraderie between the two young men. Just moments ago, Shuirun lamented his inability to deal with Zhang Fan's succession. In a brief span, Zhong Jiahao conceived a clever plan. It's simple to manage a former young master. Just bring some people and apply pressure directly. Isn't it trivial to resolve this matter? Brother Jiahao, we have brainstormed numerous strategies, such as placing him on a credit blacklist and threatening him, but none have proven effective, Shuirun replied, a look of helplessness on his face. Brother, rest assured, with my involvement, this situation will become straightforward. My purpose here is to deliver flour. Just imagine if we find a substantial bag of flour at his residence. How many bullets could he consume? Zhong Jiahao declared with pride, pointing to a nearby sack, which contained the flour he had brought along. The flour in the Binhai market is supplied by the provincial capital, and this visit was merely a side endeavor. Flour? That is a challenging commodity to procure. Previously, Hugo had channels, but now that he is imprisoned, those avenues have vanished. We have the flour, yet how shall we orchestrate it? My cousin is a forest ranger and won't involve himself in this matter, Shuirun lamented, as he is unfamiliar with the personnel at the ranger's bureau. Zhong Jiahao, however, remains self-satisfied. Otherwise, your father is incapable. He cannot even manage a small municipal bureau. I have connections, so when the time comes, you can toss the flour in, and once the deed is done, I will let the narcotics officers take care of it. When that scoundrel is caught, it will facilitate all his dealings. Moreover, the narcotics officers will earn their accolades as well. Truly a win-win situation. Zhong Jiahao laughed heartily, unperturbed by the possibility of others discovering his scheme. To use flour as a means of framing someone? What clever tactic! Initially, he had considered collaborating with his cousin to frame him with a parrot, only for Qin Tian to fall for the ruse. Flour is not something just anyone can procure. Truly, Jiahao is willing to invest substantially. Our esteemed Jiahao is indeed magnanimous. Shuirun gave a thumbs up. As a member of the second generation himself, he found his own endeavors lacking. Unlike him, who struggled in Binhai, Zhong Jiahao thrived not only in the provincial capital, but also found ways to navigate Binhai. There is no denying his prowess. This task is entrusted to you. Handle it well, and we shall celebrate together with feasting and revelry. As long as you align with me, Zhong Jiahao, we will become the underground emperors of this domain. Zhong Jiahao wore smug expression. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing two individuals descending from above, an elderly man, who appeared breathless even while walking, and a middle-aged woman. Zhong Jiahao regarded them with disdain. He could hardly fathom why the old man would take an interest in Wu Yali, who was, after all, no longer youthful. It was rather surprising that they had managed to procure the precious medicine at such a high price after such a prolonged effort. Rising to approach them, Zhong Jiahao planned to meet with other elderly gentlemen afterward, who were once subordinates of his grandfather. This visit was to foster relationships. Schwerin observed the backpack, laden with valuable items. Such goods were not easily obtained through ordinary connections. Grasping the backpack, he made his way outside, contemplating his next moves. This time, the young man would find it exceedingly difficult to escape his fate. With that weight of flour, even his entire lineage could face repercussions. Capturing him would result in dire consequences. Everything was arranged. He merely needed to seek the right opportunity to execute his plan. An elderly man was currently on guard at the shop, so careful strategizing was imperative. Schwerin felt exhilarated. This time, the affair would be conclusively settled. Yet, he sensed something amiss. An overwhelming stench reminiscent of a dead fish enveloped him, accompanied by peculiar red spots and odd flesh-like lumps on his body. Such symptoms would typically warrant a visit to a gynecologist, but the embarrassment led him to a small pharmacy instead for some medication. His benefactor had already departed to meet with other elderly gentlemen. Once his health improved, he intended to bring Lu Yin along to resolve the complications. He still had leverage in the hands of those foreigners, causing him daily anxiety. If he did not find a scapegoat, his video would inevitably go viral. Wu Yali emerged from the pharmacy, clutching some anti-inflammatory medication without giving it much thought. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Eager to resolve matters with the Wanfu group promptly. As long as that individual signed on a blank piece of paper, everything would be settled, and she could finally escape for a vacation abroad. It was high time she took a well-deserved rest. Wu Yali glanced around at the passers-by. Each time she walked past, they would cover their noses, leaving her perplexed about their aversion. Chapter 66. Tossing flour in. In the sanatorium, Lin Dong had awakened. Today he spotted Wang Qingyan, who had come dressed in a simple yet elegant dress and wearing sunglasses. Her fame made it rather inconvenient for her to go out. She was supposed to visit on the day of the surgery, but had been delayed due to the reverse research on the beauty pill. Now, Lin Buizhong was growing increasingly displeased. Hence, she arrived today bearing a multitude of exquisite gifts, considering that they were still in a romantic relationship. Seeing that Lin Dong was able to sit up, Wang Qingyan felt a flicker of concern within her. She had heard that the Lin family had paid a hefty sum for Lin Dong to receive 2 powerful kidneys. If the transplant succeeded, would he not be able to resume his previous activities? Today, Lin Dong appeared to be in good spirits. The family was cheerful, discussing the prospect of a wedding. However, suddenly, Lin Dong emitted 2 pig-like grunts and proceeded to embrace a trash can, attempting to forage for food within it. This scene left the entire family in shock, including Lin Buizhong, who was sipping tea. Was this the behavior of a madman? They hurried over to restrain Lin Dong, who still possessed considerable strength. Lin Buizhong quickly dialed Lu Renjia, sensing that something was amiss. His grandson seemed transformed into something akin to a pig. Lu Renjia rushed over with a medical kit, feigning an examination of Lin Dong's condition. The newly implanted kidneys were so powerful that they rendered him uncontrollable, reacting as if to his own body. I administered an anti-rejection injection. He will recover shortly, Lu Renjia assured. However, even with a pig's kidney, one could survive, though the duration of that survival was uncertain. Eventually, an excuse could be concocted to excuse the situation. After all, admitting that the kidneys had been swapped by his own son would surely lead to dire consequences from the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Buizhong finally exhaled in relief. Will this affect my grandson in that regard? Lin Buizhong inquired, still concerned. It won't affect him. The powerful kidneys will enhance his strength, Lu Renjia affirmed confidently. Hearing this, Lin Buizhong felt even more reassured and pulled a red envelope from his pocket. Wang Qingyan, upon learning that Lin Dong's condition would not be impacted, felt a flicker of surprise within her. How could this be possible? They had replaced 2 kidneys. Modern medicine was indeed astonishing. Hey, Xiaodong, please refrain from foraging with your mouth. Lin Buizhong quickly noticed that his grandson was acting oddly again. Lin Dong should focus on resting, Wang Qingyan remarked. Looking at Lin Buizhong, perhaps we should refrain from discussing other matters for now. Everything about Lin Dong seems abnormal. It is time to consider your own affairs. Once the anti-rejection phase is over, you should give it a try, Lin Buizhong said sternly. Wang Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. Recently, not a single good thing had occurred. The beauty pill had not been deciphered. Although the components had been identified, the concoction she assembled yielded no results. The analysis of this natural herbal essence through modern chemistry proves to be rather unreliable. Initially, I intended to engage in reverse engineering, only to find myself stumbling directly into a pitfall. My aim was to ensnare Zhang Fan, yet he managed to evade the trap while others fell prey, leading to Lin Dong's current predicament. Of course, Lin Dong brought this upon himself. After all, he was the one who pilfered his own belongings to sell. Now, it seems he has lost his precious resources. Wang Qingyan stepped out as a business vehicle slowly opened its door. Upon entering, she closed her eyes and pondered. I must find a way to acquire more beauty elixirs. I intend to send them to other advanced laboratories for reverse engineering. Previously, I only secured one, which is far too scarce. Indeed, that substance is limited in quantity, and even if available, its price will be exorbitantly inflated, remarked her female assistant. Nonetheless, it must be procured, Wang Qingyan replied, her eyes still shut, burdened by numerous worries. Matters that could be resolved with money are not truly problematic. Meanwhile, Schwerin had already arrived, carrying a backpack and intending to discreetly dispose of its contents. It was quite simple. He just needed to divert the attention of the elderly gatekeeper momentarily. Sitting in the vehicle alongside several associates, Schwerin commanded, "You lot, go give that old man a slap. He will surely pursue you. Just ensure you don't let him catch up." The group nodded and made their way towards the shop. Schwerin observed as his underlings approached the gatekeeper and delivered a blow that incited the old man's fury, causing him to chase after them with a broom. Seizing the opportunity, Schwerin hurriedly exited the vehicle, his backpack in tow, and placed it in a corner. After completing his task, he promptly contacted Zhong Jiahao, reaching out to a friend in the narcotics division. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for them to arrive. Once the narcotics agents showed up, Zhang Fan would inevitably find himself in dire straits, and they would have him and the evidence in hand. The origin of the flower would remain a mystery. But in any case, that scoundrel was done for. Schwerin, holding his phone, opened a colorful website and began to watch a film. As time was still on his side, inside the shop, Zhang Fan had just exited the pharmacy when he noticed Schwerin sneaking inside and now watching a film in the vehicle. His gaze shifted to the interior, where he spotted the backpack and, using his perceptive abilities, realized it was filled with flour. He was taken aback. How could Schwerin be so ruthless? Where did he acquire such a substantial amount of flour? If discovered, explaining would be more daunting than facing criminal charges. It seemed Schwerin was intent on sabotaging him. Such a large quantity of flour was not something an ordinary person could amass. There was no time to ponder further. Zhang Fan approached the situation urgently. This trouble needed immediate resolution, or his second chance at life would come to a disastrous end. What should he do with the flour? If he attempted to carry it out, he would undoubtedly be intercepted. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fan grasped the backpack and hurled it with great force. Having regained significant strength since his rebirth, the backpack soared several hundred meters away. Even he was taken aback by the sheer power of his throw. Just as the package was discarded, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Armed narcotics officers had encircled the area. Schwerin gazed at the approaching officers with a satisfied smile. They had arrived just in time. Now, it was merely a matter of locating the flower. A few sniffer dogs were let in, and Zhang Fan stood obediently to the side as he watched the heavily armed officers approach. Who had he offended this time? Who was intent on his demise? This display seemed rather excessive. Stay still and squat down obediently. We received a tip-off stating that this is a flower manufacturing base. The lead officer produced identification and made his way directly into the inner hall where the items had been discarded. As long as they found the flower, arrest would follow swiftly. Chapter 67, A Foul Stench. The scene outside was in disarray as the narcotics dogs searched every corner. Zhang Fan glanced outside. The backpack he had thrown was now hundreds of meters away and had been picked up by a scavenger. Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. He feared they might search outside, and should they claim he had discarded it, there would be no lack of accusations to levy against him. He felt grateful to that old man. Wan Hao, accompanied by his team, conducted a thorough search with various detection devices, yet they still found no trace of flour. Had Schwerin provided false information? It was unlikely that the items had been disposed of so quickly, and they continued searching outside. With sniffer dogs and an array of inspection instruments, they found nothing. Wan Hao entered, pointing at Zhang Fan. "Confess, where's the flower?" "The flower?" Zhang Fan feigned innocence. "I have no idea. I don't consume flour. Why have you brought so many people to search for it? No flour? What now? Surely, you cannot just arrest someone." What was Schwerin thinking? Wan Hao stormed out, furious at the turn of events, arriving with great bravado, but leaving in a state of disarray. Schwerin watched him leave, puzzled. He had merely been watching a film, so why had no one been apprehended? The backpack had indeed been discarded, and he had provided the specific location. Evidence seemed indisputable. Arrest should be made, and then they could have that young man sign in the jail. Soon, a call from Zhong Jiahao came through. Xuerun, where is the flower? The flower? I threw it in. Su Leng replied. Brother Jiahao, I personally disposed of it. It's inside. Why aren't they making any arrests? He quickly turned off the film, fearing the sounds might betray him. The flower in that backpack was intended for delivery, a plan he hoped to leverage, yet now it was missing. If he failed to deliver, his own fate would be sealed. Zhang Jiahao was convinced that Xuerun had consumed the flower. Did he think him a fool for daring to touch his belongings? Xuerun was taken aback. He had not tampered with the flower. He had indeed discarded it. Someone could vouch for him, but upon looking at his subordinate, he saw that the young man had fled to confront that old man. What did he do now? It seemed he truly lacked evidence. How had the flower vanished? He had clearly placed it inside. It is truly astonishing to witness such a scheme, employing flower as a means to slander individuals. This group has rendered one defenseless. Outside the establishment, Hu Dajuan arrived with a contingent of followers. The storage company had recently suspended operations due to demolition, leaving the villagers without work, yet still receiving their wages. In this challenging time for the young proprietor, it would be unwise to add to his troubles. Hu Dajuan shrugged, indicating his lack of options, as it was these individuals who insisted on coming. With a workforce so extensive, including hundreds of security personnel, one could candidly assert that the Zhang family was financially supporting idleness. Fortunately, this so-called idle group still possessed a sense of gratitude. Realizing that many among them were experiencing a restlessness due to inactivity, I possess a small ledger that documents various natural herbs. Many of you, having previously engaged in agricultural work, have experience in foraging for medicinal materials. Thus, I propose to offer you a guaranteed salary akin to what you would earn at the storage company, while also allowing you to seek out these herbs as outlined in the ledger. For each find, you will receive a commission, with rarer herbs yielding higher rewards. With a stroke of good fortune, one could easily earn tens or even hundreds of thousands within a month. Zhang Fan had meticulously calculated this plan. He intended to further develop the apothecary, which necessitated a sufficient supply of natural herbs. The reason the beauty elixir could not be mass-produced was due to a lack of ingredients. Since these villagers felt uneasy about receiving wages without work, it would be beneficial for them to assist in sourcing herbs. The disparity between cultivated and wild herbs is substantial, hence the need for adequate manpower in this endeavor. You may even encourage your relatives to join in the search, and let Sister You collect the lists. Salaries will be disbursed promptly on the 1st of each month. Zhang Fan glanced at the female accountant nearby. She appeared taken aback, as she had come to process her resignation and could not accept payment without contributing. It was imperative not to impose additional pressure on Zhang Fan, particularly now that the Wanfu group was undergoing bankruptcy proceedings. The leader had his own plans in place. With this understanding, the group turned to leave, acknowledging that with the apothecary set to open, the quest for herbs must commence. Many had previously assisted the Zhang family in foraging, which was indeed their forte. Dajuan, for the elderly at home who find it difficult to seek herbs. Arrange for them to serve as security, Zhang Fan instructed. Hu Dajuan nodded in agreement, though he pondered whether there were now too many security personnel. With the company in disarray, there was no longer a place to protect. Perhaps there were indeed an excess of idle hands? What do you know? I plan to establish a large enterprise in the future, and I shall require manpower. Better to be prepared. Zhang Fan was aware of Hu Dajuan's thoughts. Once the Wanfu group's bankruptcy was finalized and the matter resolved, he would be poised to realize his grand ambitions. On the other side of the coast, Elder Zhong was savoring tea with several old friends in a private villa. Recently, Elder Zhong had been feeling unwell, and his companions were frequently covering their noses, as if they had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. He had been experiencing a slight fever accompanied by a rash, but no other symptoms had emerged. As Elder Zhong sipped his tea, Lin Boizhong, seated beside him, suddenly spat out his drink. Shaolin, what troubles you? Elder Zhong inquired, his concern evident. Lin Boizhong, whose rank was lesser than that of Elder Zhong, found himself at a loss for words under the elder's attentive gaze. One cannot simply declare that the sense surrounding you is overwhelming to the point of disgust. This morning, I indulged excessively in greasy delicacies. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhong could not help but smile faintly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Yali had arranged to meet Lu Yin to discuss significant matters. This time, she intended to take her to that lawless zone, allowing her to fully experience the affections of foreigners. Recently, Wu Yali had consumed a considerable amount of anti-inflammatory medication, yet it yielded no results. In fact, she found herself inexplicably feeling nauseous. Lu Yong had arrived early, having just spent less than 3 minutes in a tender embrace with Wu Yali. He felt a sense of triumph upon witnessing Wu Yali rush to the restroom to vomit. Still proud, are we? It seems I have caused quite a stir. Just wait. Soon enough, someone will be calling me father. Lu Yong smirked as he watched Wu Yali's retreating figure. Little did he know what transpired with Wu Yali in that lawless zone. He had begun to notice some changes in his own body, feeling discomfort from the emergence of small lumps, accompanied by an inexplicable odor. However, Wu Yali had just been enveloped in a strong fragrance. How impressive I am. In a few months, I shall have another calling me father. Lu Yong reveled in his own self-satisfaction. Chapter 68. Unable to escape. Wu Yali, oblivious to this issue, attributed her discomfort to her declining health. There was no time to dwell on such matters. She needed to resolve the situation with the Wanfu group and subsequently address the video issue. Once she finished, she would seek out Mr. Zhong, who had been in Binhai reconnecting with old friends. Hearing the doorbell ring from outside, Lu Yong went to answer it while Wu Yali emerged from the restroom, as she planned to have Lu Yin step into the fire in her stead. She had to scrutinize her appearance closely. What if Lu Yin failed to impress those individuals? The door swung open, and Lu Yin entered. Wu Yali glanced at Lu Yin, admiring her figure internally. Today, Lu Yin was dressed in a well-tailored suit, the deep blue fabric subtly shimmering with a delicate luster, embodying the professionalism and competence of a career woman while exuding a restrained elegance. The fitted bodice of the suit exquisitely accentuated her graceful silhouette, while the knee-length skirt swayed gently with her movements, adding a touch of liveliness and grace. Draped around her neck was a pure white silk scarf, simple yet refined, gently embracing her slender neck and adding a soft touch of brightness to the overall ensemble. A matching slender belt at her waist not only elevated her waistline, but also enhanced her figure's proportions, making them appear even more perfect. Her fresh and understated makeup highlighted her natural beauty to perfection. The delicate foundation rendered her skin as smooth as cream, with a faint rosy hue reminiscent of petals blooming in the dawn light. Most striking was the soft pink of her lips, a gentle yet vivid hue that added an indescribable warmth and charm to her otherwise cool demeanor. Wu Yali nodded in approval. Lu Yan's professional attire, paired with her understated makeup, was sufficiently alluring. Otherwise, she would have had to persuade her to enhance her appearance. Let us proceed. Everything is prepared. This time, the three of us will go together. I'll handle the legal matters, Lu Yong will manage the finances, and you will assume the role of the responsible party. We need him to sign a document relinquishing his inheritance, which will merely be a blank piece of paper. With his signature, we can ensure his claim to the company. Wu Yali articulated the plan. What is that foul odor? Lu Yin inquired, sensing a pervasive stench reminiscent of decaying fish. Do not dwell on trivialities. Let us resolve the matter at hand, Wu Yali retorted with a dismissive glance. The trio hastily reviewed the contract, acutely aware that they could not afford any mistakes. This was their final opportunity. Failure would result in dire consequences. As they emerged, Wu Yali volunteered to drive. Lu Yin remained silent. Yet she discerned that Wu Yali had been scrutinizing her appearance throughout their journey. It was customary for a professional woman to adorn herself slightly, but Lu Yin was uncertain of the intent behind Wu Yali's gaze. Nonetheless, the place they were headed was indeed intimidating. She had previously endured harassment there. This time, she was filled with unwavering confidence. Once that young man signed, everything would be settled. His desire to renounce the inheritance would prove futile. A deep pit awaited him. She was eager to see how he would evade this fate. The route seems incorrect. Lu Yin expressed her trepidation about the northern path. It was here that her vehicle had broken down, and she had found herself victimized by a group of beggars who had never encountered a woman before. This way avoids traffic, Wu Yali explained. You can simply sign the contract later. Lu Yin should stay here and enjoy herself. She certainly had never encountered such formidable men before. Being of a certain age, she deserved to relish the experience. Wu Yali was confident she would be grateful for it. Lu Yin said little. Previously, she had traversed this path alone, but now there were three of them, alleviating her concerns. Before long, they arrived at a lawless zone. Wu Yali was convinced she could handle the contract signing alone and drove directly to deliver a gift to the formidable crime lord. Is this the correct address? Lu Yin stepped out of the car, sensing something amiss as she noticed a group of suspicious foreigners lurking nearby. Even in daylight, their predatory gazes were palpable. He's conducting business inside. Wu Yali provided an explanation. Conducting business here? Lu Yin questioned, half convinced. The three ventured further inside, only to be met with whistles and an array of foreign tongues. Lu Yin understood English well enough to grasp the ulterior motives of these individuals. Wu Yali navigated the space with ease. As they approached, a burly man reached out and pulled Wu Yali inside. As the door shut, strange sounds emerged from within. Lu Yong, intending to intervene, was suddenly seized from behind and dragged inside as well, leaving Lu Yin alone. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the imposing crime lord descending the stairs. Confronted by his muscular physique and fearsome demeanor, Lu Yin instinctively turned to flee, only to be seized by her hair and forcefully pulled upstairs. Soon, unsettling noises echoed from above. Various sounds echoed chaotically. 3 individuals entered, none of whom exited, including Lu Yong. On the other side, Zhang Fan awaited Wu Yali's arrival to finalize the contract. Yet where was she? Having acquired intelligence through Lin Yuran, he was aware that this group sought to exploit his signature for their own ends. He was fully prepared, but where were they? It was indeed peculiar. Could it be that the 3 wretches had been severely punished by fate? This was their final opportunity. How could they not cherish it? Boss, that woman from last time seems to have gone to the Red House again, reported Erdi Yi as he approached with information. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Was Wu Yali truly that desperate? After being thoroughly satisfied by those foreigners last time, she returned once more? What was remarkable was that the 3 of them had gone together. Truly a disgrace. Should he continue to wait? Should he linger until they concluded their rendezvous? Time ticked by, yet the trio seemed to have vanished without a trace, failing to emerge. Were they so engrossed in their indulgences that they could not bear to leave? Did even the foulness of foreigners have its admirers? Such was the nature of wretches. One could hardly contest that. The following day, Lu Wanqing stormed into the shop. Visibly upset, Zhang Fan, where has my mother gone? Why can't I reach her? Have you hidden her away? Lu Wanqing was well aware of her mother's intentions, as their last communication was merely yesterday, when she mentioned coming over to sign the contract, allowing this young man to inherit the Wanfu group. Yet, a day had passed, and her mother seemed to have vanished. Am I hiding her? The accusation sounded oddly peculiar to him. Let me tell you, if you don't produce my mother, I will report you to the authorities. Lu Wanqing was deeply concerned for her mother, fearing she might have encountered malevolent individuals again. Report me to the authorities? Zhang Fan found amusement in the absurdity of the mother-daughter duo. He had intended to inform her, but now he was reluctant to share. Perhaps your mother is out seeking a new husband for you. You may soon have siblings. He taunted. Chapter 69. The invitation from Li Qinglu. Lu Wanqing raised her hand, poised to strike Zhang Fan, but in the next moment, a handprint adorned her cheek. Dare to hit me, and you shall face dire consequences, she warned, clutching her phone as she scrolled through her contacts. Ultimately, she dialed Shui Ren's number. Shui Ren's father was Shui Yi, not an absolute giant in Binhai, but his connections were substantial. Moreover, Shui Ren was among the sycophants. Having been struck, he would undoubtedly come to her aid. However, this time, there was an oddity. Shui Ren's phone was unreachable. Lu Wanqing was unaware that Shui Ren was under investigation for a missing shipment of flour. If the matter were not clarified, Shui Ren would face severe repercussions. A whole backpack of flour had vanished, a considerable loss, especially for those dependent on it. Now that it was lost, the consequences would be grave. Fine, just wait. Lu Wanqing was infuriated. Even her sycophant was absent? What was that fool doing? Her mother must have been hidden away by him. Otherwise, how could she have disappeared? She resolved to find her mother first before addressing anything else. Why did they all vanish after coming to sign the contract? Lu Wanqing stormed out in a fit of anger. Zhang Fan watched the woman leave, inwardly reveling in the situation. Having an insider made all the difference. After all, who else could possibly anticipate such a plethora of schemes? As for Lu Yin and her companions, having sought out thrills, they had ventured into a place where anything could transpire. That locale was beyond the reach of the authorities, fraught with peril and troublesome to navigate. It could easily escalate into an international dispute, which is why the police chose to turn a blind eye, leaving the common folk to bear the brunt of the consequences. The absence of law enforcement allowed the so-called Xiao Long to act with reckless abandon, effectively reigning as a local sovereign. However, his domain was confined, and he rarely ventured beyond its borders. Recently, another gang had emerged, notorious for capturing stateless individuals and trafficking them to organ trade centers, where their organs would be harvested and their bodies disposed of in the sea. With no identities, there was little fear of discovery. Thus, Xiao Long's crew operated near the red buildings, always in groups, for being caught would mean losing everything. Rumors circulated in the market about the potency of African kidneys, enticing those with health issues to consider such options. While a typical kidney might fetch tens of thousands, an African one began at 100,000. Zhang Fan became aware of these underworld dealings through Hu Dajuan. He had no intention of engaging in such illicit enterprises. Having been reborn, he was determined to follow a righteous path, cognizant that entanglements with crime would yield nothing but misfortune. The authorities had made a resolute commitment to eradicate crime nationwide, which explained why figures like Hu Ge and Qin Tian had been apprehended. No matter how strong the connections, there were no safeguard. Hu Guang was still scheming to find a way into the fold, perhaps unaware of his own cowardice. Faced with obstacles in the demolition process, he would undoubtedly seek other avenues. He was a man to be wary of. To guard against someone like Hu Guang, relying solely on Li Fu would be woefully inadequate. The anti-crime task force operated at a national level, far beyond local jurisdiction, which was why Qin Tian had been captured. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan did not possess an extensive network of connections, presenting a significant complication. Exiting the establishment, he drove away. Today, Li Qinglu had invited him to dinner, claiming that the Heilong law firm, for which she had previously provided a referral, had been unscrupulous, and she wished to make amends. It was evident that the law firm had ties to her family, though her involvement remained uncertain. In a coastal western restaurant, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gently illuminating Li Qinglu as she sat by the window, casting a soft golden glow around her. She resembled a lily poised to bloom, eagerly anticipating the arrival of someone who held great significance in her life, her gaze occasionally drifting to the warmly lit entrance. Today, Li Qinglu appears as if she has stepped forth from a painting, clad in a delicate silver-hued dress that sways gently, reminiscent of the shimmering surface of a tranquil lake, radiating both a refined luster and an endearing grace. The design of the gown masterfully intertwines simplicity with elegance, the waistline tailored to perfection, accentuating her enchanting figure, showcasing the soft curves of femininity while exuding poise and sophistication. Her makeup is exquisite yet understated, akin to the morning dew of spring, fresh and natural, devoid of any vulgarity. Beneath softly swept lashes, her eyes shimmer with clarity like autumn waters, sparkling with anticipation and tenderness. A subtle pink hue graces her lips, adding a touch of youthful vitality while maintaining an innate purity that emanates from within. Her hair, meticulously styled, cascades smoothly over her shoulders, with a few stray strands playfully brushing against her cheek, enhancing her effortless charm. In this warmly lit restaurant, where light dances and mingles, Li Qinglu resembles a captivating masterpiece. This beauty not only captures the attention of those around her, but also evokes in every onlooker an indescribable aura of otherworldliness and pristine beauty, as if the very air is imbued with a gentle fragrance and a sense of expectation. Several gentlemen seated nearby feel compelled to approach her. Just then, a seemingly ordinary tall figure enters, prompting Li Qinglu to rise excitedly and wave her delicate hand. Zhang Fan approaches, witnessing Li Qinglu's transformed appearance for the first time. As the campus belle, her natural beauty is undeniable. She sits casually, holding a glass of wine. I have a small favor to ask of you, she says, her voice tinged with shyness as she glances at Zhang Fan, an indication of her nervousness. This marks her first instance of initiating contact with a male, particularly in such a setting. Do you still have that miraculous medicine at home? Someone is interested in purchasing it. Oh, and price is not an issue. Li Qinglu's cheeks flush with color as she speaks, the implication of the medicine clear to both. Zhang Fan is momentarily taken aback. Someone in her family requires it? It must be her grandfather, he muses. Such matters being brought to a granddaughter feels rather peculiar, though he doesn't necessarily believe that the elderly should not seek happiness. I could exchange this for it, Li Qinglu offers, retrieving an exquisite box from her bag. Upon opening it, a distinctive aroma wafts into the air. This is the latest sensation in beauty enhancement pills, rumored to be worth $1 million each, entirely natural and said to enhance one's beauty. She pushes the item toward him. The peculiar scent is strange yet undeniably effective. Where did you acquire this? Zhang Fan stares, astonished, realizing this is the very beauty pill he had instructed Hu Dajuan to sell to Matsuda Underground. The so-called beauty pill is essentially cow dung. How did it find its way into Li Qinglu's possession? Is she somehow connected to the Sakura clan? My mother gave it to me. It's simply unavailable on the market, and she purchased it at a high price, having heard of its remarkable effects. It's valuable on the black market, yet hard to come by, Li Qinglu states calmly, without boasting. Have you taken any? Zhang Fan suddenly inquires. Chapter 70. Li Qinglu glanced at Zhang Fan and shook her head. How can an ordinary family afford such luxuries? Even her mother was unable to indulge in such fine delicacies. The price was exorbitant. While the effects were indeed present, it was a painful expense for anyone. Her mother had only given her one, just one, that implied she hadn't consumed any. Otherwise, Li Qinglu would seem quite peculiar. This was clearly a scheme of her own making. The Sakura group was eager to conduct research, so let them proceed and see what they could glean from cow dung. As for selling the beauty elixir, that was not feasible for now due to the scarcity of raw materials. Such pure and natural substances were not easily found in the outside world. At present, they were merely testing the market's response, which appeared quite favorable. Are you suggesting we trade this for the miraculous medicine from my home? Zhang Fan began to grasp her meaning. Yes, Li Qinglu nodded. The miraculous medicine was indeed inexpensive, but only available to loyal customers. Outsiders could not purchase it. The beauty elixir, however, was valued at over $1 million. Was this girl out of her mind? It was plainly not an equitable exchange. I heard your credit has been tarnished, making many transactions impossible for you. If you sell in the market, it could easily find buyers, and receiving cash wouldn't be an issue given your credit situation, Li Qinglu added. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Did she intend to help him in this manner? Is the Hylon law firm affiliated with your family? He closed the box, wondering how no one had noticed the overpowering stench of cow dung. It was absurd to think of cow dung as a beauty elixir. No, it's a relative of mine. Hylon Law Firm is a well-known establishment in Binhai, highly reputable but rather pricey, Li Qinglu clarified, pushing the box towards him. If it wasn't her family's, did that mean Ms. Wu's actions were unrelated to her? Does your grandfather know about your purchases? Zhang Fan suspected that the affairs of Wanfu Group might not concern her significantly. Everything seemed orchestrated by Ms. Wu and her sisters in collaboration with Liu Yan. His connection to Hylon Law Firm appeared to be merely coincidental. Well, it's not my grandfather. Some others might be in need, Li Qinglu said, her face reddening. Zhang Fan realized that perhaps it was her mother or grandmother who had such intentions, prompting Li Qinglu to procure the miraculous medicine. Very well. Would you like me to arrange a job for you? I heard from Teacher Lin that you're no longer eligible for graduate studies. Li Qinglu began to order a meal. Arrange a job? He aspired to become a tycoon. Why would he need her assistance in that regard? Perhaps he should consider having her as his secretary in the future. Once the matters with Wanfu Group were resolved, a new star would soon rise. Soon, 2 plates of steak arrived. Just as they were about to dine, an overwhelming stench engulfed them. A foul odor reminiscent of decaying fish filled the air. Zhang Fan gazed ahead as an elderly gentleman clad in a white shirt entered, accompanied by a young man adorned in designer attire. The pair stepped into the Western restaurant, and an unpleasant odor emanated from the old man. Zhang Fan, possessing a discerning eye, noticed the crimson spots on the elderly man's skin. Surely, he was afflicted by some form of poisoning or perhaps a malignant skin disease. This is Elder Zhong from the provincial city, and beside him is his grandson, Zhong Jiahao, who is quite well connected, whispered Li Qinglu, who had also caught a whiff of the foul scent. While it is not uncommon for the elderly to carry a certain odor, this particular smell was decidedly alarming. It unmistakably hinted at a grave ailment. As the two entered, the patrons of the restaurant visibly recoiled. Elder Zhong himself was oblivious to the stench, his sense of smell having diminished with age. His grandson, Zhong Jiahao, was reluctant to comment, knowing full well that speaking ill of his grandfather could lead to consequences. This visit aimed to resolve matters concerning the Wanfu Group, while also delivering goods to certain drug addicts in Binhai. Now, that fool Shui Run had the audacity to betray him. His fate was sealed. Initially intending to assist him with his troubles, he had instead been stabbed in the back. The man had already been apprehended by his associates, and if he refused to cooperate, he would be left to his grim fate. Zhong Jiahao's gaze fell upon the most exquisite beauty in the restaurant, Li Qinglu. Terrified, she had heard tales of Zhong Jiahao's exploits, likening him to a modern-day tyrant, leveraging his grandfather's influence to wreak havoc. What is the matter, kid? Not feeling brave? Let your boyfriend serve me. Consider a privilege. Otherwise, I could easily have my brothers take care of her. Do you believe that? He provocatively pointed at Zhang Fan with his middle finger. Let us go. Ignore him, Li Qinglu urged, fearing a confrontation. While she was unafraid for herself, she worried about the trouble it could bring to Zhang Fan. Is the old man really out seeking food in such a dire state? Doesn't he fear his health deteriorating beyond repair? Zhang Fan chuckled softly. Elder Zhong, taken aback, wondered if this young man was cursing him. What's your name? I'll call the Binhai police and have you thrown in jail. Elder Zhong boasted, accustomed to his own arrogance. Encountering someone who dared to curse him warranted a display of power. Have you been experiencing low-grade fevers, incessant heat, restlessness, and constant chills? Is your skin decaying? Zhang Fan inquired, fixing his gaze on Elder Zhang. The elder's expression darkened. He felt as if he were being stalked. Have you heard of Xiao AI? What about Xiao Mei? Xiao you? Zhang Fan attempted to prompt. Damn it, who are Xiao AI and Xiao Mei? My nanny is named Xiao Mei. Zhang Jiahao rose, hurling a cup at Zhang Fan, who effortlessly dodged it. Perhaps a checkup would be wise. Otherwise, at your age, what if there is no hope left? Zhang Fan chuckled once more. Elder Zhang, now realizing the implications of those names, understood they were indeed shorthand for diseases. Let us go. We should visit a hospital. Though he felt unwell, he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. A persistent rash on the body has not dissipated, becoming increasingly purulent, accompanied by a low fever. With age comes the fear of mortality. Thus, a medical examination is prudent. You wait. Your entire family is doomed. I will ensure your demise, shouted Zhang Jiahao as he stormed out, still fuming. Zhang Fan observed their departure, suggesting it would be wise to contemplate funeral arrangements instead. Old Master Zhang scratched at his affliction, horrifyingly shedding skin, a sight that nearly terrified Zhang Jiahao. What has happened to grandfather? Why is he shedding skin? The foul odor became even more unbearable. Chapter 71. The Frenzy of Zhang Jiahao. The Zhang family cannot endure without the patriarch, should he perish. Zhang Jiahao's survival in this society, which hinges on connections and backing, would be perilous. Thus, he resolved to spare that insignificant youth for now, awaiting his grandfather's condition to stabilize before seeking retribution. In the restaurant, Li Qinglu was consumed by worry, unable to enjoy her meal, primarily concerned about Zhang Jiahao's potential vengeance. Not for herself, but for Zhang Fan. Just as she was engulfed in anxiety, a remarkably elegant woman entered. Upon recognizing her, Li Qinglu immediately stood up. Mother, did I not advise you against associating with unfamiliar boys, especially alone? Have you forgotten? The woman approached and firmly took Li Qinglu by the arm, leading her outside. Zhang Fan glanced at the woman. She was indeed beautiful and graceful, yet the thought of her consuming cow dung felt somewhat unsettling. Li Qinglu's family background was evidently complex, and it was unsurprising they were aware of Zhang Fan's presence. Clearly, she perceived his intentions towards Li Qinglu and came to escort her away. Zhang Fan finished his steak before departing, sensing that old Master Zhang was indeed in trouble. Whether that young man would have an opportunity for revenge remained uncertain. At the hospital, although the nurse wore a mask, the stench emanating from the elderly man evoked a hint of disdain in her gaze. Doctor, hurry! If anything happens to my grandfather, you will all pay dearly, Zhang Jiahao bellowed, maintaining his usual arrogance regardless of the surroundings. How can one person contract so many ailments? Blood tests were conducted, inflammation treated, and hormones administered. The patient's condition was critical. Within half an hour, the results were in. Xiao AI and Xiao may have all contracted ailments. This is quite serious. How could this happen? What kind of reckless lifestyle had he led? Though advanced in years, if he were younger, he might withstand such a multitude of illnesses. But given his age, the situation appeared dire. A hospital representative approached Zhang Jiahao, stating, "Your grandfather's condition is extremely critical. We cannot manage it here. Please transfer him to a higher-level hospital immediately. We cannot assume responsibility should complications arise." No sooner had the representative finished speaking than Zhang Jiahao responded with a punch. A group of inept physicians, driven solely by greed, faced the ire of Zhang Jiahao, who bellowed in frustration, "I possess ample wealth, yet you refuse to provide proper care for my grandfather. Do you dare to test my resolve? I could easily demolish this hospital." His agitation stemmed from the fact that his grandfather merely suffered from a minor skin ailment, yet they suggested transferring him to another facility. "Sir, your behavior compels us to notify the authorities," one of the staff implored, only to receive a punch that left him bloodied. "Notify the authorities? The police are merely under my family's command. Go ahead and try," Zhang Jiahao declared, swiftly dialing a number. "It's me. Bring a few hundred brothers here at once. We're going to wreak havoc on this hospital. No one shall escape unless you begin treating my grandfather immediately." He gestured toward his entourage. Although he stood alone, his presence was formidable, bolstered by his connections in the underworld. The hospital staff felt utterly helpless as the patient suffered from persistent fevers and unstable blood lipid levels. The reality was that they lacked the means to provide adequate care, and transferring him to another hospital was indeed the wisest course of action. Why was this young man so audacious? With the recent incarceration of their notorious leader, however, there was a sense of unease, anyone entangled with organized crime faced immediate repercussions. The hospital personnel had already alerted the anti-gang unit, knowing that if Zhang Jiahao truly incited chaos, the authorities would surely intervene. Soon enough, dozens of vans arrived outside, heralding a formidable force armed with various tools, ready to unleash destruction. For Zhang Jiahao, vandalizing a hospital was merely a trivial endeavor. He had engaged in far more reckless acts in the past, always managing to extricate himself thanks to his influential family ties. In contrast, figures like Hu Gu, Qin Tian, and the like were inconsequential to him. They lacked the clout he wielded. Even if he were to set fire to the coastal city, he would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Before long, Hu Guang from the anti-gang unit arrived on the scene, witnessing the audacity of these individuals involved in organized crime firsthand. He recognized the ample grounds for arrest according to their standards. Hu Guang was resolute in his mission. He was a man of iron will, supported by many who praised his unwavering integrity. Yet, upon discovering that Zhang Jiahao was the grandson of Zhong Lao, he paused to reconsider. Although he was dispatched from the capital as a special agent of the anti-gang unit, apprehending a wealthy scion was a different matter entirely. He had to weigh the Zhong family's influence in the region. To detain Zhang Jiahao would necessitate a call to higher authorities for approval. Otherwise, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Unlike Hu Gu, whose dealings involved high-ranking officials, Zhang Jiahao hailed from a powerful family, one that represented a significant conglomerate. With such connections, the implications of an arrest involved intricate political dynamics. Hu Guang took a drag from his cigarette, contemplating his next move. He remained stationary, aware that the officers outside would not dare take action. In these times, one's connections dictated their fate. Those without backing were swiftly apprehended, while those with influence continued to thrive. With a stern expression, Hu Guang reflected on another unresolved matter weighing heavily on his mind. It appears that Zhang Fan, that young scoundrel, has managed to evade capture. Initially, the storage company was supposed to incite his lackeys to rebel, thus enabling his apprehension. However, to my astonishment, he has seemingly surrendered without a fight. What now? If we do not bring him down, we shall not obtain our minor targets. After all, this involves foreign exchange, potentially transforming into our own wealth. Hu Guang glanced at his phone, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Is the Zhang family not renowned in the field of medicine? Are they not peddling so-called miraculous remedies for the elderly? Hence, do they possess a medical practice license? Do they hold a pharmaceutical production certificate? Do they have the necessary qualifications and credentials related to pharmaceuticals? If they lack these, we can directly arrest them for illegal medical practice. Let us see how compliant he will be this time. Hu Guang must also consult with relevant personnel from the Binhai Food and Drug Administration, as his role in the anti-crime office does not extend to this jurisdiction. Thus, it is imperative to notify the FDA to handle the situation. This is indeed an excellent strategy. How could that scoundrel possibly escape? This time, survival will be a formidable challenge. Hu Guang disregarded the nurses and doctors rushing out of the hospital, allowing Zhang Jiahao to continue his reckless pursuits. His fate now hinges on the longevity of his esteemed father. Shortly, the anti-crime office's vehicle departed without further concern. Chapter 72. The yellow-haired young delinquent meanwhile. In a narrow alleyway outside Binhai University, the dim glow of the streetlights cast a hazy hue upon everything. A weathered wooden crate lay forlornly in a corner, appearing remarkably out of place. Wu Shi leaned against one side of the alley, a nearly extinguished cigarette dangling from her lips, the swirling smoke obscuring her youthful features. Behind her stood a group of yellow-haired youths, their hair dyed in garish hues, clad in loose garments, and sporting worn-out sneakers. Clearly, they were the kind of delinquents who loiter about, seeking trouble. These youths either busied themselves with their phones or whispered among themselves, occasionally erupting into malicious laughter. Clearly thrilled and eager for the unfolding events, Wu Shi frequently cast her gaze towards the alley's entrance, her eyes glinting with avarice. Not long ago, she had received word that Zhang Fan might visit the campus for certain reasons, and she had come specifically to await his arrival. The last encounter had yielded several thousand yuan. Though modest, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. A few thousand yuan could procure numerous items. Despite the young master's bankruptcy, there must still be some family assets. If not him, then whom shall we target? This time, Wu Shi learned from her previous experience and made more thorough preparations. She not only selected this alley as the ambush site, but also borrowed some seemingly more professional tools from elsewhere, determined to extract more profit from Zhang Fan this time around. Occasionally glancing at her wristwatch, Wuxi silently calculated the time, muttering to herself, "Where is he? According to the intelligence, he should be arriving shortly." Beside her, a young delinquent donned a standard uniform, her skirt swaying gently with the breeze, reminiscent of the most enchanting blossoms of spring. The resplendent golden hair shimmered with a rebellious luster under the sunlight, creating a striking contrast with her exquisitely delicate porcelain-like visage. Her features were so finely chiseled that they captivated the beholder, and her large, expressive eyes seemed to converse, with long lashes fluttering gently, each blink narrating an endless tale. Her skin, fair and smooth, radiated a subtle blush, and even in the dimly lit alley, it was impossible to conceal the fresh and ethereal aura that emanated from within. Despite her attire reflecting a hint of rebellion and nonconformity, the innocence and sweetness that shone through made her stand out distinctly among the crowd. She stood there like a unique scenic view, drawing the gaze of every passerby. It was hard to fathom that such an apparently pure and harmless girl would associate with a ruffian leader like Wu Shi, and even more bewildering that she would consent to partake in such a meticulously orchestrated extortion scheme. The young girl listened intently, her large eyes sparkling with a blend of excitement and trepidation, nodding vigorously as if assuring herself of her commitment to excel in this role. "When we reach the intersection ahead, you must cry out assault, and I will bring my people out. We will use that pretext to confront him. This time, if we don't extort several thousand yuan, he won't be allowed to leave." Wu Shi's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable fervor, already fantasizing about the forthcoming wealth and indulgence. With several thousand yuan, not only could he treat his brothers to a lavish meal, but he could also acquire the latest model of a smartphone. "Let us go. It's almost time," Wu Shi signaled to the girl, who proceeded forward. This task was straightforward, to falsely accuse the young man. Then Wu Jie would secure the money, and they would all enjoy the spoils. As she approached, she immediately recognized her target. Zhang Fan also took notice of this girl. Given her abrupt appearance, it was clear there was a motive. Having experienced much in his past life, he viewed abnormal occurrences with a skeptical eye. A mere glance from the girl indicated she was avoiding him. Clearly aware of his identity, Zhang Fan approached her, initiating a conversation. "Do you know me?" "I don't know you." "Don't know me? Then why avoid me?" Observing her attire, he surmised she belonged to someone of influence. "Care to arrange a meeting?" His statement left the girl momentarily speechless. It deviated from the expected script. Just as she was about to decline, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a stack of cash. "Let us grab some milk tea," Zhang Fan asserted, wrapping an arm around her slender waist as they moved away, having already slipped the cash into her only pocket. "Don't you carry a bag? Is it for fashion or Gucci?" he asked with a hint of thoughtfulness. The girl's mind raced. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. She was meant to falsely accuse him of assault, leading Wu Jie and her crew to confront him and extort a sum of money. How had she ended up accompanying him instead? "Let us get you a new phone first," Zhang Fan suggested, as he guided her into a mobile phone store. Nowadays, phones were quite expensive, primarily due to the low income. For the average person, acquiring a certain fruit-branded mobile phone is quite a challenge. The young girl stared at the latest model in her hand, momentarily taken aback. "So, who are you associated with?" Zhang Fan inquired directly. "I'm with Sister Wu," she replied, and she mentioned I could buy a phone. "Sister Wu? It must be that Wu Shi, who previously swindled me out of several thousand with a box full of so-called antiques. Has she tasted success before? Is she employing the same old tricks again? What future lies in mingling with her, especially if one cannot even afford a phone? To go up there and just sit?" Zhang Fan pointed towards an establishment above, which was a hotel. "Go up? Just to sit?" The young girl stammered, glancing at her phone. "Take it away. By the way, what is your number? Help me out with something, and I'll buy you a handbag." Zhang Fan produced his phone. After a moment of hesitation, the girl divulged her number and hurried off with her phone. Zhang Fan watched her depart, recalling that Wu Shi's previous box had contained a piece of blue and white porcelain. Where could that have come from? If he could acquire another one, it could prove quite lucrative. A slight gesture of kindness had already swayed this young girl. Obtaining information from her would be exceedingly simple. Just by purchasing a phone, he could place an informant beside Wu Shi, which was remarkably advantageous. What folly it is for one so young to be involved in such matters, to mingle in society. Is society really that easy to navigate? Zhang Fan found himself perplexed. How did Wu Shi know to attend school? Chapter 73. Your ancestral grave has been disturbed. Wu Shi was still outside, growing impatient as she observed the young girl approach, puzzled by where she had been and why she had come from the back. "I didn't wait for anyone. They ignored me," the girl mumbled, her head lowered, crafting a seemingly plausible excuse. Her little sidekick was rather attractive. Surely, that young man could not resist the allure of beauty. Could it be that he truly had no money? Is it that difficult to procure a few thousand? Wu, she pulled out 500 yuan, realizing that although she hadn't completed her task this time, she still needed to treat her companions. Otherwise, how could she expect them to continue associating with her? She planned to observe who appeared affluent on the way and see if she could procure anything. A long-term strategy was required. To have failed this time was unexpected. Wu, she had not considered that her young companion had been compromised, bought off by a mere mobile phone. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had arrived at the school. Upon entering the academic affairs office, he encountered several leaders, including Lin Shu, who had been quite diligent of late regarding her own affairs. After having landed on the credit blacklist, she had lost her eligibility for graduate studies. Fearing she might become despondent, she even proposed job opportunities, but he had declined her offers. Zhang, these are the leaders overseeing the academic affairs office, Lin Shu quickly introduced. Zhang Fan nodded in recognition. It was somewhat strange. What could these individuals want with him? Indeed, we are aware of the situation concerning Wanfu Group, and your placement on the credit blacklist was due to them. Should you inherit Wanfu Group, we shall permit you to pursue graduate studies. One of the leaders in the academic affairs office remarked with a smile. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Had that group's influence extended to the school? They had actually persuaded the institution to lure him into a trap? If he were to inherit the Wanfu Group, what need would there be for further studies? Was the pursuit of higher education truly that significant? It seemed as though he were the one begging for their approval. He expressed his gratitude to the school leaders for their concern, but firmly stated his desire for the Wanfu Group to contribute more to society. He would not accept the inheritance. Your aspirations for graduate studies may be compromised, and your graduation certificate might not be easily obtainable, they threatened. This was nothing short of an overt intimidation tactic, using his future academic endeavors and diploma as leverage. For an ordinary student, such threats would induce fear. Without a diploma, securing employment would be exceedingly difficult. Even graduates from prestigious universities required a diploma to seek any job, much less a position in the public sector or a reputable company. Should it prove difficult to obtain, then so be it. Esteemed leaders, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If he was aware that it was a deep pit, why would he step into it? As Zhang Fan turned to leave, Lin Shu hurried after him. Zhang. Lin Shu rushed in front of him, arms outstretched to block his path. Why would you willingly forsake the opportunity to inherit the group? Is there something amiss? She found it peculiar. Most children of affluent families would eagerly seize such an opportunity, yet he chose to relinquish it so readily. Teacher Lin, you should exercise a bit of discernment, Zhang Fan replied, casting a glance at her. Lin Shu crossed her arms defensively. Rest assured, I will advocate for your graduation certificate. If you pursue employment, simply explain that it is temporarily unavailable, but I can provide a verification letter from the school to support you. Would you be interested in working at the library? It could be a viable path to success. Lin Shu had meticulously devised a plan for Zhang Fan. The library? Minimal tasks, modest pay, yet a tranquil environment. Otherwise, why would so many seek employment there? Zhang Fan mused. Currently, I'm selling herbal remedies. My family's time-honored recipe ensures survival. Lin Shu joked. Zhang Fan chuckled, but declined the offer to become a librarian. Selling counterfeit medicine? Aren't you afraid of imprisonment? I must tell you, the regulations have tightened. One must possess certification for medications, a medical license, and if you lack these, you could end up incarcerated. Lin Shu exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from our hometown received a life sentence for selling an unlicensed herbal remedy. Her words momentarily stunned Zhang Fan, but it was not fear that gripped him. Rather, Lin Shu had provided him with a crucial insight. He had already anticipated what the next target of that group would be. Their family's products lacked the necessary medical licenses and certifications. In a spontaneous gesture of gratitude, Zhang Fan leaned in and kissed Lin Shu on the cheek. Thank you, Teacher Lin. When I prosper from selling medicine, I shall surely treat you to a feast. Lin Shu stood frozen, her cheeks flushed as she watched Zhang Fan dash away. As he exited, a chill ran down his spine, even as a reborn individual. He felt as though he was walking a tightrope. Some conspiracies were indeed insidious and difficult to guard against. Upon arriving at the residence of a prominent figure from the Food and Drug Administration, I intended to pay a visit in hopes of securing a confidential path for my family's ancestral remedy. The nation indeed conceals numerous secrets within its formulas, albeit under specific conditions. Should this endeavor prove futile, I ponder the possibility of swiftly acquiring the necessary approvals. Without proper documentation, one risks exposure. A mere tip-off could lead to dire consequences. As I approached the entrance, I was struck by the sight of a once sacred burial site, now disturbingly excavated. "Who are you?" emerged from the shadows, as an elderly gentleman clad in casual attire approached. "Sir, your ancestral grave has been desecrated," I blurted out. The moment those words escaped my lips, the old man's expression darkened. "Speak no more nonsense, or be gone," he bellowed, summoning a few burly men from within his home. Before I could clarify my intentions or reveal my identity, I found myself unceremoniously ejected from the premises. It was no exaggeration. Indeed, this family's ancestral resting place had been disturbed, the contents looted, and the remains desecrated. The Wei family held a deep reverence for feng shui, having built their home directly above this hallowed ground. Over the years, they had thrived, producing a lineage of remarkable individuals. However, a young man named Zhang Jiahao had recently appeared, demanding a license for a so-called miraculous medicine, mere quackery disguised as a cure-all. Naturally, Wei Lao rejected his demands, prompting the youth to threaten desecration of the Wei family tomb. Since then, the Wei family had taken measures to safeguard their ancestral site. Today, however, when a stranger approached claiming the grave had been disturbed, Wei Lao naturally suspected I was in league with Zhang Jiahao. After half an hour, Wei Lao and his family ascended the rear mountain, carrying offerings to honor their ancestors. Just as they arrived, two individuals approached, one a muscular bodyguard, the other clad in an administrative jacket, evidently of high rank. "Wei Lao, this must be your ancestral grave. Quite splendid indeed. I've heard rumors of counterfeit products circulating in Binhai City, including a supposed miraculous medicine for the elderly," stated Hua Daguang, getting straight to the point. He then proceeded to light an incense stick and stepped forward. To everyone's shock, the entire grave collapsed as he took a step. The Wei family stood frozen in disbelief, including Wei Lao, as they witnessed the tomb's sudden collapse, with Hua Daguang tumbling into the abyss. Had the grave truly been compromised? In Chapter 74, I Have a Child, it became evident that Zhang Jiahao had indeed desecrated the tomb. With the assistance of the Wei family, Hua Daguang clambered out, visibly injured. The Wei family gazed in horror at the now empty grave. The accompanying artifacts vanished, and ancestral remains scattered about, save for one that Hua Daguang had inadvertently obliterated upon his fall. "Old Hua, attend to your responsibilities and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Focus on your task of combating organized crime. Do not let connections dictate your actions. Those who disturb the Wei family tomb should certainly face justice," Wei Lao admonished, casting a scrutinizing glance at the disheveled Hua Daguang. Hua Daguang, after some contemplation, chuckled and remarked, "Naturally, we must apprehend the culprit. This is a grave matter. I shall investigate and ascertain who possesses the audacity to disturb the ancestral grave of the Wei family." Old Wei waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for an investigation. It was done by Zhang Jiahao. He isn't Binhai. Go and capture him." Hua Daguang shook his head. "That is not certain. It could very well be someone else. An investigation is still necessary. Are you afraid of Zhang Jiahao, or do you wish to wrongfully accuse another? I have declared that it was Zhang Jiahao. Are your ears deaf? Who do you wish to apprehend?" Old Wei's expression turned cold and indifferent. Hua Daguang wished to say more, but refrained, acutely aware of Old Wei's growing ire. Initially, he had hoped to tarnish Zhang Fan's reputation to gain the support of the Wei family. Yet, the Wei family remained steadfast in their belief that Zhang Jiahao was responsible. That rascal even dared to provoke them directly. Did Old Wei not perceive Hua Daguang as intentions? It was evident he sought to frame others while simultaneously fearing to confront Zhang Jiahao. If he dare not challenge Zhang Jiahao, what was he doing here? Old Wei gestured towards the exit. Hua Daguang wished to protest, but could only leave in frustration. His attempts to leverage the Food and Drug Administration to achieve his aims were thwarted, as Old Wei, in his wrath, had firmly concluded that Zhang Jiahao was indeed the perpetrator of the grave disturbance. He would not be swayed by any explanations. Zhang Jiahao, the young man, was not beyond reach. Rather, it hinged upon the life or death of Zhong Lao. If he perished, Hua Daguang would immediately pursue him. If not, he would have to carefully reconsider, for some relationships reach celestial heights. Observing the Wei family, Hua Daguang could not help but acknowledge Zhang Jiahao as formidable nature. He was far more audacious than Brother Hu, who would never dare such actions. In the South, disturbing an ancestral grave was a grave offense. Such actions could lead to an irreconcilable feud. In previous years, it would have incited a family dispute. Though the Zhong family possessed great strength, Old Wei was not weak either. If the two families clashed, the judgment would ultimately rest with Hua Daguang. Capturing Zhong Jiahao would align him with the Wei family, while ignoring the matter would equate to offending them. Hui De Guang awaited, anticipating the arrival of Zhong Lao at the hospital. Against all odds, bolstered by a plethora of hormones, Zhong Lao had remarkably persevered. The Zhong family had administered a treasured ancestral pill, typically reserved for dire circumstances, only afforded to the most vital members of the clan. Although Zhong Jiahao had wreaked havoc in the hospital, the task force against organized crime had come and gone. Now, the entire hospital was in trepidation, fully aware of Zhong Jiahao's terrifying reputation. Even the task force was powerless against him, illustrating the magnitude of his strength. Zhong Lao slowly opened his eyes to see numerous family members present. He felt considerably better, albeit with a pallid complexion. As the family members departed, Zhong Lao awaited the arrival of a particular individual. Soon, a short-haired woman wearing a mask entered. Fortunately, the group had grown weary of their previous activities and allowed her to emerge for a brief respite. Currently, Lu Yong and Lu Yin had not made an appearance. As for why Lu Yong remained inside, it might be due to his youthful appearance, which evoked a sense of delicacy. That group was capable of indulging in any form of amusement. Old Master Zhong cast an angry glance at Wu Yali. "I have your child," he declared. In an instant, the fury in his eyes shifted. However, uncertainty clouded his thoughts. "Have you been unfaithful?" he questioned. "I have recently contracted a gynecological illness, and you're the only man in my life." Wu Yali, naturally, concealed her entanglement with a group of foreigners. This matter was known only to her and those foreigners, who would undoubtedly keep their lips sealed. Initially, old Master Zhong confronted Wu Yali regarding how she could have transmitted a disease to him. Yet upon reflection, he pondered whether it was he who had brought the affliction upon her. It was evident that he had multiple lovers, but his relationship with Wu Yali was particularly intimate. "When did you find out?" he inquired, his gaze drifting towards her abdomen. "Today, after our last encounter," she replied. Wu Yali was acutely aware of the child's paternity, but with only a few days' difference, even a hospital visit could yield inconclusive results, leaving her untroubled. "Here, take 100,000 yuan. Focus on your recovery. As for the medical expenses, the Zhong family will cover them," he offered. Initially suspecting that Wu Yali had infected him, he now believed he had passed the illness to her. With the impending arrival of his cherished offspring, his desire to treat her well intensified. The joy of fatherhood at an advanced age was undeniable. "But I'm responsible for certain projects at the law firm. If I take a break, what will happen to them?" Wu Yali questioned, placing a hand on her belly. "Rest assured, they are all under the care of Hailan Law Firm." Old Master Zhong assured her confidently. "Just focus on resting. Everything else can wait," he added, emphasizing the importance of her recovery. Wu Yali nodded in agreement. Despite her concerns, she felt a sense of relief for the moment, though she feared what might transpire 10 months down the line if the child's appearance deviated from expectations. It would be implausible to claim a genetic mutation as an explanation. Wu Yali had researched the probabilities concerning a child's appearance, understanding that it was not guaranteed to be dark-skinned and could resemble her instead. Thus, she felt no immediate worry, believing that if any discrepancies arose in the future, she would devise a solution. Yet, she found herself pondering the old man's longevity. It was uncertain whether he would even live to see the full term of her pregnancy. Regardless, her current troubles seemed resolved. Rubbing her aching back, she felt as if she had finally reached solid ground. With the Zhong family's lineage secured, she no longer needed to fret over the affairs of Wanfa Group. Someone would take the blame for that, allowing her to focus solely on her pregnancy. "Dr. Liu, is there any medication that can ensure the child resembles me?" Upon exiting the hospital, Wu Yali began seeking remedies, with the only flaw being the potential issue of the child's appearance. Once that concern was addressed, she would undoubtedly become a distinguished matron of the Zhong family. Chapter 75. A sense of unease. Initially anxious about the potential collapse of Wanfa Group, she now felt reassured that she would be shielded from its fallout, as the Zhong family would protect her due to the impending arrival of their heir. Thus, she chose to distance herself from the Wanfa Group's affairs. The shadow of that situation lingered, leaving her apprehensive about being drawn back into the fray. As for Lu Yong and Lu Yin, let them have a thorough experience. After all, should any misfortune arise, they would be the ones dragged out as scapegoats. Wu Yali felt considerably uplifted and took out a bottle of perfume from her bag to mask the unpleasant odor that clung to her. The scent was indeed overwhelming and disagreeable, yet it was of little consequence. The foremost priority now was to ensure the safety of the fetus and to seek alternative remedies, for it was essential to guarantee that the child's complexion was appropriate, thus enabling a genuine entry into high society. In a twist of fate, Wu Yali found herself in a rather delightful mood. At the Wei family residence, Zhang Fan observed as Hua Daguang departed, having kept a watchful eye on the proceedings. His suspicions were confirmed. Hua Daguang indeed sought to exploit the Wei family to undermine him. Presently, there were two products he had developed. One was a beauty enhancement pill, and the other a miraculous remedy for the elderly. Neither had been granted the necessary permits, and if they were to target him, they could certainly find justification. Therefore, obtaining the official approval was of utmost importance. In these times, securing such certifications for health products was exceedingly difficult, even for traditional remedies. If Hua Daguang were to accuse him of selling counterfeit medicine, it would serve as a compelling reason. Thus, it was imperative to resolve this predicament swiftly. Hua Daguang was affiliated with the anti-crime office, lacking direct authority, yet he could potentially achieve his objectives through others. A group from the Wei family emerged from the back mountains, and Wei Lao immediately spotted Zhang Fan. This was the young man who claimed that their ancestral grave had been disturbed. Your family's ancestral hall has also been pilfered. Zhang Fan's remark incited fury among the Wei family. Was this brat a confidant of Zhong Jiahao, come to mock the Wei family? Wei Lao regarded Zhang Fan and instructed the others to enter first, stepping aside to a sheltered area alone. Zhang Fan followed him. Wei Lao recognized Zhang Fan, for the Wanfu group was renowned, and the elder circles were well aware of the Zhang family's miraculous medicine. However, just because Wei Lao had no need for it, did not mean he was ignorant of it. Why was this young man, who had forsaken the Wanfu group, here to gossip? Wei Lao, you should first ascertain whether anything was stolen, Zhang Fan suggested. Utilizing his special vision, he discerned that the items within the Wei ancestral hall had been completely looted. Wei Lao cast a glance at a figure in the distance, largely convinced that the ancestral hall had also suffered, given that their ancestral grave had been disturbed. It was only natural for the contents of the hall to have been stolen as well. After a brief interval, another elder's phone call arrived, filled with agitation. Wei Lao hung up and turned to Zhang Fan. What is your purpose in coming here? Zhang Fan added. How did you know the Wei family's belongings had been stolen? Wei Lao fixed his gaze on Zhang Fan, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for an accomplice of the culprits. How could he have uncovered what the Wei family had not? Last time I sold antiques, I happened to see a piece of blue and white porcelain that had previously been exhibited by the Wei family, a valuable item worth over 10 million. That porcelain should not be circulating in the market, so I surmised that the Wei family's secrets had been unearthed, Zhang Fan elucidated. Wei Lao scrutinized the image in Zhang Fan's hand. Indeed, it was an item meant to accompany the Wei family's ancestors in burial. The approval process for such matters must adhere to established protocols, all conducted in an official capacity. Zhong Jiahao has gone too far. He has thoroughly provoked the Wei family. As for other matters, we shall address them post-retribution. The situation concerning the Wanfu group bears no relation to the Wei family. Oh, very well. No one can predict what those individuals will concoct next, should they target your granddaughter. Zhang Fan's words tightened Wei Lao's brow. Do they dare? What is there to fear? They can easily gather a group of ruffians, take them to a secluded spot, and act in unison. Such deeds are not without precedent. I have numerous brothers under my command, and our intelligence is quite reliable. If a scuffle were to ensue, we could certainly hold our ground. After expressing this, Zhang Fan prepared to depart. Wei Lao gazed at Zhang Fan and finally called out, if your family's ancestral prescription could be made public, it could indeed warrant a special approval. That concoction can only be classified as a health product, which also requires approval and various certifications. Moreover, I aspire to obtain several cosmetic approvals and other necessary documents. Zhang Fan turned, revealing that his ambitions extended beyond mere ancestral recipes. I can only provide you with two. Consider your worth. If you can substantiate your value, there will be more to come. Submit the relevant materials, and I can facilitate the process by tomorrow. Wei Lao spoke with great seriousness. 2. That should suffice for now. If that is the case, then the objective has been achieved. Should Zhong Jiahao and his cohorts dare to act recklessly, they shall have to step over my corpse first. If any needs arise, feel free to call. I have hundreds of brothers at my disposal, ever ready. Zhang Fan approached, presenting a business card. Wei Lao accepted it, recognizing that should a conflict arise, assistance might indeed be necessary. The Wei family engages in legitimate business, lacking the luxury of thugs. Conversely, Zhong Jiahao is well-versed in the underworld. Wei Lao was not so much afraid of Zhong Jiahao's vengeance as he was of his retribution against his granddaughter. Hence, since someone could provide value, why not offer him a morsel of sweetness? The matter of approval is not solely contingent upon my words, is it? Zhong Jiahao has committed a grave misstep. He deserves punishment. At the seaside villa, Lin Buozhong was somewhat surprised to learn that old Zhong was lying in a hospital bed. He was unwell, yet, as a sharp pain struck his left cheek, Lin Buozhong let out a cry of agony. His family rushed over, only to find Lin Dong grappling with Lin Buozhong. Ever since receiving a kidney transplant, Lin Dong had been increasingly erratic. His behavior had become increasingly bizarre. Previously, it was said that medication for rejection would suffice, but now, Lin Dong felt as if he had transformed into a mere brute. The crowd pried Lin Dong away, revealing that Lin Buozhong had suffered significant facial injuries. Lu Renjia, you scoundrel! Lin Buozhong clutched his face, certain that Lu Renjia was responsible. Otherwise, his grandson would not have behaved this way. Presently, it was not merely a matter of asking his grandson to perform certain tasks. Even leading a normal life had become problematic. Quickly, get him to the hospital. Lin Buozhong shouted in a frenzy. This situation is quite unsettling. Lin Buozhong had no idea that what was afflicting Lin Dong was a kidney issue. The situation had escalated to such a dire extent that it was a miracle he hadn't succumbed to it yet. Chapter 76. The Pompous Huideguang. At the hospital, it was imperative to avoid placing blame on oneself. What did he consume today? Lu Renjia inquired with feigned concern. Just some thin porridge, Lin Buozhong replied. I explicitly stated that you shouldn't consume porridge. Look at the state he is in. It must be a kidney problem. Lu Renjia's demeanor shifted to one of cold indifference. Lin Buozhong was taken aback. He had intended to confront Lu Renjia, yet found himself outmaneuvered. What should we do now? He asked, still anxious for his grandson's safety. I will arrange for immediate surgery to remove the kidney, and then we will put him on ECMO to sustain his life. You must find a new kidney immediately, otherwise he won't survive. I've warned you about the risk of rejection. How could you let it come to this? Lu Renjia spoke with grave seriousness. Is it truly that perilous? Finding a kidney is relatively straightforward. Many are willing to sell theirs outside, but the quality must be assured. Lin Buozhong leaned closer to Lu Renjia, whispering, we can cover the 5,000 service fee and all costs for the kidney. Can you expedite the process? Good kidney? You want me to procure it? The situation is critical and time is of the essence. However, upon hearing the 5,000 surgical fee and the promise to cover all expenses, Lu Renjia's interest peaked. I will give it a try, though costs may escalate. He was keen on making some profit, especially given the Lin family's considerable wealth. For the Lin family, financial constraints were not the issue. Saving Lin Dong was paramount. He was the last of the lineage. Meanwhile, Huideguang entered the commercial bank where the Qin family operated. Observing the trepidation of the employees, he donned an administrative jacket and proceeded into the office, where he encountered Qin Yin, dressed in a fitted skirt. A card lies upon the desk. Should you attempt to bribe again, you will also face consequences. Do not presume I am unaware of your clandestine actions. Huideguang had uncovered Qin Yin as covert attempts to bribe him, and had come today to return the ill-gotten gains. Numerous senior executives from the Qin family had already been apprehended, and the entire family business had come to a standstill, incurring substantial losses. Rumors circulated that soon Qin Tian would face judgment, potentially meeting the same fate as brother who with a death sentence. As a representative from the capital and the head of the anti-crime office, I find it necessary to restore clarity in Binhai. This serves as an appropriate warning. Huideguang cast a cold glance at Qin Yin before departing. Once Huideguang left, Qin Yin exhaled in relief. The pressure from such a high-ranking individual was immense. Just as she prepared to call Zhang Fan, who had promised to assist her but had left her in a precarious situation, she found herself frustrated that her efforts had not yielded results. Moreover, there were whispers that her brother was to be judged soon, and if he were indeed executed, there would be no chance for regret. Just as she lifted the phone, she spotted a familiar figure at the door. Zhang Fan entered, having kept a watchful eye on Huideguang's movements. Since benefits have been received, one must certainly take action. Qin Yin pointed at the card before her. If not for her understanding of Huideguang, would she have any inkling of his intentions? Have you transferred the money as I instructed? Zhang Fan inquired with surprise. Of course, Qin Yin replied, suppressing her frustration. She had incurred a considerable loss. Foreign currency? Foreign currency? Qin Yin was taken aback. Where would she acquire such a substantial amount of foreign currency? To simplify matters, she had used local currency. Would he dare to request local currency? A thorough investigation would reveal everything. He insisted on foreign currency, seeking the security of a money exchange. Today, he had come to return the money. Expressing disdain for both the quantity and the currency type, Zhang Fan discerned the crux of the issue. Was it truly a matter of currency type? If that were the case, they might as well endure a minor loss, utilizing local currency to engage with the money exchange, converting it into foreign currency before transmitting it. I hear a verdict will be announced shortly. You promised that my brother would not perish, Qin Yin said, her voice trembling. Many members of her family were already imprisoned, while she had yet to be incarcerated. She felt the world was systematically devouring the assets of the Qin family. Some core assets had already been seized by others. This particular bank had yet to be consumed, but it would likely not endure for long. The bank's assets were challenging to acquire, as the data was too transparent. Absorption was the only option. Such absorption would only be feasible after Qin Tian was utterly gone. Good news will arrive soon. Just wait, Zhang Fan remarked, observing Qin Yan's direct involvement. Hu Deguang merely found the money cumbersome to procure. Did he truly believe he could resist temptation? The malevolent deeds he was clandestinely orchestrating were far more sinister. Qin Yin nodded, hoping this would be the case, for otherwise, she would be the one to suffer. As she watched Zhang Fan depart, Qin Yin found herself astonished. He had not seized the opportunity to make any unreasonable demands. This was uncharacteristic of him. Zhang Fan, however, was not devoid of ulterior motives. He simply lacked the time to pursue them. Just moments ago, Hu Deguang had devised yet another cunning scheme against him. Accompanied by a young man whose body bore multiple fractures. Based on the current injury assessment, it would qualify as severe. Earlier, while on the upper floor, he had instructed the young man to create trouble for him. The slightest interaction would summon Hu Deguang's associates immediately. The young man was well-versed in legal matters, befitting the director of the anti-crime office. Were it not for Zhang Fan's constant vigilance, Hu Deguang would have undoubtedly succeeded once again. Since he was aware of Hu Deguang's intent, the situation became considerably simpler. The young man's injuries were intentionally inflicted, yet such details were inconsequential. Since his rebirth, not only had his ability to see through things enhanced, but his hearing had also significantly improved. He could hear their conversation with crystal clarity. The young man, known as Brother Kai, was a member of a local gang who had recently fallen into financial distress, thus attracting Hu Deguang's attention. It appeared the agreed sum was 8,000 yuan, which included medical expenses. Should they successfully frame him, an additional few thousand yuan would serve as a bonus. Hu Deguang lit a cigarette, watching as Brother Kai limped out of the car, his cigarette dangling from his lips as he hobbled forward. Upon reaching the elevated area designated for motorcycle parking, he deftly twisted the ignition switch, causing the motorcycle to emit a thunderous roar. After a firm twist of the throttle, Kai, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, steadied himself with one hand on the handlebar, while the other remained immobile, rendered useless by numerous fractures. He was determined to confront Zhang Fan, intending to lay the blame squarely on him. The extent of his injuries would undoubtedly secure Zhang's incarceration, potentially yielding a substantial profit. Hu Deguang reclined comfortably in his seat, glancing at his phone as he received a notification of a significant deposit into his overseas account, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was the conduct befitting a person of discernment. On this occasion, Hu had ventured out without his secretary or any entourage, and, as he prepared to start the engine, he was startled to see a reckless youth on a motorcycle speeding toward him with alarming velocity. With a deafening crash, the motorcycle seemed to have been rigged with some explosive device, resulting in a catastrophic collision. Kai had just been in possession of several thousand yuan, without having the chance to enjoy it, before he crashed headlong into the vehicle, colliding with Hu Deguang, who was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Soon, numerous officers from the municipal bureau arrived, led by Li Fu himself. The head of the anti-crime unit was involved in an accident, which warranted immediate investigation to ascertain who possessed such audacity. Just recently, they had apprehended Tiger, a notorious figure, and now someone dared to act recklessly? The situation had escalated to a life-threatening incident. Hu Deguang was resolute in his belief that this individual was undoubtedly a remnant of Tiger's faction, necessitating meticulous handling. He was keen to distance himself from any association, otherwise it could lead to dire ramifications from above. This was a personal matter. Li Fu nodded in agreement, promptly instructing the mortuary personnel to manage the body. However, a peculiar look was cast in Hu Deguang's direction. Labeling the deceased as a remnant of Tiger's faction implied a death sentence, raising suspicions of potential retribution. The members of Tiger's gang were notoriously unpredictable, and while it was not entirely surprising, something felt amiss. Just as Hu Deguang departed, he received a phone call. "I am Kai's brother. Transfer 5 million to me, or I will expose your dealings. Do not underestimate my resolve," a mysterious voice declared from the other end. Hu's expression darkened. How could that wretched individual have divulged his plans to outsiders? With Kai's demise, the situation had become precarious. If Kai's brother were to report him, explaining himself would be an insurmountable challenge. Who knew whether that young man possessed any incriminating evidence? "Where are you?" "I will deliver the money," Hua Daguang replied, a glint of menace in his eyes. Since he was aware of Hua's scheme, decisive action was imperative. "Enough with the pleasantries. Adhere to my demands." The voice on the other end was unyielding, showing no regard for Hua's authority. "Very well, grant me a moment. I do not possess 5 million at this instant." Hua hastily attempted to placate the individual, needing time to arrange the funds. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Hua with a cold, indifferent demeanor. Why did misfortune seem to plague him so relentlessly? Every plan is destined for success, yet unforeseen circumstances often arise along the way. This instance is no different. Kai, that young man, was just about to attend to his affairs when he tragically met with an accident, resulting in his untimely demise. Now, he has inadvertently embroiled himself in a rather troublesome situation. In the distance, Zhang Fan observed the unfolding events with quiet contemplation. Why did Kai perish? It was due to the small quantity of pills he had carelessly left in Kai's vehicle, which contained explosive elements. Any collision would trigger an explosion. As for how he acquired his brother's phone number, it was all thanks to his extraordinary ability to see through things. Before setting off, he had spoken to someone over the phone, indicating he was headed out to earn some money. Consequently, after Kai's death, he discreetly sent a message to that individual, which led to Hua Daguang receiving an enigmatic call. Now, Hua must be in a state of panic, entangled in this mess, rather than attending to legitimate business. He seems intent on causing harm to himself. Yet, Zhang Fan still found himself troubled by Hua's predicament. There had to be someone behind him, otherwise, he would not be targeting Zhang Fan so persistently. If it were merely a matter of money, he could have simply taken it. He had no desire for Zhang Fan to inherit anything. Thus, it should not be connected to the Wanfu group. The motivation to target him likely stemmed from other reasons. Just as Zhang Fan turned, a phone call came through. He stepped aside and entered a luxury vehicle. Qinyan looked at Zhang Fan and asked, "Are we really giving away this 5 million in cash?" Hua Daguang had just called Qinyan, requesting the preparation of 5 million, supposedly for operational expenses, which would allow Qin Tian to navigate the situation more comfortably and perhaps even emerge unscathed. However, this 5 million was not merely for operational costs. It was the sum that Kai's brother was extorting from him. "Of course, we must give it. It's just an additional 5 million, Zhang Fan mused, curious to see how Hua Daguang would respond, whether he would choose to pay or resort to silencing him permanently. Qin Yan observed the sinister hand extending towards her, and she felt a glimmer of hope as it seemed Hua Daguang was no longer so resolute. Now, he was willing to accept money, albeit with a minuscule promise attached, which felt almost trivial. Qin Yan was perplexed. What had this man done to compel a director from the Anti-Organized Crime Bureau to bow to him? Gradually, she leaned back in her seat, her eyes gently closing until their hands intertwined, causing the stationary vehicle to emit a peculiar sound. After an indeterminate amount of time, a knock sounded on the window from outside. Startled, Qin Yin quickly opened her eyes, having momentarily forgotten about her friend. She stood aside, coldly observing the scene within. Even if she were oblivious, she could sense the commotion the vehicle was causing. Qin Yin wanted to say something, but the initiative was not hers. It lay with the young man. She was in a passive role, and every action felt dictated by circumstances beyond her control. After what felt like an eternity, silence finally descended upon the space. Her friend entered, while Zhang Fan had already whistled and departed. Was there truly any need for such impatience? Hadn't it been agreed that he would attend to company matters? Just look at how long this had taken. Her friend glared at Qin Yan with evident fury. Qin Yan's hair was disheveled, her clothes in disarray, and she was drenched in perspiration, as if all her strength had been utterly drained. It was not her impatience. It was that young man. How could she rise if he did not conclude their encounter? I was bullied by him for over an hour. Can you believe it? Qin Yan's cheeks flushed. Do you think I'm naive? Just a few seconds, and over an hour? Trying to spare his dignity? Fine, I'll drive. Her best friend wore a face of disdain. Qin Yan hesitated, knowing that no matter what she said, her friend wouldn't believe her. Once she experienced it herself, she'd understand. Even now, she felt as if her body was still swaying. In an upscale community, Wu Yali had already moved into the luxurious apartment prepared by the Zhong family, reveling in the life of a wealthy lady. Just as she opened the door, Lu Wanqing stormed in with a group. Where have you hidden my mother? Why did you three go out together? And she's the only one missing with Uncle Lu Yong? Lu Wanqing burst in, gripping Wu Yali by her collar, ready to slap this Aunt Wu. I don't know. Should I take you all to look for her? I'm anxious too. Should we report it to the police? Wu Yali's eyes glinted with malice. How dare they disrupt her peace? Let these wretched people attend to those foreign devils. Lu Wanqing dragged Wu Yali out. You'd better find my mother, or I swear I'll end you. Chapter 78. The situation escalates. Lu Wanqing's boldness in bringing people over was not without foundation. She had recently become acquainted with Zhong Jiahao, who was currently pursuing her. Lu Wanqing had confided in Zhong Jiahao about Zhang Fan, and he immediately expressed his intent to smash the shop, wanting Lu Wanqing to witness his prowess. Now, seizing the opportunity of Zhong Jiahao's impending destruction of the shop to gather people was quite fitting. Unbeknownst to Wu Yali, Zhong Jiahao was actually courting Lu Wanqing. As the group emerged, Wu Yali bore the marks of 2 slaps on her face, looking quite disheveled. Several vehicles departed the upscale community. Wu Yali calculated that once they reached that lawless area, this wretched girl would end up just like her mother, and that she would truly experience the warmth of those foreigners. The vehicles soon convened at the shop. Lu Wanqing wasn't foolish. Her mother had previously been bullied by a gang of beggars here. How could she dare go alone? If she were to go, she must bring Zhong Jiahao along. Zhong Jiahao arrived with hundreds of brothers, armed with various tools, beginning their destruction of the shop. The doorman, Uncle Air, was dragged out and thrown into a cesspit. Zhong Jiahao personally directed the demolition. This was his opportunity to prove himself to the goddess. He intended to show the people of Binhai who the true boss was. Outside, Hu Dajuan and the others were burning with fury, ready to fight. Yet Zhang Fan merely smirked, watching. It seemed he was about to strike it rich. When the time came to announce the destruction of the miraculous medicine and his inability to produce it, he would see whether Zhong Jiahao or those old men had the upper hand. Let them wreak havoc. The more they destroyed now, the more they would regret it when it came time to pay. Zhong Jiahao was indeed enjoying the destruction immensely. The so-called anti-crime office must also consider relationships. It is evident that Hui Daguang lacks the intention to take action against Zhong Jiahao. Otherwise, by the standards set, there would have been sufficient grounds for arrest. Yet, at times, there's a palpable sense of helplessness, an impression of being unable to defend against the onslaught. Observing the establishment being ravaged by this group evokes a twinge of sorrow. Brother, are we to endure this? Hu Dajuan cast a glance at Zhang Fan. Please conduct a thorough assessment of the losses, and be honest. We will need to account for it later. Zhang Fan, however, found the notion of honesty quite irksome. Be honest? Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Why should we be honest when we are already displeased? Hu Dajuan scratched his head, perplexed by the boss's line of thinking. The storage company had also been dismantled, which was quite frustrating. Was the boss being overly cautious? In these times, one must integrate into society to have a future. Nowadays, it is essential to be part of the social scene to gain respect. As Zhang Fan departed, Lu Taizhu playfully nudged Hu Dajuan. If we multiply by 10, we would not incur a loss after all. The boss must have meant to multiply by 10. Hu Dajuan began to applaud, hoping that those individuals would exert themselves. As he intended to settle accounts later, after a series of actions, Zhong Jiahao had left the establishment in ruins. Wearing white gloves, he gazed triumphantly at his handiwork until a throng of elderly individuals arrived outside. Some leaned on canes, others occupied wheelchairs, some carried ammunition clips, and a few were attached to forge rips. This assembly of elderly folks stood at the entrance, witnessing the chaos. They had just received news that the site of the miraculous medicine's production had been destroyed. How could they cease selling the medicine? What would become of the elderly's happiness? Who dared to demolish this place? That would mean opposing the entire coastal community. Observing the elderly, Zhong Jiahao felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He was indeed formidable. Someone in the crowd recognized Zhong Jiahao's identity. Knowing who I am and still daring to come here? Leave? Zhong Jiahao pointed at the elderly, launching a tirade. What are you? Your grandfather would kneel before me. Before long, someone hurled a shoe, and soon the elderly began to throw various objects. Seeing their stubbornness, Zhong Jiahao felt compelled to respond. He had hundreds of followers present. Moreover, the goddess was watching from the car. He could not afford to lose face. Attack! He commanded with a grand gesture. His followers surged forward. Before long, various departments from the coastal area mobilized. This altercation had escalated into a significant incident. The usually unapproachable police force and other public safety departments had been summoned. One might think a war had broken out. Such scenes had not occurred in ages, previously only arising during clan conflicts. Li Fu arrived with personnel from the municipal bureau. Now, Zhong Jiahao's hundreds were overshadowed and swiftly subdued by the local clan. suffering considerable blows. Zhong Lao, still receiving treatment in the hospital, was carried over, barely having arrived when a group of elderly men approached and removed his oxygen, even kicking him twice. Had it not been for the knowledge of Zhong Lao's ailments, this elderly man might have faced a dire fate. Zhong Jiahao, an outsider, brazenly exerted his influence in Binhai, now inciting violence against the entire local clan. This was intolerable. He had stripped the elderly of their happiness. How wretched. A man in a crew cut emerged from an Audi, impeccably dressed in a suit, adjusting his collar as he approached. "I am Zhong." Before he could complete his sentence, he was unexpectedly struck with excrement. This newcomer hailed from the provincial development zone, a rising star of the Zhong family, rumored to be on the cusp of ascending to a significant position in the provincial capital. Yet, upon his arrival, he was subjected to such indignity. It was evident that the elderly men of Binhai showed no respect to the Zhong family. "Today's losses are to be borne by my family. Zhong Jiahao will remain here to apologize. Any necessary actions and compensations shall be addressed. My family stands firm. If we are at fault, I offer my sincerest apologies." Zhong Haiming bowed deeply in contrition. Respect must be afforded. Indeed, it was Zhong Jiahao who had caused this ruckus. The situation had escalated significantly. Should Binhai insist on involving the anti-crime unit, Zhong Jiahao would be unable to leave. Thus, a humble demeanor was imperative. A thorough apology was essential. Otherwise, he too might be torn apart by these elderly men. This nephew truly had a knack for trouble. Did he genuinely believe he was in the provincial capital? Binhai's circumstances were far too intricate for recklessness. Having just apprehended Hu Gu and Qin Tian, had he not learned his lesson? Such arrogance was astounding. Hearing Zhong Haiming's apology slightly alleviated the crowd's ire. Whether the Zhong family's apology would be accepted depended on their ability to restore their business. If that miraculous medicine could not continue production, then the Zhong family would be doomed. Chapter 79. Compensation at full value. Zhong Jiahao was beaten like a dead dog, and Lu Wanxing witnessed it all, now understanding why the business remained unscathed. A group of elderly men provided protection, an insurmountable challenge. What to do now? I will take you to find your mother. Wu Yali smiled a wicked grin. The vehicle continued onward. It was now time for her revenge. Without Zhong Jiahao, he was as good as dead. Those four men would certainly do him in. He was too young to fend for himself, destined to be toyed with. The car arrived in a lawless zone, wide and empty, devoid of any foreigners. Just moments ago, they had seen numerous special police officers arrive, thousands. In fact, believing it was the immigration authorities come to apprehend them for deportation. Wu Yali led Lu Wanxing and her companions to the Red House. As they approached, no one was in sight. However, sensing something amiss, they pushed the door open to reveal a disheveled figure and the floor littered with adult belongings. Upon seeing her mother lying there, completely exposed, Lu Wanxing was consumed with fury. This was the third time her mother had been violated. Now it seems she is barely clinging to life, her body marred with various marks, and the ground littered with debris. Wu Yali. Lu Wanning turned to slap Wu Yali, only to have her wrist seized. "I carry old Zhong's child. Dare you strike me?" Old Zhong, at such an advanced age, he can still engage in such affairs? For a moment, Lu Wanning found herself at a loss. Surely her mother had been brought to this state by Wu Yali. If Wu Yali truly bore old Zhong's child, the situation would become precarious indeed. That Zhong Jiahao had just been beaten to a pulp, and it remained uncertain whether he would survive. "Get my mother to the hospital." Right away, Lu Wanning urgently summoned those around her. Her mother had suffered greatly. The money gained was meager, and each time they endured torment. Who were these people to treat her so? Did they not regard her mother as human? Lu Wanning glared fiercely at Wu Yali. Would having the Zhong family's backing ensure her safety? She possessed her own means. She would wait until her mother awoke to address the matter. Wu Yali, however, was unperturbed by Lu Wanning, merely viewing her as a petty troublemaker. What was there to fear, as long as she remained closely aligned with the Zhong family? Under the protection of such a formidable entity, who would dare to cross her? Regarding the chaos caused by Zhong Jiahao earlier, it was merely a matter for Zhong Haiming to resolve. The Zhong family was not to be trifled with. Lu Wanning paid no heed to the fact that another individual had vanished. Uncle Lu Yong had no bearing on her. Her sole concern was to locate her mother. Yet, given the time that had elapsed, her mother had been left in a deplorable state. In the shop, Hu Dajuan and Lu Taiju were assessing the damages. One piece of Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain lay shattered, worth $1 million. Hu Dajuan picked up a cup to begin documenting. The Zhong family would be held accountable for the compensation. The boss had instructed him to be honest, yet he intended to inflate the figures tenfold. This should be a Wang Wali stool. Demanding 100,000 would not be excessive. Lu Taiju approached, wielding a wooden stick. 100,000? Do you think so little of me? It should be at least 800,000. Hu Dajuan began recording the figures. The items themselves were not particularly valuable. It was the medicinal materials that had been destroyed that truly held worth. He had heard there were 1,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000-year-old snow lotus among them. Lu Taiju smacked his forehead as inspiration struck. Hu Dajuan was taken aback. How had he overlooked that? Those were priceless treasures. Record everything. It all must be documented. Outside, the Zhang family had dispatched personnel, and compensation for the losses was inevitable. This dilapidated place would amount to no more than a few tens of thousands. However, upon overhearing the two youngsters inside calculating the damages, the Zhang family's representatives were left dumbfounded. Were the items here truly that expensive? Soon, Hu Dajuan emerged with a small notebook. The preliminary estimate of the damages exceeded 300 million. Over 300 million? The Zhang family's steward glanced at the notebook in disbelief. What blue and white porcelain, Wang Wali? Snow lotus? Wait, medicinal materials. Were they truly that costly? This run-down establishment could not possibly be worth over 300 million. Did they understand the magnitude of such a sum? This was outright extortion. Yet, the notebook meticulously detailed the losses, and they had even taken photographs, presenting a convincing FAAD. However, some of the medicinal materials had been destroyed. Who could prove that Zhong Jiahao was responsible for the devastation? The prowess of the Zhong family is well known to all. Neglecting to document it properly may lead to dire consequences. The steward observed the two individuals as Hu Dajuan, already brimming with anger, delivered a swift slap, while Lu Taiju followed suit with a kick, promptly ejecting the person from the premises. The Zhong family vandalized the store and then resorted to threats? Do they truly believe they instill fear? The steward, thrown out, found himself in a most disheveled state. 300 million? The proprietor of that establishment must be out of his mind to desire such an exorbitant sum. Even if offered, would he dare accept it? An hour later, in the parlor of a prestigious hotel, Zhong Haiming had arrived, along with all pertinent parties, including representatives of the elderly from Binhai and the sole heir of the Wanfu Group, the owner of the damaged store. With a smile, Zhong Haiming addressed Zhang, saying, "My dear Zhang, I must extend my apologies on behalf of my nephew for the trouble caused." Zhang Fan was present, engaged in negotiations with Zhong Haiming, who sought reconciliation. However, the condition for such an agreement hinged upon Zhang's consent. Otherwise, the elderly gentleman would undoubtedly not relent. It's quite all right. Youth often acts impulsively. After such impulsive actions, compensation for the damages is all that is required. Zhang Fan added, "Otherwise, does Zhong Haiming truly believe he has gained my forgiveness for Zhong Jiahao's actions?" Zhong Haiming chuckled. "Fair compensation is indeed necessary." "Fair," Zhang retorted, "implies a sum in the tens of thousands at most. To concoct a figure in the billions is to treat oneself as a fool. Naturally, equity and justice must prevail. While it is acceptable for Zhong Xiao to damage other items, the medicinal herbs are crucial for concocting divine elixirs. Without them, no amount of money would suffice, and the happiness of all would be compromised," Zhang concluded, casting a deliberate glance at the group of elderly gentlemen. "I have examined the medicinal materials. Whatever has been damaged must be compensated accordingly. It need not be in cash." Zhong Haiming responded with remarkable composure. "Indeed, compensation for damaged goods is warranted. If it can be replaced with equivalent items, that would suffice. Here is the list," Zhang Fan declared, retrieving a document from within his attire. Since he intended to receive medicinal herbs as compensation, this was fortuitous, as he was in urgent need of high-quality materials, many of which were unavailable in the market. Who could fathom how many herbs Zhong Jiahao had ruined? It sufficed to list them. After all, Zhong Jiahao would likely not remember. Zhong Haiming scrutinized the densely packed list and quantities, incredulous. "Do you take us for the proprietors of a pharmacy?" Zhang Fan smiled. "The resolution of this matter will determine when Zhong Jiahao may be released." The group of elderly gentlemen interjected. "When will this issue be resolved?" Zhong Haiming's expression soured. It appeared they were treating the Zhong family as mere livestock for slaughter. "Young Zhang, let us step outside for a moment," Zhong Haiming proposed, rising. Chapter 80. A Veiled Threat. A conversation? It was undoubtedly a ploy to leverage his influence to diminish the gravity of the situation. Zhang Fan stood, curious to discern how Zhong Haiming would threaten him. The two exited, with Zhong Haiming lighting a cigar, casting a disdainful gaze at Zhang Fan. "Xiao Zhang, you are undoubtedly aware of my esteemed position as the foremost authority in the development zone, soon to ascend to the provincial decision-making echelon. One might say, I am a figure of considerable influence in the southern region, with aspirations to reach the stature of a governor or a commanding leader. With a mere utterance, I can dictate the fates of many. Your current approach places me in a precarious situation. Thus, I propose a straightforward sum of 1 million to resolve this matter. You extend a favor to the Zhang family, and in turn, they shall reciprocate. Zhang Haiming's jovial demeanor belied an underlying threat. I could easily dispose of you, and then offer you 1 million. What do you think? His expression shifted dramatically. Was this insolent youth refusing to show deference? Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Zhang Haiming was incensed. He understood his position and that of the youth, and to be refused even 1 million was intolerable. I find myself in a bind. Either I incur a financial loss or forfeit precious medicinal herbs. If I cease my work on that extraordinary elixir, the elders of Benhai would undoubtedly seek my demise. Hence, my reluctance to extend you any favors, Zhang Fan stated, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. As he turned to leave, Zhang Haiming's eyes glinted with malice. With neither herbs nor funds at hand, he faced a dire dilemma. Refusal would lead to the elder and his nephew being detained. It appeared more prudent to compensate with herbs. If left unresolved, the Zhang family would find themselves at an impasse. The people of Benhai would indeed unleash their fury upon the elder. Thus, the Zhang family must absorb this loss. Once the situation is rectified, that insolent brat shall await his doom. He instructed the steward to explore avenues for acquiring those medicinal herbs. The Zhang family had indeed suffered a loss of face this time. Within the confines of the Advanced Rehabilitation Center, gentle lighting endeavored to dispel the pervasive heaviness and oppression in the air, yet proved futile. Lu Wanqing stood vigil by her mother's bedside, her gaze fixed intently upon the gaunt visage of her mother, ravaged by illness to the point of unrecognizability. An ineffable fury and sense of injustice surged within her, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, intensely heated and perilous. That woman dared to presume that by virtue of carrying the blood of the Zhang family, she could bask in comfort and opulence. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Lu Wanqing's eyes as she silently vowed, Wu Yali, you shall not have your way. I, Lu Wanqing, shall personally drag you down from this illusory pedestal, and you will pay for your transgressions. Just as she became enraptured in her vengeful musings, her mother, Lu Yan, slowly opened her eyes. Those once bright eyes, now slightly clouded, scanned the surroundings, revealing a profound sense of confusion and unease. In this forsaken territory, each day was a silent battleground. Lu Yan had endured countless humiliations at the hands of those arrogant foreigners who regarded her as insignificant, trampling upon her dignity and freedom with impunity. Those days, she lived as an ant, each day spent in despair and struggle. Now, even in this seemingly tranquil rehabilitation center, the haunting memories clung to her like a shadow, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. This tremor stemmed both from a deep-seated fear and from the anger towards her oppressors. The affairs of the Wanfu group seemed truly insurmountable. The prolonged passage of time has surely alerted the municipal bureau. Lu Yan finds herself utterly helpless this time, devoid of any recourse. What shall we do? Lu Wanqing is in a state of panic. If matters cannot be resolved, their mother is destined for incarceration. Lu Yan has already contemplated an escape route. Lu Yong, Uncle Lu? She is unaware of his whereabouts. Uncle Lu has vanished. Could he possibly have fled? Lu Wanqing voiced her concerns, suggesting that if Lu Yong has absconded, their mother should have done the same. He has not fled. He remains within, his delicate physique appealing to those men. Lu Yan cast a knowing glance at Lu Wanqing. But mother, are you truly unharmed? Lu Wanqing remains exceedingly anxious. Lu Yan smiled gently. Of course, one must wonder about your father's identity. And why is Wu Yali so composed? She is connected to the Zhang family, which is why we are unscathed. Since we are unable to resolve this, let Lu Yong take the fall. Father? Mother has never spoken of him. Is he truly formidable? Lu Wanqing is aware of Wu Yali's confidence. Is their mother also backed by someone powerful? Very well, I must recuperate. Lu Yan maintains her composure. The revelation of these matters is futile, for someone will take the blame. Why did she dare to take money from the Wanfu group? She must possess substantial assurance. Is it possible to feel at ease now? Lu Wanqing finally sighed in relief. Recently, that impudent Zhang Fan has been insufferable. Should we not find someone to deal with him? Lu Wanqing is incensed. You cannot contend with him. He refrains from inheriting because he knows something. Let those others handle it. Lu Yan closed her eyes. Lu Wanqing rose and gazed at her mother, hesitant to speak, having yet to mention her mother's condition. Having been mistreated, at her age, she need not contemplate motherhood. If she has been ruined, so be it. However, those men carry all manner of vile diseases. Their mother is afflicted with ailments that many local hospitals have never encountered, most being endemic to regions in Africa. Though their mother has been rescued, her condition remains dire. Those foreigners' reckless abandon has transmitted their diseases to her. Observing her weary mother, Lu Wanqing ultimately chose silence. Let her rest well for now. As Lu Wanqing exited, her eyes glinted with malice. All of this is the doing of Wu Yali, who now believes herself safe. At the entrance, a nonconformist young girl waited. Lu Wanqing retrieved 1,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to her. This woman, when the time comes, deliver a severe blow to her abdomen. Is it not said that possessing Zhang family blood guarantees safety? Let's see if she can maintain it. She had vowed to exact revenge. The young girl, elated with the money, departed happily. Not only would she strike, but she would not hesitate to stab someone, provided the payment was satisfactory. The streets abound with ruffians eager to undertake such tasks. Lu Wanqing watched the girl leave, a smirk of triumph gracing her features. Let that wretched Wu Yali await her demise. Chapter 81. Wang Qingyan's Scheme. On the other side, in an elegant de villa, softly illuminated, a serene and luxurious nocturnal scene unfolds. At this moment, Wang Qingyan reclines comfortably on a plush sofa in the living room, adorned in a resplendent silk nightgown. The delicate fabric resembles the first gentle breeze that caresses the water's surface at dawn, softly accentuating her graceful figure. The gown, in a subtle lavender hue, is embroidered with exquisite silver floral patterns that shimmer with every slight movement she makes, akin to the most radiant stars in the night sky, compelling admiration from onlookers. Her long hair cascades like a waterfall over her shoulders, with a few strands casually falling across her chest, adding an effortless allure to her presence. Her beauty is breathtaking. Her skin is fair as snow, with brows and eyes that could be captured in a painting. Each blink seems to captivate the heart, rendering even the most discerning gaze tender in her presence. Flanking her are two equally striking friends, each adorned in distinct styles of loungewear, yet both exuding an air of nobility. One wears a soft cashmere sweater paired with minimalist yet stylish linen trousers, while the other is draped in a light silk nightgown, the gentle colors harmonizing with her graceful demeanor. Both possess striking features and exceptional poise, effortlessly resembling captivating works of art even in repose. As the companions of a prominent star, they match her in beauty and boast remarkable accomplishments in their respective fields, collectively forming the most resplendent tableau of the evening. On the table stands a crystal-clear goblet filled with deep red wine, glistening invitingly under the soft glow of the lights. Yet, more intriguing is the delicate porcelain vase placed nearby, containing the much-discussed elixir of beauty, the legendary beauty pill, alleged to possess miraculous properties that preserve youth and enhance beauty. It draws countless admirers. However, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the night, Wang Qingyan harbors a tumultuous undercurrent. Upon hearing of Lin Dong's unfortunate circumstances, a kidney transplant gone awry, necessitating a second procedure, she inexplicably feels a subtle sense of relief wash over her. This complex emotion is perhaps one only she can comprehend. Whether Lin Dong lives or dies is of no concern to her. As long as he is incapacitated, that suffices. She has encountered two types of beauty pills, yet this particular one seems off, exuding an unpleasant odor. The chemical composition appears overly complex. Pursuing research on it might yield unfavorable results. She has previously seen beauty pills with Lin Yuran, yet this one, the type available on the market, is rumored to cost $1 million per pill, leaving her puzzled by its strange scent. Many around her have consumed it, claiming it to be effective. It is said to have been developed by the Zhang family, and if they could procure the genuine beauty pill from them, their research would progress significantly. One of her friends has devised a potential plan. One of my cousins is a master thief, capable of stealing anything. With just a little monetary incentive, he can acquire even the most elusive formulas. However, how many places does the Zhang family have for storing their valuables? Another female friend interjected, stating that he only possesses one shop, with no second location. Wang Qingyan considered this plan feasible. If that is the case, let my cousin give it a try. Soon, the three of them reached an agreement. The beauty-enhancing elixir is a remarkable commodity. If it can be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly surpass any other business in profitability. In an abandoned factory, Hui Daguang arrived, carrying a large suitcase containing 5 million, a weight that only extraordinary individuals could manage. This amount of cash alone made for an impressively large suitcase. Since the other party possessed certain leverage, they had come to deliver the funds. Huda Guang glanced at a young man with yellow hair, wondering if this was the older brother of Brother Kai. The young man approached leisurely, wielding a machete. "Take the money and leave quickly," Huda Guang instructed, pointing to the suitcase, which contained precisely what he desired. The 5 million had been acquired from Qin Yan, alongside some under-the-table funds. The case involving Qin Tian was also nearing resolution. A life sentence would suffice, satisfying both the upper echelons and the Qin family. This was the optimal outcome. The young man with yellow hair stepped closer, opened the suitcase, and a smile spread across his face upon seeing the substantial cash. "Rest assured, our gang operates efficiently. We'll handle this matter swiftly, and you'll be safe." The young man hoisted the suitcase and began to walk away. Watching him, Huda Guang retrieved the gun from his pocket, aimed, and pulled the trigger. One shot rang out, and the young man collapsed. Huda Guang approached, delivering a swift kick to the fallen figure. "Did you think you could take the money and leave? Do you believe you would be free of consequences?" He dragged the body away to bury it discreetly, while the cash was certainly to be taken along. Cash was relatively easy to manage. A quick visit to an underground money house would transfer it to an overseas account, incurring only minimal fees. Huda Guang arrived at the anti-gang office's base and discharged a round into the air. Soon, other guards from the office rushed over, and alarms blared throughout the premises. "Someone attempted to assassinate me. I've expended my ammunition. Record this, and I will surrender this firearm," he stated. Huda Guang turned to his assistant, instructing him to ensure everything was documented. As a special commissioner tasked with eradicating organized crime, he was obliged to carry weapons, all of which were numbered, including the count of expended bullets. No one paid much attention to the number of shots fired, but now that he had claimed an assassination attempt, that rationale sufficed. As long as the bullet usage was recorded, Huda Guang would be entirely secure. As for the young man with yellow hair, no one would ever know he had been killed by him. With the money secured and the matter resolved, Huda Guang began to contemplate withdrawal. Now that everything was settled, he had obtained what he desired. If he could handle Zhang Fan, he could retire completely. Thus, the final confrontation lay ahead with that young man. The ancestral prescription in his family was worth several small fortunes. Recently, he has offended the Zhang family, which allows us to observe their subsequent actions. Should the Zhang family falter, I shall take the opportunity to dismantle them. The case concerning Qin Tian should reach its conclusion shortly. Qin Tian, having committed heinous acts, deserves his fate. However, considering the contributions of the Qin family to been high, we might deliberate further. Huda Guang reiterated his instructions. The assistant beside him nodded, grasping the underlying message. The transfer of the case would commence tomorrow, bringing a sense of relief to some. In the night, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared outside the shop. This individual was none other than the cunning thief, the cousin intent on pilfering the medicinal formula. Unbeknownst to this thief, he was not the only one under watchful eyes. Chapter 82. Surely, you cannot fail. Zhang Fan had indeed misjudged the identity of this thief, mistakenly believing them to be members of the Sakura group come to steal. Matsuda, down in the well, must have felt the potency of their actions. A group stood by, merely observing as the thief absconded with the formula, choosing not to pursue. They would soon experience the efficacy of the concoction firsthand. Zhang Fan departed the shop, making his way to the rehabilitation center. He came to check on Aunt Lu, this time not due to his own doing, but rather the machinations of Wu Yali. He had come to see this wretched woman. Her misery brought him a peculiar delight. The foreigners had already recorded the video, now viewable online. One must admit, Lu Yin was quite resilient, having not been utterly defeated, truly deserving of her reputation. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Zhang Fan, Lu Yan's expression shifted to one of fear. "What do you want?" Zhang Fan chuckled heartily. "My credit is poor. What can I do? I merely came to check on you. Annie, how are you?" He sat down, observing that while Lu Yin was alive, her existence was likely worse than death. A nurse had just cautioned him to keep his distance, fearing contamination. This indicated just how sullied she had become. "I'm Fine. Are you here to mock me? If so, you shall be disappointed. No laughter to be found here," Lu Yin replied with a faint smile. "It's good to hear you're well. How could I come merely to witness your misfortune?" "I simply came to visit," Zhang Fan said, scanning the surroundings. "Where is Lu Wanqing? Why is she absent?" Lu Yin coldly responded, "You shall not inherit the Wanfu group. I cannot entrust my daughter to you." She added, "If this boy were to inherit, it would solve everything. Yet he remains obstinate against the notion of inheritance. I have exhausted every means to persuade him, to no avail." Very well. It seems I am fated to be estranged from your daughter, Zhang Fan said. Aunt Lu, take care of your health. I wish you a swift recovery. He rose and departed. This wretched individual would soon find herself in a state worse than death, burdened with ailments, yet still seeking to ensnare him. Now, she would face her just deserts. Although she had survived, her quality of life would diminish. Even vast wealth could not cure certain afflictions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Wanqing awaited news. Wu Yali stepped out of the room alone to collect a package. Wu Yali emerged from her home, clad in loose loungewear, when unexpectedly, a young girl approached and struck her squarely in the abdomen. Bewildered, Wu Yali could hardly comprehend the situation until the pain registered. The girl unleashed 2 more punches. And soon, Wu Yali felt the warmth of blood. The assailant fled, leaving Wu Yali in a state of shock. The thought that she might lose her child filled her with dread. Without the baby, her standing in the Zhang family would be irrevocably diminished. Help! Quickly! Take me to the hospital to save my baby, she cried out, finally grasping the girl's malicious intent. Who could have predicted that her outing would culminate in such madness? At the hospital, Wu Yali lay quietly, her gaze lost in confusion. Her sole hope rested upon the child. Initially worried about the baby's health, she now faced the grim reality of loss. The doctor had just informed her that the child could not be saved. If the Zhang family learned of this, her worth would evaporate entirely. In desperation, she slipped the doctor a 500 yuan bribe, pleading for silence. What was she to do now? A thought struck her, that Lu Wanqing had once threatened her. It must have been her doing, or she had orchestrated it. After a brief respite, Wu Yali emerged, her eyes now steely with determination as she headed towards the lawless region. The child was gone, but she would have another. She was resolute in her desire for a child. The following day, at the shop, the Qin family received news that was, while not entirely uplifting, still significant. The verdict for Qin Tian had been rendered, life imprisonment. This decision was met with widespread approval, as all parties were satisfied. As long as Qin Tian was alive, their objectives had been met. Additionally, the municipal police had made strides in their investigation, uncovering evidence that Lu Yong of Wanfu Group had exploited his position to embezzle assets and commit fraud. A criminal investigation was now underway, with preliminary estimates of the misappropriated funds reaching tens of billions, the whereabouts of which remained unknown. Zhang Fan was taken aback upon receiving a call from Li Fu, inquiring about Lu Yan's well-being. Was it indeed Lu Yong who was responsible? Had he become a scapegoat? No wonder she had appeared so composed during their last encounter. It seemed everything had been set in motion. The funds had been siphoned off, yet the blame fell squarely on Lu Yong. Given that Wanfu Group was on the brink of bankruptcy liquidation, this might ultimately resolve matters, allowing Zhang Fan to develop his own ventures unimpeded. As he contemplated these developments, a striking young woman with short blue hair entered the shop, accompanied by Qin Yan. Zhang Fan was perplexed. What did Qin Yan's presence signify? He had heard whispers that he could leave her unable to stand. Did she wish to test that theory? Leaning back in his chair, he noted that this beautiful girl was indeed captivating, as were all of Qin Yan's close friends. In this attire, one cannot help but feel a certain wicked flame igniting within. Of course, after my rebirth, some desires have indeed become rather substantial. I had originally planned to seek out Qin Yan in the evening, as there were still matters to resolve. If you surpass this number, I concede defeat. Should you fall short, you may either take drastic measures or present me with a beauty elixir. The young beauty extended 5 fingers. Zhang Fan chuckled. Who does she think she's looking down upon? That figure? He could easily make her weep and plead for mercy. Where to? Knowing that he possesses a beauty elixir is no longer a secret. Where to? Spare us your boasts. It's right here. Do you dare? Zhang Fan rose and approached the door, securing it shut. Although the old gentleman outside had poor hearing, it did not mean he was oblivious. This was somewhat disrespectful. He had overheard her earlier conversation with Qin Yan, where Qin Yan had challenged her to come and test her mettle. And so, she indeed came. The young beauty trembled, sensing the approach of the boy behind her. Let me warn you, if you falter, I will ensure that those around you are made aware. You would do well to refrain from reckless attempts. Clearly, this time the young beauty was flustered. She had not anticipated Zhang Fan's seriousness. Soon enough, she found herself leaning on the table, acutely aware of the boy's intense intentions, until a large hand reached over, covering her lips. Chapter 83. Armed Robbery. To declare a man incapable is among the most demoralizing affronts, especially when laced with provocation. Thus, he felt compelled to make her experience the consequences of her taunt. You cannot play with fire and expect to withdraw unscathed. The young beauty's gaze was filled with desperation, a pitiable plea written across her features. Yet, such supplication was invisible to Zhang Fan. Even if he were to notice, he would not easily relent. After what felt like an eternity, silence finally enveloped the space. The young beauty lay sprawled across the table, utterly devoid of strength. Surely enough time has passed. Zhang Fan approached her, holding a cup of tea. Now, she felt entirely at ease. The young beauty lifted her head slightly, uncertain of what to say. It seemed as though she had suffered a loss, feeling as though she had been toyed with. Had he faltered, at least she could have secured a beauty elixir. But now, she had been toyed with, unable to rise, and gained nothing in return. It appeared that Yin Yin had not exaggerated. This boy was indeed formidable. You haven't taken any substances, have you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan cast a meaningful glance at the young beauty. Shall we go for round two? After a considerable pause, the young beauty composed herself and adjusted her attire before departing, casting a lingering glare at Zhang Fan. A while later, the sound of a vehicle approached from outside. This BMW was a gift from the bank, which had also arranged annual health checkups, showing particular concern for her well-being. As long as she could endure the transition of the bank president, everything would proceed smoothly. Each month, she received an interest-free loan for living expenses, all the while worrying that Zhang Fan might fall into despair. Recently, the beauty elixirs circulating in the market had all originated from here, clandestinely sold by Hu Dajuan. The prices on the dark market are quite substantial. The underground Matsuda faction has invested heavily in research, and some individuals have also purchased these items at exorbitant prices. In reality, these are mere fakes, essentially pills made from cow dung, yet they are mistakenly believed to be beauty-enhancing elixirs. Boss, the business is set up, the permits are secured, and we have established ourselves as a time-honored brand with all product registrations completed. Hu Dajuan laid the documents on the table. These were expedited with the assistance of the Wei family. We have obtained 2 permits, one for a miraculous remedy aimed at the elderly, and another for the beauty pills. We are following the traditional herbal medicine route, representing a legacy brand. With the permits in hand, production and sales are no longer a concern. Although this place has been reduced to ruins, the Zhang family must be feeling the pressure to compensate. They wish to reimburse for the herbs. But acquiring high-quality herbs is no simple task. Rumors are circulating about gathering materials, for otherwise the elderly in Binhai will not let them off easily. Boss, we could profit even from selling this dogskin plaster. A single pill of cow dung can fetch over $1 million. Hu Dajuan is no longer interested in the underworld. He was only involved for the sake of profit. Now that there are alternative means of earning, who would still dwell in that life? Do you think they're fools? The truth will eventually surface. Zhang Fan does not believe that the deception can last indefinitely. It is not that he wishes to deceive, but rather that those individuals are constantly attempting to seize his possessions. Since they're so intent on taking what is his, let them have it. Recently, he has indeed amassed a considerable amount of startup capital. The affairs of Wanfu Group are nearing completion, and it is time for him to demonstrate his capabilities. Boss, with hundreds of brothers at our side, we cannot merely collect money without taking action. We must engage in meaningful endeavors. Hu Dajuan's arrival signifies that merely taking money without any work is untenable. Such a path would lead to bankruptcy. Now, hundreds, even thousands of villagers are searching for herbs. Yet the youth are left idle. Previously, they could work as security at the storage company, but now that it has been demolished, they have nothing to do. Indeed, idleness breeds trouble. Perhaps we should consider collecting protection fees? It seems that everyone is doing so now. Hu Dajuan quickly envisioned a solution for employment. Protection fees? Are you tired of living? Zhang Fan, however, began to formulate a plan. Binhai is on the brink of a new infrastructure landscape. And what does this require? Certainly, river sand. Today's environmental regulations are not yet stringent enough to prevent us from obtaining some permits. Of course, much of it will be extracted covertly. However, engaging in the river sand trade means contending with various underground gangs. Thus, the value of his comrades becomes apparent at this juncture. Prepare yourselves. A confrontation may be imminent. When battling underground gangs, there is little need for hesitation. At that moment, it will indeed be essential to assert control over the situation. Upon hearing that a conflict was brewing, Hu Dajuan felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Fan rose with an air of ease. After a long period of planning, dawn had finally arrived. Those individuals who sought to use the Wanfu Group to ensnare him had underestimated his resolve. Stepping outside, I gazed upon the dilapidated shop. Its state far from urgent, for soon the compensation from the Zhang family would be in place, allowing for its restoration. As I emerged, a group of individuals with yellow hair approached. I recognized them as formidable associates of Zhang Jiahao, who was still detained. Were they intent on seeking vengeance for him? Once they confirmed my identity, they rushed over. "Big brother, please don't strike me. I have money. Take it and enjoy a drink." To my astonishment, I cowered before them. On my own turf, no less. Even the gatekeeper, Uncle Air, was itching for a fight, yet here I was, yielding. The group advanced, and indeed, they rummaged through my pockets, extracting several thousand yuan, a considerable sum. Enough for a lavish night out. "You're a wise one." When my brother is released, come and kneel to apologize. With the money secured, they decided to spare me. As I watched them depart, a cold smirk crept across my face, and I drew a small knife, making a shallow cut upon my chest. "Who dodged you?" and burst forth. "Big brother, what are you doing?" "Hurry to the hospital." Initially, he and T grasped the situation outside. "No, hand me the phone. Call the police and report a robbery. Someone wielded a knife and has fled after injuring me." I remained remarkably composed. These henchmen had to face consequences. Assault is distinct from armed robbery, while a few thousand yuan may seem trivial. The combination of a knife wound and fleeing would ensure a lengthy stay behind bars. Call the police? I'd rather gather a group to teach them a lesson. Hudajuan was not so preoccupied with such thoughts. I cast a glance at him, prompting him to pick up the phone and follow my instructions. The leader of the group was named Deng Guang, the offspring of shareholders from the Wanfu Group. I found it hard to believe that the senior executives of Wanfu Group were oblivious to his actions. Thus, I resolved to ensure Deng Guang underwent a thorough reformation. This young man fancied himself quite the rogue for robbing a few thousand yuan with a knife. Henceforth, his life would take a more arduous turn. Chapter 84. Deng Guang has been apprehended. Upon the arrival of the police, I laid forth my demands. "We can settle this appropriately. Let us forego the written statement. He will be compelled to return the stolen funds." The local police station lacked the requisite authority, and with only a few thousand yuan taken and no fatalities involved, the matter seemed trivial. "What is your badge number?" Upon my inquiry, the officer's demeanor soured, but another officer emerged from the vehicle, evidently of higher rank. "Should Deng Guang be charged with robbery, we will escalate the matter to the anti-crime unit. Some issues require their intervention. What is it you seek? If you recover the money, compensation can be negotiated." The newcomer regarded me, sensing my significance. "Armed robbery of 3,000 yuan. How many years might that entail?" "If you claim insufficient evidence, I possess video footage. Should you require witnesses, they are present, now that Deng Guang has committed a crime. Why do you hesitate to apprehend him? Knowing he is affiliated with Zhong Jiahao, do you dare offend him so brazenly?" The officer appeared taken aback, realizing I was intent on ensuring Deng Guang faced severe repercussions. "If the evidence is irrefutable, then it is highly likely that Deng Guang will find himself behind bars." "What? Am I not allowed to assert the fundamental rights of a law-abiding citizen?" "Go ahead and apprehend him. My lawyer will promptly intervene and monitor your proceedings. Naturally, the case can subsequently be submitted to the anti-crime office," Zhang Fan stated with conviction. A few officers at the patrol bureau exchanged hushed words before issuing a case notification. The case could be investigated and later transferred to the anti-crime office. After all, the modest patrol bureau would not dare to offend the Zhong family. The dilemma would ultimately be passed on to the anti-crime office. This time, Deng Guang was truly in a predicament. He felt quite proud of himself. Yet this pride might soon diminish. Half a day later, Deng Guang was apprehended at a bar, where he admitted to robbing 3,000 yuan with a knife, displaying a complete lack of concern for the situation. It was merely a few thousand yuan. How serious could it be? Such acts were part of his daily routine. Extortion and even violations against respectable individuals did not faze him. His connections were formidable. Was this trifling matter worthy of concern? He thought to himself that he would be out by the next day. How dare that kid report to the patrol? Once free, he would ensure that kid's leg was severed. However, this time, Deng Guang would not have the opportunity, as Huida Guang was already aware of the case. With the suspect in custody, that kid would not relent in implicating Deng Guang in armed robbery, claiming it was a collective act. This was a serious offense. Huida Guang intended to send a message to the Zhong family. While he dared not confront Zhong Jiahao, Deng Guang, a mere lackey, was another matter entirely. If arrests were to be made, they would be exemplary, thereby serving as a warning to the Zhong family of their influence. Soon, Deng Guang was taken away as an emblematic case and brought to the anti-crime office. His charges were severe. A minimum of 10 years was anticipated, and the maximum would depend on fortune. On another front, what was claimed to be a millennium-old ginseng was in reality merely a century old, and the so-called 10,000-year snow lotus was merely decades old. Regardless, that kid was oblivious and accepted the items without question. These goods were not inexpensive to procure. Even with the Zhang family's involvement, they had not met the required aging period, costing several tens of millions. The Zhang family would undoubtedly keep a tally. Several tens of millions were a bargain compared to over 3 billion. The vehicle arrived at the store. Zhang Haiming stepped out, accompanied by a pair of middle-aged women. Their faces were flushed with anger as they clenched their fists. Deng Guang was their son, apprehended for armed robbery and taken by the anti-crime office. Both were leaders of a powerful department in the provincial city, with a deep affection for Deng Guang, and now that he had been ensnared, their fury was palpable. Initially, the Binhai patrol would not dare to take action against Deng Guang, but the anti-crime office was unrestrained. Qin Tian from Binhai had been taken down, as had brother Hu, and even the Secretary General was under investigation, indicating that the anti-crime office was serious about their mission. Now, there was but one option: to compel that kid to admit to false accusations. Only if he confessed to the allegations could their son Deng Guang be released. Otherwise, Deng Guang would indeed face sentencing. The items had arrived. Let us conduct an inventory, Zhang Haiming instructed, gesturing toward the contents. Zhang Fan awaited. Nature, too, had discerned the furious gazes of the couple, and there was no need for speculation regarding their identities. While the goods themselves posed no issue, the age of the materials presented a significant dilemma, having depreciated drastically. What was once a millennium's worth had dwindled to mere centuries, and what spanned millennia had been reduced to mere decades. Despite this severe contraction, these items still qualified as high-grade medicinal materials, typically unattainable by the average individual. Once the matter was settled, signatures were exchanged, and I instructed the elderly gentleman from Binhai to release the individuals in question. Zhang Haiming approached with a settlement document in hand. Compensation for the lost medicinal materials had been arranged, yet the losses pertaining to property remained unaddressed. Look here. It's all in ruins. Zhang Fan pointed to the shop. 10 million. Zhang Haiming nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, provide me with the account number, and I shall transfer the funds. His confidence was palpable. 10 million was a mere formality to him. At that moment, Hu Dajuan stepped forward, supplying an account number. Zhang Haiming, clutching the account details, turned and departed with an air of indifference. Engaging in political maneuvering? Was this young man truly his adversary? After decades in the bureaucratic realm, he had mastered the art of strategy. If he could orchestrate Deng Guang's downfall, could he not engineer a similar fate for this upstart? Accusing Deng Guang of extortion, surely he could frame the same allegations against him? 10 million? That would secure a lifetime behind bars. He instructed his secretary to transfer 10 million into the provided account, and then to report the matter to the anti-crime unit, citing extortion as the charge. Let the games begin, he mused, contemplating who would ultimately prevail. This audacious young man seemed to believe he could dictate terms. Just wait. Soon he would find himself in a position of supplication. Zhang Haiming's gaze lingered on the couple. Aligning with him undoubtedly promised a bright future. The issue with Deng Guang would soon be resolved, and the young man would soon realize his errors. Zhang Fan, observing the malevolent glint in Zhang Haiming's eyes, chuckled softly. Game on, he thought, for he too would soon be in for a surprise. Chapter 85. Did it lead to a charitable organization? The anti-crime unit. Hu Guang had already resolved to vacate this troublesome locale, having achieved his objectives and reaped the benefits. He intended to submit a retirement application, citing health concerns as his reason for leaving. However, today, a secretary from Zhang Haiming's office rushed to report a case of extortion involving Zhang Fan, demanding 10 million. 10 million? Hu Guang's eyes lit up with excitement. Given that Zhang Jiahao had vandalized the shop, compensation was warranted, yet the sum demanded was exceedingly unreasonable. Nevertheless, filing a report for extortion was justified under these circumstances. With careful maneuvering, he could indeed secure the young man's imprisonment. This was a golden opportunity he had long sought to exploit against this audacious individual. Hu Guang promptly mobilized his team. This time, there would be no escape for the young man. A convoy of several vehicles surged towards the shop, including officers from the Municipal Bureau, Li Fu, Shui Yi, and representatives from the local patrol and criminal investigation departments. Otherwise, they would have given Zhang Fan prior notice. Initially, demanding 100 billion would not have been unreasonable. However, since the claim originated from Zhang Haiming, a forced calculation could indeed constitute extortion. Li Fu felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed this young man was doomed. He had just discovered that someone within the Wanfu group was engaging in short selling, and now this individual had landed in further trouble. As Hu Daguang entered the room, he noticed Zhang Fan leisurely tapping on an abacus, smiling. Zhang Fan, We have received reports of your involvement in extortion. We are here to conduct a fair investigation, and we hope for your cooperation. Officials from the Binhai City Bureau have also arrived. Hua Deguang deliberately pointed towards Li Fu, knowing of their connection. Oh, is that so? Extortion? Well, you'll need evidence, won't you? If the evidence is conclusive, I will accompany you immediately, Zhang Fan replied, setting down his work and leisurely sipping tea from a cup. We have received a report stating you extorted 10 million. Witnesses and material evidence have already been secured. What more do you have to say? Hua Deguang stated confidently. Oh, so I have extorted 10 million? Where's the money then? Zhang Fan shrugged. The money? It has been transferred to your account, Hua Deguang responded. Now that the economic investigation team is here, let them check. Where is my 10 million? If I do not possess 10 million, can I not file a defamation suit against someone? Zhang Fan retorted. If there is no 10 million, it would certainly be defamation, Hua Deguang said. He turned to another officer, instructing them to investigate. Investigate? The economic investigation personnel approached, ready to utilize their authority to examine the accounts. Since the accusation is extortion, there must have been a transfer to Zhang Fan's account. However, they found a loan of 1 billion, which clearly was not a transfer and thus did not fall within the scope of the investigation. Director Hua, there is no 10 million nor any other transfer records. Aside from the loan. Impossible, Hua Deguang exclaimed. Secretary Zhong Haiming reported this, providing various proofs. There should have been an inflow. Nowadays, transfers are instantaneous. It's impossible for it not to have arrived. Did that secretary make an error? If this young man is accused of extortion, there must be evidence to support it. With so many witnesses present, one cannot simply take someone away without proof. Tackling organized crime is our main focus. Extortion falls under the jurisdiction of the City Bureau. Double-check thoroughly to see if the transfer went through, Hua Deguang instructed before stepping out to call the secretary, inquiring whether the transfer had indeed occurred. He was seething with frustration. If there had been no transfer and he reported it, would he not become the victim of setup? The City Bureau personnel were watching closely. Although he was the head of the anti-crime office, he had to adhere to evidence and the law. The economic investigation team conducted another check, but found nothing. This young man is quite poor, with no money and no other accounts. He truly has no funds. Hua Deguang arrived, and the secretary swore that the transfer had been made, yet it could not be traced. Let us examine this account, Hua Deguang said, directing the economic investigators to check another account. Did this young man believe he could conceal his assets? He was determined to make this individual concede. Upon checking this account, the investigators exchanged puzzled glances with Hua Deguang. This account belongs to a charitable organization under the auspices of a certain celebrity. According to charity laws, regardless of the legitimacy of the monetary source, any funds entering this account are deemed charitable donations. The economic investigation team scrutinized this matter, leading to a confrontation with Hua Deguang. In a fit of anger, Hua Deguang struck down, questioning the incompetence of the foolish secretary. How could he transfer money to a charity account and subsequently report himself for extortion? Now he arrives, accompanied by a large contingent from the municipal bureau, to witness the unfolding farce. Director Hua, is this considered slander? Zhang Fan retorted. Hua Deguang's expression darkened, devoid of evidence, and now faced with an entourage seeking trouble. Was this not a blatant vendetta? If so, it indeed constituted slander. Since the report originated from a provincial city, our anti-crime office must act impartially. If the investigation reveals no link to you, we shall take our leave. As for the slander, let the municipal bureau handle it. Hua Deguang waved his hand dismissively and departed. Li Fu was momentarily stunned, having anticipated Zhang Fan's downfall, only to find him narrowly escaping calamity once more. This young man possesses quite a bit of capability. So, did the 10 million from Zhong Haiming indeed go to the charity? How was that achieved? As the municipal personnel exited, Shui formulated a plan. His son had been detained by Zhong Jiahao. Should that young man refuse to release him, he would gather his men to apprehend Zhong Haiming's secretary. His son, in perfect health, had been wrongfully seized by Zhong Jiahao, with the circumstances still shrouded in mystery. The Zhong family had indeed overstepped. Having taken the interests of Wanfu Group, he was left with nothing but trouble. And now he had even lost his position as the chief municipal officer. In a tea house by the coast, Zhong Haiming gripped his teacup tightly, his gaze fixed on his secretary. You fool, did you really transfer 10 million to the charity? If you wish to engage in philanthropy, do it with your own money. How dare you use my funds for such purposes? The secretary lowered his head, already bearing the marks of several harsh slaps. I transferred the money according to the account you provided. The secretary attempted to explain. Do you take me for a fool? I gave you Zhang Fan's account, and you sent it to the charity's account. Do you truly believe me to be simple-minded? Zhang Haiming's agitation grew with each word. This 10 million was painstakingly acquired. Now, squandered on those charitable individuals? I truly transferred it based on the account you provided. Chapter 86, A New Burden of Debt. Zhang Haiming delivered another slap. Still refusing to admit fault? Could the account I provided be used to donate to a charity? Is it I who am foolish? Or is it that young man? He demanded 10 million and instructed me to transfer it. Could he possibly provide a charity account? Such a notion is utterly implausible. It must be a mistake on the secretary's part, yet he refuses to acknowledge it. Now, if he were to produce evidence, he would find none, as the note had long been lost. However, any reasonable person would understand that it was indeed the secretary's error. That 10 million is now rendered worthless, and the plan has failed. The key issue was mismanaged, and Zhang Haiming's frustration was palpable. The young man has decided against transferring money, opting instead for cash, and insists on multiple witnesses to validate the transaction. This amounts to a personal loss of 20 million. How could Zhang Haiming not be infuriated? Observing his secretary, who stubbornly maintained his stance, Zhang Haiming swiftly brandished a whip, compelling him to concede. Meanwhile, the cunning cousin has successfully pilfered the prescription and secured a portion of the beauty elixir, now reveling in his triumph before his cousin. There is nothing in this world that he cannot steal. This cousin generously rewarded the thief with 5,000 yuan for his efforts, having already acquired the coveted items, which she intends to study meticulously. As Wang Qingyan's close friend and the proprietor of a cosmetics company, Li Shi had no intention of sharing the prescription with Wang Qingyan. She harbored ambitions of reaping greater rewards for herself. If she could decipher the beauty elixir first, the profits would rightfully belong to her. Gazing at the beauty elixir, a woman approached. "Shir, what is this?" "This is the beauty elixir, a remarkable treasure," Li Shi replied. Intrigued, the woman stepped closer, opened the jar, and swallowed a pill. It tastes rather peculiar. Li Shi felt a pang of regret. That was 100,000 yuan consumed in an instant. Yet, she could not admonish her mother. After consuming the elixir, the woman felt an unexpected surge of vitality, glancing around before retreating into a room. Soon, Li Shi heard various sounds emanating from within, including what seemed to be her father's pleas for mercy. Was this truly a beauty elixir? What other effects could it possibly possess? How could her mother, at such an age, still be so spirited? It must indeed be an extraordinary concoction. Clearly, she had acquired the prescription, and she planned to discreetly have it analyzed for reverse development. However, many similar products were already available on the market, all allegedly sourced from the cherry blossom side. It was unclear how they had obtained such items. Li Shi hurriedly closed the door, as the commotion was far too loud, echoing throughout the building. Outside, Hu Dajuan instinctively rubbed his head, perplexed as he stepped out, contemplating why had Zhang Haiming suddenly donated money to a charity. Thankfully, he hadn't been foolish enough to send money to the boss. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared by those meddlesome individuals notorious for stirring up trouble. Just as his thoughts wandered, a new visitor arrived at the shop. Noticing this, Hu Dajuan promptly approached, gently shutting the store door, then stood shoulder to shoulder with Uncle Air, resembling two loyal sentinels guarding the entrance. At that moment, Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon Yun Yao, who was clad in a tailored black suit. The dress, impeccably cut, accentuated her graceful silhouette without excessive exposure, exuding both the professionalism and elegance of a career woman. The fitted top sculpted her figure, enhancing her poise, while the collar of her pristine white blouse was casually unbuttoned, revealing an air of intellectual allure. The waistline of the dress was cleverly designed to elongate her lower body, and paired with a stylish yet minimalist pair of high heels. Each step she took was imbued with poise and sophistication. Yun Yao's tresses were meticulously styled, cascading gracefully over her shoulders, with a few delicate strands gently adhering to her fair cheeks, imparting a touch of gentility to her demeanor. Her makeup was subtle yet exquisite, with perfectly balanced eye makeup and lip color that accentuated her distinguished aura. This female manager indeed possessed a commanding presence. Recently, a prominent businessman had ventured to the gambling city, only to incur substantial losses, resulting in the necessity to liquidate certain assets, among which was the 30-year mining rights of a southern coastal river, now pledged to our bank. Creditors were now pursuing their debts, and it was evident that the assets of this businessman would be sold at a pittance. If the river sand business faltered, our bank would be deprived of its dues. Yin Yao turned her gaze towards Zhang Fan, observing his reactions intently. Zhang Fan understood the implications. To say it directly, he urged. Yin Yao continued. This mining right will be transferred to you, and you will secure a loan to cover the costs, thereby acquiring this venture. Should you possess the capability, you may manage it. If not, our bank will seek a suitable operator, and you may withdraw at that juncture. Zhang Fan clarified his thoughts succinctly. So, you mean this is a prime asset that needs to be transferred before the businessman faces total collapse, ensuring that the external parties cannot seize it, thus safeguarding the bank's interests, while I merely become a debtor to you, correct? Indeed, Yin Yao confirmed. We will find an appropriate operator within a year, and then transfer it from you, while providing you with a 1 million bonus. As for the loan, all interest and related expenses will be borne by the new operator. Zhang Fan grasped the situation. The bank was keen to avoid losses, and with no suitable debtor in sight, it was willing to have him assume the debt for a reward. Furthermore, this was a valuable asset, making it easy for the bank to divest later. All right, let us finalize the agreement. Zhang Fan smiled, contemplating the river sand business he was about to engage in, a fortuitous opportunity that had presented itself. As for transferring it later, that seemed unthinkable. Why would he relinquish a chance for profit to someone else? Yin Yao was taken aback by Zhang Fan's eagerness to agree, her skepticism rising. After all, he was about to take on a significant debt. Very well, the 1 million bonus will be provided through alternative means, not through official channels. If there are no issues, we shall sign the agreement tomorrow morning. Initially, Yin Yao anticipated some effort would be required, yet she realized this young man had already made numerous unwise investments, implying a certain level of naivety. His focus on the 1 million blinded him to the potential risks associated with debt. Perhaps it was for the best, sparing her the need for further persuasion. Since he was so fixated on the monetary gain, let him bear the burden of debt. As Zhang Fan watched Yin Yao depart, he noted her impressive appearance today. She had clearly put thought into her attire to entice him. It was evident she had her own motives, and he pondered whether this poised woman could withstand the pressures of the situation. Zhang Fan cleared his throat, and shortly thereafter, Hu Dajun entered. Prepare the brothers. We're to finalize the agreement tomorrow, Zhang Fan commanded. Understood. Upon hearing that the operation was about to commence, Hu Dajun was filled with exuberance. Zhang Fan, holding a teacup, gazed out, catching sight of a peculiar figure. Upon noticing this silhouette, he set down his cup and stepped outside. Chapter 87, Acquiring Overseas Relics. Outside, a robust, rugged-looking middle-aged man from the east, clad in a dark baseball cap, strolled leisurely along the somewhat desolate street. The waning rays of the setting sun bathed his shoulders, bestowing upon this foreign visitor a subtle golden glow. As Zhang Fan exited the shop, his gaze inadvertently fell upon this passerby, and thoughts began to stir within him. In this unique era, the once mighty Bear Empire was grappling with unprecedented economic turmoil, forced apart with various national assets, among which were precious relics and artworks. Once revered as national treasures, these items were now being sold off at meager prices, attracting collectors and speculators from around the world. Zhang Fan observed the man intently, pondering why he felt such an intrigue towards this foreigner. He distinctly recalled from his past life that there had been merchants who exchanged mere boxes of instant noodles for advanced fighter jets from the Bear's grasp. At this moment, he recognized the man before him as Lovsky, an employee of the Bear National Museum. He had quietly arrived in this place with an unmistakable purpose, to sell a collection of invaluable artifacts that had been looted from the Xia nation. Each of these relics bore the weight of Xia's rich history and profound cultural heritage, representing indelible memories and wealth of the Xia people. Contemplating this, Zhang Fan felt an uncontainable surge of excitement. He followed closely behind, clearing his throat. Lovsky was indeed there to sell various treasures from Xia, as the Bear Empire was desperately seeking ways to generate revenue, selling off anything they could, including advanced fighter jets. Greetings. I'm the owner of an antique shop and would like to discuss something with you. Zhang Fan approached with a friendly greeting. Lovsky intended to visit Yongheng, where numerous large antique shops were located. Engaging in discussions at an antique shop seemed most appropriate. Lovsky glanced at Zhang Fan, perceiving him merely as a young lad. Questioning his capabilities, the items he possessed could be measured in tons, not something an average person could handle. Yet the Xia people had a great affinity for such treasures, and their value was indeed considerable. I have hundreds of trillions of rubles, Zhang Fan declared, at which point Lovsky finally shifted his gaze towards him. The two entered a nearby tea house. Lovsky ordered a pot of tea, skeptical of Zhang Fan's claims. However, he was not overly concerned, for even amidst the chaos in Xia, the items remained within the country. Without payment, they would certainly not be transported. Zhang Fan opened his phone, revealing his account balance to Lovsky. While he certainly had funds, He did not possess hundreds of trillions of rubles. Lavsky scrutinized the screen as he understood Chinese. I've heard you intend to sell a collection of treasures from Xia. I am interested in acquiring them all. Shall we discuss a partnership? Zhang Fan held his cup of tea, ready for the conversation. Lavsky possessed numerous items, many of which were exquisite porcelain, including prized pieces from the 5 esteemed official kills, all highly sought after in the market. If he could transport these treasures, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profit. Should there be any artifacts among them, donating to a museum could also grant him both fame and fortune. Given his rebirth and knowledge of such matters, he certainly would not let this lucrative opportunity slip away. Oh, you wish to purchase them? Do you possess the requisite power? Lavsky sought collaboration with merchants of absolute influence from Xia. Not just anyone could engage in such dealings. The Wanfufu Group belongs to my family. I am its sole heir. The assets of Wanfufu Group exceed 100 billion. Do you think that is sufficient? Zhang Fan smiled. Lavsky, unaware that Wanfufu Group was on the brink of collapse, still recognized its reputation. For this shipment, if you were to fetch it yourself, I would require 80 million Xia currency. If I arrange for its transport, it would necessitate a sum of 800 million Xia currency. Lavsky spoke directly, without pretense. Since Zhang Fan possessed such influence, it was time for candid discussion. The substantial cost was due to the fact that these items were seized by the Russians. Although stored in a Russian museum's warehouse, they were still classified as artifacts. The challenge of transporting them was considerable, and the 100 million was intended for greasing various palms. 80 million for you to collect? There are thousands of items. I truly lack the capacity for that, Zhang Fan remarked. Thus, the transport fee of 100 million was indeed necessary. Then you may handle the transportation. Zhang Fan sipped his tea. 100 million must be provided up front. If Lavsky were to manage the transport, an advance for facilitation was essential. The subsequent 80 million could be exchanged upon receipt of the goods. Did you bring any samples? I would like to assess their condition. Zhang Fan had funds at his disposal, but was cautious when dealing with the Russians, knowing they were not to be trifled with. Lavsky retrieved his phone and spoke a few words in Russian. In less than half an hour, another Russian entered, carrying a suitcase. Upon opening it, several exquisite porcelain pieces lay quietly within. Zhang Fan picked one up. It was a stunning small bowl from the roux kiln. His discerning eye could easily authenticate its legitimacy. It was indeed a treasure from the roux kiln, with only a handful of such pieces surviving. Complete roux kiln artifacts were nearly unobtainable. If presented at an auction, this item would command at least several million, possessing significant collectible value. Should these items be entrusted to me, I will transfer the funds. Would you prefer foreign exchange or Xia currency? Zhang Fan inquired. Let us exchange for US dollars. Our compatriots favor them. Once the funds are received, I will promptly arrange for transport, and upon arrival, we will conduct the exchange hand in hand, Lavsky contemplated. Those in his country could use US dollars to venture into Europe or the United States, making them willing to take risks for the green light. Otherwise, the transport of thousands of artifacts would be nearly impossible. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. The black market money exchange could facilitate the transaction, albeit with a modest fee. In this life, he intended to earn some foreign currency. He was well aware that this batch of artifacts included the prestigious 12 Zodiac figurines. When the time came, he would donate the top-tier relics to museums, while selling the more common ceramics for personal profit, thereby achieving both fame and fortune. The exquisite items in his possession were nearly sufficient to cover his costs, and there were still tens of thousands of valuable pieces to come. This Lavsky was indeed no fraud. Having been reborn, he was privy to the intricacies of his dealings. Since fortune had favored him, the task of amassing wealth now fell upon his shoulders. Chapter 88. The Aloof Individual. The following day, at a coastal site where the sea met the river, Yin Yao was already present with representatives from the bank, including President Yu. The emergence of issues with the borrower could potentially lead to significant asset losses for the bank, necessitating a search for a new debtor to serve as a temporary solution. Given the previous loan of 1 billion, Zhang Fan was quite suitable to assume the debt. The bank aimed to find a competent operator to inherit the river sand business within a year. As long as Mr. Zhu had not been pursued by his creditors, the bank sought to resolve the matter swiftly. Yin Yao, elegantly attired in a tailored skirt suit, gazed into the distance as dozens of vans approached, from which several hundred associates disembarked. Zhang Fan stepped out of his vehicle and walked over. He had finalized an agreement with Lavsky the previous day and was now searching for a suitable money exchange to convert his funds into US dollars. Due to the foreign exchange controls in Xia country, individuals were limited to an annual allowance of 50,000 US dollars and corporate accounts were similarly regulated, necessitating reliance on underground exchanges. The equivalent of 100 million US dollars was no trivial sum. Mr. Zhu, clad in a tank top and defiantly smoking a cigar, displayed his dissatisfaction. With the business thriving, why should he transfer ownership? He was certainly unwilling to acquiesce to the bank's demands. However, the bank had conceded to some of his conditions, which was why he begrudgingly appeared today. Though the business had been sold to a new owner, he could still openly extract resources, ensuring substantial profits for himself. The debt may have been resolved, but the river's sand remained his. The newly appointed owner seemed unreliable at first glance. He would simply continue to excavate, regardless of what the new owner might do. Let us proceed with the signing. Yin Yao indicated towards the contract before them. Zhang Fan casually glanced over it. There were no issues, merely a transfer of Mr. Zhu's debt to himself, after which the bank would seek a new operator to take over. Transfer? Can a prosperous business truly be transferred? President Yu observed Zhang Fan intently from the sidelines. Only after both parties had completed the signing did he exhale with relief. During his tenure, no mishaps could occur. Once he was no longer in charge, any issues would no longer be his concern. Mr. Zhu, in his folly, had relinquished such a lucrative enterprise, thinking he could easily depart to a gambling city. He must have lost everything by now. A once prominent businessman had become ensnared in debt, and soon enough, creditors would come knocking. Fortunately, he had received advance notice and completed the signing, where the bank would have faced severe losses. Miss Yin, come here, I have something to discuss. Zhang Fan beckoned from a distance. Yin Yao paused for a moment, pondering what he could possibly want to say. As she approached, Zhang Fan wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Do you know anyone involved in underground banking? I require some transactions through such means. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao scrutinized him further. This lad was burdened with debts and yet sought out underground financing. He still hadn't settled his previous debt of 1 million. Where would he procure the funds? I do know someone, but the transaction amounts must be substantial, starting from 1 million. As a bank manager, it was impossible for her not to be acquainted with such individuals. However, those within that line of work had their own standards and typically dismissed trivial matters. Could you provide me with a business card? She inquired. A business card? Yin Yao retrieved one from her bag. It belonged to her close friend. However, whether she would actually reach out to this young man remained uncertain. After all, she had made it clear, 1 million was the minimum threshold, as they generally disregarded smaller ventures. Having concluded her business, Yin Yao stepped out, having finalized the convertible bond, ensuring the bank security. The scene was left with Boss Zhu and his crew alongside Zhang Fan and his companions. Boss Zhu had never deigned to acknowledge Zhang Fan, viewing him merely as a callow youth incapable of anything significant. What could he possibly achieve? He could handle the transfer as he pleased. What are you staring at? Get to work, or there will be no food for you. Boss Zhu admonished, kicking the driver of a nearby excavator. What a spectacle! Despite his losses, he still had numerous avenues for profit. Now, commencing excavation was the true path to prosperity. The excavator driver glanced at the group ahead, questioning the morality of directly digging into others' possessions. Yet, with the boss's orders unyielding and their wages unpaid, they had no choice but to comply. From now on, these workers will follow me. Boss Zhu's wages will be doubled, and not on a monthly basis, but weekly, Zhang Fan announced, amplifying his voice through a loudspeaker. What? Doubled? Such generosity. The new boss was certainly more magnanimous than Boss Zhu, who still hadn't paid last month's wages. Boss Zhu was furious, feeling his territory was being encroached upon. He pulled out a large machete from his Land Rover, pointing it menacingly at Zhang Fan. Kid, do you know who I am? You think you can compete with me? Scram, or I'll make sure you don't leave here alive. Before he could finish, Lu Taiju rushed forward wielding a machete, threatening the boss. In this line of work, Hu Dajuan was taken aback. He hadn't even made his move yet, and Taiju had already jumped in. He had been patient for so long, finally ready to engage, only to find Taiju had acted first. Boss Zhu was caught off guard by the ferocity of Zhang Fan's companions, receiving a deep cut to his shoulder. Who were these people? Were they royalty? Why were they so audacious? Although Boss Zhu had his men, they were no match for the sheer numbers opposing them. In no time, his crew was unceremoniously tossed into the river, utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Fan approached, surveying the remaining workers. The work continues. Today, each individual shall receive a living allowance of 1,000. From this moment forth, your income will double and wages will be settled on a weekly basis. The workers expressed their gratitude towards the boss, their joy palpable. Doubling their earnings and a weekly settlement is far more reliable than what Boss Zhu offers. Zhang Fan instructed Dajuan and the others to manage these affairs while he sought an audience with the underground moneylender. The transaction with Lovsky must be expedited, involving tens of thousands of artifacts, a thrilling prospect indeed. Zhang Fan drove to the bustling heart of the city and entered a tea house. Upon stepping inside, he was enveloped by the delightful fragrance of gardenias. He proceeded to a private room on the left, and upon opening the door, he beheld an elegantly poised woman seated in solitude. "My time is precious. Speak, how much in US dollars do you wish to exchange?" she inquired, clad in a striking orange trench coat with a lace blouse beneath. At first glance, Zhang Fan was struck by an overwhelming desire to conquer her. Her high and aloof demeanor, coupled with her exquisite beauty and impeccable attire, ignited a fierce yearning within him. 100 million, Zhang Fan declared. "What currency?" She shot back, her tone brusque. "What currency? Even Sakura currency holds substantial value," he retorted, astonished at her arrogance. Was it typical for those in the underground money business to possess such audacity? "I wish to exchange 100 million Xia currency for US dollars. Zhang Fan was taken aback by her audacity. It was no wonder he felt compelled to dominate her. He could hardly tolerate her haughty tone. "A 5% handling fee. If you wish to proceed, transfer the funds to me, and I will remit them to your designated account. Contact me once you desire to finalize the transaction." She stood to leave, seemingly unconcerned about the gravity of the 100 million deal. 5% handling fee? It's neither exorbitant nor unreasonable for the industry, Zhang Fan remarked, leaning against the furniture. "Let us proceed now." His words piqued the aloof woman's interest. Withdrawing 100 million is not a swift process in Xia, where financial regulations are stringent. Wincy glanced at him, retrieving a prepared computer. "Give me the card, and specify the account to which you wish to transfer." "Let us proceed now." Zhang Fan presented Dajuan's card. As he himself had no funds, everything was in Dajuan's account. If Wincy was as capable as she appeared, he was willing to let her demonstrate her prowess. Wincy scrutinized the bank card, her skepticism evident regarding the substantial balance it purportedly held. Observing the account, she noted it belonged to a Russian. Recently, many have engaged in business with Russians due to foreign exchange controls necessitating underground moneylenders. The ruble's unstable exchange rate meant dealings were conducted in US dollars. In less than 3 minutes, Wincy closed her laptop and turned to Zhang Fan. "The transfer is complete, and I have deducted the handling fee. You may contact your client to verify." She gave him a final glance before preparing to take her leave. Zhang Fan promptly contacted Lovsky, who informed him that there were no results, yet due to delays requiring further investigation. Frankly, Zhang Fan felt a twinge of anxiety over the potential loss of 100 million. Was such confidence justified? Could matters truly be resolved in mere minutes? They had not even requested his online banking details, only a password, and yet everything seemed to transpire with astonishing speed, quicker than any hacker could manage. Honestly, even with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, he was somewhat taken aback. It felt as though when she was engaging in some form of trickery. When she glanced at Zhang Fan but offered no explanation, simply shouldering her bag and departing. Clad in a trench coat and lace shirt, coupled with her aloof demeanor, she was undeniably captivating. An Audi pulled away outside. As a reincarnate, Zhang Fan was not overly concerned about the 100 million. However, if when she failed to deliver on her promises after taking the money, he would undoubtedly have to confront Yin Yao. After a while, Lovsky called back to confirm that the funds had been transferred, although they had yet to reach personal accounts and would require some additional time. He began orchestrating domestic relations for the temple and instructed himself to prepare 80 million, intending to conduct a cash-on-delivery transaction. Photographs of relevant artifacts were also sent over, an impressive collection of top-tier treasures pilfered from Xia country. He realized that while he could not liquidate these items, he could perform a favor in exchange for a good reputation. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Zhang Fan drove away from the tea house. He decided against claiming the 10 million from Zhong Haiming. As the risks were substantial, it would suffice to have Zhong Haiming cover the costs of renovating the shop. Of course, the expenses would not be trivial, as he intended to undertake significant repairs. In light of the substantial medicinal materials Zhong Haiming had provided, a reconciliation agreement had been signed. Zhong Jiahao and Elder Zhong were also released. The elderly faction in Benhai harbored deep resentment towards the Zhong family, as Zhang Fan had stated that the medicinal materials provided by them required further testing and could not be processed for at least a month. Should the materials prove sound, there might be a small batch of divine medicine available the following month. Everyone was eagerly awaiting it, but they would have to endure for now. Zhong Jiahao, having sustained considerable losses, was undoubtedly dissatisfied. Currently, he was in an abandoned building, mercilessly whipping Shui Ren. Shui Ren had consumed an entire bag of flour, and with the deadline approaching, the flour remained unaccounted for. If he failed to supply the Binhai addicts with flour, even his status as the Zhang family's heir would not protect him from dire consequences. Shui Ren felt wronged. He had plainly disposed of the goods and had not embezzled anything. Why did Zhang Jiahao not believe him? Zhang Jiahao approached with a glowing piece of iron, his eyes reflecting a menacing glare. Did he truly think that being Shui's son afforded him the audacity to steal? No one dared to take what belonged to him. I ask you one last time, speak. Zhang Jiahao's eyes radiated a terrifying murderous intent. Shui Ren shook his head. Had he known, he would have spoken up long ago. Witnessing Shui Ren's obstinacy, Zhang Jiahao showed no mercy, pressing the heated iron against Shui Ren's chest. A blood-curdling scream echoed once more. In a brief moment, Shui Ren bowed his head, his entire being devoid of any movement, and a faint scent of charred remains lingered in the air. Boss, this kid is dead. One of the subordinates reached out, checking Shui Ren's body, confirming it was cold to the touch. Dead? Merely a lifeless dog. His entire family deserves the same fate. How dare he hoard his own flour without producing it? Death is the simplest outcome. Let us chop him up and dispose of him by the seaside. What is the fear in killing a man? Who do I represent? The young master of the Zhang family. As long as the old man is alive, even the underworld cannot touch me. Several subordinates approached and dragged Shui Ren's corpse aside, swiftly wrapping it in a bag before carrying it away. Zhang Jiahao was notorious in the provincial city, with no fear of the underworld. If he felt displeased, he might even burn the underworld offices to the ground. The last person to do so was Brother Hu, who had already met his demise. However, Zhang Jiahao remained unscathed. Lighting a cigar, he inhaled deeply. It's me. Send me another batch of goods. I need them urgently, and we can negotiate the price. With the flour gone, he needed to reorder and deliver to the contact on this side. Those addicts would dare do anything, and Zhang Jiahao could not afford to offend them. Reordering from other channels would come at a steep cost, all due to Shui Ren's folly. He deserved to die. Hanging up the phone with the contact, Zhang Jiahao felt the pressure mounting. They were rushing him, but he was anxious too. That dog, Shui Ren, had the audacity to misappropriate his goods. Zhang Jiahao left with his entourage, planning to personally retrieve the goods in a few days. When the goods arrived, he would arrange for people to frame that kid once more. That insolent fool dared to cross the Zhang family. He deserved to perish. This time, he wouldn't let the incompetents handle the task. He would oversee it himself. These useless subordinates couldn't manage even trivial matters, truly affecting his mood. Chapter 90. Shui's Intelligence. Meanwhile, Shui had been desperately searching for his son, convinced that Zhang Jiahao had taken him. The conflict between them was beyond his comprehension. It wasn't until tonight that someone fishing by the seaside discovered a sack, only to find it contain a corpse. While finding a body by the seaside wasn't extraordinary, the discovery of personal items belonging to Shui Ren within prompted the police to contact Shui. Arriving at the mortuary, Shui stood before the cold storage, and upon seeing the dismembered remains, he roared with anguish. There was no doubt. This was his son murdered. The perpetrator did not require speculation. It was undoubtedly Zhang Jiahao. Shui yearned for vengeance, yet he recognized that with the current might of the Zhang family, seeking revenge would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. To contend with the Zhang family, he would need to leverage certain individuals. Recently, hadn't that Zhang Fan offended the Zhang family? The incident with Wanfu Group had already led Lu Yong to take the fall, leaving him with little connection. If he could exploit this relationship, it might incite a dog-eat-dog scenario between them. Zhang Fan is backed by a group of old-timers, and while their strength may not match that of the Zhang family, they're certainly capable of a contest, allowing him to observe the unfolding events from a distance. As Shui exited the funeral home, an Audi swiftly departed the scene. Under the cover of night, at a small tavern by the coast, Zhang Fan was taken aback to see Shui's arrival. This old fox had taken the initiative to make a call, expressing a desire to discuss certain matters. Shui had been involved with the Wanfu Group, reaping considerable benefits. It was surprising that he sought to meet with Zhang Fan. This modest tavern had been left behind by Ma Gui, who had fled, burdened by debts, leaving the establishment and his ex-girlfriend behind. Do you know who orchestrated the Wanfu Group's downfall? Surely, you suspect it was me? Given my position, if I do not seize the opportunity, who would dare to? Shui stated, taking a sip of his drink. His purpose for this meeting was to instill a deep-seated animosity towards the Zhang family in the young man seated before him, to voice certain truths. If you don't take action, Lu Yen will. You are aware of the vast assets Shui had accumulated, only to be devoured by these individuals, leaving him heavily indebted. Their power is formidable. In truth, in Binhai, it only takes a mere office director or a police chief to bring down 100 billion enterprise. It is exceedingly simple. Shui gazed at Zhang Fan, continuing, "Why does Lu Yin dare to act? Because she has a powerful backing. Otherwise, how would her daughter have come into existence? That backing is her man. However, I cannot divulge further. That would breach our unwritten rules. Among us, only Lu Yong is uninvolved. I have taken my share, though it is insignificant compared to what the Zhong family has acquired through Wu Yali." Shui deftly redirected the conversation towards the Zhong family. Is Lu Yan's man truly powerful? Despite my rebirth, I remain oblivious to the identity of her benefactor. If he's not strong, why would she be unscathed? Perhaps even more formidable than the Zhong family. He reiterated the concerns regarding the Zhong family. I have come to inform you that the Zhong family may be implicated in certain illicit enterprises. Should such matters be found in your possession, how would you justify it? After finishing his drink, Shui rose to leave. He had articulated all that needed to be said, while the unspeakable remained unspoken. In the realm of politics, the established rules must be upheld. Zhang Fan, having observed Shui's fixation on his phone screen, began to comprehend the situation. Shuiren is dead, killed by Zhong Jiahao. In truth, his demise was intricately linked to Zhang Fan himself. Shui had discarded a bag of flour into a shop, and soon after, Zhong Jiahao's men had come to conduct a drug raid, ultimately finding nothing. Zhong Jiahao likely believed that Shuiren had embezzled it, prompting his desire for retribution. This was karma. Those who had orchestrated the downfall of the Wanfu group were now facing their own reckoning. Shui's earlier assertion held true. To dismantle 100 billion enterprise, it was not only a top official from the municipal bureau that was required. Even a mere director could achieve this. Hence, if Zhang Fan aspired to establish a business, he would need a formidable backing. Currently, Li Fu's support was barely sufficient, and once he began to turn a profit, it would undoubtedly fall short. Lacking a solid foundation, he too might tread the precarious path once walked by the Wanfu group. I never anticipated that the wretched Lu Yin would possess such powerful connections. It is no wonder she exudes such audacity. However, those scoundrels have met their just desserts. One of the Wu sisters has been left crippled, while the other suffers from numerous ailments. As for Lu Yin, she has already been thoroughly used and discarded. And Lu Yong is now a wanted man. Shui's son has also met his untimely demise. The Zhong family will soon face their own reckoning as well. Everything is under my control. A splendid BMW approached and parked by the roadside, from which emerged 3 strikingly beautiful women. Qin Yin arrived with her 2 companions. As they made their way inside, one of the blonde beauties cast a lingering glance at Zhang Fan. Their previous encounter had ended in a fierce rivalry, with her ultimately begging for mercy and leaving in disgrace. The other friend, whom Qin Yin introduced for the first time, possessed an exquisitely beautiful face, radiating exceptional charm. As they settled in, placing their bags down and loosening their shawls, it became evident that the Qin family was on the brink of collapse. Only one bank remained unscathed. Yet, various parties were scheming to devour the entirety of the Qin family's assets. Our bank has been performing admirably, but the pressure is mounting. Is it possible to leverage connections and offer stakes to ensure its survival? Other ventures, I shall no longer concern myself with. Let them be consumed. Many members of the Qin family have been imprisoned and sentenced, and my brother has received a life sentence. At the very least, we are still alive. That is the best outcome we could hope for. How much of a stake do you wish to transfer? Zhang Fan inquired with a hint of interest. I wish to retain 20% of the shares. The rest is negotiable. Qin Yin bit her lip, summoning considerable resolve. 20%? That poses a challenge. Owning such a significant portion in a bank classifies one as a major shareholder. Additionally, assistance from others necessitates substantial incentives. It is chilly outside. Shall we discuss this indoors? Zhang Fan rose, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Initially, Qin Yin felt the cold, but upon seeing the look in his gaze, she realized it was not the chill of the air that unsettled her. She understood his intentions. After a moment of hesitation, recognizing her need for assistance, she decided to lower her guard. Surveying her surroundings to ensure no one was watching, she hurriedly followed him. This young man has grown increasingly audacious, daring to approach her in any setting. Inside the small tavern, as she watched him approach from behind, her cheeks flushed crimson, her entire face ablaze with warmth. She was acutely aware of the mischief glimmering in his eyes. Fortunately, the tavern was not yet open for business. Otherwise, She would find it intolerable to be in such proximity to him. As he drew closer, Qin Yin gently closed her eyes. Chapter 91. The Young Miss of the Shun Family. With only a few individuals present in the small tavern, they were free from interruptions, allowing them the convenience to act as they pleased. Yet, there was always someone conspicuous, their gaze fixed directly upon the two in front, seemingly unperturbed by the nature of their activities. After a considerable time, Qin Yin took a deep breath, straightened her disheveled dress, and stepped outside. The recent visitor was easily identifiable. Aside from her two conspicuous friends, who else could it be? Some remained skeptical of the boy's capabilities, unaware that one of her friends had discreetly tested his prowess. The purpose of this visit was to discuss banking matters, as this represented the last vestiges of the family's assets, and her personal abilities could no longer safeguard them. Trusting no one else, she recognized that this young man possessed genuine talent. The survival of her brother was testament to that. Qin Yin turned and cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Fan before exiting. His audacity seemed to grow bolder, first in the car, now at the wash basin. Where would it lead next? She hoped that the advantages bestowed upon him would motivate him to accomplish something worthwhile. Zhang Fan emerged to find that Qin Yin and her friends had already left. There were guests expected today. Shortly thereafter, two elderly gentlemen clad in Zhongshan suits approached. They exuded an aura of scholarly dignity, reminiscent of figures from ancient history. Zhang Fan welcomed the two gentlemen to take a seat. Though the establishment was merely a small tavern, it was closed for business, allowing him to prepare a pot of tea. Gentlemen, I have procured a significant collection of looted cultural artifacts from Xia country, numbering in the tens of thousands, which I wish to donate to the National Museum. What are your thoughts? Zhang Fan presented photographs to the two gentlemen, showcasing the exquisite items. It was imperative for him to forge connections with individuals of higher status, as having a solid backing was crucial. Otherwise, no matter how much he earned, it could all be undone by a single word from someone else. Coincidentally, Director Wang of the National Museum was visiting Binhai for an inspection, prompting Zhang Fan to arrange this meeting. Other methods of contact would certainly have been employed, but claiming to possess national treasures was bound to pique their interest. Director Wang examined the photographs with astonishment. The 12 zodiac animals? He exclaimed, before shifting his gaze to the other images. Shaohe porcelain? Upon his arrival, he had already gleaned some understanding of Zhang Fan's background as the sole heir of the Wanfeng group, who had chosen to forego his inheritance. Zhang Fan candidly disclosed that the valuation had surged from 80 million to 800 million US dollars. 800 million? For antiques of this caliber. A valuation of 8 billion is hardly excessive. Everything had been arranged. The funds were secured, and this batch of artifacts was set to be dispatched imminently, with plans for direct donation to the National Museum and additional contributions to the Binhai Regional Museum. Zhang Fan meticulously outlined his donation strategy. Director Wang scrutinized the photographs, noting that this collection included over 10 top-tier national treasures, among them the 12 zodiac animals. Additionally, there were hundreds of other exceedingly valuable artifacts, truly remarkable items. Director Wang was elated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the treasures, as the acceptance terms had already been negotiated. However, a note of concern arose. I worry that these artifacts cannot be shipped directly to Binhai. They must first pass through Xianjiang. What if someone learns of this and attempts to intercept them? Zhang Fan voiced his apprehensions. Who would dare to intercept? Such a person would be deemed a traitor to the nation. At my age, I would personally ensure their demise. Director Wang proclaimed with great bravado. With Director Wang's assurance, Zhang Fan felt considerably more at ease. The key items would need to traverse Xianjiang. What a place that was. The origin of the notorious gang, with its myriad of prominent families, raises concerns about the potential repercussions of disclosing even the slightest hint of information. This treasure trove encompasses thousands of exquisite items, and one cannot help but fear the threat of theft. It is imperative to preemptively discuss the matter of donation with Director Wang. Should these items be pilfered, he might lend assistance. As for the contents, a bit of embellishment is certainly in order if the items do not materialize. One could always claim to have been deceived by the Russians, especially considering the substantial financial outlay involved. Director Wang appears quite exhilarated, rising to extend a handshake to Zhang Fan. Zhang reciprocates the gesture, now awaiting developments. Lavsky's side is prepared, and he is poised to arrange the funds for acquisition. Engaging in business with the Russians is an unprecedented venture for him, yet his recollections of their reliability are rather dubious. Despite the funds already being expended, unease lingers. An unsettling emotion stirs within, as if this batch of goods is destined for complications. This prompted today's proactive meeting with the two directors. In truth, only one item in this consignment is confirmed. The others are mere images, their authenticity still uncertain. However, should they fail to arrive, one could always assert that they were duped by the Russians. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, within an upscale Western restaurant by the harbor, a fashionably aloof woman sits quietly, seemingly awaiting someone. Dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with a classic black blazer, her ensemble exudes elegance and sophistication. Her hair is meticulously styled into a low ponytail, striking a balance between neatness and femininity, embodying a poised and graceful demeanor. Adorned with oversized sunglasses that not only enhance her chic appearance, but also cleverly obscure her gaze. She presents an air of mystery and intrigue. The wide frames further accentuate her facial features, rendering her visage even more exquisite. The beauty holds her phone casually in her left hand while her right rests elegantly on her lap. Though her eyes are concealed, her overall aura conveys an unwavering resolve and composure. This enchanting figure is none other than Wen Xi's close confidant, who recently gleaned some intelligence regarding a local tycoon in Binhai who has funneled a substantial sum through underground channels to the Russians. She seeks to uncover the purpose behind this considerable transfer. Through Wen Xi, she has gathered some insights, becoming aware that there are individuals in Binhai who intend to engage in business with the Russians. The goods are already packed and en route, destined for Hong Kong, from where they will be further distributed. Is this substantial transaction truly sanctioned by the Shun family? Have they received their due benefits? If not, how can one dare to transit through Hong Kong? Do they underestimate the Shun family? It is essential for her to impart a valuable lesson to that young man, making it clear that Hong Kong is one realm, while the mainland is another. He is but a provincial rube. This batch of goods is firmly within the grasp of the Shun family. Chapter 92. The Provincial Rube. Soon, a light and familiar sound of footsteps resonated from outside, followed by the graceful entrance of a lithe figure into the room. Wen Xi entered with an effortless grace, as if each step had been meticulously choreographed, neither ostentatious nor lacking in charm. As she approached, she gently shed her trench coat, draping it over the back of a nearby chair, revealing a fitted, solid-colored sweater beneath. The hue of the sweater was pure and soft, creating a striking contrast against her fair skin, which accentuated its delicacy and luster. The sweater's silhouette perfectly outlined her graceful figure, embodying feminine elegance while exuding a sense of competence and poise. Wen Xi seated herself with a light and fluid motion, as if even the simple act of sitting down was transformed into a beautiful dance. She picked up her knife and fork, casting an elegant glance toward the young lady from the Shun family, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and inquiry. It was unclear what had prompted her close friend to summon her from the coast with such urgency. A slight furrow appeared on Wen Xi's brow, only to smooth out again as she regarded Miss Shun with concern and inquiry. "Speak, what is the matter?" Her voice was soft and clear, like a gentle spring breeze, bringing a sense of comfort to those who heard it. It was only in the presence of those close to her that Wen Xi adopted such a tone. "The last person you had exchange U.S. dollars with in Binhai, were they formidable?" Miss Shun, unfamiliar with the mainlanders, believed them to be rather unsophisticated. "It's no longer viable. They have fallen from grace. Previously, they might have been worth something, but now, they wouldn't even be fit to carry your shoes." When she showed no trace of politeness in her response. The Shun family held a prominent position in Hong Kong, far beyond the reach of a fallen scion. As for the origins of that billion, Wen Xi was indifferent. It was hardly a large sum in her eyes, having witnessed far more substantial amounts in her dealings with underground banks, money of all colors in various forms. Upon hearing this, Miss Shin couldn't help but smile wryly. "Mainlanders, what do they amount to? Not only are they lacking in prestige, but even if they had connections, would I be intimidated?" She picked up her knife and fork, exuding an air of elegance. When she looked at her and remarked, "Your words seem to imply I am included in that criticism. Indeed, there are many who require funds, especially since foreign exchange is heavily regulated, making it inconvenient. I was not referring to you, but to those nouveau riches." Miss Shun chuckled. When she was certainly no country bumpkin, one engaged in the business of underground banks would undoubtedly have connections and backing. "What do you intend to do?" When she finally grasped the reason for her friend's inquiry, it seemed she had gathered considerable intelligence and must have unearthed some pertinent information. "Soon, a plane arriving from Russia would be landing in Hong Kong, destined for Binhai. Rest assured, I shall take care of your business," Miss Shun revealed without reservation. "We aim to acquire this batch of valuable goods." When she paused, taken aback, You put me in a difficult position, she said, looking at her dear friend, realizing that her intention was to usurp someone else's possessions. That young man was no ordinary figure. In the money-lending business, no one wished to offend him, as he was all about wealth. Offending him might not yield immediate consequences, but it would tarnish one's reputation, something of utmost importance in business. The behavior of her close friend was far from commendable. Yet, Wincy found herself at a loss for words. Once she set her sights on something, it truly belonged to her. Rest assured, I shall diligently oversee your business affairs. Once the plane touches down, I shall personally escort the individuals there. It will be fascinating to witness the expressions of those rustic folk from the mainland, within a dimly lit yet raucous bar by the coastline. Zhang Jiahao reclined on a somewhat worn leather sofa, his gaze deep and apprehensive, frequently scanning his surroundings as if every shadow concealed an unseen threat. Before him lay a bulging backpack, not filled with ordinary items, but rather a special consignment he had procured at great expense from the provincial capital, a batch of exceptionally pure white powder. For him, this cargo represented both a potential windfall and a Damoclean sword hanging ominously overhead. Should he fail to deliver the shipment to certain powerful clients in the coastal city on time, he risked losing everything and facing unimaginable peril. Zhang Jiahao's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa, a costly cigar delicately held at the corner of his mouth, the swirling smoke adding a layer of gloom to his countenance. His gaze eventually settled on Wenhao beside him. At that moment, the bar door creaked open, and a slight, keen-eyed man stealthily entered. This was Zhang Jiahao's trusted aide, known as An, a notorious car thief in the underworld of the coastal city, capable of unlocking any vehicle and absconding with it effortlessly. An, come here, Zhang Jiahao beckoned softly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. An swiftly approached, bowing his head in anticipation of instructions. Zhang Jiahao gestured towards the backpack before him, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Place this backpack in that young man's car. Remember, be swift, and call me immediately once it's done. Do not delay for even a minute. An nodded, his expression resolute, and without uttering a word, he grasped the backpack, tucking it under his arm before vanishing into the cacophony of the bar. Zhang Jiahao remained on the sofa, the cigar smoke curling upwards, a hint of triumph now gracing his features. Brother, you must remain vigilant this time. This is my only batch left. We must deal with that young man before proceeding with the delivery, Zhang Jiahao remarked, casting a glance at Wenhao. Wenhao, brimming with confidence, replied, as long as we find the powder in that young man's car, we shall apprehend him immediately. Now, we await news from An. Zhang Jiahao was determined to utterly eliminate Zhang Fan, ensuring that the young man would think twice before crossing the Zhang family again. This plan is brilliant. Should that young man be linked to the powder, even the highest powers will not be able to protect him. Meanwhile, An was closely monitoring the cargo flights, as the plane was soon to arrive in Xiangjiang, ready for transfer. Just as he entered, a shadowy figure appeared behind him. A slight individual approached, carrying a backpack, swiftly opening his car door and tossing the backpack inside. Zhang Fan observed everything clearly, discerning the contents of the backpack with dread. Upon realizing it contained more powder, a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Was Zhang Jiahao plotting to eliminate him again? Was he attempting to frame him? Zhang Fan emerged, promptly entering the vehicle, which swiftly departed. In a corner, a backpack was discarded. Should the Narcotics Bureau discover this, regardless of ownership, his fate would be sealed. That Zhang Jiahao. Chapter 93. The Disappearance of Goods. How did this Zhang Jiahao acquire such a substantial quantity of flour? Zhang Fan exited the shop as the vehicle roared to life. There was no need for conjecture regarding what lay ahead. This Zhang Jiahao certainly possessed a cunning mind. Recognizing that conventional methods would prove futile, he resorted once more to this nefarious tactic of framing others. Yet, this young scoundrel remained blissfully unaware of his own perceptive abilities. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen prey to these miscreants. At the intersection ahead, just around the corner, a multitude of patrol cars awaited. Armed narcotics officers stood ready. Wenhao descended, pondering how this time he might escape. It appeared that evasion was no longer an option. Truly, that young brother was impressive, striking 2 targets with a single arrow. Zhang Fan, we have received a report alleging your involvement in drug trafficking. We must search your vehicle. With a mere glance, Wenhao signaled to his companions, who, disregarding Zhang Fan's expression, approached with an array of equipment and police dogs. Zhang Fan stood aside, quietly observing Wenhao's performance. Such a grand spectacle. Was it merely an attempt to frame him? It seemed that Wen Hao required a lesson in humility. Confidently, Wen Hao believed that this time, On had betrayed him, and there was no doubt about it. On watched from a distance, having personally discarded the backpack. This scoundrel could not escape. Yet, after an exhaustive search, astonishingly, nothing was found. Where had the flower gone? Not only was Wen Hao flabbergasted, but On too was left speechless. He was certain the goods had been placed inside. Yet where were they? If the items remained missing, his life would be forfeit. This shipment had been procured at a high price, incurring significant expense. Wen Hao gazed at the vehicle before him, resolutely ordering it to be dismantled. He could not fathom that the goods had vanished, nor could he believe that this young man had somehow consumed them. Captain Wen, this vehicle is quite expensive. Should the alleged drugs be discovered, I will accept responsibility. However, if nothing is found, according to the law, you will be liable for compensation. Zhang Fan coldly regarded Wen Hao, who had clearly lost his composure. Dismantle it, do it now. Wen Hao remained unconvinced, and with a commanding shout, his team began to dismantle the vehicle entirely. Dismantling is easy, just don't weep when it comes time for compensation. This was not the first time Wen Hao had targeted him. As Wen Hao issued the order, the vehicle was swiftly taken apart. If the items are not found, I will report this to the inspectorate. Here is the invoice. Please ensure compensation is calculated accordingly. Zhang Fan tossed an invoice forward. You think you can extort me? A dilapidated van for 5 million? Something doesn't add up. Where were the goods? Although the vehicle itself was worth only a few thousand, its contents were invaluable. This was my purchase order, meticulously detailed with numerous rare medicinal materials. Surely, the inspectors would acknowledge this evidence. Zhang Fan smirked coldly. Knowing that the literary master would not easily relent, he prepared himself with various items before stepping out. Precious medicinal herbs? Where are the herbs? Only a list to go by? Young man, do you have any idea who I am? Do you dare to deceive me? The literary master was infuriated. Pulling out his gun, with the entire situation recorded, he declared, Look, there are so many witnesses. Do you still intend to execute me? Zhang Fan remained unfazed. It was the literary master who was in a state of panic. Enraged, the literary master holstered his weapon and ordered his crew to regroup. At this moment, it was Awen who felt the greatest trepidation. He wished to explain himself to his boss, but how could he do so when the goods had vanished? Quietly, Awen discarded his phone and began to flee. He was acutely aware of how Shui Run had met his demise. Now it was his turn. He swore to the heavens that he had not swallowed the flower, yet it had disappeared. But what use was a vow to the heavens? His boss would certainly not believe him. Meanwhile, Zhong Jiahao awaited favorable news. Upon learning that there was no flower in the vehicle, his fury erupted. Owen, a trusted confidant, had betrayed him? He deserved to die. Zhong Jiahao had not considered that Zhang Fan might have tampered with the goods. He was consumed by rage. You lot, go find Awen. I need him to explain himself. A murderous intent flickered across Zhong Jiahao's face. A few subordinates armed with machetes set off. For if Awen had betrayed the boss, he deserved a grim fate. As the figures of the subordinates vanished down the corridor, Zhong Jiahao, agitated, pinched a cigarette between his fingers, lit it, and took a deep drag, hoping the nicotine would quell his anxiety. Just then, the previously closed door to the private room was violently kicked open with a resounding crash. A gust of cold wind, mingled with dust, rushed in as several imposing, muscular men entered in succession, their heavy footsteps announcing their formidable presence and threat. The leader, exuding an aura of menace, wore an expensive mink coat, though it did little to conceal the ruthless and bloody essence he radiated. Upon entering, the newcomer surveyed the room with hawk-like eyes, then mercilessly crushed a wine bottle and dishes underfoot, sending shards flying with a sharp, jarring sound. Their gaze finally settled on Zhong Jiahao, their tone unyielding. Young Master Zhong, where are my goods? Do you intend to take the money and fail to deliver? Just because your father is Zhong Lao, does that give you the right to flout the rules of the underworld? The words dripped with provocation and threat, igniting Zhong Jiahao's fury. He had anticipated a smooth transaction, but never imagined the goods would be lost on his own turf at the hands of his men. Where could he possibly procure replacements for these black market lords now? There's been a slight mishap. I am currently in the process of urgently sourcing more. Zhong Jiahao endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, attempting to clarify the situation. However, the black boss was evidently not someone easily deceived. He did not believe a word of Zhong Jiahao's claims. With purposeful strides, he approached, seizing Zhong Jiahao by the collar and lifting him off the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent, fixed intently on Zhong Jiahao. Do you think I would buy into your nonsense? As the eldest son of the Zhang family, he had never endured such humiliation throughout his life. Was he to simply swallow his pride because his adversaries were notorious drug lords? Refund? A sinister glare shot forth, and a gleaming dagger appeared. Zhang Jiahao's complexion turned ashen, rage igniting within him. He could hardly fathom that his identity as the Zhang family's heir would be so contemptuously disregarded. He bellowed in defiance and fury. "How dare you treat me this way? I am the heir of the Zhang family. I can sever your supply channels at any moment, rendering you obsolete in this industry. I am willing to refund you. What more do you want?" The black boss's muscular arm, akin to a vice, clutched Zhang Jiahao tightly, pinning him against the frigid table, a cruel smile spreading across his fierce face. The dagger in the black boss's hand gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, resembling a beast poised to strike. With lightning speed, the black boss mercilessly plunged the dagger into Zhang Jiahao's side, the execution as skilled and brutal as a butcher slaughtering livestock. A flicker of terror and despair crossed Zhang Jiahao's eyes as he felt the sharp pain radiating from his waist, the warmth and moisture of his blood swiftly draining away. Subsequently, the black boss callously extracted one of Zhang Jiahao's kidneys, the bloodied organ tracing a grotesque arc through the air before landing in the hands of a nearby lackey. The lackey, devoid of hesitation or fear, opened his mouth wide and devoured the kidney as if savoring a delicacy. Having completed his gruesome deed, the black boss released Zhang Jiahao, casting a cold, threatening glance in his direction. "Remember this. Next time it will be your heart. You have 3 days. If you do not procure what belongs to us within that time, prepare to meet your end." Zhang Jiahao collapsed onto the table, his body trembling uncontrollably. The black boss, especially in his role as a drug lord, truly dared to commit any act. Extracting a kidney was merely a trifling matter, should he provoke the black boss further. The stabbing of Zhang Jiahao would be inconsequential. In the black boss's eyes, the heir of the Zhang family was worth nothing. Had it not been for the desire to obtain flour, he would have certainly dealt a fatal blow to Zhang Jiahao. The room echoed with anguished cries. Although losing a kidney was not immediately life-threatening, the pain was unbearable for Zhang Jiahao. Losing both the flour and a kidney was an unbearable blow. "What are you waiting for? Get me to the hospital," Zhang Jiahao roared, now also concerned about the implications of having one kidney removed. He needed to reach a hospital immediately. "Regarding the flour, we shall speak of it once the wounds have healed. This time, I did not have many people around me, allowing those few notorious gangsters to take advantage of the situation. Next time, I shall bring along a few hundred followers and see who dares to challenge me." At this moment, in Hong Kong, a cargo flight arriving from Russia has landed at the airport. The goods must clear customs here before being transported to the coastal city. However, the cargo has been seized in Hong Kong. As a dominant force in the region, the Shun family possesses the power to appropriate a shipment from the mainland peasants without hesitation. Soon, several well-equipped, discreet, and swift transport vehicles quietly whisked away this priceless collection of porcelain. Under the night sky of Hong Kong, where the shimmering waves reflect the elegance of a secluded villa by the shore, an air of mystery and luxury envelopes the scene. Miss Shun, adorned in a resplendent silver gown, stands at the entrance of the villa. Her eyes glimmer with cunning and pride, a victorious smile gracing her lips as if she has already foreseen the unfolding events. The meticulously planned spoils lie quietly in the transport vehicles, each piece of porcelain emanating a jade-like luster, appearing even more ancient and refined in the dim light. Miss Shun beams with satisfaction. This collection of porcelain not only signifies immense economic gain, but also serves as a significant blow to the peasant whom she regards with disdain. That peasant must have realized his goods were hijacked, but what can he do? He lacks even the qualifications to contend in Hong Kong. Just a mere peasant. A mainland peasant at that. As the transport vehicles slowly enter the Shun villa, an atmosphere of bustling yet orderly excitement fills the air. Family members gather around, their faces radiating uncontainable joy and pride. As boxes of porcelain are carefully unloaded and neatly arranged in the spacious, well-lit living room, the entire Shin family is left in awe. These exquisite porcelain pieces, some with graceful lines and unique forms, others boasting vibrant glazes and intricate patterns, are treasures among artworks, evoking admiration from all who behold them. Old Master Shun cannot contain his delight. This collection will not only yield substantial profits for the Shun family in a short span, but will also significantly elevate their standing in the realms of collecting and art. This time, the Shun family has indeed struck it rich, solidifying their dominance in the industry. Meanwhile, at a port in the coastal city, Zhang Fan is left dumbfounded after receiving a phone call, with Director Wang and others equally stunned. The items they sought were taken during transit in Hong Kong. They claimed the cargo belonged to the Shun family, and then simply took it away. Is this considered robbery? Tens of thousands of artifacts, for which they had invested a fortune, have been whisked away. Even the people of Hong Kong cannot behave in such a manner. The Shun family, how audacious! What are they plotting? Director Wang is so furious he nearly spits blood. Does the Shun family even regard the nation, daring to seize national treasures? The lifelong efforts of the Zhang family, initially valued at 800 million USD and later another 200 million, totaling 1 billion USD, were intended for the benefit of the country, and yet Zhang Fan exhales deeply. Having spent my own money, I am undoubtedly quite honest. Since the Shun family has offended me, it cannot simply be overlooked. Now, they have the audacity to seize my prized possessions. They should not blame me for being ungracious. I must report this to the higher authorities, for if the Shun family does not return the national treasure, they are nothing short of traitors. Director Wang, seething with anger, dashed off to report to the capital. This is an act of treason. The national treasures have been misappropriated, hoarded by the Shun family. Zhang Fan gazed at the coastal city and the harbor. He was well aware of the Shun family's considerable influence in Hong Kong, as well as their significant investments on the mainland. Their audacity to act in such a manner reflects a blatant disregard for the people of the mainland. They believe they can act with impunity. Boss, Zhong Jiahao is looking for Lao He and wants to procure powerful kidneys, Hu Dajun approached. Should we consider acquiring a pig kidney to impersonate Lao He's? I've heard they fetch 1 million each, provided they are of high quality. Hu Dajun inquired tentatively. Chapter 95, Equitable Retribution. Zhong Jiahao is purchasing kidneys? Is it not the case that each person can only possess 2? How could he possibly acquire more? Rumors have begun to circulate that the kidneys from abroad are exceptionally potent, and those who receive them will become even more formidable. Following this gossip, even some healthy individuals have expressed interest in trading their kidneys. However, Hu Dajun mentioned that Zhong Jiahao had been targeted and lost a kidney, which seems to be somewhat related to me. It must be connected to the batch of flour I had appropriated, leading to Zhong Jiahao's predicament and subsequent kidney theft. Now, the world is in search of powerful kidneys. Do people not understand a pig's kidney? Zhang Fan shot Hu Dajun a knowing glance. Boss, they truly do not understand. What they require now are live, large kidneys. A pig's kidney is quite substantial, clearly a valuable item. We can claim we obtained it from abroad. They wouldn't know the difference. Those individuals are solely interested in formidable kidneys and are completely oblivious to the specifics. Boss, do you see what kind of kidney this is? Hu Dajun had somehow procured 2 kidneys. To the untrained eye, it certainly appeared impressive. We'll deliver them and walk away with the money. Once the transaction is complete, they won't have any idea who we are. Hu Dajun had it all figured out. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Hu Dajun indeed had potential for navigating the underworld. He was bold enough to target Zhong Jiahao's scheme. All right then, I'm off, Hu Dajun said, casting a glance at Zhang Fan. Seeing that his boss had little to say, he eagerly took the 2 pig kidneys and left. The reward of 1 million was certainly worth pursuing. As for Zhong Jiahao's fate, it was of no concern to him. Had Zhang Fan not intervened, Hu Dajun might have even contemplated eliminating Zhong Jiahao. Zhang Fan, observing the harbor, chose not to intervene. Zhong Jiahao had brought this upon himself. A flicker of fury danced in Zhang Fan's eyes. Very few knew of his dealings in porcelain, apart from those close to him and Director Wang, who had only recently learned of it and lacked knowledge of the specifics of the transactions. Thus, the remaining possibility was that information had been leaked through the underground banking system to Lovsky. The situation with Wincy seems rather troubling. It is now known who is responsible. Yet the desire for retribution is met with a sense of impotence. The Shen family's headquarters is in Xiangjiang, with various investments in the mainland, leaving me utterly powerless to take action. Can this truly be allowed to stand? This represents the most significant loss since my rebirth, snatched away mid-course by another. The audacity of the Shun family is indeed remarkable. Retribution? How could one exact revenge? I am one who believes in settling scores. It would be unreasonable to storm into Xiangjiang and decimate the Shun family. As for their assets on the mainland, I find myself equally helpless in seeking vengeance. In the midst of this turmoil, a van approached. Lu Taiju emerged, assisting an elderly man. Upon seeing Lu Taiju, a wave of unease washed over Zhang Fan. This dear friend had persuaded relatives to sell their house, only to invest in a half-finished building project. Even the retirement funds of the recently released Air Day had been put at stake. Thus, the The sight of Lu Taizhu arriving with a relative elicited an ominous premonition. Boss, my distant uncle, over 80 years old, wishes to venture into investments. He has just acquired a half-finished building outright. Lu Taizhu chuckled. My uncle has a substantial pension and is at a loss for how to spend his money, so I'm guiding him to wealth. By the way, on the way here, we encountered a group of robbers who seemed to have kidnapped someone. I recognized the individual. He had previously cut the ribbon at a project in Binhai, presumably a young master from Xianjiang, Shindashe. Lu Taizhu had no intention of intervening. His focus remained on acquiring the half-finished building. As for rescuing the hostage, that was a matter for the police. Shinshao, Zhang Fan, was momentarily taken aback. It was not the elderly uncle's investment that shocked him, but rather the term young master of the Shun family. Who did the kidnapping? A spark of realization illuminated Zhang Fan's eyes. Who else could it be? The kidnappers from Binhai were the same group, led by Dongshan Ge, notorious for targeting the wealthy, particularly those from Xianjiang, due to their affluence. Lu Taizhu, like many, was familiar with him. Dongshan Ge was the nation's most wanted kidnapper. This group specialized in abductions, reportedly amassing considerable wealth. Nowadays, many in Binhai resort to kidnapping purely for profit. In this underworld, profitability equates to success. It appeared that yet another unsuspecting victim had been tossed into the fray, a veritable cash cow. Lu Taizhu had not contemplated the significance of the information he had inadvertently divulged. Zhang Fan instructed Lu Taizhu, since the young master of the Shun family has been kidnapped, this presents a unique opportunity for me. If the Shun family dares to seize my 1.8 billion yuan in porcelain, why should I hesitate to retaliate against them? The kidnapping was orchestrated by Dongshan Ge. This has nothing to do with me. Half an hour later, Lu Taizhu returned alone, swiftly driving away from the scene. The two soon arrived at an abandoned factory, now transformed into a pig farm. This was Dongshan Ge's territory. The captive was abandoned in a pig pen. Lu Taizhu led Zhang Fan to the pen, where they found Shun Zihua, the young master of the Shun family, ensnared in a hood, surrounded by several plump pigs. If this continues, the young master of the Shun family may very well be devoured by a few plump pigs. In a state of utter disarray, with no response from heaven or earth. This must be retribution. Lu Taizhu approached, directly hoisting Shun Zihao out and stuffing him into a sack, after which the two swiftly departed. Dressed in protective gear upon their arrival, they left no fingerprints behind, and given that this was a desolate area, surveillance was certainly non-existent. With the man taken away, it would truly be impossible to trace their actions. Zhang Fan, being a reincarnator, naturally knew how to evade detection. Given the formidable strength of the Shun family, if he sought revenge, he would undoubtedly need to prepare meticulously. Before long, Lu Taizhu carried Shun Zihao to a dilapidated building, which he had purchased. This forsaken structure was so unappealing that even beggars turned their noses up at it, thus providing a temporary sanctuary. This time, the boss intended to orchestrate something monumental, and Lu Taizhu was resolutely supportive. No matter what the boss undertook, Lu Taizhu would be the first to lend his support. With Shun Zihao abducted, it remained uncertain whether Brother Dongshan was aware of the situation. A smile gradually emerged on Zhang Fan's face. The Shun family had taken his porcelain. Thus, the loss of a young master from their ranks seemed only fair. He incurred a loss of 800 million, so causing the Shun family to lose 1.8 billion was hardly excessive. This was what one might call equivalent retribution. Soon, the Shun family would find themselves devoid of mirth, for the retribution was not solely his. Once Director Wang arrived in the capital, trouble would surely follow for the Shun family. How dare the national treasure Shun family take such liberties? Who gave them such audacity? Hong Kong belongs to the Summer Kingdom, not to the Shun family. Chapter 96. The Wicked Complain First. The Shun family in Hong Kong resided in a luxurious villa atop a hill, aglow with lights and bustling with guests, creating an extraordinarily lively scene. The young lady of the Shun family, adorned in a perfectly tailored evening gown, resembled a brilliant star as she mingled among the guests. Raising a crystal-clear wine glass filled with deep red liquid, reflecting her proud yet gentle smile. Today marked the Shun family's annual banquet, a day of great significance, as they had recently secured a priceless collection of ancient porcelain through a trivial purchase, each piece steeped in profound historical depth and cultural value, its worth incalculable. The young lady held no regard for the rustic folk from the coastal continent. Even if he were aware that she had taken this batch of porcelain, what could he possibly do? Without even a transit permit, could he swim over to seek revenge? He would not even be able to cross the threshold of the Shun family home. Thus, there was no need for concern regarding retaliation. Throughout the Shun family estate, both servants and family members wore expressions of joy, as if the air itself was imbued with his celebratory spirit. The elder Mr. Shun, clad in an exquisite Tang suit, his hair impeccably styled, bore a kind and contented smile, evidently brimming with pride over the family's successful acquisition. Yet, amidst this festive atmosphere, there lingered a slight disappointment. Shun Zaheo, the youngest grandson, was absent from tonight's grand feast. As the distinguished representative of the new generation of the Shun family, Shun Zaheo bears the weighty responsibility of inheriting the family business. At this moment, he is far across the sea on the mainland, personally inspecting and investing in a significant project. Although ostensibly engaged in project evaluation, he is, in truth, indulging in the pursuit of romance. For the allure of mainland beauties diverges from that of Hong Kong. Despite his physical absence, he has managed to convey his heartfelt sentiments across vast distances through a meticulously prepared package, which has now reached the hands of his grandfather. Miss Shun, filled with curiosity and admiration for her younger brother, eagerly accepted the tightly wrapped parcel from a servant and briskly approached the elder Shun, her heart brimming with anticipation. She too yearned to discover what unique gift this brother, who perpetually surprises their family, would present this time. However, as she cautiously unwrapped the package, an unsettling odor began to permeate the air, suggesting that something within had surpassed its expiration. With a slight frown, Miss Shun felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, the elder Shun maintained his warm smile, his gaze imbued with affection and expectation for his grandson. "Come, let us see what treasure Zaheo has brought us," he gently urged. As the parcel was fully opened, all eyes were fixated upon the contents. To their horror, they discovered a foul, darkened severed arm within the box, leaving the entire Shun family in shock. The elder Shun collapsed onto the ground, utterly terrified. Inside, there was also a disc. Miss Shun took the disc and placed it into the player. Fortunately, the Shun family still possessed the means to read such media. What on earth was her brother doing? Was this truly a surprise? The disc began to play, revealing a group of kidnappers binding Shun Zaheo and transporting him to an undisclosed location. As the scene shifted, a blood-curdling scream echoed, and the ground was awash with blood. Then, the faces of the masked captors came into view. "Hello, Elder Shun, prepare 10 billion. Today you may receive a gift, but tomorrow you might receive a corpse. Do not attempt any tricks, lest you never see Shun Zaheo again." The disc abruptly ended. Kidnapped? Shun Zaheo had been taken by a gang of mainland kidnappers? Miss Shun was profoundly shocked. She was aware of the chaos on the mainland. Yet she never imagined that even a member of the Shun family would be targeted. Soon after, a mysterious phone call rang through to the elder Shun. "Prepare 10 billion. Otherwise, your grandson will not see the dawn of tomorrow." The call ended abruptly. The family was left in stunned silence. What was meant to be a joyous family gathering, celebrating the Shun family's newfound fortune, had turned into a nightmare. "I still have some connections on the mainland. Let us see how formidable these kidnappers truly are," the elder Shun declared, rising in anger. "They dare demand 10 billion from the Shun family? Who do they think they are?" Miss Shun stood frozen, realizing the gravity of the situation. Had they revealed their hand too soon? If the kidnappers were provoked, what would become of her brother's safety? Those individuals were capable of anything. "I am deeply concerned about my younger brother's predicament. As for the 10 billion, it is certainly not something that can be casually relinquished. If it is done without caution, the kidnappers' demands will only escalate. While some amount can be offered to ensure the safety of the hostage, such a sum is out of the question. The wealth of the Shun family has not been easily acquired. It is not a matter of the Shun family lacking 10 billion, but rather that they cannot set such a precedent. Otherwise, anyone could capture a member of the Shun family and start with a demand of 10 billion. Old Master Shun promptly contacted the municipal bureau in Binhai, insisting that they solve the case within 12 hours. Otherwise, the Shun family would withdraw all investments. He then reached out to old friends in the capital to exert pressure. The Shun family's network of connections on the mainland is extensive, and they are acquainted with many influential figures. Those who dared to kidnap Shun Zaheo have certainly miscalculated. In the capital, Director Wang lamented the excessive actions of the Shun family, claiming they were hoarding national treasures. These treasures were donated to the state by a member of the Zhang family, who expended 40 billion US dollars. Director Wang, however, was not entirely truthful. He merely exaggerated the figures to draw attention from higher authorities. Just after he voiced his grievances to certain departments in the capital, news of the Shun family's situation reached them. Not that they intended to donate those artifacts, but that someone from the Shun family had been kidnapped on the mainland. Kidnapped? Now the kidnappers are demanding 10 billion. The Shun family has significant investments on the mainland, and the abduction of their young master is indeed a matter of grave importance. However, considering the Shun family's past actions, many now believe they are reaping what they sowed. Nevertheless, being a kidnapping case, it still warrants serious attention. Meanwhile, in Benhai, a group led by Dongshan arrived at the pigsty to check on Shun Zaheo's condition. The Shun family is already preparing the ransom. If the payment is made, the individual may be safely released. If the Shun family attempts any underhanded tactics, they cannot blame others for being unaccommodating. Upon entering the pigsty, they immediately noticed several sows, but Shun Zaheo was nowhere to be found. Several henchmen approached with sticks, striking the sows, which squealed in distress. The group then wondered, where is the person? Where is Shun Zaheo? Boss, could it be that these sows were not fed enough and have devoured Shun Zaheo? One of the brothers speculated, noting the possibility that the hungry sows might have resorted to cannibalism. This explanation seemed quite plausible. Devoured? How would they explain this to the Shun family? What would they do if the family demanded to see the living man? Dongshan was at a loss. How could it come to this? Could a person really be eaten? What now? It seems the only option is to insist on the ransom first and then address the issue of the person later. If the Shun family truly pays the ransom, they could simply hand over these sows, as Shun Zaheo is indeed inside. Dongshan pointed at his subordinates. Once this job is completed, they could afford a seaside villa and retire early. The Shun family is a lucrative target, and this time they would demand 10 billion from them. As for how much they could extract afterward, that remains uncertain. The Shun family, a super-rich clan, possesses immense wealth. For them, a billion is but a mere trifle. They can undoubtedly produce such an amount. It merely hinges on their willingness. If they are reluctant, then a more audacious approach must be taken. On the other side of the coast, within a dimly lit bar, Lu Ranjia stands, summoned by Zhong Jiahao for a kidney transplant procedure. Having gained notoriety for providing a kidney to Lin Dong, he is now approached again by Zhong, who is in need as well. Lu has come to serve as an evaluator, as numerous donors have presented kidneys, and he must discern which one is the most viable. Zhong Jiahao has invested a substantial sum of 100,000 for the surgical fee, seeking Lu's expertise in the selection process. Zhang Fan and Hu Dajuan enter, both adorned with makeup, and in the bar's dimness, Zhong, now reclined, remains oblivious to their presence. Hu Dajuan places a box on the table and opens it to reveal a so-called superior kidney. He produces a photograph of an imposing individual found online, whose robust physique is evident. Lu Ranjia nods in acknowledgement, as do Zhong's associates, who concur that this kidney appears to be the strongest contender. 1 million in cash is laid out. Should the kidney meet the necessary criteria, the reward is theirs to claim. Hu Dajuan takes a portion of the cash and departs, while Zhang Fan, unaware of Zhong Jiahao's presence, assumes he is waiting in the operating room for the superior kidney. Lu Ranjia, initially hoping to find a suitable kidney himself, realizes the challenge is formidable. Even procuring a pig kidney proves difficult, as Zhong's men accompany him, impeding his efforts. He can only watch as the million slips away to outsiders. Nevertheless, he anticipates a modest profit from the surgical supplies he will utilize. Gazing at the kidney before him, Lu feels it bears little distinction from the pig kidney he had previously provided for Lin Dong. Yet, there is no time for hesitation. Zhong Jiahao awaits. With the promise of a generous reward, the acquisition of this robust kidney enables the procedure to proceed. The operation itself poses no significant challenge, as Lu is a leading expert in this field. Otherwise, the Lin family would not have sought him out. Outside, Hu Dajuan exudes confidence, asserting that even a pig kidney would suffice, having spent only a small sum to print a photograph of a foreign individual, essentially at no cost. Zhong Jiahao has brought this upon himself. Boss, if a pig kidney is used, won't the person die? Aren't we merely eliminating a threat? Hu Dajuan glances at Zhang Fan. Not necessarily. If the kidney is incompatible, it may lead to rejection, causing severe bodily reactions. However, with proper management, the individual can survive, and he has another kidney left. Zhang Fan understands Hu Dajuan's intentions. Zhong Jiahao is an adversary who has squandered his resources and is engaged in nefarious activities here. While he is unlikely to perish, he will certainly suffer. The procedure may be straightforward, but numerous complications arise thereafter, including the necessity for immunosuppressants. Will Zhong Jiahao himself fall victim to a kidney extraction? It seems the drug lords of Benhai are indeed formidable, showing no regard for even Zhong Jiahao's reputation. This million is a lucrative venture indeed. Uncertain whether Zhong Jiahao will still require a kidney, or if more can be procured for him, the prospect of profiting from this lucrative organ trade has captivated Hu Dajuan, who now fixates on the monetary gains it promises. He muses that had he not encountered Zhong Jiahao, no one would have willingly offered such a substantial sum. He instructs Sister Ye to calculate this month's expenditures, mindful of the villagers who depend on their wages being disbursed punctually. Zhang Fan, with a sense of urgency, reminds them that he has other pressing matters to attend to. Currently, Shun Ziheo remains in confinement, and the next steps depend on the Shun family's response, whether they will pay the ransom. It is inevitable that they will seek to recover him, aware of their formidable resources and extensive network. However, the Shun family's reputation has been sullied. From the moment greed took root, their honor has been irrevocably tarnished. Zhang Fan had previously assured Director Wang of a generous donation of national treasures, now seized by the Shun family, which will surely prompt Wang to report them to the authorities. If the Shun family can produce these treasures, they may escape unscathed. If not, they face dire consequences. Zhang Fan had strategically left a hint about the existence of over 100 premier national treasures, though these were never included in the official inventory. A precaution he took against the possibility of theft, which has now tragically come to fruition. Arriving at a tea house, he finds Li Fu already waiting, accompanied by a senior police officer. They discuss the recent abduction of a young master from the Shun family in Binhai, suspected to be orchestrated by Dongshan Ge. Li Fu is taken aback by Zhang Fan's involvement in the case. Has the Shun family indeed reached out to them? Zhang Fan expresses his surprise at their willingness to file a report, seemingly indifferent to the fate of Shun Ziheo. The Shun family, known for their ruthless dealings, has significant investments on the mainland, and they have made it clear to the authorities that this matter must be resolved promptly to prevent withdrawal of funds. Li Fu conveys the frustration of the upper echelons, who are aware of the Shun family's misappropriation of national treasures, yet feel compelled to assist them in this predicament due to their financial contributions. He asserts that while kidnapping and the embezzlement of national treasures are separate issues, the resolution will ultimately depend on whether the Shun family desires a living hostage or a corpse. Zhang Fan sips his tea, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features. The Shun family truly wields considerable influence. If they seek to ensure Shun Ziheo's survival, they may need to agree to a ransom, with a firm stipulation that he remains unharmed. Director Wu confirms this sentiment, emphasizing that this serves as a lesson for the Shun family, who have grown increasingly audacious. The notion of offering a ransom while ensuring the hostage's safety fills Zhang Fan with a sense of triumph. He is resolute in teaching the Shun family a lesson, reveling in the thought of their eventual desperation. Chapter 98. A negotiation awaits. The authorities have indirectly signaled their willingness to entertain a ransom, provided that Shun Ziheo is not harmed. A straightforward arrangement, indeed. If he could secure this achievement, then Director Wu's influence would undoubtedly be magnified. Li Fu interjected, highlighting the reason for bringing Director Wu along. This was indeed a significant accomplishment. Accomplishment? Zhang Fan understood, yet he was the true mastermind behind the scenes. While it appeared that Dongshan had captured the individual, in reality, the person was firmly within his grasp. He would not release them until the Shun family had suffered considerably. After all, they had caused him substantial losses, and just as he had begun to earn some money, it had all been handed over to them. Having been reborn, he would not endure suffering again. What connection did that literary figure have with Director Wu? Zhang Fan recalled the companion of Zhong Jiahao, who had made several attempts on his life, all of which had ended in failure. The literary figure? He was responsible for drug enforcement, and, in these times, the prevalence of narcotics was alarming. The authority to apprehend drug traffickers was significant. Capturing one would indeed be an accomplishment. He hailed from the provincial capital, and our paths do not cross. This time, I was specifically dispatched by the higher-ups to establish a task force in Binhai. Director Wu explained that since Li Fu had taken an interest in this young man, he must possess some capabilities. Everyone yearned for such an achievement, as securing it would bolster their prospects for advancement. Who wouldn't he wish to progress? Regarding Shun Ziheo's situation, I should be able to provide some insights. I also have leads concerning drug enforcement, and Director Wu would need to cooperate thoroughly. Zhang Fan rose to settle the bill, vowing this time to elevate his status resolutely. As for that literary figure, he certainly needed to take action against him. Remaining passive was no longer an option. Could he really offer some insights regarding drug enforcement? Director Wu's eyes brightened. Was this young man truly so capable? Old Li, is this kid really that impressive? Director Wu questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Li Fu nodded affirmatively. He even had prior knowledge of the Wanfu group case, which is why he chose not to inherit. Trust him, there is no mistake. And one must place special trust in him. Li Fu refrained from mentioning his health issues, recognizing some matters were best left unsaid. Meanwhile, in a remote suburb of Binhai, an ancient pavilion nestled within a lush grove became the focal point of an extraordinary night. The moonlight was hazy, and a gentle breeze brought with it an almost imperceptible tension. As a longtime friend of the Shun family, Lin Boizhong, clad in casual attire, arrived alone, his expression grave and filled with concern for his friend Shun Ziheo's safety. This meeting was of utmost importance, not only for the Shun family's reputation, but also for the fates of both families involved. Following the prearranged location, Lin Boizhong stepped cautiously into the shadowy grove, each stride laden with gravity. Upon reaching the solitary pavilion, he was met by several imposing figures, their faces concealed by masks, waiting ominously in the dim moonlight. Brothers, I am Lin Boizhong, a friend of the Shun family, here to discuss matters with you, he declared, clasping his hands in greeting. Let us get straight to the point. What conditions must be met to ensure Shun Ziheo's safety? Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding, and we can sit down to discuss this properly. At that moment, Dongshan regarded Lin Boizhong with the keen gaze of a predator observing its prey. Beside him, a few of his accomplices either scoffed or whispered among themselves, clearly taken aback by the Shun family's swift reaction. Brother Dongshan secretly calculated in his mind that the Shun family truly acted with remarkable speed, dispatching negotiators so promptly. It seemed that Shun Ziheo held considerable weight in their esteem. At this juncture, Brother Dongshan deliberately paused, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, as if he reveled in the psychological pressure he exerted on the Shun family in this moment. With the hostage now in their grasp, who would have imagined that Asao would inadvertently root out Shun Ziheo? What conditions would it take to release Shun Ziheo? Lin Boizhong inquired once more. What conditions? Was it not stated previously? 10 billion, and the man leaves with us, otherwise there shall be no discussion. Brother Dongshan sneered. What conditions? Did I not say it already? This time the Shun family has ventured to the capital. They may need to send relevant personnel over. How about a favor for Lin Boizhong? 1 million? Hand it over immediately, and I shall take the man. Lin Boizhong glanced at the group of kidnappers before him. One of the kidnappers approached, delivering a swift kick to Lin Boizhong, followed by 2 slashes with a machete that nearly severed Lin Boizhong's frail frame. 10 billion. Not a cent less. All in cash, understand? Brother Dongshan rose, looking down on Lin Boizhong from his elevated position. 1 million? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? My brothers are set to rest after this score. It's 10 billion, not a penny less. Brother Dongshan checked the time. It was time to leave. If surrounded by the special task force, escape would be impossible. 10 billion? The Shin family will undoubtedly refuse. If they agreed, would they have sent me here? It seems the Lin family's prestige has diminished. Coming to mediate resulted in receiving 2 cuts. If no resolution could be reached, the Shin family might forsake Shun Ziheo. Lin Boizhong spoke up. That is a matter for the Shun family. If you continue to prattle, I shall have your grandson bound. Brother Dongshan's retort silenced Lin Boizhong, who understood the implication. Lin Dong had undergone 2 kidney transplants, and his condition remained precarious. He was at a loss. Should he be captured, it would spell his doom. In such a desolate area, he was also afraid of ghosts. In these times, those who committed wrongdoings feared the supernatural. Brother Dongshan's gang had gone too far, even removing the wheels from his vehicle. What to do? This time he had come without a phone, utterly unable to contact the outside world. What else could be done? It would take at least a day or 2 to escape. At his age, he could hardly manage to move. Perhaps tomorrow he might spot a passerby and plead for assistance in making a phone call. Otherwise, he might truly perish here, in a top-tier bar in Binhai, when she, adorned in a cheapao, sat with her friend Yun Yao. It was Yun Yao who had introduced her to Zhang Fan, the owner of the underground money exchange. Achieving the position of bank manager at such a young age speaks volumes of Yun Yao's exceptional capabilities. Before the 2 women stood a row of male models, each a paragon of aesthetic appeal, standing at 6 feet tall, with chiseled abs, a sight most pleasing to behold. Chapter 99, An Unpleasant Parting. Yun Yao sat quietly, her gaze sweeping over the robust male models before her. Eventually, she slowly extracted a neat stack of cash from her exquisite handbag and tossed it gently into the air, as if conjuring a silent drizzle. You may leave now. Her voice was cool and firm, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Today, she was not present for these male models. Her gathering with her close friend when she held a far more significant purpose. to deliberate on how to unearth new business opportunities amidst the complexities of the world and amass greater wealth. The male models courteously accepted the cash and exited the private room in succession. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, Yun Yao's black skirt contrasted sharply with her white blouse, embodying the blend of a competent professional woman and the gentle grace of femininity. Her hair was impeccably styled, and her entire demeanor resembled a blooming lily, fresh and refined. In contrast, when she appeared like a peony quietly blossoming in the night, adorned in an exquisite qipao, the color reminiscent of deep autumn maple leaves, both fervent and profound, perfectly complementing her aloof nature. The qipao's cut accentuated her graceful silhouette, every step radiating endless charm and allure. Her eyes were deep and enigmatic, as if capable of unraveling the world's secrets. As when she elegantly held her wine glass and began to recount the news of Shun Zaheo's abduction on the mainland. Her voice resonated like celestial music, melodious and magnetic. With a slight parting of her ruby lips, she narrated the sequence of events, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight. Compelling attention. Shun Zaheo has been kidnapped on the mainland. The Shun family now harbors suspicions that not only Brother Dongshan is involved, but also your client, Zhang Fan. A trace of barely perceptible concern tinged Wen Xi's words, yet her gaze remained resolute. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao froze. Her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. What motive could Zhang Fan have for such an abduction? Her voice trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected news. Observing her reaction, Wen Xi leaned in, whispering a few words into Yin Yao's ear. Instantly, Yin Yao's expression turned grave, a flicker of shock and anger flashing in her eyes. The Shun family is quite audacious. This could jeopardize my interests. If Zhang Fan truly encounters an unfortunate fate, no one will be left to shoulder our bank's 2 debts, and as the handler, I would be driven to despair. Yin Yao was incensed. Did the Shun family find such antics amusing? Although they had investments on the mainland, they held an air of superiority, looking down upon others, perceiving the mainland as mere provincialism. Of course, when she could be considered somewhat provincial as well, despite being from Hong Kong, she bore mainland lineage. I never anticipated the Shun family could procure intelligence from me. That fellow, he is not involved in any underworld dealings, is he? I fear the day he might cross paths with me and take action against me. When she spoke candidly, recalling her initial impression of the young man as someone with ulterior motives. Now that he has incurred such significant losses, will he become desperate enough to involve himself in abduction? Certainly, they wouldn't kill him. It's more likely they would exploit him before any such fate. The underworld in the mainland is capable of anything. Were it not for ongoing business here, Wen Xi would have considered temporarily retreating to avoid the storm. Is he afraid of being targeted? Yin Yao is unaware of that young man's peculiar tastes. However, as a wealthy heir, he possesses no scandalous rumors. Perhaps he simply has no interest in women. Are you certain that the kidnapping of Shun Zaheo is linked to him? Yin Yao needs to ascertain the truth of the matter. If he has indeed become embroiled in criminal activities and is apprehended, what will happen to the loans? It seems too coincidental otherwise, Wen Xi asserted confidently. Although it appears to be the work of Dongshan Ge, that young man must certainly be involved. I do not believe him to be foolish. If he were indeed the source of the leak, it would be wise to avoid traveling at night. If he were to deal with you, it would be one thing, but if you were to fall into the hands of a group, it could be disastrous. Yin Yao glanced at her close friend. Should I not take the initiative? Should I hire a few assassins to eliminate him? With 200,000, it would be sufficient to ensure his demise. Wen Xi, who operates in the underground banking scene, undoubtedly has some dark connections. He cannot die. If he does, I am finished as well. If you wish to kill him, then you must first eliminate me, Yin Yao remarked, looking at Wen Xi. Wen Xi raised her glass. I dislike the feeling of being dominated by a man. He poses a threat to me, and I must act preemptively. You should find a way to deal with it. Yin Yao regarded Wen Xi. She dislikes him? Then why provoke that young man at all? Let us first observe the situation with Dongshan Ge. If he truly is involved, he will not have the inclination to pursue me. Wen Xi slightly eased the tension. If she intends to continue thriving in the mainland and wishes to earn money, she cannot afford to offend Yin Yao. She did not intentionally provide information to the Shen family. I shall take my leave. Yin Yao set down her glass. Are you so eager to betray me? Wen Xi scoffed. Yin Yao glared fiercely at Wen Xi. How could 2 close friends allow such matters to drive a wedge between them, especially when they would need to collaborate in the future? Their families share a deep connection, making a falling out implausible. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed the Shun family's fault. This upheaval has severely disrupted her plans. If the Shun family looks down upon mainlanders, Why do they even invest here? It is truly infuriating. On the other side, the Shun family. The Shun family had sent their old friend Lin Boizhong to plead on their behalf. Yet how is it that they have received no news until today? What has happened to that old man? Has he been eliminated? The Shun family remains unaware that Lin Boizhong has yet to escape the mountains. Although the relevant departments from Xia country have been mobilized, the higher-ups only wish for a minimal show of effort. First, stabilize Dong Shange and his entourage, and then rescue the individual. The young lady of the Shin family is willing to part with some funds, yet the elder does not readily agree. If they open this door, what will prevent the mainlanders from kidnapping more members of the Shun family in the future? Thus, they are currently adopting a firm stance. Although he is fond of his grandson Shin Ziheo, he cannot easily relent. 10 billion is still a vast sum. Where will the Shun family acquire such funds? Despite being reputed as a trillion-dollar empire, it is not as simple as producing 10 billion in cash. Even if the Shun family seeks to gather the money, it will require time. The entire Shun family is in a state of turmoil. They had originally intended to celebrate the acquisition of a batch of porcelain, only to find that one of their own has been kidnapped in an instant. Miss Shin was busy packing her luggage in her room, preparing for a trip to the coastal city. Her brother was of utmost importance. She would spare no expense, even 100 billion, to rescue him. As for the old gentleman's considerations, she was well aware they revolved around the interests of the family. Miss Shin now harbored significant suspicions that her brother's abduction was linked to Zhang Fan. After all, she had merely sought to acquire a batch of porcelain from him. Yet he had the audacity to kidnap a member of the Shun family. Who gave him such boldness? This time he was doomed. Chapter 100, Displaying Power and Might. In a remote area of the coastal city, Lin Boizhong finally managed to emerge, spotting a farm vehicle by the roadside. He intended to borrow it. His legs had truly reached their limit. Brother Dongshan frequently changed locations, often venturing into desolate wilderness, making it arduous to traverse on foot. Approaching, he encountered two honest melon vendors. "Excuse me, may I borrow a phone? You shall not go unrewarded." At this moment, Lin Boizhong had completely lost his sense of direction regarding the coastal city. The two farmers exchanged glances before one of them approached with a watermelon, smashing it open and handing a piece to Lin Boizhong. Enjoying the refreshing taste of watermelon was a delightful reprieve, and Lin Boizhong devoured most of it until he noticed two menacing glares directed at him. "Now that I've eaten, it's time to settle up. This is a golden watermelon. It costs 3,000. 3,000? $3 would be more reasonable. This is extortion," Lin Boizhong retorted, indignant. As a member of the Lin family, he held a position of status both in the coastal city and elsewhere. To be extorted by anyone was tantamount to courting death. The two men, unyielding, approached and seized Lin Boizhong, delivering a punch without a word, followed by a kick to his backside. They stripped him of his belongings, discovering a jade ring and a string of prayer beads, along with a small amount of change in his wallet. After ransacking him, they kicked Lin Boizhong into a nearby field and drove off in the farm vehicle, indifferent to his fate. Such was the nature of extortion. Times had become perilous, especially in remote areas where such crimes proliferated. Fortunately, Lin Boizhong was not a woman, or he might have faced even graver dangers. The two men specialized in targeting the vulnerable, preying on those they deemed easy to intimidate. Upon witnessing Lin Boizhong's predicament, they recognized him as a suitable target for their schemes. On the other side, Brother Dongshan had received insider information. The Shin family was indignant and had reported the matter to the police. Initially, he had intended to teach them a lesson. But how could he do so now? Shin Ziheo had been compromised. Thus, he continued to threaten them, declaring that if the Shun family did not pay, they would soon face dire consequences. They needed to learn a lesson. In this day and age, kidnapping for ransom was fraught with challenges. He had anticipated that the Shun family would comply without resistance, yet they had the audacity to involve the capital police. "Abiao, deliver a piece of meat to the police station." Brother Dongshan, masked and furious, seethed, although he lacked human flesh for the offering. Delivering something similar would suffice to placate the situation. "Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of your provided text." "Very well, my esteemed leader. I shall arrange it immediately." Brother Dongshan is closely monitoring the internal communications. This 10 billion is not meant to be taken solely by him. It must be shared, for who would provide him with intelligence otherwise? This operation was initially proceeding quite smoothly, yet an unforeseen incident occurred. The hostage was inadvertently exposed, a most unexpected turn of events. Regardless of the complications, securing the funds must come first. Not a single cent of that 10 billion can be relinquished. Otherwise, The Shun family will suffer the loss of Shun Ziheo, or they must comply and hand over the money. This sum has been meticulously calculated and is within the Shun family's means. To think they could act as miserly as a hen with its feathers intact? That is simply not feasible. It matters not who comes. The imperative is to secure the 10 billion. The underworld has become exceedingly perilous. Brother Hu and his associates have already been apprehended. If a substantial sum is not obtained to exit this realm, I may be next. Thus, Brother Dongshan is acutely aware of his course of action. He intends to orchestrate a grand heist and then retire, after which he can venture wherever he pleases. Wealth grants one authority. In Binhai, Director Wu personally received Miss Shun and her entourage. They had traveled from Xiangjiang with the sole purpose of overseeing the case. You bunch of useless mainlanders, knowing that Brother Dongshan is behind this, why have you not made any arrests? Miss Shun, clad in her elegant dress and sporting sunglasses, pointed an accusatory finger at the task force, unleashing a torrent of invective. Not even a mere director would escape unscathed from her ire. Even a minister would be subjected to her wrath. Currently, Brother Dongshan holds the power over the hostage's fate, should the Shun family be amenable to accepting the hostage's demise. We could promptly initiate the arrest operation. Director Wu's words only serve to further inflame Miss Shun's fury. Are you all truly so inept? Our Shun family comes to invest in the mainland, and this is how we are treated? If this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, we will withdraw all our investments from the mainland immediately. Director Wu's expression grew somewhat awkward. This was hardly conducive to collaborative investigation. I shall grant you 3 days. Should my brother remain missing, I will travel to the capital. I refuse to believe that all of Xiaogua is comprised of incompetence. Miss Shun directed her ire at the assembled individuals. At that moment, a package arrived. Before it was even opened, a foul odor wafted through the air. Director Wu took it upon himself to open the parcel and was taken aback upon discovering a severed arm. Miss Shun nearly fainted at the sight. Initially, she feared it belonged to her brother, but this arm was dark and not his. You must act immediately. We can offer 1 million in ransom. Miss Shun declared before departing, seeking assistance from others, for she could not place her hopes in this inept assembly. Director Wu watched as Miss Shun left. Having now experienced the temperament of this Xiangjiang heiress firsthand, he stepped outside and entered a business vehicle. Locating Brother Dongshan would be straightforward, yet ensuring Shun Ziheo's survival remained uncertain. Zhang Fan had been tracking Brother Dongshan's movements. In truth, Shun Ziheo was securely in his possession, and Brother Dongshan was merely a diversion. The Shun family is willing to part with 10 billion? That is unacceptable. They would consume their valuable porcelain, yet settle for a mere million? Do you know where Brother Dongshan is? Director Wu paused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Capturing Brother Dongshan would indeed be a significant achievement. I understand. However, those around Dongshan will flee at the slightest movement from your people. It is imperative to gather a few trustworthy individuals. I shall bring my own team to assist you in apprehending him. Zhang Fan has already devised a plan. Once we capture Dongshan, he will undoubtedly be unable to produce Shun Ziheo, and we shall see whether the Shun family will persist in their obstinacy. We shall ascertain the true worth of this young master from the Shun family. Very well, I shall prepare accordingly. Director Wu is aware of the presence of those kidnappers nearby. Otherwise, they would not act with such impunity. Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable skills, as he seems to know Dongshan Ji's whereabouts. This is crucial intelligence, and he is personally involved, indicating he harbors no fear of Dongshan. Few dare to offend Dongshan. Capturing him will be a significant achievement, even if we do not locate the hostage. At this juncture, we require merit. Chapter 101, The Chain Scheme. As Director Wu alighted from the vehicle, it departed from the location. My several hundred brothers possess formidable abilities in intelligence gathering. Although they do not operate within the underworld, they can still collect vital information. As for Shun Ziheo, he was indeed abducted by Dongshan, not by my own doing. It is essential for Dongshan to remain calm. After all, he is unaware of Shun Ziheo's location. The Shun family will undoubtedly refuse to pay the ransom, which will only heighten their anxiety. This time, we must teach the Shun family a memorable lesson. Even if I do not provide any information, Dongshan must be apprehended. Although the Shun family has incurred public wrath, kidnapping is simply unacceptable, particularly as they are residents of Xiangjiang. Currently, the Xian nation is in need of investors, and it is imperative that they exhibit some moral integrity. The Shun family, it seems, lacks such integrity. The vehicle arrived at the entrance of a bank, where Yunyao was already waiting. How could she not be anxious? The two of them entered and made their way to the VIP section. A ticket was slid across the table. You should go and lay low for a while. The police are already aware that you have kidnapped Shinzaheo. Yun Yao had also prepared cash. This young man must not enter or perish, for otherwise, the debts would remain unaccounted for. He owes a considerable sum. And while money is but a trivial matter, his safety is paramount. If trouble arises, there will be no escape. Oh, I have kidnapped Dongshan Ge. Who claims such? Zhang Fan was certain that none of his associates had betrayed him. His brothers would risk their lives for him. Currently, only Lu Taizhu is aware of the situation, and even his relatives are uninformed. Do not concern yourself. The Shen family is aware and has already arrived in Binhai, and they will soon exert pressure to have you apprehended. Yun Yao was in a state of distress. This was all Wen Shi's fault. Had it not been for her, the current predicament would not have arisen. The situation had indeed grown complicated. They want to capture me? This intelligence is of great significance. Where has your good friend gone? Zhang Fan suddenly inquired. You cannot contend with her. Her status is formidable, so do not even think about it. Yin Yao comprehended the motive behind the confrontation with the Shun family. They are indeed devoid of conscience. I do not wish to confront her. I merely want to have tea with her. She's also from Xiangjiang, is she not? Zhang Fan deduced that it was Wen Shi who had leaked the information. Half. Yin Yao responded. Half. What benefits could one gain from aiding the Shen family? This indeed comes as a surprise. The Shen family intends to collaborate with others to capture you. Once you are ensnared, no matter how defiant you may be, it will be of no avail. The punishments within are unbearable. Therefore, it is prudent to depart while you still can. Yin Yao gestured towards the items she had prepared. Rest assured, I am unharmed. I simply wish to extend my regards to your dear friend. Zhang Fan cast a fleeting glance at the items. Should you disregard my counsel, I may be compelled to take drastic measures. With a mere glance from Yin Yao, the security personnel approached. Refusing to leave? That would be akin to courting disaster. Brother Dongshan is about to be apprehended. I did not kidnap Shun Zihua. Once Brother Dongshan is captured, he will divulge everything. What concern is it of mine? Zhang Fan explained, then turned and delivered 2 swift punches before the security could react. Since his rebirth, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, with enhanced abilities, particularly in certain domains that could render Qin, Yin in tears, begging for mercy. Yin Yao was taken aback. Is this lad truly so formidable? If Brother Dongshan were captured, he would not be implicated in the case. As long as he remained alive, there was hope. Yin Yao hastily ventured out to gather intelligence, eager to discern the Shun family's true intentions. What audacity this lad possesses. Even if he is not directly involved, he certainly will not emerge unscathed. The Shen family must harbor ulterior motives in this affair. Yin Yao had previously cautioned this young man against seeking revenge on Wen Shi. Though she was beautiful, she was not worth the risk, as the consequences could be dire. Those who operated in the money-lending business surely had connections, yet her friend was presently subdued. Fearful of this man, and had chosen to lie low. It was wise to wait until the storm had passed. Overt actions were futile. What if this young man opted for scorched earth policy? A woman's greatest fear is a situation where everything is lost, leading to dire consequences. When she was acutely aware that this young man possessed nothing, thus she harbored a fear of those who had nothing to lose. Just as Zhang Fan's vehicle departed, he sensed someone was tailing him. It appeared the Shun family truly intended to take action against him. This was indeed intriguing. Did the Shun family genuinely believe they could overpower him? At another tea house in Binhai, Hoi De Guang, holding a cup of tea, gazed at the young lady from the Shun family. She had long coveted the Zhang family's ancestral prescription. If this kidnapping case could be leveraged to capture that young man, she had no doubt he would eventually disclose the information. I am from the Anti-Organized Crime Office and possess the authority to apprehend individuals. However, your case is currently under the jurisdiction of that man, surnamed Wu, and I cannot bypass him. Yet, if he fails to capture Brother Dongshan within 3 days, I can take it upon myself to apprehend Zhang Fan. Hoi De Guang looked at the young lady from the Shun family. In return, I will provide you with 10 million. The young lady from the Shun family replied generously, that is quite acceptable. Internally, Hoi De Guang scoffed at her offer. 10 million? For prescription? Cherry Blossom has set a modest target. Selling it to the Shen family? Indeed, the Shen family is rather stingy. Is this how one solicits assistance? Nevertheless, he needed to utilize the Shun family to capture an individual. Once the Shun family reported Zhang Fan's involvement, he could take action. The primary goal was to apprehend him and then employ his various interrogation techniques, confident that the young man would eventually speak. As he was about to leave Binhai, he needed to secure some funds discreetly and away from scrutiny. The Xiangjiang currency is also acceptable, as it is currently challenging to trace within the mainland financial system. We must find a way to ensure his demise while he is confined, and I shall provide an additional 1 million. Miss Shun is acutely aware of having offended Zhang Fan, and now she intends to leverage this kidnapping incident to rescue her brother and subsequently send that young man to his end. Very well. Tomorrow you shall present our demands to the higher authorities, asserting that the individual surnamed Wu is inadequate and that I shall take over the case. Once I assume control, I will apprehend the suspect immediately. I've already dispatched personnel to monitor him closely. Huda Guang is fully prepared. Previously, we lacked a viable approach, but now we possess a sound plan. A glimmer of amusement danced in Miss Shun's eyes. Dealing with a mere country bumpkin poses no challenge. She has a myriad of strategies at her disposal. Tomorrow, we will insist on our terms, threatening to withdraw our investments if they refuse to replace the case handler. These impoverished souls are desperate for our family's investment. They will not dare to disregard our demands. We now await tomorrow. The Shun family has also sent personnel to keep an eye on that young man who has only 1 day left. Both individuals bore expressions of satisfaction, clearly having achieved their objectives, while secretly harboring ulterior motives. Miss Shun felt a surge of pride. It was not merely his porcelain that had caught her fancy, but also his ancestral secrets. Compete with her? A mere mainland country bumpkin? Huda Guang raised his teacup, his smile deepening. Chapter 102. The Fury of Li Shi at a seaside villa in Binhai. Wang Qingyan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, casting dappled patterns upon her. This illumination added a touch of grace to her presence. Clad in a delicate pink loungewear ensemble, the soft hue resembled blooming cherry blossoms, harmonizing beautifully with her fair complexion, exuding both casual comfort and feminine elegance. The fabric swayed gently with her movements, accentuating her graceful figure, even in such simple attire. Her inherent nobility and sophistication could not be concealed. Just as Wang Qingyan prepared to step forward, a sudden, urgent phone call shattered the tranquility. Upon answering, the news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Lin Boizhong had gone missing due to his involvement in mediating the Shun family's kidnapping case. This revelation caused her heart to plummet, and her countenance instantly grew grave. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Wang Qingyan wasted no time. She swiftly turned towards the wardrobe, instructing her subordinates to prepare vehicles and bodyguards. Despite her inner turmoil, her demeanor remained composed as she changed into a dress and exited with purpose. Before leaving, she quickly adjusted her hair in front of the mirror, a few stray strands cascading delicately across her forehead, adding an air of unintentional allure. How could her senior venture into such perilous matters at his age? Wang Qingyan mused inwardly, a flicker of concern crossing her features. The Shin family is a prominent lineage in Xiangjiang. Do they truly need Lin Boizhong's assistance? Now, it appears that not only is the situation unresolved, but he has also gone missing. Just as she reached the door, her close friend arrived, driving up in a car. Li Shi assisted her mother down. Qingyan, has there been any news regarding the divine medicine my cousin stole last time? Li Shi inquired anxiously. The last time, Li Shi had her cousin undertake a mission and succeeded in acquiring the miraculous drug. Most of the samples were subjected to testing by Li Shi, but when results could not be obtained, she decided to share a portion with Wang Qingyan. Although they were close friends, the allure of substantial profit often stirred a hint of selfishness. Wang Qingyan still needed to consult Lin Boizhong. No, Li Shi suddenly declared, catching Wang Qingyan off guard. No, why not? I have pressing matters to attend to. Everything else can wait. My mother. Something is amiss with my mother. Li Shi glanced around, while Wang Qingyan turned to those nearby, instructing, you all proceed first, search along the way. Upon receiving the command, the security team set out without delay. Wang Qingyan had no choice but to guide Li Shi into the living room. Observing the anxious expression on Li Shi's face, she glanced at the aunt, who appeared frail and barely able to stand, her eyes nearly bulging. Speak up. I have urgent matters at hand. I will give you 1 minute. Wang Qingyan stated solemnly, fully aware that this was no jest. My mother ingested the beauty pill, and now there are significant complications. Li Shi appeared exhausted, struggling to find the right words. Casting another glance at Wang Qingyan. After taking the beauty pill, my mother inexplicably experienced a resurgence of vitality. My father had to rush her to the hospital for emergency care. She seems to be burning with desire, and then she sought out a stranger. Li Shi exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. There must be an issue. That beauty pill must be counterfeit and tampered with. It's not a beauty pill at all, but rather an aphrodisiac, an exceptionally potent one. Indeed, All those beauty pills on the market are fraudulent and problematic. No wonder we couldn't ascertain the core ingredients. That scoundrel knew someone was after his product and deliberately sabotaged it. Once I finish my tasks, I will confront him personally to demand the antidote. You must keep an eye on your mother in the meantime. Wang Qingyan still had to find someone. I wish to take revenge. Li Shi turned her gaze toward Wang Qingyan. You cannot compete with him. Do not entangle yourself in this. Wang Qingyan understood Li Shi's fury, but what good was anger? It was her cousin who had committed the theft, only to be outmaneuvered. Is this medicine truly so effective? If I were to take it. Wang Qingyan trembled at the thought, realizing that unknown substances were best avoided. Ha! Li Shi scoffed coldly, unable to compete. He is merely a once prominent heir. What is my status? And what is his? Unable to compete? Does she truly believe she must rely on her best friend for everything? Wang Qingyan stepped outside, dismissing her friend as concerns. She had urgent matters to attend to and had already cautioned Li Shi. If Li Shi chose to seek revenge and complications arose, Wang Qingyan will be left without a solution. Why doesn't he, that scoundrel, inherit the Wanfu group? It reveals much, she pondered. Furthermore, the Zhang family surely possessed numerous ancient prescriptions, which were not easily accessible to the average person. Her friend ought to patiently await her return. Otherwise, she would surely come to regret it. Wang Qingyan drove away. While outside, Li Shi looked at her mother, once a proud matriarch, now reduced to an object of ridicule. All due to that beauty pill. The act of stealing is undeniably wrong. However, one cannot resort to using poison to harm others. Li Shi assisted her mother into the vehicle, as she now required sedatives to maintain her composure. Otherwise, her mind would wander to troubling thoughts. Li Shi could not simply stand by and watch her seek solace in the arms of a stranger. With her confidant unavailable, she could still seek retribution on her own. In this day and age, who does not have acquaintances from the underbelly of society? Her cousin had already gathered a group of individuals. These very people provided Li Shi with her sense of security. Cousin, fear not. These are my brothers, all trained in martial arts, capable of taking on 10 foes without difficulty. What shall we do? Li Shi surveyed the group, recognizing them as hired muscle. What to do? Holding a bag filled with blue pills, she contemplated the plan. Restrain him and force him to consume every last one, inciting a frenzy of desire within him. Let's see how he responds. A mere beating would not suffice. Given her mother's condition, he must truly experience the fiery consequences of his actions. Her cousin glanced at the bag, incredulous. Isn't that a bit extreme? Would consuming so many blue pills lead to complications? Let us proceed with our vengeance. At the end of it all, I shall reward each of you with the latest model of the iPhone. With the bag in hand, Li Shi strode forward, unable to delay any longer. Vengeance was imperative. The group followed closely behind, and soon, 2 vans trailed a BMW as they departed the scene.